Chapter 1. The Bounty of 10 Billion. 0. A seemingly unique name. Lacking a surname, yet that is all there is to it. In truth, Zero is merely an ordinary young man in a modern society, engaged in a 9-to-5 job, spending his leisure time watching anime and binge-watching series, leading a rather tranquil life. Until one day, as he was watching videos, a window suddenly popped up on his computer screen, asking, "Do you wish to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you desire to truly live?" Having grown accustomed to the tricks of the internet, Zero instinctively clicked the X in the corner, but to his surprise, the window shook and transformed its query to, "What is your favorite anime?" "Well, undoubtedly One Piece," he replied without a second thought, and before he could fully process what was happening, the words on the screen shifted once more. "If you could traverse into One Piece, what would be your greatest desire?" Zero blinked, somewhat bewildered by how this strange interface seemed to hear his thoughts. Is it a coincidence? However, if I really could enter the world of One Piece, I would love to see just how marvelous that world is. Of course, meeting Nami, Robin, and the Empress would be even better. Ha! After his moment of amusement, Zero shook his head in exasperation, wondering why he was taking a mere pop-up advertisement so seriously. But the next moment, when he read the content displayed on his computer, he could no longer laugh. Ding! You have been granted the qualification to travel to the world of One Piece. Ding! Insufficient personal strength detected. To ensure your self-preservation in this world, a trial space One Piece themed has been established for you. Countdown to enter the trial space. 10, 9, 8. Hey, why is there a countdown? Zero stared in disbelief as the numbers on the screen dwindled to 0, and his consciousness blurred, plunging him into darkness. Zero felt as though he had experienced an interminably long dream. A dream that was simultaneously terrifying. In this dream, he was relentlessly pursued by an endless stream of enemies, dying only to resurrect and be killed again, forced into a corner where he had to exhaust all his strength to defeat them. With no weapons, he seized them from his foes, and when the weapons broke, he resorted to his fists and teeth, employing every possible means. The number of enemies he vanquished escalated from 1 to 10, then 100, then 1,000. Eventually, Zero felt as though he had transformed into a merciless machine, mechanically wielding weapons scavenged from his adversaries, dodging, leaping, stabbing, and cleaving. Just when he thought he could never escape this nightmare, a sound resonated from the depths of his soul, jolting him awake. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the requirements to clear the trial space. Upon assessment, you possess a preliminary level of self-preservation abilities. Now, a portal to the world of One Piece will be open for you. As Zero's surroundings once again flickered, when his vision stabilized, the menacing enemies had vanished, and the environment had transformed dramatically. "What on earth is this?" he murmured, his gaze filled with shock as he beheld the unfamiliar scenery, struggling to accept the reality of his sudden traversal. After a moment of dazed silence, Zero exhaled deeply and declared, "Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Overthinking is pointless just treat it as an exotic vacation." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brow furrowed slightly. On a whim, he uttered, "A tribute panel?" In the next instant, a screen materialized before him. Goodness, it really exists. Character, 0. Title, The Undefeated. Level, LV.10100. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV, 3 max level. Armament Haki LV2. Observation Haki LV2. Martial Arts LV4. Swordsmanship LV4. This. Zero stared at the impressive array of skills in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Only then did he recall that in the trial space, every time he defeated a certain number of enemies, he was presented with several golden squares to choose from. But he had been too preoccupied to notice, defaulting to the first option each time. Those golden squares must have been the skills that had materialized on his attribute panel. Fortunately, they are not anything bizarre. I even have a max-level Conqueror's Haki. Not bad at all. I suppose I am now quite exceptional, huh? Though Zero found it puzzling that he hadn't acquired any devil fruit skills, he reasoned that most individuals end up relying on armament Haki anyway, and the overwhelming powers of the natural type often only come from taking hits. Thus, he felt satisfied. Then, he noticed a small line of text in the skills section that caught his eye. The effectiveness of skills is related to the character's level. Suddenly, Zero felt that the max-level Conqueror's Haki might not be as appealing as he had thought. At that moment, he finally looked around. A blue sky, white clouds, and an endless expanse of ocean, with himself standing on a small boat rocking with the waves. The only other object in sight was a solitary barrel at the rear of the boat. Wait, a barrel? Could it be? As if responding to Zero's thoughts, the barrel began to wobble, and a voice he found all too familiar emerged from within. Awake at last. Bang! The barrel burst open, and a young man wearing a straw hat and clad in red attire leaped out. Whoa! Zero's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young man he recognized all too well, his mind reeling at the sight of the future Pirate King appearing before him. You. The young man greeted Zero with a cheerful grin. Monkey D, Luffy, pleased to meet you. Ding. Main quest activated. Assist Monkey D, Luffy in becoming the Pirate King, while ensuring your bounty reaches 10 billion. Reward. World certification. Zero stood frozen, his attention fixated on the last terrifying number. 10 billion? Surely, this is a jest? Even the previous Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, only had a bounty of 5,564,800,000 berries. How could his main quest be doubled? This is utterly unreasonable. The only consolation was that this main quest did not include any indication of failure. If there were penalties like being erased for incompletion, Zero would seriously suspect he was being specifically targeted. What exactly is this world certification? While Zero pondered this, Luffy leaned in closer, craning his neck. Hey, what's your name? I'm Zero. Oh, Zero, huh? Yes, what's up? You. Zero raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his urge to criticize the oblivious Luffy. Truly, he is the protagonist of the world. If it were any other devil fruit user, they would likely have been devoured by a sea beast for drifting in a barrel like Luffy. Do you have anything to eat here? No. Seeing Luffy's expression droop, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. Though he felt helpless after all, his starter gear was merely a small boat. Suddenly, Luffy's gloomy demeanor shifted to one of excitement, prompting Zero to follow Luffy's gaze. What met their eyes was a massive vessel, far larger than the small boat beneath their feet. Chapter 2. The collision with Alvida. It's a ship. Awesome. There's food on it. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling like stars, and the next moment, his arms stretched out. Whoosh! He vanished from Zero's sight. Zero stood in shock, watching as Luffy's elongated arm grasped the enormous ship not far away. Wait a minute, that pirate flag looks somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, he recalled the scene at the beginning of the anime where Luffy encountered Alvida. According to the normal course of events, Luffy should have been accidentally rescued by her crew while still in the barrel. But due to his interference, Luffy had not boarded the ship in the established manner. Yet it seems I cannot avoid a confrontation with Alvida. Zero shook his head, resigned to this reality. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest activated. Steal the hat of the great pirate Alvida. Successful completion rewards 100 experience points and 10,000 berries. It appears I have no choice but to engage in battle. With no oars on the small boat, Zero had no choice but to leap into the sea and swim over. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and he reached the ship in a short time, where he found Luffy being chased by a group of pirates in a rather dire situation. Phew, thankfully I'm not late. Taking a few deep breaths, Zero disregarded his soaked clothes and leaped onto the ship to stand beside Luffy, both of them facing off against Alvida and her band of pirates. Zero, you made it, ha ha ha. Luffy greeted Zero with his characteristic cheerful demeanor, as if the earlier chase had merely been a minor skirmish. Zero nodded, but his gaze bypassed the pirates to focus on Alvida. The formidable figure, wielding a nearly man-sized spiked club, unmistakably exuded an aura of immense martial prowess. Soon, this individual would consume the devil fruit, becoming one of the rarest devil fruit users in the entire East Blue. However, if I were to face a transformed Yalita after she has consumed the devil fruit, I might find it somewhat difficult to strike her down. Zero mused, contemplating how to swiftly conclude the battle. Buzz! The pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. The group of pirates opposite him felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the man before them. And then everything went dark as they collapsed onto the deck. Clatter, clatter, the sound of weapons clanging as they fell. Yalita staggered a few steps, seemingly on the verge of toppling over. Yet she managed to brace herself against the spiked club, barely resisting the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki. Hey, what's happening? Newcomer, what have you done? In her dazed state, she shouted at Zero, her gaze occasionally flicking to the fallen pirates before her, her expression betraying a profound disbelief. Even for one who had dominated the East Blue for so long, encountering an unknown power for the first time instilled a sense of fear within her. Beside Zero, Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly fascinated by Zero's extraordinary ability. Zero, you're amazing, Luffy exclaimed with gleeful laughter. Zero remained silent, a flicker of disappointment stirring within him. He had anticipated that a single strike of Conqueror's Haki would incapacitate the opposing pirates, including Yalita, yet she had not fallen. Now realizing that his personal level was insufficient, which diminished the effectiveness of his Haki, he reflected that even someone like Yalita, renowned in the East Blue, should not have been able to withstand it. With a sigh, Zero set his feet in motion. Seizing the opportunity while Yalita was still reeling, he dove forward with astonishing speed. How dare you underestimate a great pirate, brat? Yalita's fear morphed into rage in an instant. With that, she swung her massive spike club directly at Zero. As the weapon that could easily crush a person hurtled toward him, Zero remained unfazed. He swiftly dodged to the right, employing his level 4 martial arts to evade Yalita's attack. Boom! The spiked club smashed into the deck, creating a gaping hole roughly the width of a person. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Zero leapt atop the spiked club. Seeing this, Yalita's arm muscles bulged as she forcefully yanked the club upward, sending Zero soaring high into the air. Straw Hat Brat, once I deal with him, you're next. Confident of her victory, Yalita shouted at Luffy, oblivious to the shadow that suddenly loomed above her. By the time she realized something was amiss, she felt an intense heat radiating from a bright light, only to discover that her hat had been snatched away by Zero. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to endure such humiliation. She once again raised her spiked club, preparing to strike Zero down. However, she noticed him waving his hand as if bidding farewell. Before she could comprehend the situation, a resounding voice echoed, "Gum Gum Pistol." Then came a sharp pain in her back, and she was sent flying, much like the enemy she had previously hurled away, plummeting into the sea, her fate uncertain. Well, it seems this should be the end, Zero remarked, twirling the hat in his hands before tossing it up and catching it, amused by the brief diversion. Just then, Luffy rushed over, uttering a proposition Zero had never anticipated. "You're amazing. Join my crew." Zero paused for a moment, then immediately agreed. "Absolutely. Fantastic. My pirate crew is finally established." Luffy exclaimed joyously, wrapping his arms around Zero's neck in celebration, and Zero too felt a surge of exhilaration. To witness the formation of a pirate crew that would traverse the seas and instill fear in countless navies and pirates was exceedingly thrilling for someone who had once been merely an admirer of the sea. Initially, he had thought joining Luffy's crew would require considerable effort, yet he was astonished by how smoothly events had unfolded. Fortuitously, he had encountered Luffy just as he set sail, a time when he lacked manpower. Had it been later in their adventures, gaining membership in the Straw Hat Pirates would have been far more challenging. At that moment, "What is that?" Seemingly recognizing a familiar figure on the ground, the small frame and pink hair immediately conjured the image of someone in Zero's mind, causing him to gasp in shock, while Luffy followed Zero's gaze. Hey, that's Kobe. Are you alright? Chapter 3, New Mission. That renowned pirate hunter. Zero sat at the stern of the ship, listening to Luffy converse with Kobe, his expression seemingly one of tranquil repose. Ever since Zero had accidentally injured Kobe with his Conqueror's Haki, Kobe had developed a psychological barrier. Whenever Zero gazed in his direction, Kobe would retreat behind Luffy, too intimidated to meet Zero's eyes, prompting Zero to treat himself as if he were invisible. Understanding the plot, he knew that the next event would involve Luffy meeting the second member of his crew, or rather, the third member, Roronoa Zoro. While listening to the conversation between the two, Zero divided his attention to examine his attribute panel. Character, Zero title, Invincible level, LV. 20200, Strength, 20 Stamina, 20 Agility, 20 Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Max level, Armament Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Martial Arts LV4, Swordsmanship LV4. By submitting Alvida's hat, Zero completed a side quest, advancing from level 1 to level 2, resulting in a direct doubling of his attributes. He could distinctly feel the enhancement in all aspects of his physique. Although there were no changes in his skills, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that upgrading not only affected his attributes but also significantly enhanced the power of his skills. For instance, when he activated Armament Haki, at level 1, he could only cover his fists with a thin layer of Haki, which did not substantially increase his combat ability. However, upon reaching level 2, the intensity of Armament Haki improved, extending its coverage up to his elbows. Undoubtedly, as his level rises, the strength of Armament Haki would continuously increase. And the same would apply to his other skills. Of course, Zero firmly believed that the enhancement of these skills' power was likely linked to unlocking their inherent potential as his level progressed. After all, it had been depicted in the storyline that Shanks, upon boarding Whitebeard's ship, could use his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate formidable pirates, while Alvida, a pirate who could only dominate the East Blue, was completely unaffected by it. Truly absurd. He wondered whether, aside from maxed-out Conqueror's Haki, other skills could also be upgraded. If so, his confidence in completing the main quest would soar. Regarding his character's level, Zero discovered that experience points seemed to be gained solely through completing side quests. As defeating enemies did not yield any experience, a conclusion he reached after using Conqueror's Haki to defeat Alvida's crew. Lost in thought, Zero noticed structures rising from the sea in the distance, becoming clearer as the small boat approached. It appeared they were nearing their destination. Would he soon encounter the pirate hunter Zoro? Before long, the small boat docked. As soon as they disembarked, Zero greeted Luffy and the timid Kobe, who had hidden behind Luffy, stating his intention to procure supplies for their voyage. In truth, he yearned to savor the unique scenery of this pirate world. Luffy readily agreed, and the trio established a rendezvous point before embarking on their separate explorations. The medieval-style architecture, modern attire, and a plethora of intriguing goods on display were a feast for Zero's eyes, leaving him in awe. He couldn't help but reflect on how simplistic the anime portrayals were. To be fortunate enough to traverse this authentic world was indeed a remarkable journey. Regrettably, he wished to test his luck in searching for someone selling devil fruits, as these items were not easily distinguishable by most, even if he chose not to consume one. Selling it at auction would yield a considerable sum. However, after wandering for a while without spotting any, he decided to abandon the quest. Suddenly, he caught sight of the navy gathering in a particular direction. Realizing they were likely approaching a decisive battle, he hurried towards the assembly, anxious not to miss out on a side quest. As he ran, a notification chimed. Side quest initiated. Seize Balumabur's pistol. Successful completion rewards 50 experience points and 5,000 berries. Initially, Zero felt relieved to have made it in time, but as he comprehended the content of the side quest, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Come on. How about a more rewarding task with higher experience points? Just 50 experience? What a letdown. As Zero expressed his grievances regarding the side missions assigned by the system, he remained vigilant of the unfolding events on the battlefield. At that moment, Colonel Monka lay sprawled on the ground, while Luffy relentlessly pounded him with his fists. Not far away, a young man clad in a green bandana wielded 3 swords to fend off the advancing navy. Stop, Straw Hat. Look this way. With Zoro's prompt, Luffy ceased his assault and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He beheld Kobe, currently held at gunpoint by Colonel Monka's son, Barumabur. If you wish to spare this guy's life, then do not move. The instant you make a move, I will pull the trigger, Barumabur warned Luffy in a trembling voice, only to be met with Luffy's unwavering stare and a wide grin. Mr. Luffy, I do not wish to be your stumbling block, even if it costs me my life, Kobe declared resolutely, prompting Luffy to respond, I understand, before rolling up his sleeves and advancing toward the two. Don't move. I said don't move. If you do, I will shoot. Just as Kobe braced himself for the imminent threat of death, A voice both familiar and fearsome echoed nearby. Kobe, I never expected you to be so brave. Quite impressive. Taken aback by the teasing tone, Kobe turned, and upon catching sight of the newcomer, his fear dissipated. Replaced by tears of joy, he exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Zero. Indeed, it was Zero who had entered the scene. Upon witnessing Barumabur brandishing a gun at Kobe, he sprang into action, swiftly disarming Barumabur and completing the side mission, all while delivering a powerful kick that sent the gunman sprawling. Luffy, I have arrived. As Zero disdainfully pushed away Kobe, who was eager to leap towards him, he greeted Luffy. Naturally, Luffy was overjoyed, yet he added, Zero, you arrived a tad too early. Otherwise, that foolish son of mine would surely have met his demise at my hands. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Had I been a moment later and you had sent him flying, how would I ever fulfill my side quest? Zero smiled faintly without responding to Luffy. For behind him loomed a colossal shadow, brandishing a mighty axe, poised to strike down upon Luffy. Luffy, behind you. Chapter 4. An Unconventional Encounter Ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest, earning 50 experience points and 5,000 berries. Listening to the system's notification, Zero felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and once again criticized the system for its stinginess. By the way, the battle on the Navy's island concluded swiftly. When Colonel Monka attempted to launch an attack on Luffy, Zoro swiftly intervened and defeated him. Subsequently, as the trio prepared to depart, the islanders held an exuberant farewell ceremony in their honor. Not long after their departure from the small island, Luffy was recounting the tale of his hat to the two. From his encounter with the red-haired Shanks, to accidentally swallowing a devil fruit, and later, how Shanks rescued him during a perilous moment, losing an arm in the process. Although his tone was casual, both of them could sense the profound weight of the hat in Luffy's possession. Upon hearing this, Zero sincerely remarked, speaking of which, Luffy, your hat was given to you by the Yonko Shanks. You must cherish it. Yonko? Luffy and Zoro simultaneously expressed their bewilderment. Zero was taken aback, as at that moment neither of them were aware of the existence of the four emperors. He proceeded to enlighten them about the composition of the world's highest combat powers. Particularly, when discussing the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, Luffy's expression radiated a sense of longing that nearly made Zero chuckle. It turns out that Shanks is such a formidable pirate. I must surpass him in the future. Haha, I believe in you, Luffy. You will undoubtedly lead our crew to resonate throughout the world. Encouraged by Zero's words, Luffy smiled and pumped his fist, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. At this moment, Zoro suddenly inquired of Zero, Zero, how do you know so much? Where do you come from? Zero was at a loss for words. Beside him, Luffy also wished to contribute to the conversation, but his attention was abruptly diverted by a large bird overhead. Food. Hey, Luffy, what are you up to? Zero recalled a certain fragment and hurriedly grasped Luffy's outstretched arm, exclaiming, just watch me. Rubber. By the time Zoro reacted, Luffy had already elongated his arm to seize a large bird, which then clamped down on his head, inadvertently carrying Zero along with it, as the creature soared higher and farther away. Stop right there, don't run. In a sparsely populated town, a girl with short orange hair and a striking figure was sprinting, pursued by a band of pirates wielding knives and guns. Upon closer inspection, one could see that she tightly clutched a piece of brown parchment, making it difficult not to associate her with the pirates' chase. Damn it. If we don't retrieve the navigation chart quickly, Captain Buggy will surely kill us. Yes, that wretched thief. Stand still. Hearing the pirates behind her howl like ravenous wolves, Nami felt a rush of anxiety yet remained composed as she sought an escape route. After all, she had endured such situations before. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted overhead, causing Nami and the pursuing pirates to halt in unison, their gazes drawn to the sky. While Nami was still trying to discern the source of the noise, she realized she was being engulfed by a shadow, which grew larger by the second. By the time she thought to flee, it was already too late. Boom, boom. 2 distinct sounds echoed. One was Luffy crashing to the ground, and the other was Zero's descent. Possessing level 4 martial arts skills, Zero attempted to land in a relatively safe manner, as he was not endowed with the powers of a devil fruit like Luffy. Though he could not entirely evade the impact of the fall, he had done his utmost to minimize it. Cough, cough. Rising effortlessly from the ground, Zero felt a presence. Looking up, a striking ravine caught his attention, and beyond it, a familiar visage came into view. You, what are you doing? Nami shouted angrily at Zero, instinctively raising her hand to strike his cheek. However, having endured countless assaults, Zero's evasion skills were at their peak. He merely tilted his head slightly, avoiding Nami's blow. Seizing the moment, he grasped her still raised hand, his right arm wrapping around her waist with a gentle yet firm grip. "Ah!" Nami exclaimed in surprise. Realizing she was now standing, her body nestled against the man as if she were a delicate bird seeking solace. "You, let me go," Nami protested. Struggling to distance herself from Zero, retreating several steps while regarding him with a wary gaze. Zero shook his head, intending to explain to Nami. When a commotion arose from behind, he turned just in time to witness Luffy sending the last standing pirate flying, while the others lay unconscious on the ground. Nami, astonished, could hardly believe that this seemingly unremarkable straw hat boy possessed such formidable strength. Without hesitation, she resolved to seek Luffy as her shield, casting a sharp glance at Zero before swiftly making her way to Luffy's side. Zero gazed helplessly as Luffy was lured away by Nami with food. Shaking his head in resignation, lamenting the inadequacy of the supplies prepared earlier on the Navy Island, he then hastily quickened his pace to follow the two. In a modest dwelling, Luffy indulged in a hearty feast while Zero, standing by the window, idly observed the scenery outside. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the striking figure behind him time and again. Within Zero's heart, there brewed a contemplation on whether to seek an opportune moment to apologize to Nami, the anime goddess he had long admired. Such an encounter was, indeed, fraught with the potential to offend. The townsfolk, frightened of Buggy, had all fled. Was that not akin to intruding uninvited? How impolite. "I am a thief who specifically targets pirates," Nami insisted, eager to defend her stance. Luffy turned to Zero, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, "Zero, have you heard of this Buggy?" At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded. "Ah, the notorious clown Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million. Is a famed pirate of the East Sea and possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Wow, such a high bounty. He is also a devil fruit user like me. It seems that Buggy is quite formidable. Ha ha ha. I've heard that he wields the power of the chop chop fruit, which allows him to disassemble his body into numerous parts, making him quite a troublesome opponent." "Oh, I see." Although Luffy was astonished, he did not pause in his actions. At that moment, Nami cast a look of surprise at Zero, taken aback by how much he knew, particularly about Buggy's abilities. This undoubtedly piqued her curiosity about how Zero had come by such information. Chapter 5. Breath. I hope you will join me in seeking out the pirate Buggy. However, Zero gazed at Nami as she bound Luffy with ropes, marveling at how they had arrived at this point in the narrative. The next moment, he observed Nami approaching with the rope in hand, a mischievous smile adorning her face. He quickly waved his hands, declining her generous invitation, explaining the necessity of standing guard in the shadows. After a moment's contemplation, Nami acknowledged the need and reluctantly cast the rope aside. Subsequently, she led Luffy out of the room by the rope, while Zero leapt onto the rooftop, trailing behind them towards Buggy's stronghold. As for why he did not intervene in Nami's actions, it was because, equipped with armament Haki, he felt confident in his ability to inflict damage on the clown. Despite Buggy's fragmented abilities, coupled with his other skills, he harbored a degree of assurance in his self-defense. However, he was uncertain about defeating Buggy, given his own attributes and unwillingness to boast. Nonetheless, Luffy's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and with his foresight as a narrative oracle, he could avert danger in advance. "Ah, it seems they have arrived." Noticing that Nami and Luffy had reached the lair of the pirate Buggy, Zero ceased his musings and concealed himself in a location not far from them, attentively observing the unfolding situation while remaining vigilant for potential side quests. Boom, boom, boom. Nami watched in horror as Buggy unleashed the terrifying might of the Buggy bomb, obliterating the nearby structures. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, streaming down her cheeks. With maniacal laughter, Buggy demonstrated the power of the Buggy bomb, then suddenly commanded Nami to aim it at the bound Luffy. Nami hesitated, and a subordinate stepped forward to seize the match, intent on igniting it himself. Ultimately, Nami retaliated, incapacitating the soldier with her weapon. However, she was taken aback to discover that the fuse had already been ignited. In a moment of urgency, she dodged several pirate attacks and sprinted toward the cannon of the Buggy bomb. Just as Nami was prepared to grasp the fuse and extinguish the flames, a figure emerged at the cannon's forefront, positioned directly opposite the Buggy bomb. What could he be planning? As this question flickered through Nami's mind, she realized that the fuse was about to burn out. "You, get out of there. Zero, hurry." Nami and Luffy shouted simultaneously. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted before them, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom. Luffy's eyes widened as he struggled to see the unfolding scene, attempting to free himself from the cage. Behind the cannon, Nami was momentarily frozen, as the sight reminded her of a traumatic memory from her childhood, the death of someone dear to her. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers craned their necks to behold the source of the explosion. A figure, not particularly imposing but exuding an undeniable strength, captured their attention. Cough, cough, quite impressive. Though the smoke is rather thick, Luffy and Nami exclaimed in delight. The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, as if confronted by a terrifying presence. For Buggy, who was acutely aware of the Buggy bomb's potential, the shock was even greater. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Directly intercept the Buggy bomb aimed at Luffy. You have gained 150 experience points and 20,000 berries. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV3. As Zero listened to the system's notification of task completion, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to avert disaster. In truth, when he first accepted this side quest, he harbored little confidence in his ability to succeed. Yet, witnessing the moment when Buggy aimed his cannon at Luffy and Nami recklessly charged forward, he resolutely sprang into action. With his observation Haki, he locked onto the cannonball, and his armament Haki enveloped his fists, extending to his wrists, to ensure his safety. He even employed a level 4 martial technique, mimicking the iron block from the Navy's 6 styles, which he applied to himself. Ultimately, he succeeded in intercepting the cannonball. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his physical attributes still fell short. It was evident that he needed to enhance his level significantly. Zero shook his slightly tingling hands and turned to Luffy with a hint of reproach. Captain, how could you get captured? Luffy chuckled heartily but did not respond directly. Zero. You are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, you managed to fend off the cannonball. You truly are my crew. Just then, Zoro arrived at the scene. He had rushed over upon hearing the sound of Buggy's cannonball being fired, and was astonished to witness Zero's feat while he marveled at Zero's strength. He also wished to inquire about the current situation. However, Zero raised a hand towards him, saying, Zoro, lend me a sword. What for? Though uncertain of Zero's intentions, Zoro did not hesitate to hand over one of his swords, keeping the legendary sword, Wado Ikamanji, firmly in his grasp. Watch closely. Zero drew his sword, signaling Zoro to pay heed to his forthcoming actions. He approached the iron cage that imprisoned Luffy, inhaled deeply, and firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, directing its tip forward. Luffy, duck. Zoro, having anticipated Zero's intentions, fixated his gaze without blinking. Suddenly, a faint blue flash of light erupted before him, accompanied by a piercing hum, and the iron cage confining Luffy shattered into fragments in an instant. This is astonishing. Zoro had always presumed that he was the sole swordsman among the crew, yet he discovered that Zero was also a swordsman, possessing a swordsmanship that surpassed even his own expectations. Breath, Zero proclaimed. Once you master the breath of all things, you too can achieve feats like mine, cleaving through steel. The words of Zero drifted into Zoro's ears, evoking memories of his childhood when his master elucidated the process of breathing, as a tiny seed began to sprout within his heart. At that moment, Luffy, having finally escaped from his confinement, stretched widely and expressed his gratitude to Zero with a nod. Although he was puzzled by Zero's remarkable swordsmanship, he recognized that it was not the time for inquiries, especially since they found themselves in the lair of the notorious pirate Buggy. Hey, Buggy, now that I'm out of the cage, let us have a duel, Luffy shouted, rousing Buggy and his crew from their astonishment. In the next instant, his rubbery arm extended, reaching out to seize Buggy, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Boom. Another explosion reverberated. At that juncture, a unicycling swordsman emerged from the ranks of pirates, directly confronting Zoro, while Zero had already engaged in a standoff with a pirate mounted on a lion. Chapter 6, Each reaps rewards. Is there no task prompt? Zero glanced at the beast and the man opposite him, and could not help but reflect on the arduous journey of his own ascension. Youngster, your fortune is truly unfortunate. He chuckled heartily, encountering me. Even if you were to miraculously escape with your life from the barrage of bullets, your incessant prattling is quite tiresome. With a sudden surge of overwhelming presence, the Conqueror's Haki erupted, enveloping the beast tamer Machi in an instant. As Machi's eyes rolled back, he fainted on the spot. The formidable beast beneath him, witnessing its master's swift defeat, was paralyzed with fear. When Zero cast a glance in its direction, the creature swiftly rose on its hind legs, clutching its master and fleeing with remarkable agility, leaving Zero with a bemused expression. Character, Zero title, unrivaled champion level, LV. 3, 0400, strength, 40 stamina, 40 agility, 40 skills. Conqueror's Haki LV3, max level. Armament Haki LV2. Observation Haki LV2. Martial Arts LV4. Swordsmanship LV4. These are Zero's current attributes, which have multiplied several times since his arrival. His skills have seen substantial enhancement in power, allowing him to incapacitate the beast tamer Machi despite only possessing LV3 attributes. Had Zero been at the same level upon his arrival, such a feat would have been impossible. The ease of Machi's defeat can also be attributed to the fact that the tamer's combat prowess primarily relied on the ferocity of his beasts. His own fighting ability was not particularly formidable, barely surpassing that of an ordinary pirate lackey. Meanwhile, on another front, Luffy's battle against the clown Buggy had reached a stalemate. Fortunately, Zero had previously prepared Luffy with insights into Buggy's fruit abilities, allowing Luffy to maintain his footing without succumbing to despair, even beginning to gain the upper hand. In contrast, Zoro's engagement with the unicyclist swordsman Kabaji was far more straightforward. Rather than a struggle, it resembled Zoro assimilating the sword techniques demonstrated by Zero earlier. Regardless of Kabaji's relentless attempts, he could not inflict any harm upon Zoro. Reflecting on past encounters, Zero recalled that Zoro had been injured due to a sneak attack from Buggy, and although he ultimately triumphed over Kabaji, it had been a grueling battle. Yet, in this current confrontation, Zoro maintained a commanding lead, consistently pressuring Kabaji. The gaze of Zero shifted once more, fixating on a striking figure ahead with vibrant orange hair. Die. You traitor. Brothers, be gentle. Such a young beauty deserves to be savored before her demise, otherwise, it would be a shame. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, well said. I too wish to indulge. As Nami observed the fierce expressions of the pirates surrounding her from all directions, her countenance grew grave, and she tightened her grip on the staff in her hands, preparing to fight to the death. Given another chance, Nami would undoubtedly take action again, for she was not inherently malevolent like those pirates. Moreover, having witnessed Zero willingly shielding Luffy from Buggy's attack, she felt a stirring within her heart, leaving her without regret for her choice. Clang. After dodging and parrying several swords simultaneously, Nami's arm trembled slightly, yet with a swift flick of her staff, she repelled a few pirates. At the same time, the exertion caused her breathing to quicken, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, capturing the attention of the surrounding pirates. Brothers, she's nearing her limit. Finish her off. Oh, whoa, ha 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 ha. Having evaded several more strikes, Nami stumbled and fell to the ground, cornered by the pirates. Just as she believed her end was imminent, she watched in astonishment as the once menacing pirates suddenly rolled their eyes back and collapsed one after another. Huh? Nami was taken aback, unsure of the bizarre scene unfolding before her, until she felt a powerful arm lift her up, prompting her to react. Zero, are you all right? Gazing at the face she had previously found somewhat annoying, Nami felt a sudden sense of calm wash over her. However, the next moment, she noticed Zero staring intently at her chest. Zero, what are you looking at? Apologies, Zero, it's just that. Although slightly embarrassed and irritated, Nami ultimately did not hold it against Zero. Perhaps it was because he had just saved her, or due to his earlier selflessness in rescuing Luffy. Her aversion towards him had diminished, allowing her to overlook his unintentional indiscretion. Curiously, Nami then inquired of Zero, by the way, Zero, aren't you supposed to assist Luffy? Zero remarked, while Buggy is indeed formidable, I firmly believe that Luffy can defeat him. Otherwise, how could he possibly qualify as our captain? There was, however, an unspoken reason behind Zero's conviction. If Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King, he must inevitably endure numerous battles, growing stronger with each encounter. Otherwise, all their adventures would amount to mere idle talk. Thus, from Zero's perspective, he refrains from overly intervening in Luffy's battles, unless a moment arises when his intervention becomes imperative then. Without a doubt, Zero would take action. By this point, the conflict between Luffy and Buggy was nearing its conclusion. Lacking Nami's assistance, Luffy ingeniously utilized his rubber abilities to transform his fingers into a gigantic fishing net, ensnaring Buggy's dismembered parts and forcefully casting them away. Ultimately, he executed a rubber rocket attack, launching the remainder of Buggy's body into the air. Meanwhile, Zoro's battle with Kabaji had also reached its end. Observing the triumphant smile on Zoro's face upon his return, it was evident that this confrontation had yielded significant rewards for him as well. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious against the Buggy Pirates. After the skirmish, Luffy extended an invitation to Nami. Initially, she declined the proposition of becoming a pirate's ally. But for reasons unknown, she cast a fleeting glance at Zero, leading her to eventually join the Straw Hat crew under the pretense of collaboration. Whether Luffy truly absorbed this notion of partnership remains debatable. Moments later, they noticed the townsfolk approaching with weapons in hand, intent on attacking them, mistaking them for Buggy's crew. In light of this misunderstanding, the group hastily retreated. Upon reaching their ship, Nami intended to assess the treasures acquired from Buggy's base, only to discover that Luffy had left the loot behind for the townspeople. Enraged, she unleashed her fury on Luffy, whose pitiful state elicited hearty laughter from both Zoro and Zero. How could you possibly do such a thing? You go fetch it. Stop. I can't swim. I'll drown. Then perhaps you should experience death for once. Haha. Chapter 7. Annihilation. After vanquishing the Buggy pirates, Luffy and his companions continued their voyage. Upon arriving at a new island, while they deliberated their next course of action, a young man with a long nose and a netted cap appeared on the shore. He addressed Luffy and his companions, declaring, "My 8 million subordinates will not spare you." Recognizing the individual, Zero wasted no time in exposing his deceit. Falsehood. There is only him. No. There are 3 children as well, aren't there? Upon hearing one of the pirates accurately count his companions, the long-nosed youth panicked and drew a slingshot, aiming it at the pirates. Luffy's demeanor shifted, emanating a palpable sense of menace, while Zoro and the others regarded him with predatory gazes. With a weapon drawn, one must wager their life. The young man collapsed in terror. In the next instant, upon hearing mention of the Shanks pirates from Luffy's lips, he realized that Luffy was acquainted with his father, Jesus Burgess, and promptly invited Luffy and his companions to his village. Just as they were about to depart, Zero suddenly halted the trio. Luffy, Nami, Zoro. What is it, Zero? I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to on this island. You all go ahead. Oh, I see. You go on. I'll accompany you. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Nami quickly waved her hands. I merely fear that Zero might get lost alone. After all, as your navigator, it's my responsibility to ensure that none of you stray. Given Nami's insistence, Luffy and the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the group split into 2. Nami and Zero formed one team, while Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp comprised the other. They agreed upon a meeting time and location before parting ways. Side quest: unravel Crocodile's scheme before the Black Cat pirates launch their full assault. Completing this task will yield 400 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. As Zero contemplated the task that had just emerged in his mind, pondering the means to accomplish it, he found himself rather intrigued by the skill lottery ticket. Zero, what are you about to do? Of course, I am to confront the monsters. Monsters? Are you referring to the Sea Kings? Upon witnessing Nami's alarmed expression, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. If she knew that she would soon encounter beings far more terrifying than the Sea Kings, would she still consent to sail alongside Luffy? The Sea Kings are just a trick. Ha! Zero, Nami exclaimed in annoyance as she lunged towards him. Instinctively, Zero attempted to evade her, but upon gazing at her enchanting visage, he could not resist pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, a palpable tension enveloped the two. As Nami felt Zero's sturdy chest and the increasing warmth of his breath beside her ear, her cheeks flushed with a vivid hue. Despite her years of traversing various pirate crews and employing myriad tactics to pilfer their treasures, this was the first time she experienced such an unusual sensation with a male. The feeling was mutual for Zero. The fragrant aroma emanating from Nami's hair and the softness of her skin left him momentarily dazed, even rendering his fully leveled evasion skill peculiarly unresponsive. Are you all right? I'm fine. The sudden interruption by Zero shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Although Nami felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, she feigned composure and returned to her previous stance. As the two continued their journey, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. In an attempt to dispel this discomfort, Zero glanced around and slowly remarked, Nami, have you heard of the Black Cat pirates? The Black Cat pirates? Nami's interest was evidently piqued. What is that? Is it related to what you are about to undertake? Indeed. At midnight, Zero nodded and continued. That was a once-renowned pirate crew in the East Sea, led by a captain named Klo, who was also an exceptionally skilled pirate. Oh, and then what? I just saw their ship. Hearing this news, Nami was once again astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Although she was unsure of the reasons for their presence here, she felt compelled to investigate and ascertain the cause of their lingering stay. Zero spoke with a sense of seriousness. In truth, he had not actually seen the ship of the Black Cat pirates. Rather, he had acquired information about them through the prophetic insights of the storyline. Naturally, He was already aware of the reason behind the Black Cat Pirate's presence in this location, but he feared that few would believe him if he stated it outright. Thus, he decided to feign curiosity under the pretense of wanting to learn more, seeking an opportunity to fulfill his side quest. As for Nami, she harbored no doubts regarding Zero's claim of having seen the Black Cat Pirate's vessel. After all, the man's abilities were beyond her comprehension, although she felt a tinge of fear. Her trust in Zero's strength compelled her to accompany him. The notion he mentioned about potential treasures aboard the pirate ship was not her primary motivation for following him. Before long, aided by Zero's maximized observation Haki, and given the relatively small size of the island, the duo swiftly arrived at their destination, a weathered and imposing pirate ship. It lay alone at the shore, with countless pirates either lounging or resting aboard. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was no less formidable than Buggy's pirate crew. Upon reaching this site, Nami's assessment of Zero's abilities escalated to a new height. It was simply unimaginable that he could perceive the existence of a pirate ship from such a distance. Zero. Are we really going to? Nami had yet to finish her sentence when she turned to see Zero already striding towards the pirate ship. Instinctively, she took a step forward, only to hear Zero call back without turning his head, "Nami, just wait here for me. Give me 10 minutes. Are you planning to?" Zero fell silent, leaving Nami with a formidable and dependable silhouette. Upon boarding the ship of the Black Cat Pirates, the battle concluded far swifter than he had anticipated. The willpower of those pirates was exceedingly feeble. With a mere display of Conqueror's Haki, Zero incapacitated them all. Shortly thereafter, two pirates, one stout and the other slender, both adorned in feline attire, charged at him. Although they managed to resist the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki through sheer will, they aimed to vanquish Zero with their swift speed. Yet, before Zero, who possessed observation Haki, they proved insufficient. After just a few exchanges, he brought them down with ease. After all, for the East Blue, where Haki was still sparsely utilized, Zero's 3 types of Haki were nothing short of extraordinary. Standing amidst a throng of sprawled pirates, Zero suddenly pondered, where had that hypnotist vanished to? What is the meaning of this? Abandoning me here to fight alone? No, I must join in. Just as Nami resolved to support Zero, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, filling her with uncontainable joy. "Zero," she called out exuberantly. In the next moment, she noticed some peculiar shadows lurking behind him. What could they be? Chapter 8. Fierce Combat. In a luxurious mansion on the island, a tall man clad in a black suit and round spectacles addressed Usopp, saying, "You are nothing but a filthy pirate." Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Luffy adjusted his hat and cast a meaningful glance in his direction. "You and the young lady inhabit entirely different worlds. Is your aim merely wealth? How much do you desire?" Clavitel, incensed, retorted, "You are utterly outrageous. Apologize to Usopp at once." It was evident that she held Usopp in high regard. "Why should I apologize to such a barbaric man, young lady?" Clavitel adjusted his glasses and continued, "I am merely stating facts. You must harbor great disdain for him, for that scoundrel who abandoned his family, valuing treasure above the lives of his kin." "Clavitel, do not speak ill of my father," Usopp exclaimed, leaping from the tree with the rope in hand. As Clavitel continued his taunts, Usopp charged forward and struck Clavitel's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "You see? Resorting to violence immediately, like father, like son. Bravo. What a splendid performance, Captain Kuro." Suddenly, a noise from the distance caught Clavitel's attention, and he furrowed his brow as he followed the gaze of the crowd. To his astonishment, a young man dressed in casual attire, tall and youthful in appearance, emerged. "Zero," Luffy shouted. Zoro inquired, "Where did you run off to just now?" In response to their curiosity, Zero offered no explanation but nodded at his companions before questioning Clavitel. "Kuro, what brings you here?" "Zero, you must be mistaken. He is Kaya's butler." "Clavitel, not Kuro," Usopp interjected. Zero raised a hand to silence him and continued, "Clavitel, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, alias Kuro, bounty of 16 million. He single-handedly defeated a naval ship 3 years ago and has now taken on the role of a mere butler. Truly astonishing." "Kuro? A bounty of 16 million? That's even more than Buggy." The crowd marveled, and even Kaya regarded Clavitel with suspicion. Clavitel hastily defended himself. "Miss Kaya, do not heed his ramblings. I am not that Kuro. I am just an ordinary person." "Humph, is that so? Come forth." With a gentle clap, Zero summoned attention, and in the next moment, the onlookers beheld the emergence of a stunning woman with orange hair from behind a magnificent tree. Following her were 2 peculiar men, one stout and the other slender. clad in bizarre attire. However, the condition of these two men appeared rather dismal, as if they had endured a severe ordeal. Zero also noticed that when Kuro saw the two men, his expression suddenly darkened, and a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Kuro, did you not expect I had this trick up my sleeve? Haha. Zero, Nami, who are these two? In response to Zoro's inquiry, Zero let out a hearty laugh before elaborating. They are members of the Black Cat Pirates. Their ship is currently docked at the island shore. I took out all the pirates aboard, and these two should be their subordinates, am I right, gentlemen? The two men, initially bowing their heads in fear, suddenly cried out to Kuro, Captain Kuro, save us. Captain Kuro, he is a demon. Our brothers have been defeated. Please help us. Seeing Kuro remain silent with his head down, Kaya felt a flicker of understanding. Although she struggled to accept this reality, she could not help but ask, Kuro, is what they say true? Usopp, witnessing Kaya's distress, felt a pang of sorrow and pointed at Kuro, exclaiming, Kuro, no, Pirate Kuro. What is your true purpose lurking on this island? The familiar scene unfolded again, this time with Usopp questioning Kuro instead. As events escalated, Kuro ceased his silence. Rising with one hand pressed against the ground, dusting off his knees, and adjusting his glasses before addressing Zero from a distance. I do not know how you came by this information, but I am no longer curious. Therefore, you will meet your demise. No sooner had he spoken than his figure suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. When Luffy shouted at Zero, they realized Kuro had already positioned himself behind Zero. His 10 fingers poised with sharp blades, the 10 blades cat claws. Zero! Kuro exclaimed, but to his surprise, the man before him merely turned and leaped backward, evading his attack, which struck nothing but air. Kuro attempted to pursue, but a rapid, outstretched arm came hurtling towards him, forcing him to halt his assault and defend with his 10 blades cat claws. Kuro, how dare you lay a hand on my crewmate? I will defeat you, Zoro declared, having armed his 3 swords, launching a close-range attack alongside Luffy. Usopp, narrowly avoiding a stone hurled his way, appeared terrified yet managed to guide his 3 small companions to safety. While tending to them, he glanced up at Kaya, whose round eyes reflected a hint of worry. She must be in great pain right now. Damn Kuro. No, Pirate Kuro. Kuro, however, had no time to ponder Usopp's thoughts. The reality of his predicament intensified with each strike. The man who had wiped out his pirate crew was formidable, and the straw-hatted fellow possessed a rare devil fruit ability. The swordsman in the green bandana also exhibited considerable strength. How had he never heard of such a person? Clang. Struggling to withstand Zoro's relentless sword strikes, Kuro barely caught his breath before a long arm unexpectedly slammed into his abdomen. With a crash, Kuro was sent flying, skidding several meters before coming to a halt, coughing up a few drops of crimson liquid. Cough, cough. Kuro straightened himself, taking a deep breath to ease his chest. He realized that his current situation was perilous. He could not break through the duo's combined efforts, and Zero lingered nearby, watching for an opportunity to strike. If he did not devise a new strategy soon, he risked falling here. With this thought, Kuro bowed his head amidst the spectators' confusion, slowly closing his eyes, and softly uttered, Spoon. Chapter 9, Sword Technique Level 5, Spoon. As Kuro uttered the final word, his body began to sway. When he lifted his head again, his eyes had turned a ghastly white. Zoro leaped in response, akin to a ferocious lion, only to find himself grasping at thin air. Kuro had vanished. Zoro, to your right. Upon hearing Zero's warning, Zoro quickly positioned his sword to the right, and a sharp metallic clash echoed as Kuro's figure disappeared once more. What was that? Nami inquired, glancing at Zero, who replied, it can be considered a type of foot technique, using silent steps for indiscriminate attacks, comparable to the shave technique. However, there is a drawback. It becomes challenging to distinguish between friend and foe. Listening to Zero casually dissect Kuro's techniques, Nami felt curious about the shave but merely nodded in partial understanding. But they won't be in danger, right? Of course not. They just need to adjust. See how they are managing now? Nami observed Zoro and Luffy swiftly adapting to Kuro's rhythm, breaking his spoon technique multiple times and gradually gaining the upper hand in the battle. Damn! Kuro's veins bulged. The intensity of their assault was overwhelming. He could not find a breakthrough, and the anticipated chaos was, at this moment, utterly laughable, though he considered fleeing. Escaping using silent steps seemed increasingly unrealistic, especially with Zero watching closely. Suddenly, Kuro caught sight of a frail figure by the window. With a flicker of inspiration, he dashed out at incredible speed, reappearing directly beneath Kaya's window. If I take her as a hostage, you will comply. As he thought this, he moved again, appearing on a branch directly opposite Kaya's window, a mere meter away from her. His tin blade's cat claws glimmered ominously as he reached for Kaya, only to find her face resolute and unwavering. Did she not fear him? Just as a flicker of doubt crossed Kuro's mind, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Kuro, leave Kaya alone. Ultimate move, Powder Star. With a magnificent explosion of light erupting above Kuro, he instantly lost consciousness, slipping and crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates versus Luffy Straw Hat Pirates Usopp. Kuro suffered a complete defeat. You all take care. I hope we meet again. Usopp bid farewell to Kaya before addressing Luffy and the others on the ship. Why? What? Why are you so indifferent? From now on, we shall all be pirates, so we might encounter each other at sea. Zoro waved his hand, saying, What are you talking about? Hurry up and get on the ship. Luffy added, Aren't we already companions? Zoro exchanged glances with Nami, both smiling and nodding in agreement. Usopp paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the response. But this hesitation was fleeting. He soon raised his fist and excitedly proclaimed, Captain, let me take the role. What are you saying? The captain is undoubtedly me. Thus, Usopp became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the crew, in a significant upgrade, acquired the magnificent ship, the Going Merry, gifted by Kaya's family. It is noteworthy that once the villagers learned that Kaya's butler was a pirate, and upon hearing of Usopp's brave defense of Kaya against pirates, they forgave his previous mischief. Later, when they discovered Usopp was pursuing his dreams, they bestowed upon him their heartfelt blessings. Congratulations on completing the side quest, earning 400 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Aboard the ship, Zero, basking in the sun, glanced at the system's historical records and then checked his attribute panel. His current attributes are as follows. Character, 0, Title, Invincible, Level, LV, 4, 0800, Strength, 80, Stamina, 80, Agility, 80, Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV, 3, Perfect, Armament Haki LV, 2, Observation Haki LV, 2, Martial Arts LV, 4, Swordsmanship LV 4. Aside from the unchanged skill levels, his attributes have skyrocketed, increasing 8-fold since his initial arrival. And the potency of his skills has undoubtedly experienced a qualitative enhancement. It is this skill lottery ticket that without any hesitation, I ultimately chose to proceed. Ding. You are now utilizing a skill lottery ticket. 3, 2, 1, congratulations. You have received a skill level upgrade of 1, allowing you to unconditionally elevate an incomplete skill by 1 level. Is this truly all there is? Zero felt a twinge of disappointment rather than enhancing his skill level. He yearned to acquire new abilities. After all, his current level constrained the full expression of his skills, leaving him feeling woefully inadequate. However, having drawn the opportunity, he resolved to invest it in his swordsmanship. The skill level surged to LV5, surprisingly not yet at its peak. It appeared that the potential of this swordsmanship surpassed his expectations, as insights into various sword techniques flooded his mind. Zero realized he had begun to form a unique sword style. Eager to experiment, his attention was suddenly drawn to Luffy and Usopp, who were aiming at a distant rock. What were they up to? A resounding sound of a cannonball striking an object snapped Zero back to the moment, reminding him that 2 comical characters were about to make their entrance. Indeed, Luffy had just appointed Usopp as the ship's sniper when a man wearing black glasses leapt onto the scene, toppling a barrel of liquor in the process. Come out, pirates, he boasted, but his arrogance was short-lived as Luffy swiftly taught him a lesson. It was then that Zoro emerged from the cabin, revealing that this man was named Johnny, who had a companion named Joseph, a former friend of Zoro's. According to Johnny, Joseph had fallen ill unexpectedly, and they had intended to rest on the rock, but unfortunately, the cannonball from their ship had obliterated it. Luffy and Usopp felt a wave of shame wash over them. Thankfully, Nami seemed unfazed by the situation and promptly attended to Joseph's ailment. As the group conversed, they decided it was time to secure a cook for the ship, ultimately determining their next destination, the floating restaurant Baratai. Chapter 10, The Sudden Onslaught of Continuous Quests. Ahead lay the grand floating restaurant Baratai. Johnny enthusiastically introduced the enormous vessel, shaped like a fish, while Joseph, curious from the cabin, emerged and couldn't help but salivate at the sight of Baratai. In the next moment, he turned and was startled to see a naval ship suddenly appear alongside the Going Merry. What? How could there be a Navy ship here? At the sound of startled gasps, Zero, who had been leaning against the side of the ship, looked up just in time to see a commanding officer step onto the opposing vessel. That pirate flag is unfamiliar. I am Captain Iron Fist Horty, a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters. Who is the captain here? State your names. I am Luffy. I am Usopp. The pirate flag was just made yesterday. I drew the pirate flag. Horty raised an eyebrow, dismissing the antics of Luffy and Usopp as he turned his attention to Johnny and Joseph aboard Luffy's ship, launching into a brazen mockery. Although they were furious, Johnny and Joseph could only helplessly throw down their bounty notices. At that moment, Nami noticed the scattered bounties on the ground, stepped forward, picked one up, and stared at the image on the notice, lost in thought. Zero also noticed Nami's unusual demeanor at that moment. Just as he was about to approach her to offer some comfort, he caught sight of the naval vessel aiming its cannons directly at the Golden Mary beneath his feet. Humph! A cold snort escaped his lips, and in an instant, the muscles in his legs tensed. As he lifted his legs, a blade-like shockwave surged forth, slicing the naval cannon cleanly in two. This was the Erasure leg, one of the 6 techniques of the Navy. Although it remained a closely guarded secret within the Navy, his mastery of LV, for in physical combat allowed him to replicate it, though its power fell slightly short. Impressive, Zero! Exclaimed Luffy and Usopp, their eyes sparkling with awe. Zoro, who witnessed Zero's leg technique, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, seemingly unable to fully grasp the extent of Zero's abilities. Unexpectedly, the naval cannon adjusted its aim, and another intact cannon was poised to fire. Luffy, rolling up his sleeves, dashed forward, extending his hands in an attempt to intercept the incoming cannonball. However, in his overzealous effort, he inadvertently released one hand, causing the cannonball to veer off course and strike the Baratai restaurant out at sea. With a thunderous boom, a massive hole was blasted into the roof of the establishment. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp rowed a small boat to the restaurant, leaving Johnny and Joseph to guard the Going Merry. Meanwhile, Luffy was engaged in negotiations with the restaurant personnel, attempting to ascertain how long he would need to work on the ship to offset his debt. Upon entering, they encountered a man claiming to be Captain Haki of the Navy, who was being lifted high by a young man with yellow hair dressed in a black suit, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Shortly thereafter, a robust chef emerged from within, halting the furious young man, while Haki, who had narrowly escaped a dire situation, resumed his taunts. Had it not been for Luffy and the head chef intervening from above, he might have faced a severe reprimand. The situation escalated when a Navy officer reported to Haki that Captain Creek's subordinates had escaped, only to be shot from behind by a gunman. Though the assailant appeared frail, he stubbornly approached a seat, intending to coerce the restaurant's chef into preparing a meal for him. However, his weakness proved his undoing, as he was thoroughly dealt with by the robust chef and subsequently thrown out of the establishment. Zero, who had been observing quietly, followed suit and soon spotted the ailing man savoring a meal brought by the yellow-haired youth, while Luffy squatted by the railing, persistently persuading him to join their pirate crew. Upon seeing Zero emerge, Luffy waved and introduced him. Hey, Zero, let me present our new member, our cruise chef. I never agreed to join your crew. Why are you making decisions on my behalf? Sanji retorted, his spiral eyebrows twitching with agitation, causing Zero to involuntarily gaze at them before forcing himself to maintain composure. Hello. My name is Zero, and I welcome you to our pirate crew, he declared earnestly. I already told you, I haven't joined your crew. Sanji attempted to protest further, but upon glancing up, he noticed Zepp standing on the second floor observing them. The frail man, seeing this, expressed his gratitude once more before departing. As Zero watched the man, known as Akin, leave, an unexpected glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He knew that this man would soon return, not only bringing Captain Creek with him, but also attracting one of the most renowned figures of these waters, Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. 4 days later, amidst a thick fog aboard the Going Merry, Usopp urged Luffy to set sail. Luffy replied that he still needed to discuss matters with the owner. Suddenly, he sensed something, turning to gaze into the thick mist. Zero, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and rose to look out the window, a smile gradually forming on his lips. At last, you have arrived. Not long after, a massive ship emerged from the fog. As it approached, they discerned that the vessel was severely damaged, its midsection appearing as though it had been bitten off by a colossal beast, nearly severed in two. It was a mystery how such a ship could navigate to this point in such a state. Indeed, Zero was among the few who understood how the ship had been reduced to such a condition, and he found no cause for surprise. In truth, in the latter half of the Grand Line, powerful individuals emerged in abundance. Many possessed the capability to obliterate a ship, a feat that even Zero could accomplish under certain circumstances. As the ship came into view, a system notification echoed in Zero's mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Prevent Pirate Creek from releasing poison gas. Reward. For 100 experience points, 40,000 berries. Before he could fully absorb the task details, another notification resonated within. Ding. Challenge quest activated. Survive for 10 minutes in combat against Mihawk, the warlord of the sea. Reward. 1,000 experience points. 1 item lottery ticket. What a surprise. Ling was taken aback, never anticipating that this particular storyline would unlock not one, but 2 quests, and the rewards for the latter were indeed splendid, leaving him pleasantly surprised. However, he simultaneously recognized that such generous rewards often implied a lower success rate for completion, and perhaps even the possibility of failure. Truly, he was living up to the reputation of the world's strongest swordsman. Thus, Zero contemplated. Chapter 11, Confronting the Hawkeye Mihawk. Creek. Zero watched as the pirate Kurisumi, clad in golden armor yet stumbling as he walked, entered the floating restaurant. A wave of melancholy washed over him. This pirate crew was indeed unfortunate. Upon entering the Grand Line, they encountered the world's most formidable swordsmen. Their fleet, once boasting 50 ships and a formidable force of 5,000, had been drastically reduced to a solitary flagship, accompanied by a mere handful of crew members, even descending to the point of begging for sustenance. Zero was unaware of the precise reasons behind Hawkeye's decisive action against the fleet, yet he could surmise that perhaps the fleet had fortuitously crossed paths with a deadly adversary. Those who wield the power to alter the course of the world are inherently unpredictable, and for them, dismantling a fleet of 50 ships could be but a matter of a few swift strikes. As his thoughts wandered, he activated his observation Haki. Keenly attuned to the happenings within the restaurant, suddenly he noticed Nami standing at the bow, staring blankly at a pale yellow piece of paper. Her expression tinged with a hint of despondency. As a harbinger of the unfolding narrative, Zero understood the reason behind Nami's state, and his heart ached at the sight of her sorrow. Although she adeptly concealed her emotions, the persistent source of her pain prevented her from truly opening her heart to others. Cursed dragon! In that moment, Zero began to grasp the reason behind Luffy's overwhelming rage in the original storyline. Alas! Zeroth let out a sigh as he descended from the second floor of the ship, making his way to Nami's side, quietly keeping her company. It seemed Nami sensed his presence. Without turning her head, she paused in silence before speaking. Zeroth, I must leave. Is it absolutely necessary? Indeed, there are certain matters I must attend to. What if I were to prevent you from departing? Even so, I wish to attempt it. I cannot forego any semblance of possibility. Once more, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a moment, Zeroth slowly replied, I will not hinder your departure. But please remember, we are your companions. No matter where you go, we shall seek you out. We will undoubtedly bring you back. Upon hearing his words, tears suddenly welled up in Nami's eyes, yet in the next instant, she resolutely inhaled deeply and declared, Very well, I understand. Thank you, Zeroth. Zero wished to express something further when a pair of arms, as delicate as jade, encircled his waist. Nami, he murmured, calling her name, and upon hearing this, Nami tightened her embrace. The two of them became enveloped in this atmosphere, choosing to remain silent. Yet, Nami ultimately departed. Zero made no efforts to retain her. In truth, he had already discerned Nami's resolute thoughts from her response. Any attempt at persuasion would prove futile. Frankly, it would be far more prudent to swiftly resolve matters here and hasten to Kokoyashi village, as that would be the most judicious course of action. Brother Zero, why did Sister Nami leave so suddenly? Indeed, where could she possibly go, abandoning us? Johnny and Joseph gazed tearfully in the direction of the departing Going Merry, feeling perplexed by Nami's departure. Do not worry. Once we have settled things here, we shall go and bring her back. Zero gazed at the vessel shrinking into the horizon, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve. Sensing something, his gaze sharpened, and a formidable aura erupted from him, stunning Johnny and Joseph, who were still at sea. They plunged beneath the waves, struggling to resurface after being submerged. Both men stared at Zero in terror, astonished that this seemingly calm individual could exude such fearsome power. It felt akin to the presence of Dracula Mihawk. At that very moment, a piercing sound erupted from the sea, and a colossal ship, larger than the combined size of the Baratai and the Going Merry, disintegrated instantaneously. The people aboard struggled to escape but were doomed to the water's fate. The ship is splitting apart. What is happening? Help us, Captain Kuro. The frantic cries resounded across the ocean. That scoundrel has pursued us. Captain Kuro's eyes bulged with horror as he witnessed the devastation of his pirate crew, fixating on a dark figure that had suddenly emerged from the sea, reminiscent of the terror when his fleet was obliterated. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions learned from Johnny and Joseph that Nami had stolen the Going Merry and resolved to retrieve it using a small boat. Zoro, who intended to pursue alongside them, spotted Mihawk approaching and promptly disembarked onto the deck to challenge Mihawk to a duel. Observing from behind, Zero shook his head. While Zoro's swordsmanship was commendable in the East Blue, it paled in comparison to Mihawk's prowess. As expected, Mihawk effortlessly parried Zoro's relentless assault with a mere dagger, exuding an air of leisure and ease. Eventually, it seemed Mihawk, perhaps inspired by Zoro's determination, drew forth a massive black sword in acknowledgement of Zoro's spirit. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Without a doubt, Zoro was defeated. Despite unleashing his most formidable technique, his weapon shattered under Mihawk's single strike, save for the one true blade. The Wado Ikamanji. Turning to face Mihawk, Zoro declared, "What are you doing? The scars on my back are a swordsman's disgrace." Impressive, Mihawk praised, then struck the ground before Zoro, concluding their battle with Zoro falling heavily into the sea. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted, launching a rubber pistol at Mihawk, who merely sidestepped, causing Luffy to crash into the opposing deck, struggling briefly before emerging. Fortunately, Zoro had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from his injuries. After Mihawk introduced himself with a serious demeanor, Zoro awakened and earnestly vowed to never lose to anyone again until he became a great swordsman. "Do you have any objections, Pirate King?" Luffy replied with a hearty laugh. "None." As Mihawk prepared to depart, a figure suddenly appeared before him, capturing his attention. "Dracula Mihawk, my name is Zero. Let us engage in combat," he exclaimed with a chuckle. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, creating an oppressive atmosphere around them. Chapter 12. An astonishing battle. Could this be Conqueror's Haki? Mihawk, alongside Redleg Zeph, gazed in astonishment at Zero's commanding presence, utterly unprepared for encountering a person of such kingly potential in the barren East Blue. Luffy, having overheard Mihawk's words, tilted his head in curiosity. What is Conqueror's Haki? It is a power possessed only by kings, found in one among a million. How intriguing to encounter it here. Mihawk mused, seemingly addressing Luffy's question while fixing his gaze on Zero, once again wielding his black sword. "Young man, possessing Conqueror's Haki grants you the qualification to challenge me. Come, let me witness your strength. I am not merely capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. Do not underestimate me," Zero declared confidently. Mihawk, intrigued, observed as Zero grinned and effortlessly seized a longsword from the deck, raising it before him. Armament Haki, hardening. Boom. The sword was enveloped in a layer of glistening black substance. How interesting. Mihawk's fighting spirit ignited as he slashed downward with his black blade, unleashing a dark arc that resembled the fangs of a monstrous beast, instilling dread in all who beheld it. "Zero!" Luffy shouted, but Zero merely responded with an okay gesture. His gaze fixed intently on the black slash, his arm muscles tensing as he gripped the hilt. Boom. The crowd gasped in disbelief as Mihawk's terrifying slash was cleaved in two by Zero's stroke, sending twin arcs of blade light soaring into the distance, tearing apart the clouds above. What sort of slash was that? The onlookers were astounded, their eyes wide as they witnessed the extraordinary clash between the two titans, feeling their understanding of the world shatter before them. Mihawk's might was indisputable, yet the unassuming member of the Straw Hat Pirates had managed to withstand such a strike, emerging unscathed. In stark contrast, Zoro's previous swordplay seemed akin to mere child-ass play. The members of the Straw Hat crew were equally astonished, unable to fathom Zero's prowess exceeding their wildest imaginations. In truth, Zero's ability to withstand that strike occurred only because Mihawk had yet to unleash his full strength. Even so, Zero had exerted considerable effort to counter it, as evidenced by the slight tremor in his arm. In the next moment, Zero resolved to take the initiative. Saru. Familiar footsteps echoed as Zero vanished, reappearing at Mihawk's right side in the blink of an eye, his dark blade gleaming with an indomitable aura, poised to strike. Clang. A pitch-black long blade intercepted Zero's assault. With a disdainful grunt, Zero once again employed his scythe, this time launching a series of slashing attacks from multiple directions against Mihawk. The clash of their weapons resonated with thunderous echoes, the sparks flying between them obscuring the very nature of their techniques. How infuriating. Could it be that I am so vastly outmatched? Zoro gritted his teeth, observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. However, this sense of inequity did not linger long, for calmness soon returned, though the glimmer in his eyes intensified with fervor. Is this truly all the strength you possess, boy? Too simple. With a fierce shout, Hawkeye swung his black blade forward, forcefully driving Zero back. Yet, this was merely the prelude. His gaze hardened, and the black blade descended once more, unleashing 5 streaks of dark blade light that soared towards Zero in midair. Let us see how you handle this, boy. With a playful curl of her lips, Zero wielded her sword once more, unleashing 5 astonishing slashes. Boom, boom, boom. The strikes collided, sending forth waves of terrifying energy that rippled outward from the point of impact. The ensuing tempest so fierce that it rendered the onlookers unable to lift their heads. This is not good. We might be blown away. Ah, my chef's hat. How impressive. Zero. Nearby, Luffy gazed in awe at the spectacle of combat, even going so far as to extend an arm to secure himself to a fragment of a ship on the turbulent sea. Moments later, as the slashes dissipated in their clash, everyone turned their attention back to the center, intently watching the unfolding battle. Scattered upon the remnants of the deck, his chest heaved with each labored breath, clearly indicating that the recent strike had taken a considerable toll on him. Had it not been for the armament of Haki enveloping his longsword, it would likely have shattered into fragments in the next moment. Mihawk. Mihawk discerned that Zero seemed to be nearing the limits of his physical endurance. He anticipated words of surrender. Yet what he heard instead was, "The next move I am about to execute is the strongest technique I currently possess. If you can withstand it, then I shall concede defeat. Come forth, young one." Mihawk suddenly erupted into laughter. Although Zero had yet to fully unleash his capabilities, the prowess he displayed was sufficient to warrant Mihawk's respect, igniting a fervent desire for battle. It had been ages since he had experienced such a thrill, particularly since Shanks had lost an arm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mihawk observed Zero's aura surge once more, and soon witnessed flames spiraling around the sword in his grasp, forming a demonic figure composed of fire behind him. What is that? Why does his weapon emanate flames? Could he be a wielder of a devil fruit's powers? Gasps of astonishment reverberated once more. In that instant when the fiery demon took shape, Zero aimed his longsword once again at Mihawk and then, with a single stroke, unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged forth, incinerating the deck in its wake, even causing the seawater to evaporate into steam from the sudden rise in temperature. Faced with such a formidable assault, Mihawk merely raised his black blade high and swung it forward. Boom. The fire dragon vanished abruptly, leaving only charred remnants between the two as a testament to its existence. Mihawk, having extinguished the fire dragon, said nothing, sheathing his black blade behind him before leaping onto his small boat, leaving behind a solitary remark. "Young man, I acknowledge your strength. Strive to grow stronger, and when we meet again, we shall determine our fates." Upon hearing these words, Zero inhaled deeply, his longsword shattering completely the moment the Haki receded, yet he wore a satisfied expression. Finally, I have accomplished the task. Chapter 13. A new ascension. Congratulations on completing the challenge, earning 1,000 experience points and 1 item lottery ticket. The attributes of Zero have also been updated. Character: Zero. Title: Unmatched Warrior Level, LV 5200 1600. Strength: 160. Stamina: 160. Agility: 160. Skills: Conqueror's Haki LV3. Perfected: Armament Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Martial Arts LV4. Swordsmanship LV5. Although these figures appear extravagant, Zero is acutely aware that his physical capabilities are merely slightly superior to those of Luffy. In this world, the average individual possesses extraordinary qualities, with even ordinary pirates exhibiting physical prowess that far exceeds that of typical humans. Thus, when compared to others, his stats do not seem as outrageous. Moreover, he is currently in a phase of rapid advancement. Even initial side quests yield significant experience, and as he progresses, leveling up will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. However, once he breaks through, the exponential increase in all attributes will be exceedingly gratifying. Nevertheless, the truth remains that engaging in combat with Mihawk proves to be quite challenging. Prior to his level up, Zero's physical attributes were inferior to those of Zoro, and his current performance is largely attributed to the various skills he has acquired. Of course, Mihawk's reluctance to exert his full strength is also a significant factor. Among all his skills, the most crucial is his LV5 swordsmanship. The impact of physical attributes is secondary. Were he to face Admiral Garp, Luffy's grandfather, it is likely that Zero would be defeated in a single exchange, for martial arts heavily rely on physical prowess. Even with a skill level of 4, it would be exceedingly difficult to unleash his full potential. As Zero exhaled a breath, he took a step forward, only to find his body uncontrollably leaning forward. Fortunately, the keen-eyed Luffy extended his rubber arm to catch him, pulling him back to the sea restaurant and averting a rather embarrassing fall. "Zero, are you all right?" Luffy inquired with concern as he helped Zero find a place to sit. Upon receiving an assurance that Zero was fine, he stood up, his tone tinged with mild reproach. "Zero, you all seem to disregard your lives by challenging Hawkeye. As your captain, I can hardly protect you." Cough, cough, "I merely exhausted my Haki," Zero replied. With a slight cough, Zero turned to Luffy with earnestness, saying, "The reason we strive so hard is that our future adventures will be fraught with challenges. If we do not compel ourselves to grow stronger, how can we possibly qualify to be companions of the Pirate King?" Luffy paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, there is some truth in that. I must become stronger quickly." They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Not far away, Sanji overheard their conversation, quietly observing the scene, lost in his own thoughts. Subsequently, Luffy instructed Usopp to lead the others in search of Nami while he remained behind to assist Seth and the other chefs in driving away the Krieg pirates. As for Zero, Luffy initially intended for him to join, but Zero insisted that he only needed to rest adequately to regain his strength to help, thus he stayed behind. "Listen up, as soon as we seize that ship, we can set sail on the Grand Line once more and compete for the One Piece," Krieg declared, pointing at the sea restaurant Baratai, rallying his subordinates. Noticing their fearful expressions as they glanced towards the restaurant's entrance, he fired a shot that struck one of his men. Bang! As the man fell into the sea, the pirates were paralyzed by fear. "You are members of the Krieg pirates. That opponent is merely a brash youth. Even if he has fought the great swordsman, he surely lacks strength now. If you are still afraid, I will eliminate you all right here," Krieg growled menacingly. Unbeknownst to him, when Mihawk first defeated Zoro, he had intended to confront the swordsman, but following Mihawk's battle with Zero, he realized that the man wielding the long sword was beyond his capability to challenge, and even against Zero, he felt his chances were slim. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Now, he finally mustered the courage to rally his crew to conquer the Baratai. At the restaurant, to prevent substantial damage to the Baratai structure, Sanji activated the ship's fish fins. In no time, two massive wooden platforms emerged on either side of the restaurant, providing a stronghold for the crew to fend off the Krieg pirates. Soon after, two chefs piloted fish-shaped attack boats, sweeping away numerous enemy pirates floating on the sea. However, when their sights were set on Krieg, he effortlessly lifted one of the boats and hurled it back with terrifying strength. Even Zero, who had faced the world's strongest swordsman, felt a shiver of fear at the sight. Krieg's monstrous strength surely surpassed 200 points, a rarity in the entire East Blue. Thankfully, Sanji's kick sent the attack boat crashing down, and the two chefs sustained only minor injuries. Meanwhile, the members of the Krieg pirates began to board the Baratai's fish fins, officially igniting the battle on the ship. Strangely, despite their fierce engagement with the Baratai's chefs, they conspicuously avoided Zero's position, perhaps wary of his potential wrath. If Zero were aware of their thoughts, he would likely shake his head, deeming them overly self-important. He wished to incapacitate them all with his Conqueror's Haki, yet the recent battle had already drained much of his energy. Should he render them unconscious, he might provoke Kurisumi into a surprise attack, which would be quite detrimental for him. After all, not everyone is bestowed with the privileges of the Chosen One. He certainly does not possess 9 lives. "I am the indomitable shield man, Mr. Bara." At that moment, a man adorned with multiple heavy shields ascended the fin, boldly declaring war upon the crowd, only to be struck by a descending Luffy, causing him to bleed from the nose. The shield man, incensed, began to emit white flames from his body, igniting a significant portion of the fin's deck in no time. Sanji leapt forward, entering the flames to confront him, while Kurisumi hurled a massive iron ball that Luffy deflected, shattering the ship's mast. By a stroke of misfortune, the broken mast fell squarely upon the shield man's head, knocking him unconscious. The rapid shifts in battle left Sanji momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, Akin had stealthily approached from behind, taking Zep hostage and threatening Sanji not to retaliate. As the shield man regained consciousness, he seized the opportunity to ambush Sanji, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Luffy, unable to tolerate this, unleashed a rubber battle axe, shattering the fin beneath him. Zero, unaffected by the chaos, overheard Luffy explaining his motives to Sanji and couldn't help but chuckle, "As expected of you, Luffy. Always taking the unconventional route." Chapter 14. The pressure on Kurisumi. Sanji engaged in combat with Akin. As for the indomitable shield man, he was rendered helpless when Akin, unable to restrain himself, shattered the shield with his weapon, causing the shield man to collapse in a state of disarray. Kurisumi, witnessing the scene, was filled with frustration and helplessness. After a fierce exchange, Sanji ultimately fell short against the formidable Akin. After all, Sanji had already sustained significant injuries from his earlier encounter with the shield man, and Akin, as the captain of Kurisumi's pirate crew, was the strongest fighter aside from Kurisumi himself, making it entirely reasonable for the severely wounded Sanji to be unable to defeat him. To everyone's astonishment, just as Akin was about to deliver the fatal blow to Sanji, he showed mercy, even going so far as to counsel Kurisumi to abandon the ship, which ultimately ignited Kurisumi's fury, prompting him to deploy toxic gas. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air. Kurisumi's words were abruptly silenced by a brilliant blue light that surged across the sea, cleaving the deck in half. "If you dare launch those gas bombs, I will end you right here." Zero's chilling proclamation made Kurisumi feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendering him momentarily immobile. The next moment, however, his expression twisted into madness, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "You dare threaten me? Watch as I eliminate you all." Luffy, upon hearing Zero's call, a now alert Luffy extended his arm. Rubber pistol. The sudden elongation of his arm smashed Kurisumi's gas-launching gun, much to the delight of the sea restaurant's patrons, and brought a sigh of relief to Zero, who had been struggling to rise. Their captain, though sometimes reckless, proved dependable when it mattered most, at the very least. He had accomplished his side quest. As Zero contemplated, the scene before him revealed Luffy engaged in a fierce battle with Kurisumi. Kurisumi's armor resembled a veritable arsenal, continuously producing an array of formidable weapons to counter Luffy's relentless assaults. From explosive firearms to cloaks adorned with sharp iron spikes, in a matter of moments, Luffy was etched with numerous wounds. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, his fearless spirit resonating with those present, instilling a growing trepidation within Kurisumi as the conflict escalated. Ultimately, under the barrage of Luffy's relentless punches, Kurisumi's superalloy armor shattered under the force, just when onlookers presumed the battle had reached its conclusion. The treacherous Kurisumi produced a large iron net from seemingly nowhere, ensnaring Luffy midair, intent on dragging him beneath the waves to drown. "Luffy!" Zero shouted, unable to contain his concern, despite knowing Luffy would ultimately emerge unscathed. Kurisumi's plan was rather evident. After all, for a user of a devil fruit, entering the ocean rendered one powerless, merely awaiting demise. Yet, what he did not anticipate was Luffy's refusal to surrender. Instead, he extended his limbs through the iron net, contorting his body into a twisted shape while tightly gripping his face with his legs. Rubber great hammer. Kurisumi faced defeat as Luffy hurled him violently onto the deck, rendering him completely unconscious. As for Luffy, though ensnared by the iron net and plunged into the sea, he was swiftly rescued by Sanji, who dove in without hesitation. Initially fearing Luffy might not survive, Sanji was astonished to find Luffy had fallen asleep, snoring peacefully, prompting him to collapse onto the ground in relief. Thus, the tumult instigated by the Kurisumi pirates came to a close, marking a resounding victory for Luffy and his crew. The floating restaurant at sea. Sitting idly by the window, he gazed out at the vast sea, lost in contemplation. It was not until Zepp approached from behind that he snapped back to reality and nodded in acknowledgement. Zepp inquired, "Have you rested well?" At the stroke of midnight. Zero nodded. Little did he know, Japu followed up with a remark. "You hail from the Grand Line, do you not? What you displayed during your battle with Hawkeye, was that not the Conqueror's Haki? It is said that such power is a rare gift possessed only by a select few formidable individuals along the Grand Line." Zero does not deny it. Indeed, it is quite imposing. However, regrettably, I have never ventured into the Grand Line, of that I can assure you. Otherwise, I would not have boarded Luffy's ship. Zero wished to add something, but Zeph burst into laughter. "Ha, it matters not. This is the era of you young ones. We old-timers should long ago have ceded the stage to you. Ha. With you and your pirate crew, I firmly believe you will reach the Grand Line. If possible, take Sanji along. His dream lies there as well." Observing Zeph's earnest expression, Zero nodded. "I shall do my utmost. This is also what our captain desires. Though it seems you needn't worry about that. I will take care of it," Zeph declared, patting his chest. Zero chuckled softly and turned his gaze back to the window. Before long, Luffy awoke from his slumber and once again invited Sanji to join the crew, only to be met with another refusal. It was here that Luffy learned of Sanji's dream to reach All Blue, but the time was not yet ripe. Standing by the door, Zero overheard their conversation. Luffy wished to persuade Zero to further advocate for Sanji, but Zero merely shook his head in silence, leaving Luffy with no choice but to relent. Soon after, the three descended to the second floor, where they were greeted by the critical remarks of other chefs regarding Sanji's dishes, even Zeph joining in the protest by throwing plates, as if Sanji's culinary creations were the most unpalatable in the world. Infuriated, Sanji stormed off, hiding behind a door, inadvertently overhearing Zeph and the others plotting to encourage him to join the Straw Hat Pirates, leaving him momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Joseph leaped onto the ship, pursued by a shark, urging Luffy and the others to hasten to the island where Nami awaited. This prompted Sanji to resolve to embark on this voyage with Luffy and the rest. Sanji, don't catch a cold. Originally, Sanji was prepared to step onto the small boat without a backward glance, but upon hearing Zeph's words, he abruptly turned, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, "Father Zeph, I am eternally grateful for your care over the years. Your immense kindness, I shall never forget." On the small boat, Luffy, Zero, and Joseph looked on at this touching scene, unable to suppress their laughter. "All right, we set sail." With Luffy's call, everyone echoed in agreement, and the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed a new member who would embark alongside Luffy in pursuit of his dreams upon the vast ocean. Chapter 15. An explanation of Haki aboard the ship. Joseph, observing the relaxed demeanor of the crew, remarked incredulously, "Hey, you must have heard of the Dragon of the Seas, right?" Luffy and Sanji genuinely had not, while Zero, aware of it, decided it was time to enlighten them, allowing Joseph to continue his discourse. "Let me enlighten you. There are 7 formidable pirates acknowledged by the government, known as the Shichibukai. Arlong is a fisherman who once served under one of the Shichibukai, Jinbei, and Mihawk is also among their ranks." "What? There are 7 like Mihawk? How impressive." Haha. Joseph noted that Luffy's focus had strayed yet again and was about to elaborate when Zero interjected. "The Shichibukai are not the strongest. I have heard that beyond the Grand Line, there exist even mightier pirates, referred to as the 4 Emperors, who are undoubtedly stronger than the Shichibukai." Before anyone could digest this information, Zero continued, "The red-haired Shanks, who gifted Luffy his hat, is now one of the 4 Emperors. If Luffy aims to become the Pirate King, then in the future, they may very well become his adversaries." Luffy pondered for a moment before responding with the reply Zero anticipated. "No problem. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Any enemy that stands in my way, I will defeat." Haha. As Zero broke into a hearty laugh, Sanji casually lit a cigarette and inquired, "However, Zero, your strength appears quite formidable. You are able to engage in a back and forth with that warlord of the sea, indeed not a mere nameless pirate." Luffy chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes, Zero, you are truly impressive. I even feel as though I might not stand a chance against you." Zero waved his hand dismissively. "Mihawk's strength is far from simple. I sense he hasn't even unleashed 1/10 of his power. I am still woefully inadequate." "Well, it doesn't matter. As long as you are my companion, that is sufficient. Haki, if you wish to grow stronger, I can teach you how to wield Haki." "Haki? What is that?" In response to Luffy and Sanji's inquiries, Zero elaborated, "If one wishes to traverse the seas with prowess, Haki is an indispensable ability. Haki is divided into 3 forms: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift possessed by only 1 in a million, while Armament Haki can effectively counter the abilities of Devil Fruit users, capable of inflicting damage even to those of the Logia type. Observation Haki, when cultivated to its highest form, allows one to hear the voices of all beings. Indeed, the formidable Pirate King Gold Roger possessed this ability. How remarkable. I had no idea such extraordinary powers existed." Observing Luffy's bewildered expression, Zero decided to stand up, approach Luffy, and then envelop his fist with Armament Haki, striking Luffy on the head. Thud. A large bump instantly appeared on Luffy's head. "There, just like that." "Ouch, Zero." Luffy complained, clutching the bump. He had only ever felt such pain from his grandfather. Garp. Zoro completely disregarded Luffy. "Well, when I have some free time, I will teach you all. Right now, I am feeling a bit hungry." Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy suddenly felt no pain in his head, drooling as he called out to Sanji, "Indeed, speaking of which, I am also hungry. Sanji, I want to eat. I want to eat too." Observing the 3 famished individuals, Sanji decided to extinguish his cigarette, chuckling as he responded to them while rolling up his sleeves and heading into the kitchen. All right. I will prepare something delicious for you." After a while, Sanji brought the delectable dishes to the table, inviting everyone to join in the meal, and they began to devour the food ravenously. Suddenly, The action of Zero eating paused momentarily, prompting Sanji to inquire, Zero, what troubles you? Is the food unpalatable? There's something beneath the ship. What is it? Luffy asked, while simultaneously shoving a piece of meat into his mouth, his words becoming somewhat incoherent. Is this the observation Haki? Sanji pondered as he observed Zero. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the ship suddenly began to rock violently, accompanied by the resounding crash of colossal waves. As a gigantic sea creature with horns emerged before them. Ah, what a massive sea creature. This is not something that belongs to the East Blue, is it? It must have come from the Grand Line. Joseph exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the next instant, Luffy, responding to his exclamation, delivered a powerful punch that sent the sea creature sprawling. Sanji then rushed forward, attempting to feed it, but upon witnessing the creature's gaping maw, seemingly poised to devour him, he unleashed a formidable kick. Joseph, Zero contemplated for a moment, realizing that such a magnificent sea creature should not be wasted. He leapt onto the creature's head and calmly addressed it. Could you take us to find the Dragon of Desolation? Moo? Sanji finally grasped the situation. Indeed. The Dragon of Desolation was the most notorious pirate in these waters, and this sea beast had evidently originated from the Grand Line. It must be connected to the dragon, perhaps even raised by him. Understanding this, they could not let it slip away. Luffy nodded in realization. His fists clenched tightly as he flashed a benevolent smile at the bewildered sea creature. Moo? With the aid of the sea beast, they soon arrived at the island where the Dragon of Desolation resided. However, Luffy, Sanji, and Joseph screamed as their small vessel propelled them directly onto the island, leaving Zero with no choice but to allow the sea creature to set him down before following suit. Upon finding his companions, Zero was greeted by a rather striking scene. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro had reunited, flanked by Johnny and Joseph. Across from them stood Nami, her expression one of indifference as she urged them to leave at once. Ah, truly, even in such dire circumstances, you still consider our well-being. Zero shook his head and took a step forward. Zero, you have arrived. Brother Zero. Nami was the first to catch sight of Zero, and in that fleeting moment of his appearance, her eyes momentarily lost focus, and that indifferent expression began to soften. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, her tone devoid of any emotion as she remarked, What brings you here as well, Zero? Zero undoubtedly sensed Nami's inner turmoil. He gazed intently at her. Of course. We are here to reclaim our navigator. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Upon Zero's earnest look, Luffy nodded seriously. Yes, Nami, come back with us. I refuse. You must go back, she retorted. Stop deceiving yourself, Nami. Chapter 16, Roar, Dragon of Fury. The sudden reprimand from Zero left everyone perplexed, save for Nami, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at him. Nami, do you truly believe you can confront the wicked dragon alone? Do not be so naive. That pirate is not one to honor his word. After all these years by the dragon's side, haven't you realized this? Nami staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground, her weapons falling from her grasp. Utterly bewildered that Zero was aware of such truths. Zero, how do you know? That is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in our understanding of your character. We know you would never harm Usopp. After all, we are your comrades, and you can undoubtedly trust us. To affirm Zero's assertion, Usopp suddenly emerged from behind the group, unharmed and unscathed. At that moment, the others began to believe in the veracity of Zero's words. Realizing that Nami had indeed been secretly safeguarding them, it was then that Nami recalled the joyful days they all spent aboard the ship, memories flashing through her mind, ultimately crystallizing on the resolute faces of those before her. Zero noticed Nami's expression and understood that her heart was wavering at this moment. He boldly added, It's no problem. Isn't it just an evil dragon? Our captain is destined to become the pirate king. A mere fishman can be easily sent flying. Indeed, Nami, trust in us. Big sister, we will protect you. Ultimately, it was Luffy's words that moved Nami. Nami, you can always believe in us. She could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down the corners of her eyes, crying like a helpless child. Luffy, Zero, everyone, please help me. In response, Luffy silently placed his straw hat atop her head, accompanied by the resolute promises of their companions. Of course, unbeknownst to them, the villagers of Cocoa Village had somehow learned of Luffy and his comrades' intention to confront the evil dragon. By the time they arrived at the dragon's paradise, a multitude of villagers had gathered there. However, this was merely a minor episode. Luffy led the group to bypass the villagers and, with two powerful punches, shattered the entrance to the paradise, making their way inside. Who are you? As the fishmen inside shouted, a casually dressed man stepped out from behind the leading red-jacketed youth, inexplicably raising his palm towards them. You lot, get lost. The moment his words fell, a terrifying energy erupted from his body, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the cadres and villagers, fishmen began to faint, rolling their eyes as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, only the evil dragon, a few cadres, and the Straw Hat Pirates remained in the dragon's paradise. What just happened? Our kin. The remaining cadres of the fishmen looked on in shock at the man before them, bewildered by how he had managed to defeat so many of their kind. This undoubtedly confirmed that fear arises in the face of the unknown, and fishmen were no exception. Conqueror's Haki? The evil dragon found it hard to believe. Having once been a part of the Sun Pirates, he was well aware that such power was possessed only by the strongest of the seas. Yet, to encounter someone with Conqueror's Haki in such a small place in the East Sea was truly astonishing. As he was about to question Zero's motives for all this, Luffy had already approached and sent him flying with a single punch, embedding him into the wall. Incredible, he actually sent the evil dragon flying. Truly worthy of being the reinforcements Nami found. Indeed, go for it, kid. Defeat the evil dragon. The crowd's exclamations were short-lived, for the dragon emerged from the wall, seemingly unscathed, prompting a wave of disappointed sighs. At that moment, a small octopus with 6 tentacles, known as Little 8, leaped forth and emitted a horn-like sound towards the sea. Instantly, massive waves surged, and a familiar sea beast appeared before them. It was the sea cow Moo, a creature only found in the Grand Line. Who would have thought this gigantic beast would merely glance at Luffy and the others before turning away and quietly leaving? Hey, you can't just leave like that. The evil dragon interjected. As if recalling some horrifying memory, Moo's eyes suddenly changed. It turned, opened its massive jaws to reveal sharp teeth, and lunged fiercely at Luffy and the others. Seeing this, Luffy planted his feet firmly on the ground, extended his arms to grasp the sea cow's horns, and executed a powerful rubber windmill technique, flinging it high into the air, landing on the water, its fate unknown. Unbelievable. Though Moo was defeated, Zero's expression turned helpless as he saw Luffy struggling to free his feet. He regretted not having intervened sooner. Just as he stepped forward to rescue Luffy, he witnessed Usopp volunteering to distract the fishman cadre. In that moment, the evil dragon appeared before Luffy, casting the floor beneath him, along with Luffy, into the sea. Luffy. Sanji attempted to dive in to save him, but was blocked by a fishman cadre named Kruby, who sent him crashing into the wall with a karate strike. Meanwhile, Zoro faced off against Little 8, his gaze darting between his opponent and the ocean. Damn it. I must save Luffy quickly. A devil fruit user will die if they fall into the sea. There's no time left. However, he suddenly felt his consciousness begin to fade. The wounds from his previous battle with Mihawk resurfacing, placing an immense burden on him, and his body began to sway precariously. All right, Zoro, rest well. Leave the rest to me. The sudden sound of silence seemed to envelop him in an immense sense of security. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and collapsed. Being caught by Zero. You. Upon seeing Zero assisting his adversary towards the villagers, Octopus Xiaoba initially intended to intervene, but for reasons unknown, he was inexplicably reminded of the image of his fallen fishman brethren and found himself inexplicably halted. It was not until Zero placed Zoro against the wall and approached him that Octopus Xiaoba snapped back to reality, slapping his own face in frustration. How infuriating. It is impossible for humans to defeat me. After all, I possess 6 arms. Zero remained silent, taking a deep breath before drawing a short blade, approximately half a meter in length, from the small of his back. The slender blade bore intricate dragon motifs, so vivid that one might expect them to leap from the blade itself at any moment. Roar, Surging Dragon. Chapter 17, Swordsmanship Blueberry. The short blade, named Surging Dragon, was a reward Zero had obtained from a lottery during a previous side quest, recognized as one of the Great Blades. Although he did not acquire the supreme Great Blade like the Black Blade, Zero was nonetheless quite satisfied. After all, his prowess did not solely rely on the quality of his weapon. Having a reliable armament was far superior to engaging in combat unarmed. Thanks to the experience points gained from earlier tasks, his attributes had transformed as follows. Character. 0 title. Unconquerable level. LV. 5600, 1600, Strength. 160 Stamina. 160 Agility. 160 Skills. Conqueror's Haki LV3, Perfect. Armament Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Martial Arts LV4. Swordsmanship LV5, his attributes had doubled once more, and his combat prowess had evidently ascended to a new level. Should he face Mihawk, the Hawkeye, again? He would be able to endure for a longer duration, although defeat would still be inevitable. Simultaneously, while battling the octopus, Little 8, Zero had received a new quest, promising a reward of 600 experience points and 60,000 berries upon victory. It was evident that at this stage, the rewards from side quests had diminished significantly. Unlike the early days when completing each one could lead to an immediate level up, only challenges akin to confronting Hawkeye Mihawk could truly excite him. The routine quests now offered little more than trivial gains. How can a single blade compete against my 6 blades? Behold the power of the 6-blade style. Little 8 taunted Zero, his 6 arms flailing rapidly, creating a dark blur of motion that could easily shred an ordinary individual to pieces. However, in the face of Little 8's overwhelming assault, Zero merely raised his blade to chest height, pointing the tip forward, and struck decisively. A resplendent blue blade of light erupted forth, radiating an aura of thunderous might, slicing directly towards Little 8, who was still lunging with his own weapon. Swish! The blade of light swept past, severing the wall behind Little 8, continuing unabated into the depths of the surrounding jungle. At that moment, Little 8 halted, his menacing expression shifting to one of confusion, before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, blood erupted violently from his wounds, staining the ground a deep crimson. Congratulations on completing the side quest by defeating the Fishman officer, Little 8. You have gained 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Accompanied by the notification echoing in his mind, Zero exhaled the name of his technique, gradually sheathing the short blade back at his waist, and couldn't help but remark, "Is this the Fishman that Tiger saved? A bit weak, isn't he? My compatriot. And you, boy, what are you even saying?" The dragon, seemingly hearing Zero's words, suddenly wore an expression of fury, as if a name mentioned had struck a nerve. He recalled the harrowing scene of Fisher Tiger's demise before his eyes. Were it not for humanity, perhaps his brother Tiger would still be alive. Humans had no right to utter his brother's name. It was you who had caused his death. Prepare to die. With that, he sprang up, launching himself at Zero the instant the blade was returned to its sheath, his teeth gleaming with deadly intent, ready to crush his target. At the same time, the Fishman karate practitioner, who had been observing from the sidelines, rushed to Zero's rear, preparing to strike. "Zero! Get out of the way. Boy, you mustn't die." The crowd erupted in alarm. Not far away, Nami gripped her staff tightly, her worry palpable. Without a doubt, should anything befall Zero, she would be the first to rush to his aid. Yet, unexpectedly, Zero showed no reaction to the impending assault from the dragon. Instead, he addressed him casually, "Dragon, I am not your opponent. There, your adversary approaches." As confusion flickered in the dragon's mind, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from above. Drawing nearer and nearer, he recognized it, the voice of the devil fruit user who had sunk beneath the waves. Rubber Rubber Bell. First meet. Luffy's elongated head collided forcefully with the dragon's back, abruptly halting his attack, while the karate fishman was struck in the face by Sanji's kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. But the onslaught did not cease there. The two unleashed a series of relentless attacks until they sent the dragon and the karate practitioner crashing through the wall, finally standing beside Zero. "Zero, time for a change. Apologies for the wait." Luffy greeted with a broad smile, while Sanji, initially serious, seemed unable to contain his irritation and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Thud. "Sanji, what was that for? It's your fault for being reckless. Who gets themselves into such a mess? Isn't this rather entertaining? Ha 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 ha." Luffy. Zero gazed at Sanji's drenched attire, acutely aware that it was Sanji who had plunged into the sea to rescue Luffy, while he had been preoccupied with restraining the dragon and his minions. Relieved, he entrusted the battlefield to the duo. Although Zero wished to conclude the battle swiftly, he recognized that future adventures would not be so straightforward. Enduring a few more skirmishes was essential for the growth of Luffy and the others. Moreover, altering the outcome of this confrontation could inadvertently lead to significant changes in subsequent events, a consequence he was keen to avoid. "I'll leave it to you. Should you find yourselves in dire straits, summon me for the finale." With that, Zero waved his hand and returned to Nami's side, leaving Sanji and Luffy to continue their fight. "Zero, are you all right?" Nami's concerned voice reached his ears, and Zero shook his head. "It's nothing. Compared to my battle with Mihawk, that was mere child's play." "Mihawk? Well, I'll explain later. They are still engaged in combat, he replied. Nami nodded in agreement, both of them focusing their attention on the struggle between Luffy and Sanji. Meanwhile, Zoro was blissfully asleep in the background, undisturbed even by the commotion that had just erupted. After a while, Sanji's bout with the fishman concluded prematurely. With a relaxed expression, he seemed to have defeated his opponent with minimal effort. Upon noticing Nami standing closely beside Zero, a wave of jealousy washed over him, prompting him to rush to her other side, seeking her approval. His eyes sparkling with affection, a sight that left Nami exasperated. Not long after Sanji's victory, Usopp returned, battered and bruised, yet triumphantly announcing that he had vanquished a fishman officer. Now, only Luffy and the dragon remained on the battlefield, locked in their climactic showdown. Chapter 18. Revelry. The clash between the two had reached a stalemate. The dragon, confident in his formidable teeth, relentlessly attacked Luffy with his sharp fangs. However, after Luffy sent one of his teeth flying, the dragon retrieved it, employing a technique he dubbed Iron Teeth to launch another assault. Yet, this maneuver was short-lived as Luffy, utilizing an unexpected fishman as a shield, thwarted the attack. Subsequently, the dragon submerged into the sea, leveraging the fishman's enhanced mobility to leap from the water, thrusting his serrated nose toward Luffy. Initially, Luffy appeared somewhat flustered, but he soon harnessed the elastic properties of his rubber form, extending his fingers to halt the dragon's onslaught before slamming him heavily to the ground. Enraged, the dragon flung Luffy aside and extracted a colossal saw-like blade from behind a wall, advancing the battle from the ground to the rooftop. Everyone turned their gaze toward the rooftop. At that moment, Zero noticed Nami's shoulder quivering slightly and inquired, "Nami, what troubles you?" "That is my chart-making room," Nami replied, her voice trembling. Zero sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The scene stirred a pang of jealousy in Sanji, who could do nothing but silently retreat, overwhelmed by emotion. Shortly thereafter, Luffy shattered the wall of the room atop the building with his elongated rubber leg, sending yellow-brown papers cascading down, seemingly attuned to Luffy's intentions. Nami's eyes welled with tears again as she covered her mouth and turned to seek solace in Zero's embrace, stifling her sobs. Just as Sanji turned to check on her, he was once again engulfed in tears. Before long, Luffy's rubber leg pierced through the rooftop of the room where the two had been battling, crashing down with a tremendous force. The ground shook violently as the dragon's lair began to collapse from the bottom up, prompting everyone to flee in panic. "Luffy, are you all right? Big brother Luffy." Nami lifted her head from Zero's embrace, meeting his concerned gaze, which made her feel a bit bashful. Yet, her attention was quickly drawn back to the crumbling debris. "He'll be fine. Luffy will definitely be safe." Zero's words seemed to possess an unimaginable magic. Just as Nami steadied her nerves, a figure emerged from the rubble below. "Nami, you are my comrade." Luffy's powerful shout resonated, instilling in Nami an unprecedented sense of security. Thus, amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd as they lifted Luffy high, the battle reached its conclusion. The Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious against the Dragon Pirates. In the aftermath, Captain Mouse and a contingent of Navy personnel arrived, only to be soundly beaten by the now awakened Zoro, while an invigorated Nami compelled them to address the fallout from the battle. They were indeed unfortunate, stumbling directly into the line of fire. Following this skirmish, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves firmly within the sights of the Navy. After defeating the Dragon Pirates, a celebration erupted on the island. Luffy entered his gluttonous mode, devouring everything in sight from the moment the festivities began. Usopp took to the stage, regaling the audience with tales of his conquest over the fishman officer. Meanwhile, Sanji was either flirting with women or en route to do so, while Zoro received treatment from the island's doctor. At this moment, Zero stood beside Nami in front of a modest grave, recounting the events that had transpired during her absence. Upon mentioning her encounter with one of the 7 warlords, she gasped in astonishment. Akainu and Kuro had visited in between, but chose to quietly observe Zero and Nami together before silently departing. Suddenly, Nami seemed to recollect something and asked Zero, "How did you know about my involvement with the Dragon Pirates?" "Oh dear, you're asking about that again." Zero sighed inwardly, realizing he could not escape the situation. With a swift glance, he focused intently on Nami's visage and stated earnestly, "Ahem, in truth, I have also consumed a devil fruit. Whenever I make contact with a person, I can glimpse the experiences they have endured. When I touched you, I beheld fragments of your time with the Dragon Pirates." "Really? That's incredible, Zero." "Just kidding." "Haha." Nami stared at Zero, her expression a mix of disbelief and amusement, taken aback that someone who typically exuded seriousness could engage in such jest. Nevertheless, she added, regardless. I appreciate your efforts. Zero paused, bursting into laughter, a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. After all, you are our companion. And it was ultimately Luffy who vanquished the evil dragon. Therefore, your gratitude should be directed towards our captain. Yet, despite this, I must admit, had it not been for your unwavering assurance in the beginning, I would not have mustered the courage to stand against the dark creature. So, please do not dismiss my heartfelt thanks. Zero still wished to express something, but Nami suddenly pressed her index finger against her lips. He could distinctly scent the subtle fragrance that belonged solely to her. By the time he regained his composure, Nami had already withdrawn her finger and was gazing out at the vast ocean. After a moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, Zero, it is truly wonderful to have you all here. The revelry had continued for 3 days. On the 4th day, Luffy and the others had packed their provisions, preparing to embark on their journey anew. Johnny and Joseph bid farewell at the ship's edge, stating their intention to return to the ranks of bounty hunters, promising to reunite on the seas someday. However, it puzzled the crew that Nami had yet to appear on board. Sanji, feeling disheartened, lamented that without Nami, embarking felt meaningless. Only Luffy, with a serious demeanor, pressed Sanji about his elusive ham slices, igniting Sanji's frustration once more. Amidst the commotion aboard the ship, Zero silently fixed his gaze in the direction of the island. When that radiant figure finally emerged, his eyes sparkled with delight. Everyone, let's set sail, Nami exclaimed, suddenly dashing forward, weaving through the villagers who had come to see them off. With a final leap, she landed deftly on the ship's railing. In the aftermath, as the villagers observed Nami's garments fluttering and her purse tumbling from her grasp, they belatedly realized their own wallets had been pilfered, leaving them in a state of exasperation as they watched Nami board the ship. Nami, you certainly left them with a lasting impression. Haha. Zoro shook his head with a smile, while Nami playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Amidst a chorus of laughter and joy, their journey commenced once again. Chapter 19. A Hefty Bounty. At this moment, within a naval base, numerous naval commanders sat solemnly on either side, attentively listening to a senior naval officer addressing them from the podium, while their gazes fixated on the pirate bounty posters affixed to the wall. Upon closer inspection, the bounty posters featured adversaries previously vanquished by Luffy and his crew. Buggy the Clown with a bounty of 15 million, the pirate Captain Krieg with 17 million, and the fishman Arlong with 20 million. In the East Blue, where the average bounty stood at a mere 3 million, the fact that Monkey D. Luffy could defeat such formidable pirates unequivocally posed a threat to global security. Thus, the issuance of a 30 million bounty was indeed a conservative estimate. The naval officers nodded in agreement, but as the commanding officer presented another bounty poster, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the room. What? 50 million berries? How can it be so high? In response to the rising tide of skepticism, the naval officer remained silent, merely gesturing for quiet. Once the room settled, he slowly began to speak. Zoro, known as the Executioner, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, has been designated a 50 million bounty. One reason for this is that he has fought to a standstill against the warlord Mihawk. Before anyone could process this information, he added, more importantly, this individual may possess the rare Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room, which was soon followed by a renewed uproar. What did you say? Conqueror's Haki? He fought Mihawk to a draw and possesses Conqueror's Haki? Who exactly is this person? I've heard that even the Yonko Shanks wields Conqueror's Haki. We must keep a close eye on him. I will return to print more bounty posters immediately. Meanwhile, the officers were unaware of the circumstances under which Mihawk had fought Zoro to a draw. Their focus remained fixated on Zoro's possession of Conqueror's Haki, a power that only 1 in a million might awaken. While they continued to debate, in an adjacent room, the atmosphere was markedly quieter. A naval officer wearing frog-eyed glasses was reviewing documents, his chin adorned with a twisted mustache, while a seagull symbolizing the Navy perched atop his cap. Not far from this officer sat another individual, continually munching on snacks, his grizzled hair and robust physique suggesting a wealth of experience. These two were none other than the high-ranking naval officers, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, who had once pursued the Pirate King. Garp, do you have no missions today? Sengoku quipped, eliciting a hearty laugh from Garp. Ha ha ha, pirates are never-ending. Whether I catch them early or late makes no difference. Humph. I've heard your grandson has also taken to piracy. It seems your family cannot remain settled. After all, you are a hero of the Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku mention his grandson, Garp momentarily paused in his snacking, his expression darkening. That little brat, has he really gone and become a pirate? Indeed. And it appears one of his crew members is quite extraordinary, although he hasn't made much of a name for himself yet. He is still a pirate and will inevitably impact the world government. Garp fell silent, continuing to eat his snacks, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Sengoku glanced at him, recognizing that discussing Garp's family was a sensitive subject. After all, he represented the Navy, while his son had joined the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson had become a pirate. Such circumstances would weigh heavily on anyone. As their conversation drew to a close, the room fell silent once more. On the Mary, the crew had just received the latest bounty notices, and upon seeing Zoro's bounty, they were taken aback. The executioner Zoro, with a bounty of 50 million berries. No way. That's 20 million more than Luffy. Zoro, you're incredible. I can't accept this. I'm the captain here. Zoro, I will surpass your bounty next time. Sitting on the deck, soaking up the sun, Sanji also took note of Luffy and Zoro's bounties, feeling quite indignant. Hey, why do you all have bounties while I do not? I'm not the only one without a bounty, right? How could a moss-headed fool like you have one? What did you say? Repeat that, you stinking cook. As the two began to bicker, Zoro raised his hands in exasperation, indicating that he had no control over the bounty set by the Navy. However, he found it somewhat concerning that his title as executioner seemed to imply more than his penchant for using Conqueror's Haki to dispatch weaklings. Surely, Master of the Unmatched would sound far more impressive. Despite his internal grumbling, Zoro addressed his companions earnestly. Everyone, now that both Luffy and I have bounties, it indicates that we have entered the Navy's radar. We must be cautious of their pursuit on the high seas. Usopp and Nami gasped in fear, while Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro remained unfazed by the Navy's pursuit. To instill a sense of urgency, Zoro elaborated, the Navy we have encountered so far is rather lackluster, primarily due to the absence of high-ranking officers in the East Blue. However, in the Grand Line, the three admirals are feared even by the warlords of the sea, not to mention the formidable Navy forces that lie beyond. Only then did the trio abandon their nonchalance. Luffy's face radiated determination. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, while Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a new blade after losing two in his battle with Mihawk, which had significantly impacted his combat prowess. Suddenly, Sanji spoke up. Zoro, you mentioned Haki earlier, right? I'm quite interested. Could you teach me? Noticing the excitement on everyone's faces, even Nami, who had been lounging nearby, perked up with interest. Zoro nodded, smiling as he replied, if you wish to learn, of course, I can teach you. Really? That's fantastic. Usopp asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Zoro, can I learn too? Certainly. Your bullets, like Zoro's sword, are also weapons. By coating them with Haki, they can inflict greater damage, though the learning curve may be steeper. Usopp recalled his encounter with the fishman officer, realizing that while luck had played a significant role in his victory, mastering Haki could make future battles far less arduous. Without hesitation, he declared, I want to learn. Please, Zoro-sensei, teach me Haki. Thus, under Zoro's subtle influence, the Straw Hat Pirates' adversaries remained blissfully unaware that their opponents were already embarking on the path to awakening Haki. Chapter 20. The Armament Haki. Today, I shall elucidate the concept of armament Haki, beginning with its classification. The first type is the one that envelopes the user, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. In this case, it is imperative to manage the degree of coverage, as a greater extent of coverage typically results in increased consumption of Haki. Thus, it is common practice to cover only the fists or legs. For instance, Luffy and Sanji can harness this to amplify their damage. As he spoke, Zoro enveloped his fist with a layer of black armament Haki, evoking a sense of dread in Luffy, reminiscent of the terror he once felt under the dominion of a beloved fist. The second type of armament Haki can be coiled around one's weapon, augmenting both its damage and inherent defensive capabilities. Had Zoro applied armament Haki to his sword during his last battle, he might have been able to withstand Mihawk's onslaught. Nevertheless, the formidable strength of seasoned warriors, whose Haki has been honed through relentless trials, far surpasses that of a novice. Upon noticing Zero's gaze, Zoro nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the truth in this assertion. As for the third type of armament Haki, with a moment's hesitation, Zero shook his head and said, I shall refrain from discussing this for now, as it remains too distant for you. It is of utmost importance to establish a solid foundation first. Understood, Teacher Zero. Acknowledged. Indeed, I am Iron Fist Hobody, and you pirates shall await your doom. Ha ha ha. Was something strange mixed in just now? The crowd turned toward the sound, discovering a dilapidated ship that had inexplicably approached the Mary. A somewhat familiar naval officer, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, stood upon the vessel, unleashing boisterous laughter at them. Lads, do not let them escape. Quickly, fire the cannons and sink that ship. Understood. Isn't this fellow the incompetent naval officer we encountered last time at the Baroque restaurant? Zero sighed inwardly, reflecting on the adage that enemies seldom gather without reason, as he observed Luffy and the others approaching with great enthusiasm. A glint of mischief crossed his mind, prompting him to step forward ahead of them. Well, it is a rare occasion to have adversaries daring enough to confront us. Allow me to demonstrate the second application of armament Haki. With that, Zero drew his blade, the stunning dragon, from his lower back, directing it toward the ship before him. A deep, ebony hue enveloped the blade as he did so. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire echoed through the air. Unfazed by the incoming cannonball, Zero simply swung his sword forward. In an instant, a brilliant, azure blade of light surged forth, not only obliterating the cannonball midair, but also cleaving through the enemy vessel, rendering it into two halves. Did you see that? This is the true essence of armament Haki. With a relaxed demeanor, Zero turned to the group and spoke. Upon witnessing the slowly descending ship behind him and the Navy personnel floundering in the ocean, Luffy and the others could not help but swallow hard. Their comprehension of Haki seemingly elevated to a new level. Thus, it was evident that to enter the Grand Line, one must pass through the town of Logetown. Nami pointed at the map, explaining the course that the Mary would take next. Zoro, who was currently attuned to the flow of armament Haki, remarked, I have heard of Logetown, the town that signifies both beginnings and endings. If we must go through that place, then let us make landfall and boldly enter the Grand Line. Luffy declared, his fists clenched, and the group felt his determination, nodding in agreement to designate Logetown as their next destination. Logetown, you say? Standing at the bow of the ship, Zero reminisced about the storyline in which the Straw Hat Pirates encountered the smoke-transforming Navy officer, Smoker, upon their arrival. They had narrowly escaped, only to be pursued by Smoker. A formidable adversary indeed. The only deviation from the original narrative was his presence aboard the ship, with Luffy and the others beginning to grasp the essence of Haki. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mastering Haki would require a considerable passage of time. One could only wonder if the opportunity would arise to encounter the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, Dragon. As Zero contemplated, the Mary had already altered its course, swiftly heading towards Rogue Town. Finally arriving at Rogue Town, Zero found himself wandering alone, admiring the unique streetscape that belonged solely to this town while pondering his forthcoming objectives. As for his companions, Luffy had rushed off to the execution platform, reputedly the site where the Pirate King met his demise. Zoro was on a quest to procure new weaponry, Nami sought new garments, and Usopp along with Sanji seemed to wander aimlessly, likely exploring just as he was. As he strolled, he noted that Rogue Town appeared more modern compared to the towns he had previously visited. The pervasive presence of the Navy suggested that this town was indeed held in high regard by the government. Truly, it was a town of great significance along the Grand Line. Zero exclaimed, where is this? Suddenly, he realized that the scenery before him had become familiar. He had arrived at the dock, the very spot where the vessels were anchored, and he even spotted Luffy, adorned with a straw hat, alongside Smoker. Zero's expression suddenly turned serious. He stepped forward, and Luffy, noticing him, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Zero, have you lost your way as well? Zero glanced up at Smoker, who was puffing on a cigar, and noted that his expression remained unchanged despite the mention of his name. Could it be that Smoker had yet to receive the bounty notice regarding the two of them? Zero felt that the possibility was quite significant. While confirming, he raised his hand in response to Luffy. You are all headed to the execution site, correct? Just follow the direction of the smoke. Smoker narrowed his eyes, indicating the way for the two. As he spoke, the smoke emanating from the end of his cigar strangely pointed toward a nearby alley. Is this the power of the smoke fruit? In his heart, Zero secretly pondered. Immediately, Luffy expressed his gratitude and took the lead, while Zero, lacking any other objective, chose to follow Luffy to the execution site of the Pirate King. Luffy, upon hearing Zero call his name, Luffy turned with a look of confusion and inquired what was the matter. Zero continued, the individual you just encountered was Colonel Smog, stationed in Rogue Town. He, like you, possesses the power of a devil fruit. Be cautious if you cross paths with him again. The man smoking a cigarette? He is actually a member of the Navy? Luffy realized, albeit belatedly. Indeed, His ability allows him to transform into smoke, making him quite a formidable adversary for those of you who have yet to fully master Haki. Transforming into smoke, you say? Never mind that for now. Let us proceed to the execution site of the Pirate King. Zero remained silent. He understood that Luffy had yet to grasp the true extent of Smoker's abilities. It was only when they encountered him that he would come to truly regard this adversary. Ah, GOLD. Roger? Chapter 21. Confronting Smoker. What a surprise. I thought this was Roger's execution site, but it turns out to be a tavern. Luffy walked in with a face full of disappointment, while Zero surveyed the surroundings, eventually concluding that this establishment would soon go out of business, given its dilapidated appearance that suggested it was seldom frequented. Nonetheless, they noticed an elderly man, intoxicated, sitting on a stool, waving his hands to shoo them away. However, in the next moment, Luffy's gaze fell upon a massive skull on the table, prompting an exclamation of awe. What a gigantic skull! It seemed that Luffy's remarks stirred the old man's desire to share his tales, as he began recounting the origins of the skull and stories of the Pirate King Roger. The two listeners felt a surge of excitement, yearning to experience the tumultuous era alongside Roger. Eventually, Luffy exuberantly declared his ambition to become the Pirate King, causing the old man's eyes to widen, as if he recognized a familiar spirit within Luffy. In delight, he invited them to share a drink. To the eternal Pirate King. The three shouted the same rallying cry, bringing back a semblance of liveliness to the once quiet tavern. Luffy and Zero did not linger long before departing. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, Marine Colonel Smoker arrived at the same location. Listening to the old man's conversation, he seemed to be a regular patron, having also witnessed Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era. As he drank, memories of Roger's demise flooded back, though they did not linger for long. A Marine soldier entered, instructing the tavern owner to post new bounty notices. From the photos on the wanted posters, Smoker recognized Luffy and Zero's appearances, and based on their earlier conversation, he resolved to head to the execution site to apprehend them. Is this truly Roger's execution platform? How towering it is! Upon arriving at their destination, Luffy gazed at the towering scaffold in genuine awe, while Zero seemed to recall something. Turning his head, he found Luffy sprinting towards the base of the scaffold, beginning to climb. Luffy, be careful. As the final echoes of silence dissipated, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the air. You, young lad, are the notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries from the East Sea, are you not? I am Luffy. What is it that you desire? I am Smoker, a naval captain responsible for maintaining order in this town of Rogue. I hereby intend to apprehend you. Where is your accomplice? I refuse, Luffy retorted vehemently, attempting to descend from the platform. However, he found himself ensnared by the iron frame of the execution stage. After much effort to regain his composure, he was thwarted by the confines of the arena, and his retaliatory strike not only missed its intended target, but also sent him careening away. Thus, Smoker could only watch as his intended quarry soared further into the distance, ultimately vanishing amidst the throng of people. Smoker, Zero, just as he was preparing to reorganize the naval search for Luffy, he caught sight of a familiar figure within the crowd, a man whose photograph he had seen not long ago. The Executioner. Smoker shouted Zero's codename, initially. Zero was slow to react to the predicament of being abandoned by Luffy. It was only when Smoker brandished his weapon to block his path that he realized fleeing might have been too late. Executioner Zero, is it? I recognize you. Although that brat has escaped, do not think you can leave here unscathed. Surrender yourself willingly. With that, Smoker swung his weapon, known as the Jit, a bane to those possessing devil fruit abilities, crafted from sea stone, and hurled it towards Zero. Clang. As Zero deftly parried Smoker's attack with the sudden emergence of the dragon's defensive stance, their weapons clashed, igniting a cascade of fiery sparks. Oh, it seemed that the pirate's strength was not as feeble as he had anticipated. Intrigued, Smoker began to wield his weapon at various intricate angles towards Zero. Yet each strike was effortlessly countered. Observing Zero's relaxed demeanor, Smoker realized he had underestimated his opponent. Resolutely, he activated the powers of his smoke fruit, transforming his lower body into a billowing gray mist, which soon enveloped Zero entirely. With a smug expression, Smoker declared, "Did you not foresee this? I am a wielder of the smoke fruit. While your swordsmanship is commendable for the East Blue, you shall find it impossible to strike me now. Executioner, prepare to meet your end." With that, Smoker's upper body surged towards Zero, weapon raised high, poised to deliver the final blow. Unbeknownst to him, just as their weapons were about to collide, a sly smile crept across Zero's lips. His right hand had silently formed a fist, aimed squarely at Smoker's abdomen. Armament Haki. Hardened. Bang. As Zero's obsidian fist connected with the surface of Smoker's vapor, an unprecedented wave of agony surged through Smoker's body. The sudden pain interrupted his attack, propelling him backward at an alarming velocity, crashing through several buildings in his path. Captain Smoker. The astonished Navy personnel could scarcely comprehend that the battle had concluded in such a manner. They rushed to the site where Smoker had been sent flying, only to realize that the architect of this turmoil had already vanished into the throng of the crowd. Few, fortunate to escape swiftly, concealed in the shadows. Zero observed the Navy conducting a thorough search along the streets, silently commending his own cunning. He had initially anticipated a fierce battle with Smoker. However, upon engagement, it became evident that Smoker's combat prowess was not as formidable as expected, perhaps due to his heavy reliance on his devil fruit powers. When Smoker resorted to attacking with his smoke fruit, Zero effortlessly countered with armament Haki, sending him flying without exerting much effort. Yet, it appeared that Smoker lacked substantial experience in battling Haki users. Should he venture into the New World 2 years hence, he might eventually overcome this vulnerability that Logia types possess against armament Haki. By then, I shall not be so weak. Ah. The moment Zero stepped onto the rooftop, he was confronted by a man clad in a gray cloak. Curiosity piqued, Zero inquired, and upon noticing the dark red markings on the man's face, an image suddenly resonated in his mind. It was Dragon. You actually know me? Dragon's voice was laced with confusion. He primarily operated in the New World and had not visited the East Blue in quite some time. How could this man be aware of his existence? Well, as the son of the Marine hero garb and the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the New World, how could I not recognize you? Zero replied, revealing his knowledge of Dragon's identity. Dragon was taken aback, not only by the fact that Zero knew his name, but also by his familiarity with his background. Who exactly was this man? Rest assured, I am currently an ally of Luffy, not your adversary. You can trust me, Zero assured him. Haha. Upon hearing Zero's response, Dragon burst into laughter, continuing, how amusing. What an intriguing fellow you are. It's no wonder Luffy has found someone like you as a companion, after all. He is indeed my son. Ha. Zero had always perceived Dragon as a figure of solemnity, yet upon the mention of Luffy, the man's demeanor transformed, radiating an exuberance that was utterly unexpected. Seizing the moment, Zero began recounting tales related to Luffy, sharing the myriad adventures he had experienced alongside his companions. As their conversation intensified, they sat down, oblivious to the naval forces diligently patrolling below. My boy, I hold you in high regard. How would you feel about joining the Revolutionary Army and aiding us in toppling the world government? Dragon's sudden proposition left Zero momentarily taken aback, prompting an internal monologue filled with incredulity. Truly, he was Luffy's father, effortlessly broaching a subject that would send the average person fleeing in terror, evidently. Those destined for greatness possess a unique mindset. However, should Luffy learn that his father was attempting to recruit his comrades, he would undoubtedly be the first to object vehemently. Despite his swirling thoughts, Zero promptly declined Dragon's invitation. Thank you, but I aspire to be merely a humble pirate for now. Joining the Revolutionary Army is not a consideration at this moment, Mr. Dragon. As soon as the words left his mouth, a twinge of regret struck him. One of his primary goals was to accumulate a bounty of 1 billion, and perhaps joining the Revolutionary Army could facilitate that ambition. Yet, with another of his aspirations being to assist Luffy in becoming the Pirate King, he reluctantly accepted the reality of his fate being separate from the revolutionary cause. Upon hearing Zero's firm refusal, Dragon did not press the matter further. If you choose not to join, so be it. I have a feeling you will become an extraordinary individual one day. What a pity. Mr. Dragon, you flatter me. Zero replied, chuckling. But truly, Luffy has greatly benefited from your care, and I am grateful for your companionship. Should the opportunity arise to visit the Revolutionary Army headquarters, I shall be waiting for you in the New World. Next time for sure. Dragon laughed heartily. It settled then, just as Zero was about to nod. His gaze fell upon the execution platform, which had transformed from a desolate space into a scene featuring a swaying figure that resembled the clown Buggy, accompanied by none other than Luffy. Moments earlier, Luffy had followed the windblown straw hat to the execution platform, where he was admiring the final sights beheld by the Pirate King before his demise. Unexpectedly, Alvida, who had consumed the slippery fruit and undergone a significant transformation, also made her appearance. She not only incapacitated the local police of Roguetown, who were attempting to apprehend Luffy, with her spiked club but also threatened to claim Luffy as her own. Naturally, Luffy adamantly refused Alvida's advances. In the next moment, a group of pirates clad in gray robes approached, revealing themselves to be the very same Buggy and his crew that Luffy and his companions had previously vanquished. They shared a common objective, driven by a desire for revenge against Luffy. Subsequently, Luffy found himself captured as the pirate Aokiji emerged from behind him and, before he could react, secured him firmly to the execution platform with a contraption of unknown materials. Luffy! Zero shouted Luffy's name, ready to descend and rescue him. However, before he could take a single step, Dragon interjected, "Wait a moment, everything will be fine." Observing Dragon's earnest expression, Zero's mind began to calm. Recalling the series of events that would unfold in Town, he took a deep breath, refraining from rushing out in a moment of impulsive fervor. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will intervene. Rest assured. With that, Dragon's gaze returned to the perilously precarious Luffy on the execution platform, while Zero noticed the sky suddenly darkening. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Zero contemplated quietly. Soon after, Zoro and Sanji arrived at the execution site, determined to rescue Luffy. But they were intercepted by a multitude of pirates. The closer they approached the execution platform, the more obstacles they encountered. Realizing that escape seemed impossible, Luffy suddenly broke into a smile and declared, "Sorry, I'm about to die." No sooner had he spoken than, in the moment when the clown Buggy swung his sword, Zero noticed a flash of blue light in Dragon's eyes. Crack! A bolt of lightning materialized from the heavens, striking Buggy and igniting the execution platform. In a matter of moments, the blazing platform collapsed spectacularly. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Luffy emerged unscathed, his expression devoid of any relief, as if the entire occurrence were merely a trivial matter. Witnessing the situation unfold, Zero hesitated no longer. He nodded toward Dragon and leaped from the rooftop. Dragon silently observed as Zero reunited with Luffy and the others, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, countless naval officers suddenly emerged from the surrounding alleys, as if they had been lying in wait, swiftly encircling the pirates, including Luffy and his companions. Seeing Luffy roll up his sleeves, ready to confront the Navy, Zoro intended to urge everyone to hasten to the port to avoid missing their ship. Suddenly, he sensed an astonishing aura emanating from Zero. Boom! The air seemed to crystallize for an instant, and a suffocating presence spread through the crowd. They first experienced an unexpected rigidity, as if confronted by a ferocious beast, before collapsing en masse, their eyes vacant, losing consciousness. Run faster. We must hurry. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were still in a daze until Zero's voice snapped them to attention, prompting them to sprint toward the port. Chapter 23. A renewed defeat from a nearby high-rise. Smoker watched the chaos below, his cigar falling from his mouth as he clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Those accursed pirates! How dare they harm my subordinates? It was not hard to understand his fury, possessing the rare ability of Haki in the Grand Line, coupled with such terrifying destructive power. This pirate had emerged from seemingly nowhere. As a former student of the Admiral Zephyr, he was well aware of the power of Haki. But to see a pirate from the impoverished East Blue wield such strength was utterly absurd. Listen up. Pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. We must capture them all. The nearby Navy felt the intensity of Smoker's anger and quickly straightened up in response. Just as they were regrouping, they noticed that the clown Buggy had just regained consciousness, along with Alvida and the remaining few pirates, preparing to chase after Luffy. Enraged, Smoker utilized his smoke fruit abilities to apprehend them, undeniably a stroke of misfortune for them. While the Navy was busy imprisoning Buggy and the other pirates with prison balls, Dragon, perched on a nearby rooftop, erupted in laughter. What an interesting man. He wields Conqueror's Haki as well. The world government will have quite the headache ahead. Ah ha ha. Then, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. And as the brilliance faded, Dragon vanished from sight. The rain fell increasingly harder. Luffy and his companions, seeing the Navy closing in behind them, wished for wings upon their backs, yearning to run even faster. At this moment, Zero was lamenting his insufficient level. Although he had made some impact on the Navy with his fully developed Conqueror's Haki, its range was rather limited, only affecting half of the execution ground. Achieving this effect was largely due to the fact that most of them were clustered together. Even so, they quickly regrouped and resumed their pursuit of him and his companions. If only he could level up a few more times, perhaps he would not be in such a predicament. He could potentially use his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate the entire Navy in Town, which would be its rightful application. However, Zero could only entertain such thoughts, for in the end, he was still not powerful enough. As they hurried along, the group spotted a figure with short hair ahead, a marine swordswoman named Dashiki. From Zoro, they learned that he seemed to share a history with Dashiki, who was demanding a duel and a particular sword technique from him. Consequently, Zoro urged the other three to leave first, choosing to stay behind and engage Dashiki in a swordsman's duel. Luffy and the others did not object, trusting in Zoro's strength, and they hastened away once more. Just as the three were nearing the port, a figure in a cart suddenly appeared before them. Straw Hat Kid, you know that if you do not defeat me, you cannot proceed to the Grand Line, Smoker declared, arms crossed, his confidence rendering Zero speechless. Had he forgotten that he had already been defeated once? Sanji, Zero, you two go ahead. Let me handle this guy. Luffy prepared to fight, but Smoker interrupted loudly. Straw Hat Kid, you are overly confident in your abilities. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me alone? I want the other two to stay as well. With that, he activated his smoke fruit powers, and three massive smoke arms emerged from his body, lunging toward the trio. Luffy and Sanji were captured before they could evade, while Zero attempted to leap away but was ensnared as the arms curved unexpectedly, landing him in the same predicament as the others. This smoke. Damn it. I can't break free. After ensnaring them, Smoker lifted them high into the air. Rubber pistol. Luffy stretched his rubber arm to attack Smoker, but his arm passed right through him, inflicting no damage. Even when he attempted to strike with both arms simultaneously, it proved utterly futile. As for Sanji, his close combat techniques were severely hampered by the smoke restraints. Even if Sanji managed to employ his kicking skills, it was likely he would be unable to harm Smoker, considering both of their Haki had only just begun to develop. At this moment, only Zero remained capable of influencing the battle. Drawing his sword, he addressed Smoker. Smoker, it is rather dull to employ the same tactic twice. With a hum, he coated his blade in Haki, and with a swift slash, he severed the three smoke arms. Luffy and Sanji fell back to the ground, once more launching an attack on Smoker, only to be caught again and slammed into a nearby wall. At that moment, they both felt a profound sense of helplessness. Was this the true power of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user? Now, only Zero and Smoker were left on the battlefield. It's your turn. Smoker soared towards Zero, brandishing his weapon. Zero parried with his sword, but Smoker ascended higher, unleashing a barrage of illusory smoke arms that bombarded Zero relentlessly. Pirate, you will remain here. No sooner had he spoken than a blade of light shot forth from below, slicing swiftly towards Smoker, who, unable to evade in time, was struck in the right arm, blood gushing forth. Damn it, even after being wounded. Smoker merely hesitated for a moment before resuming his assault with smoke arms aimed at Zero's position. This scene made Luffy's eyes widen with desperation as he called out Zero's name, stretching his rubber arm towards Smoker in the air. Luffy, calm down. Look. At Sanji's urging, Luffy retracted his extended arm and finally noticed that Zero had appeared behind Smoker. Though you are putting in so much effort, we must set sail, so I apologize. The voice of Zero echoed from behind, prompting Smog to turn around, only to find his vision suddenly enveloped in crimson light. Luffy and Sanji beheld a dragon, engulfed in flames, emerging from Zero's blade, striking Smog and completely consuming him, descending before the two with an unstoppable force. With a thunderous crash, the dragon landed, causing the surrounding bricks to shatter, and the terrifying shockwave split several nearby houses in half. As silence fell, Zero gracefully descended to the ground, standing at the edge of the crater, gazing at the now unconscious Smog. Chapter 24. Achievement Unlocked. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat Marine Colonel Smog twice. You have earned 800 experience points and a lottery ticket. Pondering the notification, Zero wondered when he had accepted this task, as he had hardly noticed. However, reflecting on the side quest, he realized it was somewhat unfortunate. Had he chosen to flee upon first encountering Smog, he would likely have to wait until reaching the Grand Line to complete it. The experience rewards were meager, now totaling only 400 out of 600, leaving him short of leveling up, and he would have to await the next side quest. As for the lottery ticket, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Last time, he had drawn one of the great blades, the Jinglong. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time. While Zero was lost in thought, Luffy and Sanji approached. Zero, are you all right? Sanji inquired first, to which Zero shook his head, signaling he was unharmed. Nearby, Luffy seemed to sense his own inadequacy, his spirits somewhat dampened. Luffy, Sanji, Zero called their names, prompting them to turn. This is the foe we shall face in the future, and there will be even more formidable opponents. Even I cannot guarantee how far I will go. Do you regret your decision? Luffy and Sanji exchanged glances, responding in turn. I am the man who will become the Pirate King, and I must grow stronger. I too must grow stronger. I will find the all blue. Their replies did not surprise Zero. He smiled, about to speak, when a fierce wind suddenly surged from the alley, sweeping towards the trio. Is this the dragon's power? As the thought just emerged in Zero's mind, several individuals were swept away by a fierce gale, landing at the harbor, where they unexpectedly found Zoro among them. Luffy, Sanji, Zero quickly board the ship. Upon hearing Nami's call from the distant Mary on the sea, they turned to see both Nami and Usopp already aboard the vessel. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the Mary. Fortunately, during the earlier encounter at the execution ground, Zero had incapacitated numerous Navy officers with his Conqueror's Haki, allowing them to arrive at the harbor without facing any naval pursuit, thereby sparing them from considerable trouble. As the ship drifted further away with the waves, Luffy sprinted to the rear and extended his arm to grasp a nearby structure. Sensing impending urgency, the others quickened their pace, but ultimately, they were propelled towards the Mary by Luffy's rocket launch. Sanji and Zoro exclaimed, Luffy, are you trying to kill us? Zero, it seems rather thrilling. Luffy, haha. Somewhere in Logtown. Smoker, are you alright? Hearing his subordinates in the Navy calling out incessantly, Smoker gradually awoke from his stupor. It appeared that the movement triggered pain in an injured part of his body, causing him to pause momentarily, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Executioner, he shouted Zero's codename, only to be seized by a fit of coughing, prompting the nearby Navy personnel to hastily tend to his wounds. This was the second time. He had suffered defeat at the hands of a pirate not once, but twice, an utter travesty. Smoker even pondered that the bounty of 50 million was rather insufficient for Zero, especially when compared to the billion-berry bounties of other notorious pirates in the Grand Line. Zero's strength was undoubtedly formidable. How did the Navy acquire such information to issue the bounty? Smoker, you seem somewhat disheveled. Ha ha ha. The crowd turned towards the voice, discovering it belonged to the long-sought criminal of the world government, Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. A Navy officer questioned, Dragon, what brings you here? Did you assist the pirates? Dragon did not answer directly. Instead, he gazed towards the sea, extending his arms wide. What reason could possibly deter a man from embarking on his journey? With great effort, Smoker rose to his feet, casting a glance at Dragon before also looking toward the ocean. Prepare the ships. We shall pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. But, Smoker, your condition? And what of Logtown under your jurisdiction? I said prepare the ships. Make the arrangements swiftly. Given Smoker's resolute demeanor, the Navy ceased to protest and began mobilizing. As for Dragon, they could momentarily disregard him. After all, he was a man deemed troublesome even by the world government. And what threat could these mere pawns pose against him? Amidst the raging storm, the Merry-Go was setting sail towards the Grand Line. Zero marveled that his recent experiences in Roachtown were even more profound than those he had previously encountered, although he had not ascended to the next level. He had crossed paths with the illustrious son of the naval hero Garp, the father of the future supernova Luffy, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. He also engaged in combat with Colonel Smoker. While Luffy and his companions faced significant setbacks, nearly facing execution and enduring a brutal beating from Smoker, Zero took a moment of silence for them before resolving to intensify his mastery of Haki. He understood that should they encounter a Logia user again in the future, he would not be so defenseless. He vividly recalled that in the not-so-distant future, the Straw Hat Pirates would confront a life-and-death crisis against Admiral Aokiji, who wielded the powers of the Ice Fruit, nearly leading to their annihilation. Although they narrowly escaped, Zero wished to spare them from experiencing that paralyzing sense of helplessness once more. It was imperative that not only Luffy and the others acquired mastery of armament Haki, but he too must grow stronger, ideally to possess the means to threaten an admiral. He could not bear the thought of his companions facing peril due to his own inadequacies. At that moment, to commemorate their ship's entry into the Grand Line, Sanji proposed a launching ceremony, to which everyone readily agreed. Without much preparation, they simply rolled a barrel of wine to the center of the deck, and the ceremony commenced. Sanji was the first to place his foot upon the barrel. I will find the all blue. I will become the Pirate King. Without hesitation, this was Luffy's exuberant declaration. I will become the greatest swordsman. This was Zoro's singular ambition. Nami declared, to chart the world map. Usopp hesitated for a moment before placing his foot as well, proclaiming, I will become a brave warrior of the sea. When it was Zero's turn, all eyes turned towards him, awaiting his declaration. Zero contemplated for a moment, then smiled and mirrored the same action. I must truly experience this world. As everyone shared their aspirations, Luffy pressed down his straw hat, pointed forward, and exclaimed, "Set sail for the Grand Line." Chapter 25. Boarding the battleship island 2 days after the Merry left Rogue Town, the weather finally became clear once more. At this moment, Luffy sat at the bow of the ship, inquiring when they would reach the Grand Line. Nami responded that it would take at least a few more days, which allowed him to relax and continue practicing his Haki at the front of the ship. It had been some time since Zero last taught them the use of Haki, and among them, Luffy had made the most progress. Although he had not fully manifested it yet, he had begun to grasp some sense of it, prompting Zero to marvel at how Luffy truly was Oda's own child. As for the others, they remained at the initial stage, clearly needing more time to grasp the fundamentals of Haki. Suddenly, Usopp spotted something unusual on the distant sea. Sanji suggested that if it were fish, they could catch it for dinner. Luffy was immediately intrigued, extending his rubber arm and unexpectedly pulling aboard a girl dressed in peculiar attire. Whether it was due to drifting at sea for too long or some other reason, the girl arrived on the ship in a state of slumber. When Zero noticed her, he recalled that she seemed to have some connection to the legendary thousand-year dragon and proposed keeping her on the ship, to which Luffy agreed. When the girl awoke, Nami introduced her to the crew. "I am Nami. The one standing against the wall is Zero, the cook is Sanji, the one who looks quite fearsome is Zoro, and the one with the long nose is Usopp." Zoro interjected, "Where do I look fearsome? I'm Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship," he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the girl realized she had boarded a pirate ship and quickly wrapped herself up in her blanket, displaying a demeanor that suggested a desire for distance, leaving the others somewhat bewildered. The following day, after a night of getting to know each other, the girl gradually lowered her guard. She even ventured into the kitchen to cook for Luffy and the others, though the taste of the food was somewhat indescribable. Naturally, while Luffy devoured it with glee, raising questions about the nature of his stomach, the others managed to choke it down under Sanji's stern watch, with Zero vowing never to eat it a second time. Later, the girl introduced herself as ABIs, hailing from Battleship Island. Nami glanced at the map and noted that Battleship Island was not far from the entrance to the Grand Line. So she asked Luffy if they should escort ABIs to her homeland. The kind-hearted Luffy readily agreed. Thus, they adjusted their course and set sail for Battleship Island. "What about the thousand-year dragon on Battleship Island?" As Zero softly murmured, his gaze drifted past the enthusiastic crowd towards ABIs, pondering whether their excitement would escalate upon learning they were about to encounter legendary creatures. After the Merry had sailed the seas for a while, the crew was taken aback to discover a naval fleet looming ahead, and in considerable numbers. Initially, Luffy suspected they were being pursued, but it was only after ABIs revealed her escape from the 8th Division of the Navy that they began to grasp her complexities. Faced with the encirclement of the naval fleet, Luffy and his companions were invigorated, with Zero even drawing his sword, eager for a confrontation. Suddenly, ABIs announced that the wind was picking up, and Nami sensed the unusual climate, promptly instructing Zoro to adjust the sails to the south, while Usopp and Sanji manned the helm. "It's all right, Nami, watch as I cleave them all down," Zero declared with confidence. Nami, however, trusted his words, yet chose to remain cautious, opting to ignore Zero's bravado to avoid any potential mishaps. "Zero, well, it seems there are no opportunities left for me to showcase my abilities." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and having adjusted the sails, the Merry swiftly glided forward, escaping the pursuit of the Navy at an astonishing speed. However, the joy of the crew was short-lived. It was only after Zoro's reminder that they realized they had unwittingly entered the doldrums, a realm inhabited by colossal sea kings. In an instant, boom, a myriad of sea kings erupted from the depths, lifting the Merry out of the water. With remarkable agility, Zero swiftly caught Nami in his arms to prevent any mishap. However, ABIs, unable to secure her grip, accidentally tumbled off the ship, just as she was about to plummet into the gaping maw of a frog-like sea king. It was Luffy who extended his rubber arm to rescue her. ABIs soon realized that Luffy possessed the powers of a devil fruit user, bold and daring. She concocted a plan, asking Luffy to transport her to the nostrils of the Sea King and return with a strand of its nasal hair. Achoo! Ultimately, the group safely returned to their original waters, aided by the Sea King's mighty sneeze. After sailing for a while longer, they finally reached the location of Battleship Island. Enveloped in thick fog, the distant sea was nearly obscured from view. Without an experienced navigator as their guide, ordinary vessels could easily lose their way here. Under Abi's guidance, they disembarked on Battleship Island, where, at first, their pirate identities nearly incited discord with the island's inhabitants. However, the intervention of an elder named Boguden led them to his home for a brief respite. Before their departure, Nami noticed a peculiar expression on Zero's face and inquired, "Zero, what troubles you?" The Navy came the surprised response from Usopp, who overheard. "What? Is the Navy pursuing us?" "Yes, we must tread carefully. Let's anchor the Mary in an inconspicuous spot before venturing inland," Zero suggested. The group nodded in agreement, and after securing the Mary, they proceeded to Boguden's residence. "How did ABIs end up on a Navy ship?" Nami asked Boguden as they settled in. Initially, Boguden was unaware, merely recounting a legend about a millennial dragon and a lost island. He mentioned that the dragon's bones were rumored to be an elixir of immortality, possibly linked to their current predicament, though it remained speculation. As Boguden continued with tales from long ago, Zero, intrigued, took a seat nearby. He noticed ABI sneaking out but chose not to react. It wasn't until Luffy, in a daze, wandered outside and did not return, prompting Nami to follow suit. That Zero stood up, excusing himself under the pretense of needing the restroom. Eventually, the two discovered Luffy sleeping in another room, with drag marks on the floor. They roused him and followed the traces in search of ABIs. Chapter 26. Defeating the Battleship. I brought Grandpa Boguden's buns. After traversing mountains and valleys, the trio arrived at a cave where they heard Abi's voice. Luffy stepped inside first, inquiring whom she was conversing with. Upon witnessing the scene within the cave, they were astonished to find a dragon with green fur, likely the millennial dragon Boguden had mentioned from the Lost Island. This ancient creature, appearing considerably aged, showed no reaction to Luffy and his companions, seemingly weakened. Zero felt a tinge of disappointment. The creature before him diverged significantly from his expectations of a dragon as portrayed in anime. Strangely, the social savant Luffy seemed to intuitively grasp the thoughts of the Millennium Dragon, while Abyss could only communicate with it due to the powers granted by the devil fruit she had consumed. This revelation left Zero marveling at Luffy's extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of the latent potential once possessed by the legendary pirate king, Roger. Through their dialogue with the Millennium Dragon, they discovered its heartfelt desire to return to its homeland, the fabled Lost Island. Later, Abyss candidly confessed that her capture by the Navy stemmed from the dragon gifting her a dragon scale, which she had fashioned into a necklace. This very ornament was what led to her discovery by the Navy upon their arrival on the island, prompting her subsequent escape and eventual reunion with Luffy and the others. Ultimately, Luffy conceived the whimsical idea of transporting the Millennium Dragon to the Lost Island, a notion that Zero and Nami silently endorsed. Upon returning to Bogdan's residence, they found Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp deeply asleep, while Bogdan murmured in his sleep. Shortly after, Islanders reported that the Navy had blockaded Battleship Island. After deliberation, they resolved to lead their companions to a cave for safety. When Zoro and the others laid eyes on the Millennium Dragon, their jaws dropped in astonishment. After all, a creature of such mythic stature appearing before them was nothing short of miraculous. With the Navy encircling Battleship Island in time of the essence, they split into two groups to transport the Millennium Dragon to their ship. Zero and Usopp navigated the Mary to the nearest point, while the others were tasked with ferrying the dragon to the shore. Damn it, how did the Navy discover the Mary? Usopp muttered, peering from behind a colossal boulder at the approaching Navy. Just as he was about to strategize with Zero on reclaiming their ship, Zero placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Usopp, I entrust this group to you. Faced with Zero's earnest expression, Usopp felt a surge of panic. That's impossible. There are too many of them. How can I manage alone? Have I not taught you the art of Haki? Combat is the swiftest path to mastery. I will be right here, so do not fear. I will ensure your safety. Usopp swallowed hard, but soon his gaze hardened with resolve. Yes, he aspired to be a valiant warrior of the sea. Retreat was not an option. Nodding at Zero, he withdrew his slingshot from his bag and, under Zero's approving gaze, stealthily repositioned himself to a hidden vantage point. Bang! Just moments after Usopp concealed himself, clouds of smoke erupted before the Navy ranks. Who goes there? Show yourself. This smoke, it's Pepper. Cough, cough. Coughing echoed through the haze, as some astute members of the Navy stumbled out, pinching their noses, only to be met with a sudden explosion of flames before them. Boom, boom, boom. In short order, the Navy lay sprawled on the ground, their faces marred by blood and tears, a pitiful sight indeed. Zero emerged from behind the stone, applauding, while Usopp approached him from his concealed position. His demeanor transformed from one of panic to one of triumph. So how about it, Sir Zero? I took them down. Impressive, right? Hee. Indeed, quite commendable. I half expected you to require my assistance, yet you managed to resolve it on your own. Truly, you are the sharpshooter of our crew, huh? Usopp scratched his head, then uttered a surprising revelation that delighted Sir Zero. Moreover, while I was shooting just now, I sensed a faint connection to Haki. Perhaps I could explore the development of some special ammunition in the future. Excellent. Keep it up. Hee. Subsequently, the duo boarded the Mary and set sail towards their designated rendezvous point to meet with their comrades. Unexpectedly, Usopp shouted, Sir Zero, there are naval warships ahead. Hearing Usopp's urgent call, Sir Zero noticed several warships emerging before the Mary. Upon closer inspection, he counted a total of 8 vessels. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat the Navy's 8th Division Warship 04. Successful completion rewards 700 experience points and 70,000 berries. How intriguing. Suddenly, Zero broke into a smile, and the nearby Usopp seemed to sense that something was about to unfold, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Initially, he had intended to circumvent the naval ships and avoid unnecessary conflict. However, now that the system had bestowed upon him a side quest, he saw no reason to let them go unchallenged. With this thought in mind, Zero addressed Usopp, saying, Usopp, you take the Mary and set sail. I shall handle those warships. Without waiting for Usopp's consent, he leaped into the air, utilizing the Moonwalk technique to swiftly approach the naval vessels. Leaving Usopp gazing at his departing figure, his expression somewhat dazed. The naval officers aboard the warships also took notice of Zero's arrival. Commander, what is that? That is the pirate executioner with a bounty of 50 million berries. Impossible. How can a person walk in the sky? Could it be that he has consumed a devil fruit? Quick, fire the cannons and bring that pirate down. Under the command of the naval leaders aboard the ship, cannonballs were launched towards Zero, while several nearby warships joined in the assault, surrounding him with a barrage of projectiles. In the face of such an onslaught, Zero drew his sword, the Azure Dragon, and with a series of swift strikes, he cleaved through the incoming cannonballs. Boom, boom. The vibrant blue blade clashed with the cannon fire, resulting in a series of violent explosions in midair. And the sudden gust of wind forced the Navy personnel aboard the warships to tighten their hats, as they anxiously observed the unfolding scene above. A figure suddenly materialized over one of the naval ships. Chapter 27. Just one more ship. Break it. With Zero's declaration, several beams of azure light erupted from the blade of Azure Dragon, continuously raining down upon the deck of the warship. To amplify his power, he even infused the blade with armament Haki, overwhelming the resisting Navy men in mere moments, as cries for help echoed throughout the ship. Devil! It's a devil! Help! Run! We can't hit him. Jump into the sea. The astute Navy personnel were the first to dive into the water. Yet a few were unable to escape in time, meeting their demise in the ship's hold. If it were the Zero from another world, he might have felt a sense of discomfort at such brutality, but after battling against a staggering number of foes in the trial space, he found himself oddly numb to the chaos. Zero is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, but thus far, it has not contributed to any troubles for oneself, which is sufficient. As for what lies ahead, who can truly predict? After a while, I have finally managed to secure a vessel. With a light exhale, Zero cast a glance at the slowly sinking warship and the Navy personnel desperately seeking rescue upon the surface of the sea. Without hesitation, he resumed his aerial assault. Targeting the next vessel, he yearned to accomplish his mission in one fell swoop. However, it was evident that these warships were far sturdier than he had anticipated. At the very least, they were significantly more resilient than the battered ships of Iron Fist Hobody, making their destruction far from effortless. He realized that only by boarding the warships could he expedite the progress of his task. Fortunately, the opposing naval forces primarily comprised lower-ranking soldiers, with only a handful of high-ranking officers acting in a command capacity. Thus Zero encountered minimal resistance. In swift succession, the second warship succumbed to Zero's dragon strike, and those sailors followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, onward to the third vessel. Yet, sensing an impending shift, Zero glanced into the distance, where the Navy fleet was gradually coming into view. The sheer number of ships was staggering, obscuring the exact count of warships. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him, prompting him to instinctively quicken his pace. With so many vessels, even he could not endure for long. After sinking the third warship, a barrage of cannonballs whizzed perilously close. compelling him to halt. Raising his gaze, he realized that the Navy fleet had drawn alarmingly near. With no other option, Zero reluctantly ceased his destruction of the warships, pivoted, and hastily retreated in the direction of the Mary. Just before the fleet arrived, he successfully evaded capture. Meanwhile, aboard a certain warship, a naval officer was reporting the battle losses to an individual on the screen. Reporting to the admiral, "We have lost 3 warships this time, and the number of missing personnel has yet to be determined, but we anticipate over 100 Navy sailors may." Before he could finish, the figure on the screen abruptly interrupted. Where did that pirate come from? How could he so easily dismantle our warships? What are you all doing? According to the returning Navy, this pirate is the Executioner, with a bounty of 50 million berries. He belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates, who have previously defeated several notorious pirates in the East Blue and even had encounters with the warlord Mihawk. What did you say? The individual on the screen appeared astonished upon hearing the officer's report, and after a moment of silence, he coldly replied, "Have Eric keep an eye on this pirate. Our priority remains the keel. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, we shall deal with them thoroughly once we secure the keel." "Yes, Admiral," to Zero's surprise. He had assumed that Usopp had already sailed the Mary to their agreed-upon location. However, after departing the encirclement, he soon spotted the Mary. Upon arriving at the ship, Zero was greeted by Usopp's concerned words, "Zero, you finally returned. Are you all right?" "Usopp, what are you doing here?" "Heh, I was worried you might encounter some mishap, so I came to meet you." "Zero, let me tell you, next time you shouldn't rush out on your own. Although you are indeed strong, one can never predict the presence of an even mightier foe, can one?" Listening to Usopp's admonishment, Zero felt no discomfort. Rather, a gentle warmth surged from within. This feeling of being cared for by someone seemed rather nice. Message received. With a smile, Zero conveyed to Usopp that he had absorbed the information, prompting Usopp to cease his discourse and instead collaborate with Zero to navigate the Mary towards their designated meeting point with the crew. Shortly thereafter, the Mary arrived at a stone formation strikingly reminiscent of Usopp's nose. Here, Luffy and the others had been waiting patiently, while the Millennial Dragon lay atop the deck. Its eyes closed, oblivious to whether it had succumbed to slumber or was merely resting. Following their reunion, they adhered to their prior strategy, binding the Millennial Dragon's ropes to the ship and utilizing the Mary to embark on a quest for the fabled Lost Island. Although Zero was already aware of the island's location, he refrained from disclosing this knowledge, fearing it would diminish the thrill of adventure. Furthermore, he harbored a desire to witness the remnants of the Lost Island post-submergence to satiate his curiosity. It was not until a culinary mishap involving a dish prepared by ABIs was inadvertently placed upon the Millennial Dragon's head, thus revealing that the approximate location of the Lost Island lay to the east of Battleship Island, that the crew altered their course toward their newfound destination. As Luffy, seated at the bow of the ship, remarked that something seemed amiss ahead, the crew turned to gaze in that direction. To their astonishment, Luffy gradually vanished from view, along with the Mary, which faded from the surface of the sea. This sudden and peculiar occurrence left the pursuing naval fleet in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Ultimately, they resolved to remain stationary, awaiting the Mary's reappearance. The Mary soon found itself enveloped in a fog-laden sea. The dense mist obscured their surroundings, and just as they endeavored to ascertain their location, a torrential downpour commenced. Accompanied by the deluge, colossal waves surged upon the surface. And as the ropes binding the Millennial Dragon threatened to unravel, Zero leaped across the deck, managing to grasp the ropes just in time. Simultaneously, Luffy extended his rubbery arm, firmly securing the Millennial Dragon's deck, preventing it from being swept away by the tempest. Once the storm subsided, clarity returned, and under Zero's guidance, they discerned the faint outline of an island ahead. At that moment, they realized that this island must indeed be the legendary Lost Island. Chapter 28. The understanding of breath. Upon disembarking onto the island, the crew conducted a thorough search, yet found no relevant clues. They deliberated on the possibility of transporting the Millennial Dragon to the mountain summit for a broader perspective. After ABIs utilized her whispering fruit to communicate with the island's avian inhabitants, they speculated that the summit was likely the location of the dragon's lair. As they ascended to the mountaintop and prepared to use Abi's dragonbone necklace to unlock the entrance to the lair, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, causing them to plummet. To their astonishment, they discovered below a realm resembling the ruins of an ancient civilization. Here, they encountered numerous enigmatic symbols etched into the walls, indicating that the inhabitants of Ur had maintained a close relationship with the Millennial Dragon. though the reasons for their eventual migration to Battleship Island remained unclear. It was surmised that a connection existed between Battleship Island and the Lost Island. As Nami speculated that the Lost Island might have sunk beneath the sea, Zero contemplatively remarked, "I recall that during the Millennial Dragon's first appearance, there was mention of the Lost Island possibly resurfacing soon. Is it conceivable that the submerged island might once again rise to the ocean's surface at some point?" Sanji interjected, "That seems implausible. For the Lost Island to ascend from the depths of the ocean voluntarily, that would be too." Zero shook his head. "There is nothing impossible. Let us not forget that we are on the brink of the Grand Line, where anything can transpire." As soon as he uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if they were contemplating the veracity of Zero's statement. Aware that his conjecture may be somewhat fanciful, Zero understood that, even if it were true, it might still be difficult for those who had never witnessed such things to believe. Thus, he chose to remain silent and resumed his observation of the surrounding ruins. At that moment, the others noticed that Abi's spirits were somewhat diminished. She felt as though their journey had been in vain. Consequently, they rallied to comfort her, which gradually lifted her mood. Suddenly, Zero lifted his gaze upwards, and Zoro followed his line of sight. There was a palpable aura of menace. The crowd, upon hearing this, turned their attention to the edge of the pit above, where they spotted the previously encountered whirlwind, Eric, a devil fruit user who had consumed the scythe fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro addressed Luffy directly. "Luffy, you and the 1,000-year dragon should head to the ship. I will stay here and deal with him." Luffy nodded, charging towards the wall to create a passage. However, upon colliding with the wall, he bounced back, yet the adjacent wall crumbled spectacularly. "Haha, look! Away!" the crowd exclaimed. Later, they once again guided the 1,000-year dragon down the mountainside. Though they faced a series of heart-stopping events along the way, they ultimately reached the vicinity of the Mary. However, Sanji and Usopp could not evade the descent into the sea, while Nami, forewarned by Zero, was swept into his arms, thus escaping the drenching. "Thank you, Zero," she said. Her cheeks flushed as she gracefully leapt down from his embrace. Her bashful demeanor left Sanji feeling envious, wishing he were the one holding Nami. Zero did not dwell excessively on his thoughts. At that moment, he was perceiving Zoro's situation through his observation Haki. Although the distance hindered him from clearly discerning the details of their circumstances, he sensed that Zoro was relatively safe, which offered him some relief. In truth, facing such a formidable adversary for the first time, Zoro felt a hint of trouble. After all, Eric's attacks were nearly undetectable, and on several occasions, he narrowly evaded them purely by instinct, which was exceedingly perilous. How could someone possess such a capability? Zoro felt a surge of impatience. He could not afford to squander time here. If he did not swiftly eliminate this foe, he would be in dire straits. Forcing himself to calm down, he recalled the breathing techniques Zero had previously demonstrated and the methods taught by Kaishiro. It seemed he had begun to grasp something essential. Finally, as Eric unleashed another barrage of sharp, transparent blades toward him, Zoro understood the essence of breathing techniques. Everything possesses breath. The earth has its breath, the trees have theirs. And he could perceive the breath behind this man's attacks. With a swift motion, he executed his technique, one sword style, lion's song. The transparent blades were severed. And before Eric could react, Zoro closed the distance with remarkable speed, delivering a devastating wound to him with Wado Ikamanji. It was unfathomable. Eric fell, his face etched with disbelief, as if he could not comprehend that he had been bested by a mere pirate. Upon defeating Eric, Zoro felt an unconscious yet profound understanding of the armament Haki, believing that it would not be long before he could master it. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Luffy calling his name from afar. In the next instant, Luffy's rubber arm landed squarely on his shoulder. Could it be this familiar sensation? Before Zoro could voice his surprise, he was propelled like a spring by Luffy's arm, landing clumsily among the others. Zero, watching nearby, sighed in resignation. Having intended to tell Luffy that such measures were unnecessary, but it seemed he no longer needed to say anything. They departed from the sea, but tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, an overwhelming fleet of Navy ships appeared before the Thousand Sunny, far surpassing the number Zero had witnessed when he had destroyed the naval vessels earlier. What kind of force was this 8th Division? How could there be so many ships? Was this the Navy's means to suppress the Grand Line? This was utterly absurd. The Navy fleet had seemingly discovered the Thousand Sunny, and in an instant, they connected every ship with iron chains, launching a relentless barrage of cannon fire toward them. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the whistling projectiles, Zero drew his sword, Sarayu, and declared, There is no escape now. We must carve our path forward. All right, everyone. Let us board their ships and sever the chains. That is our only chance for survival. Upon hearing Luffy's strategy, the crew steeled themselves to confront the Navy fleet, prepared to fight for their lives and forge an escape route. Chapter 29. Mission accomplished. The crew was navigating the Thousand Sunny in their desperate breakout. A worried Apis had rushed to the deck of the Thousand Sunny, claiming to accompany the Dragon Lord, and they reluctantly allowed her to stay. Suddenly, a cannonball was hurtling toward the Thousand Sunny, and Nami, unable to maneuver the ship to evade it, watched as Luffy leapt from the bow, inhaling deeply, causing his belly to expand momentarily, deflecting the cannonball before it struck the ship. As a result, the projectile soared into a nearby Navy vessel, demolishing its mast and splitting it in two. Admiral Nelson, furious, ordered his men to deploy the supersized cannon. However, before they could fire, Usopp retaliated, using the ship's cannons to strike the cannon's firing port. Boom! The main cannon exploded, sending Nelson and many of his soldiers tumbling helplessly onto the deck. What do you think of my little trick? Usopp boasted to the crew, only to be met with Zoro's sarcastic remark about his luck. Meanwhile, Luffy extended his rubber arm, aiming to grasp the opposing Navy ship. Rubber bridge. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately leaped onto Luffy's arm, heading toward the enemy vessel. Zoro swiftly advanced through the air, using a simulated moonwalk, eliciting a wave of envy from Sanji, who contemplated when he might seek Zoro's guidance to master this technique. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Meanwhile, Zoro had no intention of learning the moonwalk. His fighting strength primarily resided in his swordsmanship. Having just begun to grasp the technique of breathing, he needed to consolidate his understanding, so he merely glanced at Zoro before continuing his forward motion. As Zoro landed on the deck, Zoro and Sanji arrived simultaneously, only for Luffy to retract his arm and soar in, inadvertently colliding with the unfortunate Zoro, sending him sprawling aside. "What are you doing, Luffy?" Zoro exclaimed, though internally he brimmed with grievances. Nevertheless, when Luffy requested his assistance in severing the steel chains, Zoro acquiesced without hesitation, positioning himself beside the chains and drawing his sword, Wad Ikamanji. Zoro took on the task of cutting the chains, while the others assumed the role of his protectors. Luffy unleashed a flurry of rubber techniques, and Sanji employed his kicking skills. Even as a multitude of Navy soldiers rushed in from other ships to offer support, they remained undeterred. On Zero's front, the battle took on an eerie dimension. Any Navy soldier who approached within 3 meters of him would experience rolling eyes and uncontrollable collapse. Consequently, the advancing Navy forces, witnessing this phenomenon, hesitated and refrained from encroaching upon Zero's vicinity, ultimately diverting their focus to assault Luffy and Sanji, thereby significantly increasing the pressure on the two. Zero indeed wished to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, yet the sheer number of Navy forces proved overwhelming, and they continued to arrive in relentless waves. His imposing presence had its limitations, so he resolved to gradually clear the enemy instead. Ultimately, Luffy utilized his rubber arm to encircle the entire Navy contingent on the ship, casting them all overboard, thus securing a fleeting moment of respite. As the battle momentarily paused, Zoro fortuitously severed the last steel chain. Nami and Usopp hurriedly maneuvered the Going Merry toward the gap between the two Navy ships, intent on forcing their way through. However, an unexpected cannonball suddenly struck the sea beneath the plank where ABI's and the Millennium Dragon stood, causing the plank to sway violently, leading to ABI's losing her balance and falling into the water. Fortunately, Usopp witnessed the alarming situation and promptly leaped from the Going Merry, rescuing the incapacitated ABI's. As he gazed at the unconscious ABI's, the Millennium Dragon abruptly rose, elongating his neck and unleashing a thunderous roar toward the sky, drawing the attention of all present. Dragon! At that moment, ABI's regained consciousness, seemingly attuned to the Millennium Dragon's thoughts, attempting to offer a word of caution. Yet, the Millennium Dragon had already taken to the skies, his sights set on Nelson's flagship. "You all, shoot it down. I only require the dragon bone. Even a corpse will suffice." Upon hearing Nelson's frantic command, the Navy ships hastened to aim their cannons at the soaring Millennium Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannon fire erupted. Most projectiles missed due to insufficient elevation. Yet a few struck the Millennium Dragon's form, inflicting pain and eliciting anguished cries, yet he remained aloft in the sky. Finally, Zero arrived and employed his sword techniques to thwart all the cannonballs surrounding the Millennium Dragon, allowing the Straw Hat Pirates and ABIs to breathe a sigh of relief. No problem. With Zero here, Lord Dragon will surely be safe. Hearing Usopp's confident words, ABIs nodded vigorously, although she still harbored some concerns, given the circumstances. All she could do was pray that Lord Dragon would remain unharmed. Swish. Boom. Once again, a cannonball was obliterated in midair. Utilizing the moonwalk to briefly hover beside the Millennium Dragon, Zero found his temper beginning to fray. After all, the Millennium Dragon was merely a unique creature in this world. Talking reindeer existed, so what was so extraordinary about a Millennium Dragon? Furthermore, the elixir of immortality, an obviously fictitious notion, had prompted the deployment of such a vast fleet for capture. Wasn't that rather oppressive? No, it should be dragon. Regardless, I am quite irate at present. So seizing the moment as the cannon fire paused, Zero activated his armament Haki once more, enveloping the blade of the stunning dragon. The dragon-shaped pattern on the blade shimmered with hints of purple light. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of cannon fire surged once again. Clearly, the naval fleet, having failed to subdue the Millennium Dragon, had grown impatient. This time, the number of cannonballs exceeded the previous onslaught. Confronted with an assault capable of leveling a small mountain, Zero merely inhaled deeply and swung the stunning dragon once more. Buzz! A colossal blade of light manifested upon the ocean's surface, resembling a crescent moon, capturing the attention of all. To Nelson's eyes, the cannonballs posed no hindrance to the blade of light. Even the two naval ships before him were cleaved in twain as the light passed through. Then, as the blade of light dissipated, onlookers beheld a sudden black line appearing in the center of the flagship, the very vessel Nelson occupied, gradually widening. Subsequently, the upper half of the flagship tilted and plunged into the sea, and despite Nelson and the other sailors' frantic struggles, they could not avert this grim fate. On the Mary, ABIs, witnessing the sudden stillness of the scene and the warship slowly sinking beneath the waves, felt her eyes sparkle with admiration. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Chapter 30. A Tribute Surge. Congratulations. Side mission completed. Defeated Navy Warship 44. Earned 700 experience points and 70,000 berries. Upon completing the task, Zero's attributes were once again modified. Character: Zero. Title: The Enemy of Thousands. Level: LV 6, 500, 3200. Strength: 320. Stamina: 320. Agility: 320. Skills: Conqueror's Haki LV 3, Perfect. Armament Haki LV 2. Observation Haki LV 2. Martial Arts LV 4, Swordsmanship LV 5. Achieving another level up, Zero's attributes surged yet again. Accompanying this enhancement, he felt the potency of his skills escalate in tandem. The might of his Haki intensified, and his martial arts and swordsmanship grew more refined than ever before. However, in stark contrast, Zero's body felt fatigued, and the Haki within him was nearly depleted, clearly indicating that the recent assault had taken a considerable toll. At this juncture, he could only maintain the moonwalk, barely standing aloft, as another attack of that magnitude was beyond his immediate capability. As Nelson's flagship sank, the opposing navy visibly began to descend into chaos. Some chose to retreat, stowing their chains, while others, in their panic, collided with one another, resulting in a severe disaster. Simultaneously, sensing something amiss, Zero withdrew his gaze and turned to the Millennium Dragon beside him, which had suddenly ceased its wing beats and was now descending straight into the ocean. What was happening? Upon the back of the millennial dragon, I examined its condition. Before long, Luffy leaped over as well, calling out to the ancient beast in his own manner. Old dragon, what do you mean by this far and no further? You should consider your own well-being. We can take good care of ABIs. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, Zero noticed a vast expanse of green gradually emerging beneath the surface of the sea. With a sense of revelation, he exclaimed, "It seems that the Lost Island is finally about to make its appearance." What are you talking about, Zero? Luffy initially expressed some confusion, but through the eyes of the Millennium Dragon, he too began to sense something extraordinary. Ah, so that's it. The Millennium Dragon suddenly let out a powerful roar, prompting Luffy to smile with delight. So you have significant companions as well. Abyss aboard the Mary also heard the call of the Millennium Dragon and explained to Nami and Usopp, the Dragon Lord is summoning the Millennium Dragons from around the world. The time has come. At that moment, both Nami and Usopp noticed the spreading green hue beneath the waves, suddenly recalling Zero's earlier speculation about the reappearance of the Lost Island from the ruins. They couldn't help but swallow hard, their faith in his prediction beginning to solidify. Shortly after the Millennium Dragon's resonant roar echoed through the sky, numerous Millennium Dragons emerged from the clouds above. In no time, the skies over this vast sea were enveloped by an unfathomable multitude of these magnificent creatures. Oh my, there are so many. Zero gazed up at the majestic Millennium Dragon soaring overhead, marveling once again at this wondrous creature. At that moment, the Millennium Dragon was bidding farewell to Luffy. Although Luffy was reluctant to accept, he nodded and assured the dragon that he would convey its message to ABIs. In the next instant, the dragon turned its eyes towards Zero. Thank you, the dragon expressed through Luffy's translation. Kneeling down, Zero silently observed the dragon until it closed its eyes and breathed its last. Though unwilling to face the reality, Zero had done all he could. The outcome was unavoidable. In truth, the Millennium Dragon was not named for its lifespan, but for its migratory pattern, which occurred every 1,000 years. The dragon's demise was merely the result of its life reaching its natural conclusion. Soon after, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered aboard the Mary. ABIs wore a somber expression, feeling as though she had failed to fulfill the dragon's wish by not bringing it back to its lair. However, Luffy approached her, stating that the dragon's wish had indeed been realized. At that moment, she noticed new land emerging from the depths of the ocean as the waters receded, revealing the legendary Lost Island in a new light. Dragon Grandpa! ABI suddenly leaped off the ship, sprinting towards a specific location. Where is she going? Usopp inquired. Luffy replied, to where the dragon is. As Luffy indicated, ABI's was heading to the spot where the Millennium Dragon had once sunk beneath the waves, now resurfacing due to the shifting seabed. The others followed ABI's, witnessing her tears as she faced the lifeless dragon. Luffy, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, the dragon isn't dead. Look over there. Following Luffy's pointing finger, ABI spotted a newly hatched baby Millennium Dragon, calling out towards her. It seemed she could hear the familiar voice of the dragon. At that moment, she comprehended the dragon's earlier words. Even in death, the Millennium Dragon would rise again. Despite her sorrow, ABI's gaze hardened with resolve, as if she had made a solemn decision. Shortly thereafter, the villagers from Battleship Island arrived, inviting the Straw Hat crew to the island to express their gratitude. The crew declined, realizing that they had strayed off course for too long due to this incident and needed to set sail promptly. Before departing, Luffy invited ABI's aboard, asking if she wished to join them. Although Zero understood his captain's character, he questioned the wisdom of taking a child into the Grand Line. Even with her devil fruit powers, Zero felt it was too perilous. Fortunately, ABI's responded that she would remain on the island. Even if she could not witness the dragon's next migration, her descendants would protect the dragon's lair for generations, waiting for the return of the baby Millennium Dragon. Luffy respected her decision and did not press further. Goodbye. Take care. Goodbye. As the Mary sailed away, ABI's reminisced about the time spent with the crew. Though she felt a pang of longing, she remained steadfast in her convictions. Suddenly, Bogdan brought up the history of Battleship Island, causing her to falter. Grandpa Bogdan, please don't recount those tales. Wait, ABIs, don't run off. Please. Thus, the story of the Lost Island and the Millennium Dragon came to a close. Though brief, it became an indelible and cherished memory for Zero and each member of the Straw Hat crew. Even years later, they would fondly recall the little girl who could communicate with the Millennium Dragon and the island that surfaced only once every 1,000 years. Chapter 31, A Perilous Moment. Nami. We've spotted a vast expanse of dark clouds ahead. Upon hearing Sanji's report from atop the mast, Nami sighed with relief, realizing they had finally returned to their original course. Luffy, brimming with excitement, jumped beside Sanji, laughing heartily. We're finally heading to the Grand Line. Caught up in the exuberance, Zero felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of experiencing places like Giant Island and Alabasta in the future. Suddenly, he glanced at Nami, who coincidentally turned to look at him, prompting him to smile and nod. This made her slightly awkward as she turned away, her ears reddening with embarrassment. Zero, somewhat perplexed, chose to gaze into the distant expanse of the sea. Within the dining hall of the Mary, the crew had gathered around Nami, who had made a new discovery. According to her, the map depicted a canal leading towards the mountains, suggesting that the entrance to the Grand Line might indeed lie atop the mountains. Zoro raised a skeptical eyebrow, questioning how water could possibly flow upwards, even doubting the map's reliability. In contrast, Zero expressed his support for Nami's perspective, asserting that such a possibility did exist within the Grand Line. Sanji, standing behind Zero, also voiced his agreement with Nami. Just then, Usopp, who was at the helm, suddenly reported that he was unable to control the ship. Sanji rushed to assist him, but to no avail. It was then that Zero hypothesized the presence of powerful undercurrents below them. Upon hearing this, Nami began to analyze the movement of the currents, ultimately concluding that if they were to enter the Grand Line, it was indeed highly likely that they would have to ascend from the mountains. Regardless, we must first regain control of the ship to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded in unison and then returned to their respective positions. At long last, they had arrived at the Red Land, where they beheld the towering peaks that pierced the heavens. Even Zoro, who had harbored doubts, could not help but be convinced that they might truly be entering the Grand Line from the mountains. Their anxiety heightened when they spotted a turbulent current rising from below, prompting them to mobilize with urgency. Nami took charge, shouting, "Luffy, watch the right side, the right side." "Got it." Sanji and Usopp echoed, "Steer the ship to the right." However, the force of the current was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Sanji and Usopp unable to redirect the Mary, even breaking the helm in their attempts. Just as the vessel was on the verge of colliding with the Red Land, Luffy leaped forth, transforming into a balloon and miraculously buoying the Mary back into the ascending current, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. As Zero sheathed the startling dragon, the moment was fraught with tension, nearly compelling him to draw his blade, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. Soon, the Mary surged through the clouds, reaching the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent. After leaping over the mountaintop, they finally beheld the waters belonging to the Grand Line. This is the world's most magnificent sea, the Grand Line, where One Piece lies hidden somewhere within its depths. Onward, Luffy shouted exuberantly, igniting the fervor of his companions. "We have arrived at the Grand Line." The Mary sped swiftly down the mountainside. After such a thrilling experience, the excitement among the crew was palpable. Sanji even climbed onto the ship's netting, gazing into the distance, shedding his earlier composure. At that moment, Zoro inquired if anyone had heard a peculiar sound. Nami surveyed their surroundings and shook her head, suggesting it might merely be the wind, given the area's unique topography. "Something feels amiss. Everyone, take heed. There's a colossal creature ahead." A voice emerged from the depths, and Sanji exclaimed, "Hey, it seems there's a mountain ahead." The crew, having heard or seen peculiar sights, were suddenly filled with alertness. When they finally discerned the object before them, they were left utterly astounded. It was an enormous whale. Luffy expressed his astonishment, while Usopp, trembling, inquired whether they were meant to engage in battle with the colossal creature. Nami retorted that the issue was no longer about whether they could defeat it, but rather how they would survive. Zero was secretly astonished. Could this truly be the largest whale species in the Western Sea? Moreover, the disparity between its representation in anime and the palpable reality was staggering. Laboon not only possessed an immense size, but also exuded an overwhelming presence, far more intense than the Sea Kings observed previously in the Calm Belt. If Brook, now a mere skeleton, were to witness Laboon in its current form, he would likely be equally astonished. Zero mused that even if he unleashed his dragon shock, it might prove ineffective against Laboon, unless, at that moment, the others noticed a passage on the left side of the whale, yet the Mary's helm was irreparably damaged. Despite Zoro and the others exerting all their strength, they could not maneuver it. Ultimately, it was Luffy's sudden inspiration that led him to fire a cannonball at the whale's surface, using the resulting recoil to halt the Mary, albeit at the cost of the ship's bow. My first-class seat. As the crew sought to escape before the colossal whale detected them, Luffy, in a fit of anger, shouted at the creature while extending his arm to strike its eye. "What are you doing?" As Luffy continued to bellow, Zoro and Usopp rushed over to shove him aside. Yet they still attracted the whale's attention. The whale roared, unleashing a deafening sound that overwhelmed even those who covered their ears. The Mary shook violently under the force of the roar, its might truly terrifying. However, the ordeal was far from over. The whale opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire Mary whole. When the crew regained their composure, it seemed as though the Mary had entered another realm. With blue skies and white clouds overhead, and a small cottage on a nearby island that appeared oddly surreal. Luffy, however, was not with them. He seemed to have escaped just before the ship was engulfed. "Where are we?" Nami lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Encountering such bizarre circumstances upon entering the Grand Line was utterly preposterous. The others were also surveying their surroundings. Only Zero maintained a calm demeanor. As he understood that they were relatively safe, Laboon bore no malice, merely seeking a response from its companions in its own unique manner. Suddenly, a gigantic octopus emerged, capturing everyone's attention, prompting them to brace for action. However, in the next instant, several iron arrows flew through the air, striking the colossal octopus and swiftly dispatching it upon the surface of the sea. As the enormous creature fell, the crew noticed a figure within the cottage, gazing intently at them. Upon recognizing the individual's likeness, Zero quietly remarked in a voice only he could hear, "Is that Roger's ship's doctor?" Chapter 32. Blade against rocket launcher. A sense of indifference enveloped the scene. The individual before them appeared to be over 70 years of age. Yet, one must not judge solely by appearances, for this venerable man had remarkably hunted a colossal octopus at such an advanced age. Truly, he was a man of great caliber. Having once served alongside the illustrious Roger, he cast a glance at the assembly before settling down to peruse a newspaper, provoking a wave of light-hearted banter among the crowd. Subsequently, he introduced himself as Colix, the guardian of Twin Cape. Colix expressed his bewilderment at the presence of the gathering, causing Nami and Usopp to become somewhat flustered. In a moment of solace for the two, Zero remarked, "Since that fellow was able to construct a dwelling here, he must have resided in this place for some time. Thus, we are likely to be safe. So, how shall we exit?" Usopp inquired. In response, Zero gestured towards the newspaper reading Colix, suggesting, "Why not ask him?" As they approached Colix to inquire about their way out, he pointed decisively to a massive iron door not far off, stating, "It's right there." The group once again expressed their bewilderment as to why such an exit would exist within the belly of a whale. At that moment, Usopp came to a realization. This world was illusory. The sea above, the clouds, and the azure sky were mere paintings. As the group prepared to leave, the merry-go suddenly shook once more. Colix explained that this was due to the whale, Labu, repeatedly ramming its head against the red earth continent. Nami recalled the numerous scars on the whale's head, while Usopp speculated that Colix might be employing some method to hunt the whale. Zoro and the others expressed their reluctance to involve themselves further. Suddenly, Colix leapt into the gastric fluid. Usopp questioned his intentions, cautioning that being corroded by such acid was perilous. Zero shook his head, feigning ignorance. Before long, Colix reemerged, climbing the stairs of the iron door, seemingly with a purpose unknown to them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. "Hey everyone, so you were all here?" The group turned to see three figures soaring through the air. Aside from the last figure, who was Luffy, the other two were unfamiliar to them. Upon reflection, it appears that both individuals possess formidable backgrounds. One is a princess from Alabasta, while the other serves as a subordinate to Crocodile. The crowd managed to rescue all three. At this moment, Kurisumi reappeared, and upon seeing the two, his expression visibly shifted to one of anger. He urged them not to entertain the notion of attacking Laboon. Yet they disregarded Kurisumi's warning and, inexplicably, produced a rocket launcher, intending to fire a projectile at Laboon's ribcage. Zero shook his head, and the dragon surged forth. With a clang, both individuals felt an unexpected lightness as the rocket launcher split in two before their astonished eyes, crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud. Just as they contemplated their next move, Zero stepped forward and rendered them unconscious with the hilt of his sword. Zero, splendid work. I too found them rather irksome. But you beat me to it, ha ha ha. Luffy exclaimed, patting Zero on the shoulder, who nodded in agreement, albeit feeling somewhat guilty towards Vivi, who was merely acting. Meanwhile, on the island, Corex was explaining to the crowd why Laboon had collided with the Red Line and the reason for his cries at Reverse Mountain. It was said that a pirate crew had once visited Reverse Mountain and, before departing, entrusted Corex with the care of Laboon for 2 to 3 years, promising to return for him after a circumnavigation of the Grand Line. However, 50 years have now passed since that promise. The crew of the pirate ship Zero has largely perished, with only one member remaining in this world, transformed into a lifeless skeleton due to the consumption of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their astonishment at the perilous nature of the Grand Line, particularly in regard to the fact that the whale Laboon had waited here for 50 long years, a notion that was difficult for them to comprehend. Subsequently, with the assistance of Crocus, the Straw Hat Pirates managed to exit the belly of Laboon. During this time, when Luffy learned that Crocus had once served as a ship's doctor for a pirate crew, he contemplated inviting him to join them, only to be met with a polite refusal as Crocus acknowledged the decline of his own physical vitality. Through their conversations with Crocus, the crew also uncovered a harsh truth. The pirate crew from 50 years ago had long since fled the Grand Line, facing their scorn and condemnation. Only Zero and Luffy leaned against the railing, silently gazing at Laboon. Zero suddenly spoke up. "Hey Luffy, do you think that pirate crew really escaped?" Luffy tilted his head. I don't know. I see. That guy is quite pitiable. What are you going to do? I plan to do this. As Luffy spoke, he dashed towards the Mary, forcibly snapping the ship's mast. Then, following the contours of Laboon's body, he ran up to its head and plunged the mast down with great force. Ah! Laboon cried out in agony, leaving Luffy's companions perplexed, unsure of the rationale behind his actions. Only Zero had discerned Luffy's intentions, a silent smile gracing his lips. Laboon, enraged, charged at Luffy, sending him crashing against the red line. Even when Luffy charged back once more, Laboon knocked him away again, and soon Luffy was battered and bruised. It's a draw. Luffy raised his hand, negotiating with the whale Laboon for the time of their next duel, promising to return after a week of navigating the Grand Line for another battle, urging it to wait. Laboon emitted a joyful sound. Later, to prevent Laboon from ramming into the red line again, Luffy whimsically painted a straw hat skull on its head, instructing it to guard it well. Laboon nodded, affirming its commitment to the promise. When everyone returned to the Mary, Zero climbed atop Laboon's head and began recounting the tale of Brook. Laboon, do you know? Your companions did not flee. They fought valiantly. And do you remember Brook? Upon hearing the familiar name, Laboon appeared somewhat agitated. Brook, he consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and is currently somewhere in the Grand Line. He will eventually become our comrade. When we return here, you will see him again. However, he has turned into a skeleton now. So do be careful not to shatter his bony frame. Ha 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 ha. Zero understood that Labu should comprehend his intentions, thus refrained from further speech and let down from Labu's head. Labu gazed at Zero's silhouette as he boarded the Mary, his eyes once again glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 33. The unusual. While Luffy and the others rested at Twin Cape, Nami suddenly exclaimed in alarm that the compass had malfunctioned. Corex explained that it was due to the magnetic minerals present on most islands of the Grand Line, which caused a chaotic magnetic field, rendering the compass ineffective for navigation. Nami promptly inquired if there was anything that could substitute for the compass. It was then that she learned from Corex about a device known as the log pointer, specifically designed for navigation within the Grand Line. Subsequently, Luffy produced the log pointer before Nami's astonished gaze, instantly resolving the predicament. When Nami asked where he had acquired it, Luffy replied that it was left behind by the duo who had fled, prompting her to nod in realization. With the log pointer in hand, Corex elaborated on its principles and usage, revealing that it ultimately points towards Raftel, the final island where the Pirate King had set foot, thereby impressing upon everyone the significance of this small device. Luffy, how have you consumed all the food? Sanji suddenly inquired with indignation, yet Luffy remained utterly unconcerned. In a fit of rage, Sanji delivered a flying kick that sent Luffy sprawling, fortuitously in the opposite direction from Nami, who was positioned just where Luffy would have landed. Fortunately, Zero, with keen eyes, noticed the unfolding scene and stepped forward to redirect Luffy elsewhere, thus sparing Nami and the log pointer from harm. Seriously, you guys are going too far, Luffy protested. Ignoring him, the group witnessed Labu unexpectedly transporting the two individuals who had previously fled, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, ashore. Mr. Nine sought their assistance, wishing to board the Mary to return to Whiskey Peak. Although Nami initially intended to refuse, Luffy unexpectedly consented, leaving her no choice but to relent. Thus, shortly after Nami adjusted the log pointer, the Straw Hat Pirates, amidst Labu's howls, departed Twin Cape aboard the Mary, setting their course for Whiskey Peak. As they watched the ship sail away, Corex began to muse aloud. Could they be the pirates we have been waiting for? What an extraordinary man he is. ISNT that right, Roger? After the Mary had sailed for a while, heavy snow suddenly began to fall upon the sea. Standing on the deck, Zero felt a sense of nostalgia. Just moments before, the weather had been warm, and now it had turned frigid. The climate of the Grand Line was indeed peculiar. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced physique, he had become significantly more resilient and could easily withstand such a drop in temperature. Luffy and the others, too, were unfazed, even engaging in snowball fights and constructing snowmen. Watching them, Zero felt a pang of envy, wishing to join their merriment, but then seemed to recall something and approached Nami. Nami, what's the matter? Zero pointed at Nami's log pointer and remarked, you would do well to pay attention to the log pointer. I fear the weather may affect the course of the Mary. Nami intended to express that she had just checked it, but as she lowered her gaze, she was startled to see the pointer suddenly reverse its direction. What was happening? Hadn't she just checked it? Nami quickly realized that the Mary had inexplicably changed its course and was now retracing its steps. She hastily instructed the crew to adjust the ship's direction. Luffy and Usopp, cease your frivolities. The ship is heading the wrong way. Quickly, pull the sail ropes. Sanji, turn the starboard into the wind and execute a 180-degree turn to the left. Mr. Nine and Vivi were also summoned by Nami from the cabin to assist, while Zoro, who had been napping on the deck, received a sharp jab from Zero, waking him in a daze. Upon noticing the flurry of activity, he joined in as well. In a brief span, they had endured the blazing sun, dense fog, fierce winds, and tumultuous waves, even encountering an iceberg on the desolate sea, which Zero had skillfully shattered with a slash of his sword, leaving the crew a bit shaken. Finally, after the rain had cleared and the sea calmed, they reached their destination, Whiskey Peak. Luffy marveled at the island's landscape, astonished to see numerous gigantic cacti. However, Zero, utilizing his observation haki, discerned that the mountain peaks were adorned with crosses and tombstones, many names engraved upon them, evoking an eerie sensation. Would the crew still wish to disembark upon discovering such unsettling truths? Suddenly, Zero was struck by an idea, yet upon witnessing the excitement etched on everyone's faces, he deemed it prudent to withhold this revelation. At that moment, the duo appeared at the fence, bidding farewell to the crowd before leaping into the sea and swimming away. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates felt little in response to their departure, as their time together had been rather brief. Subsequently, discussions about Whiskey Peak ensued among them. When Luffy suggested that if the island posed any danger, they could simply set sail away, Nami promptly doused the enthusiasm with a dose of reality, informing everyone that they might have to linger here for a while. This was due to the need for the log post to capture the island's magnetic field, which required a duration ranging from 1 or 2 days to as much as 4 or 5 days before they could proceed to the next island. The group had no choice but to acquiesce to this truth. As the mist gradually enveloped their surroundings, the Mary entered the inner sea of Whiskey Peak. Suddenly, Zero sensed something amiss and glanced around. Everyone, remain vigilant. I have the distinct feeling that we are being watched, and by more than just a few. At Zero's alert, the others also noticed the flickering shadows of figures on the island. Just as they were about to react, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the shore. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, esteemed pirate. Welcome, heroes, to this place. Welcome, welcome. The exuberance of the island's inhabitants was palpable, and Luffy and his companions couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Usopp even exchanged greetings with them, embodying the spirit of triumphant heroes returning from battle, much to Zero's dismay. For heaven's sake, in this grand line, how can one consider pirates with an uncertain future as heroes? It is either a trap or a ruse. It seems everyone is still too naive. Zero contemplated this moment, suddenly lifting his gaze to meet Zoro's, who was observing him with a serious expression. It appeared that not only was Zero sensing something amiss, but Zoro had also discerned the peculiarities of the situation. The two exchanged a nod, their eyes crossing before they turned their attention elsewhere. The group disembarked from the ship. A middle-aged man with British curls approached, introducing himself as Ikelam, the mayor of the town. He warmly welcomed everyone and extended an invitation to a gathering on the island. Standing at the back, Zero silently mused. Is this not a banquet of treachery? Chapter 34. The Dread of the Executioner. At this moment, Nami inquired of Ikelam how long it would take for the recording device to gather the island's magnetic properties. Ikelam suggested setting that matter aside and moved to drape an arm around Nami's shoulder. You be cautious. Hearing this somewhat indifferent remark, Ikelam abruptly halted his actions and turned to face the speaker, the bounty notice of this individual surfacing in his mind. Could this be the executioner with a bounty of 50 million berries? He certainly appeared formidable. Ikelam mentally labeled Zero, sheepishly retracting his hand. At this juncture, Nami turned her gaze to Zero, feeling a warm glow from his sudden concern. Later, Ikelam regained his composure, welcoming Luffy and the others into the heart of the island while reminding the townsfolk to take good care of the adventurers. As night fell, the revelry on the island commenced. Luffy indulged in a feast, Usopp regaled the crowd with his fabricated tales, and Sanji embraced women with a look of infatuation. Meanwhile, Nami, Zoro, and Zero reclined on a nearby sofa, observing the festivities. Ikelam approached, eager to invite the trio to partake in a drink. Initially, Nami declined, but upon Ikelam's explanation that it was a special beverage made from grapes, devoid of alcohol, her curiosity was piqued. This drink is delightful, she praised after taking a sip. Seizing the moment, Ikelam invited Nami and the others to join a toast competition, offering a prize of 100,000 berries for the winner. The money-loving Nami instantly resolved to participate, even encouraging Zoro and Zero to join as well. Zoro shook his head, expressing his desire to step outside for some fresh air, and he promptly left the room, leaving Sanji to accompany the scheming Nami in this so-called drinking contest. After a considerable time, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had succumbed to slumber. Ikelim emerged, engaging in conversation with the suddenly appeared Vivi and Mr. Nine, revealing his true identity as Mr. 8 of the Baroque Works. To their astonishment, this female pirate possessed an extraordinary capacity for drinking. A woman clad in a gray cloak also exited the dwelling. And as she shed the cloak, her muscular physique was unveiled. Like Ikelim, she was a bounty hunter from Baroque Works, known as Miss Monday. Miss Monday remarked sarcastically on how a group of children could not have been dealt with when they disembarked. Upon hearing her comment, Ikelim produced 2 bounty notices, one for Luffy and the other for Zoro. As the trio gazed upon the bounty amounts, they were taken aback, realizing that these seemingly harmless pirates commanded significant attention from the Navy. Particularly, Zoro's bounty of 50 million berries was not far off from their boss's standing before he became a warlord of the sea. By the way, I seem to recall not seeing the executioner afterwards. Do you have any recollection of him? At Miss Monday's words, Ikelim broke into a cold sweat, just as he heard a familiar voice. Are you looking for me? The executioner is merely a title given to me by the Navy. Personally, I prefer you call me by my name. What do you think, esteemed members of Baroque Works? The 4 of them abruptly turned their heads, simultaneously directing their gaze toward the source of the voice. At this moment, Zero stood before a house, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 4 individuals simultaneously sensed an unfathomable pressure emanating from this man. Before they could react, another voice resonated from the house behind them. Zero, so you are here. I was wondering why I couldn't find you, ha ha ha. The 4 discerned the figure's appearance and recognized him as Roronoa Zaro from the Straw Hat Pirates. My apologies. I just stepped out for a moment to use the restroom and took a brief stroll, only to return at this very moment, huh? Zero waved his hand in response to Zaro, also noticing that individuals wielding knives and guns were gradually closing in, seemingly intent on surrounding the 2. Zero, are you all right down there by yourself? This is the den of bounty hunters, so do be cautious. Zaro inquired with concern. Yet he showed no inclination to come to assist. Zero shook his head and stood up amidst the puzzled gazes of the numerous bounty hunters, calmly stating, they are merely a group of ordinary individuals. After speaking, Ikelim seemed to recall something and prepared to alert everyone to the man before them, but suddenly felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Zero, which caused a splitting headache. Ikelim struggled to articulate, what on earth is this? Observing the bounty hunters collapsing one by one, Zaro inhaled deeply. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken. The Conqueror's Haki is truly remarkable, Zoro mused. Yet instead of feeling defeated, he found his desire to grow stronger intensified by Zero's formidable presence. In an instant, all the bounty hunters that had surrounded them fell to the ground. Even those at a distance, untouched by the immediate effects, were struck by the bizarre scene and fled, shouting cries of demon. As for the 4 members of the Baroque Works, though they remained standing, they were visibly shaken, eventually collapsing to the ground and struggling to rise again, casting fearful glances at the man before them. Despite their encounters with numerous pirates, they had never faced a man wielding such extraordinary powers, especially as their companions fell one after another. They found themselves harboring the unsettling thought that this man was even more terrifying than Mr. Zero. Suddenly, Ikelim spoke up, do not be afraid, prompting the 3 to turn their attention towards him. Zero and Zoro also looked on, eager to see his next move. Do not forget, if we fail our mission, we will also meet our demise, and dying at the hands of our boss is no better than fighting this man. At least there is a glimmer of hope. After all, having just unleashed such power, he certainly cannot deploy it a second time. Zero yearned to express that he could indeed return a second time. After all, following his upgrade, the range of his Conqueror's Haki had not only expanded, but its duration had also significantly increased. Yet, upon witnessing their current pitiful state, Zero felt it prudent to refrain from further damaging their fragile spirits, especially considering that one among them might one day join the Straw Hat Pirates. Zero resolved not to let you bask in glory alone. These 2 shall be entrusted to me. As Zaro spoke, he leaped down from the rooftop, stretching his limbs before charging directly towards Mr. Nine and the timid figure beside him. Zero smiled faintly, tacitly accepting Zoro's actions. However, his expression abruptly turned grave as a carom, and Miss Monday now stood directly before him. Executioner, let us see what other tricks you possess, Miss Monday declared, charging forward, while a carom simultaneously brandished a horn-like weapon, preparing to launch an assault on Zero. Sensing the unwavering resolve of his opponents, Zero could only respond with resignation. Very well. Then I shall indulge you in this little game. Chapter 35, The Return of the Abilities. First update. Bang, bang, bang. Akaram relentlessly fired at Zero. Yet the projectiles were effortlessly deflected by Zero's agile movements. Observing Zero's ease, Akaram urgently called out to his ally, Miss Monday, make your move. Executioner. Let you experience the strength of a woman. Miss Monday shouted as she lunged at Zero, enveloping him in a powerful embrace and slamming him to the ground. The impact shattered the earth beneath her, creating fissures reminiscent of a spider's web. Just as she attempted to mock Zero, a strong, firm hand suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, gripping her neck with an ironclad hold. It was the executioner. Before Miss Monday could fully utter the words for help, a force more terrifying than her own surged from those hands, rendering her breathless and causing her arms to fall limply to her sides. Miss Monday. Akaram cried out in anguish, taken aback by the swift defeat of his companion. Zero was on the verge of fainting when Miss Monday was cast aside. Continuing on towards Icarus. You wretched scoundrel, just watch me pierce you through. Icarus bellowed, surprisingly extending 6 machine guns from his hair, aiming them at Zero, who was approaching. However, to his astonishment, Zero suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind him in an instant. With a swift motion, blood began to seep from Icarus's chest, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Zero retrieved the astonished dragon and cast a glance at Miss Monday and Ikelam, who lay on the ground. Without lingering for long, he proceeded towards another battlefield. Upon his arrival, he found that Zoro had just concluded his own skirmish. Not long before, Zoro had held the advantage. But then Vivi had taken the sleeping Luffy out of the room as a hostage, intending to intimidate Zoro. However, Zoro seized the opportunity and, when Mr. 9 launched a chain attack against him, he deftly flung Mr. 9 towards Vivi, thus bringing the conflict to an end. What transpired? As Zero and Zoro observed their Captain Luffy awakening, they exchanged a brief inquiry before returning to slumber, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as Zoro assumed the ordeal had concluded, 2 new figures emerged before the fallen quartet. According to Vivi, these individuals were also affiliated with Baroque Works, bearing the codenames Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Within Baroque Works, Mr. 0 serves as the mastermind. The closer one is to the number 0, the greater their power. Clearly, these 2 ranked among the elite. They explicitly stated their intent to eliminate Ikelam and Vivi. It turned out that both were undercover agents, and upon hearing Ikelam address Vivi, it appeared she possessed a remarkably noble status. Ikelam urged Vivi to flee, declaring he would confront Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine alone. Mr. 5 merely pinched his nose and flicked a booger at Ikelam. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted before Ikelam, engulfing him in flames, causing him to collapse before Vivi's astonished gaze. Meanwhile, Zero noticed Zoro's incredulous expression and pointed at the 2 adversaries, stating that they had both consumed devil fruits, thus becoming superhuman. The man in sunglasses was likely a user of the bomb fruit, while the one floating in midair had presumably ingested the float fruit. Indeed, it was astonishing to encounter such powerful foes so soon after setting sail on the Grand Line. Zoro remarked in awe, continuing to observe the unfolding scene alongside Zero. Despite having gravely injured Ikelam, Mr. 5's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had merely completed an insignificant task. Ikelam, with us here, do not expect to escape. Miss Valentine laughed mockingly at Vivi's evident panic as she floated effortlessly toward her, accompanied by Mr. 5. At that moment, a notification chimed in Zero's mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat Baroque Works Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Successful completion rewards 750 experience points and 1 item lottery ticket. Finally, a quest had arrived. Through previous side quests, Zero had discerned certain patterns for triggering missions, such as the correlation between quest difficulty and one's own strength. If the opponent was too feeble, the conditions for triggering a quest might not be met, as was the case with Ikelam and Miss Monday. However, this side quest made it clear that Zero was determined to intervene in today's events. Just as Vivi was about to be besieged by the 2 assailants, a man suddenly appeared, standing protectively before her. You are. The 2 adversaries finally noticed the presence of another, and upon recognizing Zero, their expressions morphed into astonishment as they simultaneously exclaimed, The executioner, Zero, the pirate with a bounty of 50 million, it's you. Ah, so you are aware of my reputation. That simplifies matters. Might I persuade you to spare this woman on my account? Upon Zero's utterance, a sense of familiarity washed over him. However, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five erupted into laughter after hearing it. A mere pirate worth 50 million? How audacious. Perhaps he should return to his ship. It appears this matter will not conclude so easily. Zero, would you care to lend a hand? Zoro interjected. For these two are not mere underlings, but formidable users of devil fruit powers. Zero waved his hand dismissively. No need for assistance. I can handle these two on my own. You merely observe. This chap truly believes we are at his mercy? Miss Valentine's Day, feeling a twinge of irritation, sensed her significant neglect from Zero's nonchalant remarks. Just as she contemplated ascending to confront this boastful man, Mr. Five interjected, urging her to remain calm. Look, that woman is trying to escape. They witnessed Vivi swiftly summoning her powers and sprinting into the distance. Without a second thought, they dashed after her, only to be obstructed by a swiftly flying azure blade of light. The sound of silence echoed. Did I permit you to leave? At that moment, the tip of Jinglong's blade was directed at the two, its icy glimmer flashing ominously, as if it were poised to transform into a fearsome beast ready to pounce. Faced with this threat, the two had no choice but to halt their pursuit of Vivi, preparing to deal with the man before them first. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Luffy had just exited the restroom, only to find the inhabitants sprawled on the ground, their eyes rolled back in their heads. Reflecting upon the situation, he recalled that it was likely his comrade, Zero, who possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. Anger surged within him as he called out, Zero, where are you? He could not fathom why Zero would treat the islanders, who had provided for him and his friends, in such a manner. Thus, he ran through the town, shouting Zero's name. Chapter 36, Armament Haki, Hardening. Second update. As Zero engaged in combat with Miss Valentine and Mr. Five, a feigned drunken Nami appeared beside Zoro, negotiating with the awakening Ikaram. She sought to guarantee Vivi's safety in exchange for 1 billion berries. Initially, Ikaram was reluctant to agree, but feeling unable to protect Vivi adequately, he eventually conceded that they should rescue her first before discussing terms. With the negotiations yielding initial success, Nami's spirits lifted, and she urged Zoro to assist Zero in battle. However, Zoro shook his head, asserting that Zero was capable of defeating them alone, prompting the group to continue observing the unfolding situation. You dare to challenge us alone? Do you not realize we are both devil fruit users? Miss Valentine teased, covering her mouth with a smirk as Mr. Five nodded in agreement. Words are futile. Let us commence. With that, Zero swung his blade, sending a gleaming arc through a nearby building, cleaving it in two. The invisible pressure emanating from this strike was palpable, leading the two adversaries to exchange resolute nods. With Mr. Five launching the first assault, he extracted a small clump of black substance from his nose and hurled it towards Zero. Disgusting. Zero exhibited a sense of disdain. Unlike Zoro, he would not allow his beloved blade to come into contact with such repulsive matter. In an instant, he unleashed a brilliant arc of light from his sword. Buzz. Boom. The moment the blade's radiance collided with the booger bomb, a violent explosion ensued, generating a tempestuous gust of wind that shattered the windows of nearby houses. As the tumult subsided and the smoke cleared, Zero realized that Miss Valentine had vanished from her position, while Mr. Five was rapidly advancing towards him. Zero once again unleashed a flash of blade light. As the azure gleam approached Mr. Five, his form shifted, and when he reappeared, he had already traversed beyond the blade's arc, standing before Zero. Die. Mr. Five struck with his fist, and Zero felt the latent power contained within, prompting him to raise his sword in defense. Boom. The explosion reverberated through the street once more. In the next instant, Zero swiftly retreated from the encroaching smoke. But before he could regain his footing, the voice of Miss Valentine rang out from above. My ability allows me to manipulate my own weight. For instance, I can become 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, or even 10,000 kilograms. Miss Valentine descended at an alarming speed, her target Zero's position. Thud. This time, the sound was somewhat muffled, yet the force was evidently greater than that of the previous two attacks. Fortunately, Zero had accelerated his retreat, narrowly evading Miss Valentine's strike. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. All right, no more games. It's time to put an end to this farce. Upon hearing Zero's declaration, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world. What are you saying? We stand before you as devil fruit users, don't we? In that moment, Zero's figure abruptly vanished from sight, yet his voice resonated in the ears of both adversaries. What is happening? Just as the thought flickered through Mr. Fi's mind, a brilliant azure light erupted before him. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending Mr. Fi hurtling like a deflated balloon into a nearby building, whereupon clouds of dust billowed forth, leaving him utterly unconscious. You fiend! Miss Valentine soared into the sky once more, ascending to 10,000 kilograms before plummeting toward zero. Observing this, he merely coated his arms with Haki up to his elbows, gazing solemnly at the formidable attack barreling toward him. Thud. How is this possible? Miss Valentine's expression turned incredulous. Her strike, capable of creating a several-meter-deep crater, was effortlessly blocked by Zero using only his arms. Moreover, his impassive demeanor indicated that withstanding her assault posed little burden to him. Miss Valentine attempted to ascend further, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in her abdomen. Moments later, darkness enveloped her vision. Congratulations on completing the side quest. You have earned 750 experience points and a lottery ticket. As the notification echoed in his mind, Zero shook off the lingering numbness in his arms. Thankfully, Miss Valentine's mastery over her fruit was not profound. Had she escalated her weight further, he would not have been able to counter her assault with such ease. At that moment, Zero also noticed Nami standing beside Zoro. Just as he was about to approach, Luffy's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Zero, I finally found you. Huh. In the midst of uncertainty, Zero observed Luffy's expression, which seemed somewhat off. Suddenly, memories of previous events flooded back, causing him a slight headache. Was a confrontation with Luffy imminent? Indeed, Luffy extended his rubber arm, launching an attack against him. Zero deftly sidestepped the blow. Yet the rubber limb crashed into the nearby structure, creating a large hole. At that moment, he realized that Luffy was genuinely serious. Zoro and Nami watched in bewilderment, confused by Luffy's actions. Despite their calls, Luffy remained unresponsive, attacking Zero once more. Gum pistol. With his body inflated like a balloon, Luffy's precision faltered, prompting him to extend his neck and strike Zero fiercely. In the midst of the onslaught, he questioned Zero. Why would you treat those who have welcomed us so poorly? They are good people. I will not let you off the hook, Zero. Zoro and Nami exchanged glances, muttering, what a fool. Frustrated by the relentless assault, Zero retaliated with a swift kick, sending Luffy crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Is Luffy all right? Nami voiced her concern, but Zoro shook his head, reassuring her. Yet, this only drew her attention to Zoro's tightly clenched grip on his sword hilt, revealing an inner turmoil that contradicted his calm exterior. Was it true that men often harbor conflicting natures? Nami's thoughts turned once more to Zero as she mused over the situation. Meanwhile, Luffy, having been launched away, quickly reappeared before Zero. This time, his balloon-like form had reverted to its original state. Though his clothes were tattered and dirty, he appeared invigorated. He suddenly fixed a penetrating gaze on Zero. Just as Zero thought Luffy had come to terms with the situation, Luffy declared, Zero, I know I am not your match, but I have been striving to grow stronger. Now, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. With that, Luffy struck a fighting stance, and to Zero's astonishment, a layer of glossy black substance enveloped his arms. Haki Armament. Chapter 37. The Farce Comes to an End. Part 3. Witnessing Luffy's arms coated in armament Haki, Zero initially felt a rush of surprise, soon followed by a sense of relief. In the world of pirates, those with robust physiques typically learned armament Haki swiftly. And given Luffy's inherent aptitude, it was no wonder he grasped it so rapidly after witnessing CP0's technique. With a bit of guidance, mastering the Haki was indeed within reach. Yet, Zero had anticipated that Luffy would require more time to fully master Haki. His quick progress was unexpected. However, he felt reassured that Luffy, upon mastering armament Haki, would not become overly reliant on Gear Second. Although he had yet to activate it, should he eventually learn Gear Second, the long-term strain on his heart would be significant. As his captain, Zero naturally preferred the path of armament Haki. Moreover, the advanced version, Flowing Cherry Blossom, could potentially substitute for Gear Second or even Gear Fourth, depending on how long Luffy could sustain its use. As Zero's thoughts raced, reality unfolded in mere moments. With his Haki activated, Luffy charged towards Zero with determination. Upon witnessing the scene, Zero instinctively unleashed his armament Haki, and in an instant, a layer of gleaming black enveloped his hands. With a resounding clap, the moment their limbs made contact, their four arms became entangled, and a palpable surge of powerful air emanated outward, foreshadowing the tremendous impact to come. Luffy gritted his teeth, straining against the opposing force. However, Zero remained unfazed, applying even greater strength that compelled Luffy to retreat, leaving behind 2 long grooves on the ground. Rubber, headbutt. Luffy's head suddenly elongated, his forehead now cloaked in armament Haki. Uncertain of the hardness of his own head, Zero chose to release Luffy's arm and leap backward. Boom. At the very moment Zero distanced himself, Luffy's head crashed down, creating a substantial crater in the earth. Phew, Luffy, that was perilously close. Zero wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and tossed a quip at Luffy, who, instead of responding, once again shouted his skill. Gum, Gatling gun. With a rapid flurry, Luffy's arm transformed into a barrage of strikes, hurtling towards Zero. Swiftly, Zero drew his weapon, the Qinglong, and parried each of Luffy's punches. The sound of clashing echoed, resonating like a symphony of battle. The intensity of their conflict was palpable, and in no time, several nearby houses lay in ruins, leaving Zoro and Nami, who were not far off, utterly astonished. Noticing that his attacks seemed ineffective against Zero, Luffy decided to concentrate all his Haki into his right arm and delivered a powerful blow. Boom. The fists of Zero collided with those of Luffy, while the formidable dragon had unknowingly shifted to the left-hand position. At that moment, Zero remarked, "Oh, Luffy, I almost forgot to mention that the color of armament possesses varying degrees of strength." Before Luffy could fully comprehend, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the fist that connected with Zero's, far surpassing their previous encounter. Whoosh. Boom. Luffy was propelled away, crashing into a building and utterly demolishing it. Coughing, he struggled to rise to his feet. The armament that adorned his arm had faded and was still trembling slightly. Yet, fueled by indomitable willpower, he ventured forth, eager to engage Zero in battle once more. Zero observed Luffy's condition, shaking his head, prepared to bring him down completely. However, he noticed a girl with orange hair standing in front of Luffy. Thud. Luffy's head instantly swelled, and in the next moment, he collapsed, eyes rolling back, a mysterious liquid even oozing from the corner of his mouth. Truly, this is nothing but trouble. Seemingly having committed a trivial act, Nami clapped her hands, her expression clearly reflecting her anger. Zero initially intended to approach and assess the situation, but in the next moment, he turned and left, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Zero, you stop right there. Cough. I just need to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Bye. You rascal. Later, after Zoro's explanation, a revived Luffy grasped the situation and cheerfully apologized to Zero, only to be scolded once more by Nami for his boisterous laughter, which finally subdued him. As the incident settled, Nami was engaged in discussions with Vivi regarding a transaction of 1 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Vivi appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet she ultimately disclosed the current state of the Alabasta Kingdom to the group. For reasons unknown, the kingdom had erupted in chaos. Through the investigations conducted by Vivi and Igaram, it became apparent that the source of the turmoil was linked to the Baroque Works. The two resolved to infiltrate Baroque Works in search of a solution. However, their identities were soon uncovered by the organization, and they found themselves pursued, making the prospect of obtaining 1 billion berries rather unrealistic. Nami suddenly felt a headache coming on. Subsequently, Luffy inquired about the mastermind behind Baroque Works. Initially, Vivi hesitated to reveal the name, but whether intentionally or unintentionally, she let it slip to everyone. It was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shortly after Vivi uttered the name, Nami noticed a bespectacled otter dressed in clothing perched on the roof, observing them, accompanied by a similarly attired eagle. Wishing to discreetly depart, Nami soon realized that the otter had sketched them onto a piece of paper, instantly comprehending that they had already come under the scrutiny of Baroque Works. At this moment, escaping seemed an implausible endeavor. Zeroth gently approached Nami, offering her solace, which calmed her turbulent emotions somewhat. Yet, the subtle tremor in her hand betrayed the turmoil within her heart. At that moment, Ikelam reappeared, astonishingly disguised as Vivi, albeit in a rather awkward manner. Zeroth observed that the resilience of individuals in the pirate world was indeed remarkable. Despite having sustained injuries from his own attack and from MR5's explosives, they remained lively and spirited, leading one to wonder if they had consumed some devil fruit that granted them extraordinary abilities. Ikelam's presence was not without intent. He aimed to impersonate Vivi in order to provide cover for the Straw Hat Pirates, ensuring their safe escort of Vivi to Alabasta. Nami was hesitant to agree, but Luffy readily made a promise, prompting her to persuade him otherwise. To her surprise, Luffy declared, Don't worry, Nami. It's just one warlord. Our captain is destined to become the Pirate King and will undoubtedly defeat him. Luffy's hearty laughter echoed in the air, leaving Nami speechless, as she could only lament her own tumultuous fate. Later, the group bid farewell to Ikelim. Shortly after he set sail in his small boat, it exploded before their eyes. Boom. Chapter 38. It is hungry. The expression on Zero's face was one of incredulity. It suddenly dawned on him that there had indeed been a moment in the narrative that he had forgotten to warn Ikelim about, and before he could react, the explosion had already occurred. Nami, have you gathered the data from the record pointer? Zoro hastily inquired of Nami. After receiving her affirmative response, Luffy promptly urged everyone to leave the area without delay. Consequently, the group divided into two factions, one headed towards the Going Merry, while the other took Sanji and Usopp aboard the ship. By the time Nami and Vivi reached the vessel, Vivi was anxiously scanning her surroundings, lamenting that her duck named Quick was nowhere to be found. Zoro pointed to the adjacent Quick, asking if that was the one, much to Vivi's relief, who then remarked on how swiftly it had boarded the ship. Sanji and Usopp, having just awakened, erupted into a cacophony of complaints, questioning why they had to depart so hastily. In response to the commotion, Nami, exasperated, delivered two swift punches that rendered them unconscious. Before long, the group had packed everything up and departed from Whiskey Peak. The relief of escaping their pursuers was palpable. As Nami continued to express her astonishment, a mature voice interjected. Indeed, one must be careful not to let the ship collide with the rocks. It was only then that Nami took a moment to observe her surroundings. Noticing Zero's serious gaze fixed on a particular spot on the ship. Who are you? How did you come to be on the Going Merry? Nami's inquiry prompted the others to recognize a slender woman perched on the railing of the second floor, clad in alluring attire and donning a hat, exuding an air of mystery. You are Miss All Sunday, Vivi exclaimed, identifying the woman. However, Zero knew her true identity, the infamous Nico Robin, the Devil's Child, with a bounty of 80 million. From Vivi's words, they learned that this alluring figure was also the partner of Mr. Zero, Crocodile. Subsequently, Robin recounted the reasons behind Vivi's predicament, revealing that it was due to her own disclosures, and that her current plight was partly connected to Robin herself. Infuriated by this revelation, Vivi prepared to confront her, but Sanji and Usopp appeared beside Robin, threatening her not to make any sudden moves. In an unexpected turn of events, they were abruptly lifted into the air by an enigmatic force, only to plummet directly onto the deck from the second floor. What just happened? Could it be due to a devil fruit? The others speculated, their glances at Robin now laced with suspicion, seemingly to taunt Luffy. Robin used her powers to retrieve Luffy's straw hat, tossing it back while informing the group that their next destination was Little Garden, implying that peril awaited them there. She then handed Vivi a record pointer, indicating a safe route for them to follow. However, Luffy snatched the record pointer from her grasp and crushed it in his fist. Although Luffy later faced Nami's wrath for his actions, he candidly expressed his disdain for Robin, citing her role in Ikelim's injury. Robin, expressing regret, leaped down from the second floor and, as she passed by Zero, remarked, "You are the one with a bounty of 50 million. Zero, am I correct?" Zero did not look at her but merely nodded slightly. "Crocodile has taken quite an interest in you. Would you consider joining the Baroque Works? I assure you, with your abilities, you would be quite valuable." Before Robin could finish her sentence, Luffy and Nami interjected, "Don't you dare lay a finger on my crew. Zero will not accompany you, so do not waste your efforts." At that moment, Zoro had already unsheathed his sword, ready to spring into action should Luffy decide to strike. Robin, taken aback by the fervent reactions following her invitation to Zero, continued to gaze into his eyes, awaiting his response. As expected, Zero shook his head in refusal. A smile played on Robin's lips, seemingly anticipating his answer, and she chose not to press further. She turned and leaped from the Going Merry, departing on a large turtle. Once Robin had left, Sanji and Usopp inquired about the circumstances, and Zero explained the situation to them, making them realize how much they had missed. They also learned that Luffy had already mastered the use of armament Haki, which left them both astonished and motivated to train harder. Subsequently, the group unanimously agreed that their next mission would be to escort Vivi to Alabasta, confirming their next destination as Little Garden. A lottery ticket for items? At that moment, on the deck of the Going Merry, Zero appeared to be gazing absently at the distant sea, while in reality, he was contemplating the rewards from his previous side quest. Aside from the experience points increasing from 500 to 1250, the only thing that caught his attention was the item lottery ticket. He recalled the last time he had drawn a magnificent weapon from this item, a dragon blade, and wondered what delightful surprise awaited him this time. With that thought, Zero glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then extended his palm, mentally whispering the command to use it. In the next moment, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, and an oval object gradually took shape within the flames. As the fire dissipated, Zero was taken aback to discover that he was holding a white egg. What on earth is this egg? Hey, Zero, what are you doing? What is that in your hand? Can you eat it? Luffy's voice suddenly called from somewhere. Before Zero could respond, the egg vanished from his grasp, and Luffy was already gaping with his mouth wide open, attempting to swallow the egg whole, shell and all. Wait, Luffy. In a moment of utter impatience, he reached out his hand, yet he could not prevent the voracious Luffy from devouring the egg, and so he consumed it just like that. Zero, the moment Luffy swallowed it, his cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, and his eyes widened in an instant, followed by a pained cry. It's so hot. As Luffy opened his mouth, a burst of flame erupted, wobbling back into Zero's hands. Only then did Zero discern the true nature of this little creature. It resembled a small bird, entirely red, with a plump body, and its golden down on the chest was particularly striking. Its eyes sparkled with vitality. Utterly unlike something just born. Eep, was its cry. Yet, for some reason, Zero seemed to perceive within that sound an implication. It was hungry. Chapter 39. Found at Sea, 5th update. Inside the Mary's dining area, everyone was gathered around. Sanji continuously brought out dishes from the kitchen, while the newly hatched little creature feasted alongside Luffy, relishing the spread laid before them with remarkable delight. Curiously, although the little creature appeared diminutive, it matched Luffy's pace, consuming food with astonishing speed, and its plump form showed no signs of alteration. Truly absurd. Zero gazed at the small creature, his expression somewhat dazed. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. What exactly was this little being? Shouldn't it resemble a lifeless entity akin to a startled dragon? Yet this creature could both consume and soar, clearly indicating it was of a different nature. Could it possibly have originated from another realm? He pondered deeply, yet found no clues, ultimately deciding to dismiss it from his thoughts and picked up the morning newspaper to read. Meanwhile, Usopp inquired of Zero. Where did that creature come from? It eats so much. Without lifting his head, he replied, I picked it up casually from the sea. Usopp, is that true? How fascinating. At that moment, the little creature seemed to have had its fill, contentedly letting out a burp. It flapped its wings and unsteadily flew onto Zero's shoulder, peering curiously at the newspaper in Zero's hand, as if contemplating the words written upon it. Seeing the little one so affectionate towards Zero, Nami couldn't help but chuckle. Zero, look how close it is to you. Shouldn't you give it a name? Upon hearing this, Zero set the newspaper aside and turned to glance at the little creature, which coincidentally turned to look back at him, seemingly puzzled as to why he had ceased reading. A name, huh? Let me think. That little guy is quite impressive, consuming so much despite its size. Let's call it the glutton. Ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily while spitting out the remnants of a bone, not forgetting to grab another piece of meat to munch on. Zero directly disregarded his words, gently touching the little creature's head with a finger, declaring, I have decided to call you Little Red Sparrow. Luffy responded, Little Red Sparrow? It doesn't he sound as appealing as Great Stomach King? Nami interjected, Arno. Are you sure you don't want to choose another name? It feels rather straightforward. Yet, upon realizing it had acquired a new name, the little one, now Little Red Sparrow, chirped joyfully, nuzzling Zero's cheek, seemingly growing closer to him. There's no need. Look how satisfied it seems. Right, Little Red Sparrow? Yay. All right then. Nami shrugged her shoulders. Usopp joined the conversation, saying, Little Red Sparrow, that name seems quite fitting. How about following the great Usopp? I can help you become a brave warrior of the seas. Yay. Zero, what did he say? Apologies, it seems disinterested, haha. How could that be? At that moment, Luffy's eyes fell upon a newspaper, and he exclaimed in surprise, That guy, isn't that Kobe? Kobe? Zoro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, turned to look, and Zero also noticed the photograph on the newspaper. At the forefront stood Marine hero Admiral Carp, facing the wind, while behind him, Kobe and Barumabur huddled together, visibly trembling, creating a stark contrast. Vivi curiously inquired, Do you know that guy? Seeing that his companions were quite intrigued, Zero shared the events that had transpired between himself, Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe. He then raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, Do not underestimate Kobe's small stature. I firmly believe he will become a formidable naval officer in the future. Laughter followed as both Luffy and Zoro wholeheartedly agreed with Zero's sentiment. Even the little red bird perched on Zero's shoulder nodded earnestly, as if it comprehended the conversation at hand. A few days after the Mary set sail from Whiskey Peak, the Straw Hat crew continued their voyage across the ocean. However, according to Nami's observations, it appeared that Little Garden was drawing near. On the deck, Sanji brought forth refreshments, encouraging everyone to relish this leisurely moment. Consequently, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp jovially sipped their drinks, while the little red bird stood firmly on the head of the swiftly running figure, both enjoying their beverages immensely. Yet, after a short while, the running figure grew dizzy and collapsed. The little red bird cast a disdainful glance before continuing to indulge in the drinks before it. The running figure has consumed less than the little red bird. How pathetic. They all chuckled. Indeed, the little red bird is remarkable. Sanji, another drink for it. Coming right up. Meanwhile, Vivi, observing from the second floor, felt a twinge of concern regarding the carefree demeanor of Luffy and the others, especially since a perilous journey lay ahead. Sensing Vivi's unease, Zero chuckled softly and reassured her, "Fear not, Vivi. An overly serious atmosphere can breed tension. It would diminish the joy of battle. I find it quite enjoyable." Just as Vivi was about to inquire further about the nature of this amusement, she witnessed Zero vault over the second-floor railing and leap down to join the merriment. The little red bird, noticing Zero's arrival, abandoned its drink and hopped onto his shoulder, chirping as if to express its delight in the refreshments. Vivi felt a sudden headache and began to question whether allowing them to escort her to Alabasta was the right decision. Fortunately, Nami emerged from the second-floor room, offering Vivi a drink while gently encouraging her, which helped to calm her anxious heart. Not long after Vivi's spirits were lifted, she followed the gaze of the Straw Hat crew and spotted a white dolphin leaping gracefully through the waves. As the dolphin approached the Mary, Vivi was astonished to realize that its size was many times greater than that of the ship itself. Suddenly, Luffy, amidst her confusion, rallied the crew to take advantage of the massive waves created by the dolphin, propelling them forward at an astonishing speed, reducing their journey, which would have taken several minutes, to mere moments. As Vivi beheld the joy radiating from the faces of the Straw Hat crew, she began to grasp the essence of Zero's earlier words about joy. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. What adventurous tales awaited them on this journey? Finally, not long after, the crew beheld an island shrouded in mist, the mysterious land known as Little Garden. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates was filled with elation, however. Few were aware that they would soon encounter numerous perilous creatures, including the fearsome giants of the Grand Line. Chapter 40. Getting acquainted. The crew entered Little Garden through a flowing current. Surrounding them were dense jungles and an array of uncharted flora, accompanied by eerie sounds that caused Nami to instinctively cover her ears in fright. What was that noise? Sanji, with a reassuring smile, attempted to comfort her. But before he could finish, Nami dashed to Zero's side, her expression one of despair. "Sanji, behind you." Hearing Usopp's terrified shout, Sanji turned in confusion, only to be met by the sight of a colossal bird, adorned with green feathers and resembling the Millennium Dragon they had encountered on the island of the Navy's ships. Except this one was far more formidable. Before he could react, a burst of flames shot towards the gigantic bird, igniting its feathers. With a mournful shriek, the bird plummeted into the sea. The flames returned to the ship, revealing the little red bird within, while Luffy wore a pained expression, seemingly haunted by the memory of his earlier encounter with the tiny creature. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zero turned his eyes to the sky, feigning ignorance, though he too possessed only a vague understanding of the little red bird's capabilities. Just then, a sound akin to a volcanic eruption reverberated from within the island, deafeningly shifting their focus back to the mysterious jungle surrounding them. Nami and Usopp noticed a gigantic tiger lurking by the shoreline, suddenly collapsing in a fit of blood, further solidifying their resolve not to disembark. However, just as the anchor was lowered, Luffy eagerly shouted for Sanji to prepare lunch, declaring his intent to embark on an adventure. Zero and Vivi also expressed a desire to explore the island, prompting Sanji to prepare 5 meals, ensuring that the little red bird and the swift runner were included. The swift runner trembled, internally lamenting, "No, I do not wish to," while the little red bird insisted, "Yes, you must." Thus, the 3 adventurers and 2 birds ventured forth. Shortly thereafter, Zoro emerged from below deck, stating his desire to clear his mind. Sanji suggested he bring back some game. Zoro, ever competitive, retorted. And soon the two were engaged in a contest to see who could capture the larger prey, climbing aboard Little Garden amidst Usopp and Nami's disappointed gazes. Left behind, the two could only pray for the swift return of their companions while grappling with their own trepidation. If Zero were to witness Usopp's demeanor, He would surely shake his head, reflecting on how far Usopp had to go to become a brave warrior of the sea. As Luffy and the others navigated the jungle, Luffy suddenly pointed at something by the riverbank, exclaiming in excitement before leaping into the water to retrieve it. Vivi looked on, puzzled by the creature he had found. "That is a belemnite. It appears to be a prehistoric organism," Zero murmured. Suddenly, a realization struck Vivi as she recalled the towering dinosaurs that roamed the land. "That is a dinosaur. An extinct species," she exclaimed. It became clear that they had arrived at a prehistoric island, still steeped in ancient times. The swift runner, paralyzed with fear, found solace as the little red bird landed atop its head, flapping its wings against its chest, as if to say, "Do not fear. I shall protect you." The swift runner was moved to tears. While Vivi remained in shock, Luffy extended his arm to grasp a grazing dinosaur. "How incredible!" Meanwhile, Usopp and Nami encountered a gigantic humanoid creature who introduced himself as Buggy, the strongest warrior of Elbaf village. Their surprise rendered them helpless, tumbling onto the deck as Buggy took them captive. Elsewhere on the island, Zoro and Sanji faced their own prehistoric encounters, misjudging the strength of their adversaries, ultimately becoming their prey. Returning to Zero, he exclaimed, "Wow, look at that massive opening in the rocks over there." Luffy shouted exuberantly atop the dinosaur's head, eager to approach the so-called stone. In his fervor, he forcibly turned the creature's head, causing it to burst into tears. Before he could utter a few words of comfort, an even larger dinosaur suddenly appeared above him. Thus began his personal game, as he leaped and frolicked upon the backs of these colossal beasts. What on earth is Luffy up to? Vivi, watching from below, found herself somewhat exasperated. Without a care, Zero shrugged nonchalantly and reassured Vivi, "Rest assured. Although our captain has a penchant for playfulness, his strength is undeniably formidable. You'll soon grow accustomed to it." Vivi responded, "You call this playfulness? It's more like the occasional mishap, for instance." Zero directed his gaze upwards, where Vivi's eyes observed Luffy landing atop a seemingly formidable dinosaur's head, only to be cast high into the air and subsequently swallowed whole. "Luffy!" Vivi exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. In the next instant, a giant appeared, swiftly severing the dinosaur's neck, allowing Luffy to slide out from the severed head and into the giant's grasp. Vivi stood in stunned silence beside the giant, while Zero lifted his gaze, noting that the giant was even more colossal than he had imagined. Moreover, from his memory, this giant possessed not only immense size, but also considerable strength, having commanded a bounty of 100 million a century ago, surpassing the combined worth of the current Straw Hat pirates, which piqued Zero's interest immensely. Nearby, Run Fast had collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while the little red sparrow hovered inquisitively before it, perplexed by its sudden fainting. "Ah, ha ha ha. I truly admire your bravery in battling that dinosaur." The giant commended Luffy before introducing himself as Dory, a warrior of the giant tribe. Luffy responded with equal friendliness, introducing Zero, Vivi, Run Fast, and the little red sparrow in turn. Subsequently, Dory extended an invitation for everyone to visit his home, to which Luffy readily agreed. Albeit Vivi and Run Fast displayed some reluctance, yet ultimately accompanied him. "This dinosaur meat is exquisite," Luffy exclaimed, tossing a large piece into his mouth before tearing off another chunk. The little red sparrow also savored a sizable piece of the dinosaur meat, presenting a stark contrast to the still trembling Run Fast. In exchange, Luffy offered his and the others' lunchboxes to Dory, who appeared delighted, though he expressed dissatisfaction with the portions. Luffy promptly declared that if Dory dared to complain about the taste, he would send him flying. Dory erupted into hearty laughter, and Vivi was astonished at how quickly the two had formed such camaraderie. "Zero, it is merely a matter of habit, merely a matter of habit." "Ah." The little red sparrow nodded while savoring the dinosaur meat, its adorable demeanor truly eliciting a chuckle. Chapter 41, Provocation. Subsequently, Dong Li recounted his origins, hailing from a place known as Elbaf Village on the Grand Line. Due to certain circumstances, he was compelled to engage in a duel with a man, with the victor being permitted to depart from this island. Upon learning that the two had been locked in battle on this island for a century without reaching a conclusion, Luffy was astonished by the span of their struggle. Dong Li further elucidated that the lifespan of giants is thrice that of humans, making such longevity quite commonplace. Zero could not help but exclaim a tinge of envy at the longevity of life. The little red bird nodded in agreement. "Is it truly meaningful to engage in battle for 100 years? Vivi challenged Dong Li, who merely chuckled without providing a direct response. At that moment, a thunderous eruption suddenly shook the ground nearby, and Dong Li's demeanor turned grave. This was the signal for their duel. as Dongli rose, prepared to confront his opponent. Vivi wished to interject, but Luffy abruptly halted her, indicating that her understanding was misplaced. After taking a few steps, Dongli finally addressed Vivi's query. It is for honor. Yet the reasons have long been forgotten. Ha ha ha. With that, he sprinted forward, soon colliding with a giant named Buggy. Boom. At the instant of their clash, a violent gale erupted, whipping up dust and debris, uprooting trees in its wake. The sheer force was enough to convince Zero that even the mightiest sea kings would meet their demise under such a cataclysmic impact. What a spectacle! Luffy exclaimed, staggered by the overwhelming visual spectacle of the giants' battle. As the titans clashed, two members of the Baroque Works made their way to a secluded area of the small garden. If Vivi were present, she would surely recognize them as Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five, previously defeated by Zero at Whiskey Peak. After dispatching a dinosaur, they entered a waxen dome, where a man adorned with a number 3 hairstyle leisurely sipped tea, accompanied by a hat-clad little girl. Their dialogue revealed that these newcomers were also part of Baroque Works, known as Mr. 3 and his assistant, Miss Golden Week. According to Mr. 3, this island housed 2 giants with bounties exceeding 100 million, codenamed Dongli, the Blue Demon, and Buggy, the Red Demon. He intended to initiate a hunting plan against them. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day did not decline but stipulated one condition: they must be allowed to deal with the executioner from the Straw Hat Pirates, vowing they would not let him escape. Intrigued by the venom in Miss Valentine's Day's words, Mr. 3 pondered what sort of individual could evoke such hatred. However, he preferred strategy over conflict, believing that minimizing unstable elements was paramount. Thus, the group swiftly reached a consensus and prepared to set their plan into motion. The battle between the giants was ferocious, each strike aimed at the other's critical vulnerabilities, narrowly evading defeat. It was unimaginable that such a confrontation had persisted for a century. The aftermath of their clash sent gusts that whipped Luffy and the others' garments, leaving them in awe of this rare spectacle. Sensing something amiss, Zero suddenly looked up, spotting a familiar silhouette in the sky, its peculiar attire reminiscent of a certain member of Baroque Works. This prompted him to recall an impending scene in the narrative, eliciting a sly grin. Since I have arrived here, it seems your misfortune is unavoidable. Just then, Valentine's Day descended from the sky, her expression one of confusion. Mr. 5 inquired, Miss Valentine's Day, did you see anything? Yes, I saw the 2 giants and the Straw Hat crew, including that executioner, she replied hesitantly. What about it? Miss Valentine's Day's expression wavered, yet under Mr. 5's gaze, she continued, I think the executioner noticed me. Will that impact our plan? Mr. 5 reassured her, fear not. Our plan is foolproof. Even if he knows, it will not change a thing. Miss Valentine's Day nodded, but an unsettling image of Zero's enigmatic smile lingered in her mind. Surely, I am overthinking this. Before long, the titanic duel concluded, declaring the 466th battle a draw, leaving both giants exhausted yet laughing heartily, their mirth echoing through the forest and dissipating the earlier ominous atmosphere. Dongli returned to join Luffy and the others. Vivi asked Dongli if the log pose indeed took a year to absorb magnetic force. His response was somewhat vague but conveyed that most individuals arriving at this island did not survive the year, either devoured by beasts or perishing in conflict with the giants, as evidenced by the skeletal remains within the cave. Dongli then mentioned possessing a permanent log pose pointing to Elbaf, revealing that his battles with Buggy were to claim it, and inquired if Luffy and the others were interested in attempting to seize it. Luffy candidly expressed his disinterest, to which Dongli replied that it would be a matter of luck. Perhaps they could reach the next island if fortune smiled upon them. Hearing this, Luffy seemed to ponder its feasibility. Suddenly, Dongli heard someone calling his name. Turning, he found Zero addressing him. What is it, young man? Zero replied. I am quite intrigued by your permanent log pose. How might I acquire it? Vivi interjected. Zero, what are you saying? Dongli then scrutinized Zero with newfound seriousness, laughing heartily. Young man, are you jesting? To obtain the permanent log pose, you must defeat us. Do you comprehend that? If you retract your statement, I shall pretend I did not hear it. I am not jesting, Zero asserted, his earnestness palpable. Dongli locked eyes with him. If you truly desire it. He opened a barrel of liquor acquired from Buggy and continued. Then, boom, a deafening explosion erupted. An explosion? Vivi exclaimed in shock, realizing it was the barrel in Dongli's hands that had detonated. Fortunately, Zero had preemptively struck the barrel, triggering the explosion early and sparing Dongli from harm. Had he consumed it, the consequences would have been dire. Who could have orchestrated such a deed? Luffy shouted in anger, his fists clenched. clearly incensed by this unforeseen turn of events. Could it be Buggy? Vivi speculated. Dongli vehemently disagreed. Impossible. Buggy would never resort to such treachery. This barrel was taken from you. What are your intentions? Confronted by Dongli's furious inquiry, Zero leapt onto his shoulder, saying, Dongli, do not let rage cloud your judgment. If we were responsible, I would not have shattered the barrel before you could consume it. Think carefully. At this moment, the little red sparrow had perched upon Zero's shoulder. After Zero finished speaking, it chirped at Dongli, seemingly defending itself and its companions. Luffy interjected, affirming, indeed, Nami and Usopp would never resort to such actions. Prompted by Zero and Luffy's words, Dongli finally regained his composure, plopping down on the ground, and addressed the group. I apologize. I truly misunderstood. If it weren't for you, then perhaps there are others on this island who may have their sights set on your lives. You and Buggy must be cautious. Dongli pondered for a moment, about to articulate something, when he suddenly beheld the volcano before him erupting once more, an unmistakable signal for another duel. So soon, another one? Vivi exclaimed. Before anyone could react, Dongli had risen once again, wielding his axe and shield, ready to engage Buggy in combat. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Zero on his shoulder and declared, Young man, you mentioned wanting to seize our eternal log pose, did you not? Then come forth. Yes, I've been awaiting this, Zero replied, sparking a hearty laugh from Dongli as he sprinted towards Buggy, his gaze resolute, as if the prior explosion was of little consequence to him. Vivi expressed concern, while Luffy tightened his straw hat, gazing in the direction Dongli and Zero had departed, murmuring to himself, that guy, Zero, is undoubtedly the strongest member of our pirate crew. I have always believed in him. Vivi nodded thoughtfully at his words. Dongli and Buggy stood face to face, with Buggy noticing the unfamiliar face atop Dongli's shoulder. Dongli introduced Zero and mentioned his desire to claim the eternal log pose. Ha ha ha, how intriguing, young one. In a century, you are the first to voice such a wish. But be cautious, otherwise you might unwittingly lose your life. Buggy responded, to which Zero nodded firmly. Indeed, Dongli, this fellow possesses quite the resolve. Dongli laughed heartily in agreement. He then elaborated that to gain the right to the eternal log pose, one must defeat one of them, as they had been evenly matched for 100 years. However, Zero disagreed, audaciously requesting that both giants attack him simultaneously. Dongli and Buggy initially hesitated, but upon witnessing Zero unleash a blade of light that severed the distant volcano, they exchanged glances and acquiesced to Zero's unreasonable demand, uncertain if they could truly unleash their full potential in this battle. They felt a surge of anticipation for what was to come. Zero felt a surge of excitement, and the little red bird perched on his shoulder chirped joyfully, as if sensing the exhilaration within him. How long had it been? Since his battle against Hawkeye Mihawk, Zero had not fought with his full strength. Even in his encounter with Smoker, he had merely caught him off guard with Haki to secure a victory. At this moment, he was uncertain of the extent of his own abilities, hoping that the giants, Dory and Buggy, would provide him with a formidable challenge, allowing him to experience the pressure of the giant race. Of course, he was not overly confident in his prowess in the original storyline. Luffy had managed to knock Dory down despite his prior injuries, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Moreover, after a century of conflict, their weapons had long since worn down, leaving their current combat effectiveness in question. Thus, Zero's decision was not made lightly. As the two giants prepared to engage Zero, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat the blue demon Dory and the red demon Buggy. Completing this quest will reward you with 1,500 experience points and 150,000 berries. In a certain location within Little Garden, Mr. 3 gazed in astonishment at the lively Dory, whose vigorous demeanor was clearly inconsistent with the notion of having sustained severe injuries. Confusion clouded his mind, while Miss Golden Week observed the coffee in his hand with a hesitant curiosity. After much contemplation, Mr. 3 remained baffled by what had gone awry in his seemingly flawless plan, opting instead to focus on the imminent battle, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Elsewhere, Usopp rushed to Luffy's side in a panic, exclaiming that Nami had been swallowed, leaving both men bewildered. Vivi urged Usopp to calm down and speculated that Nami might have drawn the attention of Baroque Works, suggesting that the barrel bomb could have been intended for them. Usopp, perplexed by the mention of the barrel bomb, only grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Vivi's explanation, his face paling in shock. Fortunately, Zero had neutralized the bomb. Otherwise, he could only imagine the consequences. Dory would have sustained grave injuries, and even if Buggy emerged victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. a source of shame instead. Later, Usopp realized he had not seen Zero since earlier and inquired about his whereabouts. Upon learning that Zero had gone to challenge the giants, he was once again rendered speechless. Luffy remarked, "Seeing Zero take on them makes me want to join the fray, but he has already taken the lead. I have to let him seize this opportunity. What a pity." Vivi and Usopp shared no doubts about Luffy's intentions, but felt it best not to add to their troubles at such a critical juncture. Noticing Luffy's downcast expression, they decided it was better to keep their thoughts to themselves. At that moment, the trio noticed movement in the thicket behind them. Turning around, they were taken aback as a battered and bruised runaway was thrown out, followed by the emergence of two familiar figures. "Who are you?" Chapter 43, The Fisherman Gains? Little Garden. The pocket money month lingered in the air, while the formidable Eastly exchanged a glance with Brokey, initiating their assault. Eastly raised his colossal sword high, propelling himself towards Zero with astonishing speed, aiming a decisive strike at Zero, who deftly sidestepped to the left. With a resounding crash, the sword cleaved downward, sending tremors through the ground and creating a vast, narrow fissure. Truly, the might of the giant race is formidable, capable of unleashing terrifying destruction with every movement. Barely evading this attack, Zero had no time to pause as a massive shield bore down upon him. Upon impact, a surge of force swept over him like a tidal wave, propelling him into the air and crashing him against a nearby smoking volcano. Brokey scratched his head, casting a perplexed glance at Eastly, as if questioning the challenge posed to them both, yet so feebly executed. In response, Eastly shouted, "Be cautious." Turning his head, Brokey was met with a blade of deep azure light, comparable in length to his own axe. Boom. Without the time to raise his shield, Brokey was sent flying, his immense form soaring through the air before crashing down and crushing a swath of trees, a testament to the sheer power of the blow. Eastly, intent on checking on Brokey's condition, found Zero blocking his path, brandishing the dragon blade and unleashing another formidable slash. Sword technique, watermelon. Witnessing Brokey's previous plight, Eastly instinctively raised his shield, yet was still propelled backward by the force of the blade's arc. After what felt like an eternity, the blade's glow dissipated like fireflies, granting him a moment to catch his breath. "Young man, your strength does not seem to belong to an inconspicuous pirate. Pray, reveal your name." Zero. Currently with a bounty of 50 million berries, codename Wu, though it's hardly worth mentioning. 50 million berries? How lamentable that the Navy's intelligence is so lacking. With your capabilities, one could certainly command a higher bounty, ha ha ha. That may be, but defeating you two will suffice. Humph, the battle is far from over. Brokey, have you finished your slumber? Eastly, I assure you, I have not been sleeping. In an instant, the two giants regained their composure and launched another fierce assault against Zero. As Zero deftly evaded his opponents, he keenly awaited the perfect moment to retaliate. Waves of shimmering blade energy surged towards their bodies, shields, and weapons, leaving them battered and bruised, their armor marred with dents and scars. At last, seizing the opportunity while Zero was engaged with Brokey, Dongley brought his shield crashing down upon Zero, creating a thunderous impact that stirred a mini sandstorm in its wake. Was this the end? Just as the thought flickered through Dongley's mind, an overwhelming force emanated from the shield, for Zero had concentrated his armed color to his arm, bracing himself against Dongley's shield strike with sheer tenacity. Yet, this was not the conclusion. With a fierce shout, Zero hoisted the shield and thrust it forward, unleashing a dazzling blade of light, reminiscent of flames, in that fleeting moment. Sword technique, dragon fruit. With a resounding crash, the shield was utterly shattered, unable to withstand the onslaught, while the brilliant blade struck Dongley unimpeded, inflicting grievous harm upon him. Dongley collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, as Brokey, in a desperate cry, lunged once more at Zero. However, he too followed in Dongley's footsteps. After blocking one of Zero's slashes, his shield splintered beyond repair, and his unguarded body fell with a thunderous thud. Thus, the outcome of the battle was decisively revealed. In the epic clash between the formidable warriors Zero and the duo of Brokey and Dongley, Zero emerged victorious. With a resounding thud, he gradually descended from the air, gazing upon the colossal figures before him and exhaling a sigh of relief. It is finally over. Although he appeared to still possess some strength, he had exerted nearly 80% of his power. In contrast, Brokey and Dongley had yet to unleash their more terrifying abilities, which could easily vanquish the menacing creatures of the island. Even Zero himself could not guarantee he could completely withstand such attacks. His victory was, at best, a stroke of luck. Upon defeating the two giants, a notification echoed in Zero's mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Baroque. You have earned 1,500 experience points and 150,000 berries. With the completion of this side quest, Zero's experience points surged to 2,750. Tantalizingly close to the 3,200 threshold for leveling up. As Zero took a moment to recuperate, a sudden white viscous substance ensnared his ankle, swiftly forming into a shackle. Candle shackles. Accompanying this utterance, a peculiar man emerged from the thicket, followed closely by a stoic little girl. They were none other than Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek from Baroque Works. Clapping his hands in admiration, Mr. 3 exclaimed, "Truly impressive, executioner. To defeat two giants valued at a bounty of 100 million berries. Yet, in the end, you fell into my trap, and now you shall face your fate." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the two giants regained consciousness, only to be swiftly ensnared again by the white candle-like substance streaming from Mr. 3's body, rendering Dongli and Baroque helpless on the ground. "What are you doing? Release me at once." The giant bellowed, struggling in vain. His strength depleted from the earlier battle with Zero, leaving him no choice but to submit. Mr. 3, brimming with pride, mused over the unexpected failure of his earlier plan, yet relished the opportunity to restrain the giants while they were weakened. However, he found himself puzzled by Zero's lack of reaction upon being captured. Had he resigned himself to defeat? Hey. After going through all this trouble to capture you, at least show me a hint of fear, he taunted. But fret not. Once I unleash the candle feast, you shall become mere candle people. Ha ha ha. As Mr. 3 extended his arm, preparing to instill the fear of death into Zero, the latter merely uttered two words, "Boring." With that, he pointed the blade of his sword downward, targeting the candle shackles at his feet. "Futile. My candle solidifies into a hardness surpassing that of iron. There's no way your blade can, Mr. 3's words were cut short as he watched Zero effortlessly shatter the shackles and redirect the blade towards him. "What did you just say? Care to repeat that?" Meanwhile, a little red bird flitted its wings and perched on a branch, its eyes darting between Zero and Mr. 3, its expression imbued with a surprisingly human-like curiosity. Just as Zero aimed his blade at Mr. 3, another figure disrupted his concentration. "Hey, Zero, have you finished?" Luffy greeted cheerfully, tossing aside the unconscious forms of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, his clothes appearing somewhat disheveled as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Following closely behind him were Usopp and Kobe, who strutted out of the woods, eager to receive praise. "Zero, look, we managed to defeat two members of Baroque Works. Impressive, right?" Usopp boasted. "Wasn't it I who defeated them?" Luffy retorted. Realizing he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Mr. 3 enveloped himself in layers of candle-like goo, forming a hardened armor. This armor was once used to defeat a pirate with a bounty of 42 million. "You shall not harm me." With that declaration, Mr. 3 charged at Luffy. His strategy straightforward. Since Zero had easily shattered his candle shackles, he had no chance against him and must break through Luffy, the Straw Hat with a bounty of 30 million, to seize a glimmer of hope. Had events unfolded as they had previously, he might have succeeded, yet Mr. 3 remained oblivious to the fact that Luffy had mastered the art of Haki. Armament Haki, hardening, as Mr. 3 launched his fierce attack. Luffy instantly coated his arm in Haki and retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom. Crack. Unsurprisingly, the candle armor shattered under the force of the Haki-enhanced strike, and Luffy's fist connected squarely with Mr. 3's abdomen. "Impossible." Mr. 3 gasped, his consciousness fading as he collapsed to the ground. Luffy, perplexed, withdrew his fist and stared at him. Who is this guy? Meanwhile, Miss Goldenweek attempted to flee but was intercepted by Kobe, who swiftly subdued her before she could unleash her full potential, leading to a rather pitiful defeat. At that moment, the little red bird flitted down to perch on Zero's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its cheek against his face. Zero sheathed his sword and addressed the little red bird. "Where did you run off to just now? Do refrain from wandering about aimlessly next time. By the way, you might need to melt the candles on those two giants. If I recall correctly, that fellow's candle wax is particularly vulnerable to flames." Shortly thereafter, the group discovered Zoro and Nami, bound by candle shackles, not far away. With Zero's assistance, they managed to free themselves. As for the four members of Baroque Works, they had simply tied the four together and discarded them in a random location, leaving their fate in the hands of luck amidst the dinosaur-infested surroundings. Meanwhile, Sanji was leisurely sipping tea in a slowly melting white house within a small garden. What am I doing? I must hurry to rescue Nami. Realizing this, Sanji promptly stood up to leave, only to be interrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail from somewhere in the house. Blur, 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 blur. Sanji returned, picked up the transponder snail, and upon hearing the introduction from the other end, his expression grew grave. I am MR. Zero. He had already learned from his companions that the enemy was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And he was astonished by how close he was to the enemy. Through subsequent conversation, Sanji realized that he was in the very base of MR3 as mentioned by Crocodile. Thus, he feigned the role of MR3, convincing the adversary not to send pursuers. Although Crocodile acquiesced, he warned Sanji that the ill-fated duo had delivered a permanent pointer directing to Alvida, and Sanji turned to see them attacking him from the window. Ultimately, after a not overly challenging battle, Sanji obtained the permanent pointer from the ill-fated duo and left to relay the news to his companions. Later, having defeated the 2 giants, Zero acquired a permanent pointer leading to Elbaf village, eliciting envy from Usopp. Fortunately, Zero promised that they would journey to Elbaf together in the future, bringing a smile to Usopp's face. It was evident that the glory of the giant race had deeply imprinted itself in Usopp's heart, taking root and waiting to grow into a towering tree in his quest to become a brave warrior of the sea. As the group pondered how to reach Alvida, Sanji appeared before them with the permanent pointer, causing an outburst of joy. However, he found himself puzzled as the battle had concluded, leaving him little room to showcase his skills. Nevertheless, he was relieved to learn that Zoro was also bound by the enemy, having been rendered ineffective. Although he had merely played a minor role, bringing back the permanent pointer was a significant achievement, far surpassing Zoro's contributions, he mused. As they prepared to board the ship, the two began to compare the size of their catches, and had it not been for Nami's loud insistence for them to board, they might have continued their banter indefinitely. As the Going Merry approached the sea's mouth, Dory and Buggy stood on either side of the shore, directing them to proceed straight ahead. Only Zero seemed aware of the impending events, while the others, though somewhat bewildered, obeyed the giant's commands. Suddenly, a massive golden fish emerged from beneath the sea. A fearsome creature known as the Island Eater, rumored to consume islands and occasionally have its excrement mistaken for land. Observing that they were about to fall into the jaws of the Island Eater, the crew instinctively looked to Zero, who stared ahead without a trace of fear. Recalling the giant's earlier admonitions, their resolve strengthened. At last, Fist of the Great Kingdom, with the shouts of the 2 giants. A fearsome red and blue shockwave pierced through the Island Eater. The Going Merry surged forth, escaping the creature's belly, and the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in cheers, marveling at the giant's might. As for the 2 giants who had unleashed the Fist of the Great Kingdom, the durability of their weapons plummeted to the lowest point. And as they lifted them, the great sword and axe split in 2, falling into the sea. Yet, they still offered the most heartfelt blessings to the Straw Hat Pirates. Friends, charge forth, onward. Boom. The volcano erupted once more. Though they had lost their weapons, the next moment, they began to fight barehanded, as if their very existence was destined for battle. Chapter 45. An inescapable plot on the Going Merry. How incredible, the warriors of Elbaf. Indeed. I must set foot on the land of Elbaf someday. Just after leaving the small garden, Luffy and Usopp cheered side by side, even dancing in delight. Above them, the little red bird circled around, chirping, seemingly yearning for Elbaf as well, but Zero suspected it was merely drawn to the commotion. Nami and Vivi were engaged in conversation about Alvida, yet Nami's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she occasionally touched her forehead, indicating something was amiss. Noticing Nami's unusual state while observing Zoro's weightlifting training, Zero approached her to check. To his surprise, her forehead was already burning with fever. Vivi, Zero, what's wrong? Nami has a fever. As Zero spoke, he lowered his gaze and noticed an unusual wound on Nami's ankle. How could such a situation have occurred again? Zero had believed that by altering the course of events, he could avert such a predicament. However, he was taken aback to find that Nami had still been bitten, proving that escape from fate was impossible. At that moment, Sanji emerged, bearing pastries. Upon noticing Nami's unusual condition, he promptly tossed the pastries to Luffy and inquired with concern. Nami, are you all right? Zero, what is wrong with her? Nami attempted to rise, only to be met with a wave of dizziness that threatened to send her collapsing onto the deck. Observing this, Zero swiftly supported her, and together with the others, they carried Nami into the cabin. After a while, aside from Zoro, who remained outside to monitor their course, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered in the cabin, expressing their concern for Nami's well-being. Vivi was measuring Nami's temperature, while Zero applied a damp cloth to her forehead for physical cooling. Once the cloth grew warm, the little red bird took the initiative to drop it into a nearby basin, allowing Zero to wet it again, and then reapply it to Nami's forehead, continuing this cycle. "It's 40 degrees now. This is indeed serious," Vivi exclaimed, gazing at the thermometer's reading. Luffy and Sanji, lacking an understanding of the gravity of the situation due to their robust constitutions, only grew anxious once Vivi elucidated the perilous nature of Nami's condition. "What should we do? Will Nami die?" Sanji fretted. Luffy cried out, "Nami, our navigator. How can we venture forth without you?" "Nami." Vivi speculated that the unusual climate of the Grand Line could have induced this ailment, a common occurrence at sea. She inquired if there were any doctors aboard, but the crew could only point to Nami, leaving Vivi speechless. Sanji expressed his worries. "I want to prepare food suitable for her recovery, but different ailments require different remedies. Without knowing the specific cause, I dare not proceed recklessly." Zero suddenly remarked, "Sanji, even if you attempt it, the outcome is likely to be insignificant." Sanji inquired, "Why do you say that?" Zero pointed towards Nami's ankle, and everyone immediately noticed the unusual red swelling. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he continued, "This is likely an injury caused by some insect bite in the small garden. If it were a modern insect, Sanji's methods might prove effective, however. For a species that is nearly extinct worldwide." Zero chose not to elaborate further, yet the implication was clear to all, casting a shadow of worry across Sanji's face. At that moment, Usopp inquired about the duration of Vivi's journey to Alabasta, to which she initially replied it would take at least a week. However, upon glancing at Nami, who lay exhausted in bed, she hesitated and added that Nami might not endure such a lengthy ordeal. Instantly, the group erupted into anxious commotion, pacing frantically in the cabin. It was only when Zero admonished them not to disturb Nami's rest that they settled down, albeit still pacing in place, their eyes frequently darting towards the pale-faced girl in bed. "Vivi, could you fetch the newspapers from the cabinet?" Nami suddenly spoke up. Vivi, sensing the urgency behind her words, rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving the papers from 3 days prior. Upon reading the headlines, Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief. The articles reported a significant defection of the king's army to the rebel forces, with the latter now outnumbering the former, painting a dire picture of the situation. Vivi stood frozen, her gaze distant, seemingly struggling to absorb the gravity of the news. "Nami, what are you planning to do?" They noticed Nami attempting to rise from her bed despite her weakened state, prompting everyone to urge her not to overexert herself. Undeterred, Nami persisted, wobbling as she ascended the stairs. Zero, with no other choice, followed closely behind, keeping a vigilant eye on her condition. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the cabin, Nami sensed an unusual change in the atmosphere. She inquired of Zoro, who was exercising against the railing, only to discover that he was fixating on the clouds in the distance as a navigational reference, which only heightened his agitation. Zoro attempted to persuade Nami to return to the cabin for rest, but she turned to rally everyone outside, directing them to shift course immediately. Although the Straw Hat Pirates were perplexed, they complied with Nami's orders. Not long after the Mary set sail back in the direction they had come, the crew was stunned to witness a colossal waterspout materializing ominously in the sea behind them. Had they not altered their course, it is likely that both the Mary and its crew would have been reduced to mere wreckage upon the waves. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. Even in her current state, she felt incapable of surviving in the face of such natural calamity. The might of nature surpassed her wildest imagination. It was at this moment that Vivi grasped the astonishing talent Nami exhibited during their voyages. After careful contemplation, she addressed her companions with earnestness. "Everyone, I have a request. The situation in Alabasta is exceedingly urgent, and I implore you to hasten your journey there." Luffy, Zero, Sanji, and the others regarded her with stoic expressions. Vivi continued, "First, we must locate an island with a doctor to tend to Nami. Only then can our ship reach Alabasta at the utmost speed." Luffy responded with a hearty laugh, "Indeed," while Robin chimed in with a soft, "Eep." Thus, the group resolved to sail onward, scanning the horizon for a suitable island to land upon, prioritizing Nami's healing before determining their course to Alabasta. Nami initially voiced her dissent, recalling her prior promise to Vivi, yet after Vivi's persuasive counsel, she reluctantly acquiesced to the current arrangement. Chapter 46. The Star of Walpurgis Night. As the Mary set forth, departing from the vortex, the temperature abruptly plummeted, and snowflakes began to cascade upon the sea's surface. At that moment, Zero and Vivi were tending to Nami in the cabin, while the others remained on deck, vigilant for their navigational path ahead. At this moment, Zero felt somewhat unwell. Although his strength had significantly increased since his arrival in this world, it remained incomplete. Aside from his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, other skills could only be utilized in battle, and even then, their effectiveness was limited. When faced with someone like Nami, he found himself in a rather passive position. He contemplated that if given another opportunity to select skills, he would opt for some healing or knowledge-based auxiliary abilities. Even if these skills did not reach full proficiency, they could still provide some utility, preventing him from being entirely helpless in certain exceptional circumstances. Of course, had Zero known the location of Drum Island, he could have directed the Going Merry towards it. However, the original storyline did not specify a precise location, rendering that path unviable. There was another approach, which involved elevating his level to a significantly high degree or relying on the full development of his observation Haki. By combining both methods, even if he could not ascertain the location of Drum Island through the plot's assistance, he could at least make an educated guess. Yet, this too was currently impractical. As he observed Nami, who had fallen into a slumber, a wave of helplessness washed over him. At that moment, Luffy on the deck suddenly spotted a man dressed in clown attire standing on the surface of the sea, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Unsure if he was seeing correctly, the others turned their gaze as well, puzzled by the man's presence. In the next instant, a ship emerged from beneath the man's feet, creating a tumultuous splash that caused the Going Merry to sway violently, prompting everyone to grasp the railing to avoid being thrown overboard. Inside the cabin, Zero, utilizing his observation Haki, sensed the commotion on deck. Noticing Nami's discomfort amidst the tumult, his anger flared. After instructing Vivi to take good care of Nami, he made his way directly to the deck. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the Straw Hat Pirates engaged in combat with adversaries clad in peculiar attire. Among the enemies, one particularly rotund figure appeared strikingly familiar. Zero recognized the individual before him. It was none other than Valpo, the former king of Drum Island, who had consumed the Munch Munch fruit. Previously, while watching this segment of the narrative, Zero had felt little, but now, as a first-hand participant, he found their intrusion rather intrusive. Thus, he chose silence and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The overwhelming force descended upon the deck of the Merry, eliciting no reaction from Luffy and his crew, yet Valpo's subordinates collapsed one by one, their eyes rolling back in terror. Observing this, the crew from the opposing ship shouted urgently for Valpo to board swiftly, but in the next moment, Zero seized Valpo by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Valpo struggled desperately, yet he could not break free. His men wished to intervene but were paralyzed by fear of Zero's enigmatic power, leaving them momentarily speechless. "Tell me, do you have any doctors aboard your ship?" Faced with Zero's cold inquiry, Valpo initially hesitated to answer, but the intensity of Zero's gaze instilled a sudden fear within him. He confessed that there were 20 doctors on his ship. Upon hearing this, the crew felt a surge of hope, believing that Nami might be saved. However, when those 20 doctors reached the cabin and assessed Nami's condition, their expressions turned grim. They identified her ailment as stemming from an insect bite but regrettably admitted that they possessed no suitable antidote on board. Only by proceeding to the nearby Drum Island could there be a glimmer of hope for treatment. Subsequently, Vivi and the others inquired about the location of Drum Island, but the doctors shook their heads in uncertainty. Frustrated, Zero hurled Valpo into the distant sea. On the opposing vessel, Valpo's subordinates were thrown into disarray, hastily gathering the doctors before hastening in the direction Zero had indicated. Following this encounter, although the precise location of Drum Island remained elusive, the crew was aware that there might be a remedy for Nami on the island, invigorating their spirits as they resolved to keep a vigilant eye out for it. The next day, despite Nami still suffering from a relentless fever, Sanji on the deck brought forth encouraging news. They had spotted an island of winter ahead. Furthermore, based on the guidance of the 20 doctors, they quickly deduced that the winter island before them was indeed the fabled Drum Island. The most conspicuous feature of Drum Island was its towering, cloud-kissed peaks, perpetually blanketed in snow, rendering the island a striking white and embodying the quintessential characteristics of a winter island in the Grand Line. As they prepared to land on Drum Island, Zero unexpectedly dashed onto the deck, cradling Nami in his arms, amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions. "Zero, here lies the kingdom of the magnetic drums. I can roughly ascertain the location of the doctor, and Nami's ailment can no longer be postponed. Therefore, I intend to set foot on the island ahead of time. Would that be acceptable, Luffy? Zoro, Zero, will you be able to manage on your own?" Zero, Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Luffy, then off you go. We will seek you and Nami later. Sanji had initially intended to accompany them, but realizing that Zero could traverse the skies with remarkable speed while he would only hinder him, he reluctantly chose to remain with the others. Thus, Zero established a rendezvous point with them and leapt into the air, propelling himself like a swift arrow through the sky. Before long, the group could only perceive a tiny black dot against the vast expanse above. At that moment, Vivi gazed in the direction Zero had departed, suddenly feeling as though he was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also consistently emerged as a steadfast ally during the Straw Hat Crew's perilous moments, exhibiting a level of composure far surpassing that of Luffy and the others. She couldn't help but inquire of Sanji beside her. Sanji, do you know what Zero's true background is? Sanji shook his head and looked towards Luffy. After all, it was Zero who initially followed Luffy, whereas Zoro had joined later. Hence, Luffy held the most insight regarding this matter. Luffy? Zero? I stumbled upon him on the high seas and was impressed by his strength, so I invited him to join our crew. I never anticipated he would prove to be this formidable, ha 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 ha. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates realized that they had scarcely heard Zero speak of his origins, leading them to lament their limited understanding of him. Eventually, Luffy declared, I don't care what secrets Zero harbors. All I know is that he is my companion now, and will always be. I will always believe in him. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, as if they wholeheartedly endorsed Luffy's sentiments. Subsequently, they prepared to ascend to Drum Island, eager to reunite with Zero and Nami at the swiftest pace possible. Little Red Bird, eek. Luffy, oh, Little Red Bird, what are you doing here? Didn't Zero take you with him? Little Red Bird, oh, Chapter 47. A clash once more in midair. Zero activated his observation Haki to its maximum capacity, searching for clues within a limited range. He swiftly moved using Moonwalk while tightly holding Nami, shielding her from the harsh winds and snow. Although his observation Haki had not yet reached its peak level, it possessed properties akin to a form of a mind web, allowing him to vaguely sense the surrounding environment. As he progressed in strength, this range would continue to expand. At his current level 6, he could cover a small town with his Haki. Thus, he could ascertain whether there were any doctors in the town they were passing through. Even in extreme conditions, it was highly likely that when his observation Haki reached its maximum level, it would function similarly to a mind web. However, he doubted his potential to foresee the future or communicate with all things, as such abilities seemed akin to a game-breaking power. Moreover, these two capabilities evidently required a high level to be fully realized. By that time, he would likely no longer require them. Nami, hold on just a little longer. We shall arrive shortly. Zero gently spoke to Nami in his arms, his tone imbued with both tenderness and unwavering resolve. Shortly thereafter, Zero passed through a place called Kaista Town, where he chanced upon a woman with silvery white hair preparing to embark on a sleigh. At the front of the sleigh stood a reindeer, adorned with a hat and possessing a striking blue nose. Zero immediately recognized them. One was the rare physician on the island, Kureha, while the other was Chopper, the reindeer who had consumed the human fruit, manifesting one of his 7 transformations. Wait, Doctor, he exclaimed as he descended from the sky, landing before Kureha and Chopper, panting heavily, clearly burdened by the considerable distance he had traversed using the Moonwalk technique. Who is this individual? How can he fly? Is he from the neighboring village? The villagers of Kesta were astonished by Zero's sudden appearance, never having anticipated that someone would descend from the heavens. Initially, Kureha did not notice Nami, who was enveloped tightly by Zero. Her first reaction upon being obstructed by him was to inquire, "Are you here to reveal the secret to eternal youth?" Zero shook his head slightly, half kneeling on the ground, and placed Nami, who was in his arms, onto his thigh. It was only then that Kureha realized the purpose of Zero's presence here. However, Kureha asked, "Do you wish for me to save her?" Zero, "Excuse me, Doctor, could you please assess whether my companion can be saved?" Kureha, "It is possible to save them, but I shall only do so if I feel inclined. I just treated someone moments ago, and today I find myself rather reluctant to attend to patients." Zero seemed taken aback by Kureha's unexpected response. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly collected himself and declared, "Doctor, if you can save her, I am willing to pay any price." Kureha scrutinized Zero, his gaze intensely earnest, as though an unseen force compelled one to trust his words. Although she was internally prepared to rescue her, she feigned reluctance, waving her hand and saying, "In that case, I shall acquiesce to your terms." "Zero, I am immensely grateful." "Kureha, However, at this moment, I do not possess any specific remedy for this situation. Thus, we must ascend the mountain. Place her beside me. And whether you can keep up will depend solely on your own abilities. At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded, gently placing the unconscious Nami onto the sled's seat. After Chopper set off with the two of them, Zero followed closely behind as they ascended the snowy mountain. It was only then that a villager, belatedly realizing the situation, remarked, "Is that fellow a pirate?" The other villagers responded with silence. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates had just landed on the island. After engaging in earnest dialogue with the island's inhabitants, they were granted entry, leaving Zoro and Usopp to guard the Mary. Upon conversing with Dalton, the captain of the kingdom's defense force, they learned that this nation had recently been invaded by the notorious Blackbeard pirates, consisting of only 5 members. Their king, Wapol, upon witnessing the pirates' might, had abandoned his people and taken to the seas as a pirate himself. This Wapol was none other than the individual the crew had encountered outside the island, possessing the powers of the Munch Munch fruit. Consequently, Luffy and the others developed a strong aversion towards him. Dalton also received disturbing news. Wapol was prowling the nearby waters and could land on Drum Island at any moment. He arranged for his men to keep a vigilant watch over the port, ensuring timely updates upon Wapol's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Dalton received intelligence regarding Wapol's landing at Big Horn and promptly prepared his weapons to confront him. Luffy, hopeful of encountering Zero there, decided to follow Dalton towards Big Horn. Upon reaching the village of Big Horn, they found it ravaged by Wapol's forces, with only the remnants of the village's former glory visible amidst the ruins. Wapol's troops had not yet departed, and they soon clashed with Dalton and the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing Luffy and his companions, Wapol's eyes widened in fear, as memories of being dominated by Zero flooded back to him. However, upon noticing Zero was absent, he straightened up defiantly. Wapol exclaimed, "You are the despicable pirates from before." "And Dalton? When did you start associating with pirates?" Dalton retorted, "Wapol, you have forsaken this kingdom. Do not return here, for you are unwelcome." With that, he transformed into his human beast form and launched an assault against Wapol's subordinates. It was then that Luffy and the others realized Dalton was also a devil fruit user, possessing the ability to transform in 3 stages. After their initial surprise, they joined the fray. Rubber, gun, ultimate, powder star, neck flesh, peacock saw. Dalton observed the fierce battle skills of Luffy and his crew, astonished by their formidable strength as they swiftly dispatched Wapol's men. Wapol, in a state of shock, had underestimated his opponents, believing that only Zero posed a threat, and was bewildered to see his subordinates defeated in such a short time. Before long, only Wapol and 2 of his men remained, while Dalton and the Straw Hat crew stood unscathed, just as Luffy prepared to charge at Wapol. The previously subdued villagers surged forth, seemingly ready to assist. However, this played into Wapol's hands, as he directed arrows towards the civilians. Dalton, disregarding everything, rushed forward but was struck by a flaming arrow, collapsing instantly. "Lucky, are you all right?" Luffy shouted as everyone hurried to check on him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wapol and his remaining men made their escape, and by the time Luffy and the others regained their composure, several figures had already vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The Monster Among Monsters in the Castle of Drum. Nami had just regained consciousness. She noticed a humanoid creature covered in brown fur, adorned with a red top hat, bustling about. Inquiring about her surroundings, she was taken aback when the creature suddenly panicked, halting its task and retreating behind a wall, peeking out at her with half its body exposed, leaving Nami bewildered. As she attempted to speak again, the creature darted away, clattering against various bottles and jars, leaving Nami staring blankly at the scene, her expression one of disbelief. At that moment, Dr. Kureha approached from a nearby room, commenting on Chopper's noise while introducing herself as the island's physician. Zero followed closely behind, informing Nami that Kureha and Chopper were the ones who had treated her, prompting her to express her gratitude with a nod. Kureha then explained Nami's condition, pointing to her ankle. "This is a result of a bite from a Kaskisha, an insect-like creature which causes a condition that typically lasts 5 days. You must have been feeling quite unwell. Today marks your 3rd day. Fortunately, your companions brought you here in time. Otherwise, it could have been life-threatening." Upon hearing this, Nami looked at Zero, her gaze filled with complex emotions, gratitude, joy, and a hint of affection, so profound that even Kureha had to interrupt, exasperated. "By the way, this species has been extinct for over a century. Were it not for my antibiotics, you might not have survived." Zero recounted his previous experience in the little garden to Kureha, suggesting that it was highly likely that the island harbored species long thought extinct. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the giants, prompting Kureha to nod in sudden realization. Subsequently, Kureha advised Nami to rest adequately, at least for 3 days before departing. Initially, Nami disagreed, fearing it would delay their journey, but under the insistence of Kureha and Zero, she reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Chopper, who had been stealthily observing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as the man before him inexplicably vanished, only to reappear behind him the next moment. A ghost, Chopper exclaimed, attempting to flee once more, only to be caught by Zero, who redirected him to Kureha's side, where he clung to her pant leg, glancing nervously at the two. Chopper, your medical skills are quite impressive. Would you consider serving as our ship's doctor? Zero inquired. Ship's doctor? Indeed, we are pirates. Pirates. Both Chopper and Kureha were taken aback. They had previously heard from villagers about a pirate crew that once invaded the island, frightening the king and ultimately leading to the nation's ruin. To their astonishment, these seemingly delicate individuals were pirates as well. However, that was the extent of their interest. For a doctor, fatal diseases would likely prove far more compelling than tales of piracy. Before Chopper could respond, he observed Zero walking over to Nami's bedside, stating, however, I must consult our captain about this matter. For now, we shall leave it be. I will discuss it thoroughly with Luffy when he arrives here. Chopper cast another glance at them before wandering off, preoccupied with his own tasks. Kureha then settled down to share stories about Chopper with Zero and Nami. It was during this conversation that Nami learned Chopper had consumed the human fruit, granting him human-like abilities and emotions. Having been cast out by both his kin and humans, he harbored some resentment towards humanity, which explained his earlier reactions to the two. After finishing her explanation, Kureha turned to Zero and asked, Did you genuinely intend to invite Chopper aboard? He is quite the anomaly, you know. Zero and Nami exchanged smiles, responding, Our pirate crew is indeed composed of extraordinary beings. Kureha chuckled heartily. Time passed, and eventually Nami awoke from her slumber once more. Noticing the door ajar, she felt a chill as the cold wind swept into the room. She intended to rise and close the door, but before she could do so, Chopper appeared, shutting the door and offering her gentle admonitions to take care, lest she suffer a relapse. Nami felt a warmth in her heart and apologized to Chopper for her earlier rudeness. However, Chopper turned away, stating he did not accept apologies from humans, only to immediately adopt a shy demeanor. Nami realized that Chopper was rather inept at concealing his emotions. Observing Chopper's antics, she suddenly contemplated that if Chopper were to become the ship's doctor, she could leave sooner, as he could tend to her on board. The previously established plan to head to Alabasta could then proceed unhindered. Thus, she extended another invitation to Chopper, inquiring if he would like to join their pirate ship. Startled, Chopper retreated to the bookshelf, pointing to his blue nose and exclaiming, Look at my blue nose. I'm a monster and cannot be with humans. You silly creature. What are you thinking? Zero entered the room, balancing a tray of food, and placed it beside Nami's bed. He remarked that although it may not be as delectable as Sanji's culinary creations, it should be sufficiently nourishing. Turning to face Chopper, he added, If you are a monster, then what we encountered previously could only be described as the most formidable of monsters. Is that true? Observing the curiosity etched on Chopper's face, Zero began recounting their previous adventures, encounters with fishmen, a millennium-old dragon, and the colossal whale at Twin Cape. Chopper listened, captivated by the tales. And when Zero spoke of the giants Dory and Buggy, Chopper expressed his astonishment that such marvelous beings as giants existed in this world. Subsequently, Zero shared stories of his pirate crew, a swordsman adept with 3 blades, a chef who becomes entranced by beautiful women, and a long-nosed sniper, as well as the princess of their nation. When Chopper learned that Luffy had consumed a devil fruit and transformed into a rubber man, he suddenly felt that Zero's earlier words held a measure of truth. Zero, how do you feel about becoming a pirate? As long as you join our crew, the adventures that await you will be nothing short of exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Chopper seemed somewhat intrigued, yet in the next moment, he dashed out of the room, leaving the two in bewilderment. Ultimately, Zero could only express his disappointment, acknowledging that perhaps his personal charm was insufficient. It seemed that the role of inviting new crew members was better suited for Luffy. Upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but laugh. All right, Nami, enough laughter, let's have dinner. All right. Chapter 49. A delayed warmth. Zero. Where are Luffy and the others? Well, they should have arrived on the island by now. There's no need for concern. Once your condition stabilizes, we shall reunite. Okay. It was only then that Nami realized, at some point, her hand had intertwined with Zero's, and a profound warmth radiated from his palm, making her wish to freeze time at that moment and savor the precious time they had together. In this moment, Zero sensed the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere surrounding them. He casually draped his right arm over Nami's shoulder, allowing her to lean comfortably against him, the strength of his chest providing her with a profound sense of security. However, as Zero lowered his gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Nami's delicate, rosy skin through her garment, causing his heart to race. At that instant, Nami seemed to notice Zero's suddenly intensified breath, and she lifted her head to glance at him in confusion. Their eyes met, and an enchanting ambience enveloped them both. Zero could not contain himself any longer. He leaned in and kissed her. Nami's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by Zero's sudden action. Her body stiffened momentarily, but after overcoming her initial discomfort, she gradually transformed from passive to active, wrapping her arms around Zero's back. Their breaths became heavy, and Zero found Nami's softness infused with sweetness irresistible, compelling him to explore further. While one arm held her tightly, the other began to glide along her waist, moving upward. Just as they were becoming engrossed in the moment, an untimely voice echoed from within the room. "What are you doing?" Both froze instantly. Nami nestled into Zero's embrace, her face radiating with a blush so vivid it seemed it might drip with moisture at any moment. Zero's expression soured as he turned to see Chopper entering with medicine, inwardly reprimanding himself for forgetting to lock the door. Chopper, seemingly oblivious to the implications of their actions, assumed they were engaged in some incomprehensible activity and did not inquire further. He approached, intending to ensure Nami took her medicine. However, upon noticing her flushed complexion, he mistakenly believed her illness had returned and hurriedly pushed Zero away to examine her. Once he confirmed that she was indeed well, he finally relaxed and clapped his hands together. "How peculiar. You've recovered from your fever, yet your face is still so red. Is there an ailment I am unaware of?" Nami could only manage an awkward smile. As Chopper turned his head, she shot a lingering glance filled with reproach at Zero, who responded with a mischievous grin, prompting Nami to recall their earlier intimacy, which made her ears flush even more. That scoundrel." At that moment, Nami noticed something unusual in Chopper's demeanor. His blue nose twitched, and he gazed seriously out the window. Zero, too, ceased his playful demeanor, following Chopper's gaze. "Nami, Zero, what is happening?" she inquired. "This is the scent of Walpo," Chopper replied. "Who is that?" Nami asked. Zero understood that Nami had likely not yet encountered Walpole, so he recounted their previous encounter with him, explaining that Walpole had come to reclaim his castle, as he was once the king of this land, albeit not particularly beloved by its people. Aware that unfavorable circumstances were likely to unfold, Chopper resolved to inform Kureha about Walpole's arrival, while Zero advised Nami to rest well before accompanying him outside. Before long, the duo, accompanied by a reindeer, reached the city gates, where Walpole stood with his two henchmen, audibly announcing his presence. Kureha cautioned Walpole, stating that since he had abandoned the kingdom, he should not return. With an air of arrogance, Walpole declared it was his kingdom, and he would come and go as he pleased. "Why are you here again?" Upon hearing this voice, Walpole recognized it belonged to the individual from the pirate crew who had effortlessly subdued him and cast him into the sea. Had it not been for his previous encounters with Dalton and Luffy, Walpole might have retained some clarity of thought. However, now he was left with only 3 comrades, and his frustration was palpable. The sight of Zero ignited his pent-up rage. "That damned fool. The last time you threw me into the sea. This time I shall make you feel the wrath of Walpole." With that, Walpole opened his cavernous mouth, leaping towards Zero. Yet, in the next instant, a pair of elongated arms emerged from behind, seizing him mid-air. "Walpole, what?" Rubber, swing." Luffy hurled Walpole into the air, where he landed heavily on the ground. Before jumping a short distance in front of Zero and greeting him with a smile, "Zero, I see you are here too. Where's Nami? Is she all right?" Though surprised by Luffy's unexpected presence, Zero quickly regained his composure and replied, "Nami is fine now. There is a doctor here who can treat her." Luffy exclaimed, "That's wonderful news." Zero, "Indeed, haha." After the appearance of Luffy, the remaining companions emerged in succession: Sanji, Vivi, Usopp, and the little red sparrow that had just perched on Zero's shoulder. They gathered once more, inquiring about Nami's current condition. Upon learning that Nami had safely navigated through her peril, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Sanji, who, Had it not been for the unresolved situation with Walpole and his companions, would have likely rushed to check on Nami's well-being. The little red sparrow affectionately nuzzled Zero's face, chirping occasionally as if to express its displeasure at being left behind. Zero could only soothe it with a few gentle strokes, which momentarily calmed its restlessness. Accompanying them was Dalton, who had transformed into his bull-human form, though he appeared to be in a rather unfortunate state, heavily bandaged and evidently still recovering from severe injuries. Zero, who are these individuals? Chopper inquired, to which Zero replied with a smile. Ah, they are my companions. That one who can transform into a rubber man is our captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Chopper blinked in surprise and turned to see Luffy gazing at him with astonishment, exclaiming, "You can actually talk." Zero. Luffy, this fellow is named Chopper, and he is indeed a doctor. Moreover, his strength is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Luffy suddenly darted to Chopper's side, looking at him with great enthusiasm and saying, "How about joining our pirate crew as the ship's doctor?" Chopper. Chapter 50, Capturing Chopper. At this moment, Dalton gazed at Chopper standing at the castle gate, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He recalled the past when Chopper avenged Dr. Hirulek, and he was filled with deep sentiment, realizing that Chopper had been fighting all along until now. Meanwhile, after being rescued by two subordinates, Wapple clumsily crawled out of the snow. Noticing their disadvantage, one of his subordinates, sporting an explosive hairstyle, suddenly hurled black fur balls at everyone, while another subordinate dressed as a clown shot flaming arrows, igniting the black fur balls and causing chaos among the crowd. Wapple suddenly noticed the pirate flag fluttering above the castle and, in a fit of rage, declared that he would burn the flag. Chopper transformed into his human form and charged forward, only to be swallowed whole by Wapple, who opened his wide mouth. In this dire moment, Luffy and Sanji rushed forward together, launching an attack on Wapple's belly, thus rescuing Chopper. Following this, Wapple, in a fit of fury, grew to a colossal size, employing a technique known as the Wapple House. He even swallowed his two subordinates, who, upon emerging, had transformed into a combined form. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed, "How impressive! Zero, is it not merely a stacking of elements?" Upon the successful transformation, Walpole unleashed cannon fire towards the flag of the Sakura pirates. Yet, before the projectile could reach its intended target, Zero deftly countered with a slicing strike, igniting a dazzling display of sparks midair. "Thank you, Zero," Chopper exclaimed in gratitude, then charged towards Walpole, raising his fist. At that moment, Dalton rushed in from behind, seizing Walpole's back to restrain him. Just as Chopper was about to deliver his blow, he recalled the words of Dr. Hirulek uttered before his demise, causing him to halt his assault. This opened an opportunity for Walpole, who retaliated by sending Chopper flying with cannon fire, while Dalton was also struck and sent reeling. Falling silent, Usopp and Vivi hurriedly approached to check on Dalton, discovering he had merely fainted from his severe injuries, breathing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chopper regained his footing and engaged with the combined adversary, while Luffy positioned himself before Walpole, ready for confrontation. Blamball. Chopper produced a yellow sphere, biting into it, which enabled him to perform a remarkable 7 transformations, distinct from the typical 3 of animal-type users. Luffy watched in awe, exclaiming how impressive it was. However, he failed to notice Walpole stealthily attempting to sneak past him towards the castle, only to be intercepted and kicked back by Zero, landing headfirst into the snowy ground. Luffy observed, "Your opponent nearly escaped just now." Zero made a quip about Luffy, when suddenly he noticed a key lying on the ground, seemingly dropped by Whirlbo moments ago. He recalled that this key might unlock a door to a certain room within the castle, so he picked it up and tucked it away for future use. Just as Luffy was about to confront Whirlbo again, Chopper had already defeated the amalgamated being with his cherry blossom hoof, swiftly concluding the battle. At the great factory of swallowing, ultimately, Whirlbo resorted to his most powerful technique, consuming his own body to transform into a frail version of himself, hoping to enhance his mobility or facilitate his escape. However, against a Luffy who had grown stronger than in the original tale, all of Whirlbo's attacks were thwarted by Luffy's Haki, failing to inflict any damage. In the end, Luffy unleashed his rubber rocket, sending Whirlbo soaring into the sky. Thus, with Whirlbo's final defeat, this incident came to a close. Afterwards, the awakened Dalton knelt before the crowd, expressing his gratitude to Luffy and the others for rescuing the nation. However, when he looked up, he found Luffy chasing after Chopper across the hills, eager for him to join their crew. Luffy exclaimed, "Don't run. Be our friend." Chopper responded, "Don't chase me. Dalton observed. Zero. It is merely a matter of habit, a mere matter of habit. Before long, the villagers from the foot of the mountain arrived, and they carried Dalton into the castle, where Kurisumi began her treatment. When Kurisumi inquired if Dalton possessed the key to the armory, he shook his head in denial. However, upon turning, he saw Zero retrieving the key and asking if this was it. Dalton, astonished, nodded in affirmation, confirming that the key in Zero's hand was indeed the one to the armory. As Kurisumi attempted to take the key from Zero, Nami, lying in bed, seized the opportunity to propose a condition that Kurisumi waive her treatment fees and allow her to leave. Initially, Kurisumi consented only to the former request, neglecting the latter. Yet, as they prepared to depart, her remarks about clothes in the cabinet and the absence of supervision allowed Zero to reflect that Kurisumi was, in fact, a kind and endearing person. Outside the castle, Luffy was fervently calling out Chopper's name, wishing to invite him to join their pirate crew as the ship's doctor. Eventually, Chopper could no longer resist and stepped forward, explaining that he was a monster with a blue nose and thus could not associate with humans. In response, Luffy raised his hands and exclaimed, "Enough with the chatter, let us go." Chopper immediately burst into tears, reminiscing about Dr. Hirolik's encouragement to venture into the sea. Ultimately, he accepted Luffy's invitation and became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. At that moment, Zoro unexpectedly appeared from a nearby path. Upon seeing Luffy and the others, he displayed a look of surprise and, amidst their incredulous expressions, uttered, "I just took a swim. How did I end up here? By the way, what are you all doing here?" Usopp quipped, "Hey you fool, getting lost to this extent is beyond hope." Zoro retorted, "What did you say?" The group erupted into laughter, while Zoro remained perplexed, unaware of the source of their amusement. As they gathered outside the castle, waiting for Chopper to bid farewell to Kurisumi, he suddenly appeared with a sled, urging everyone to hop on, and swiftly took them down the mountain. On their descent, they spotted a magnificent cherry blossom in full bloom atop Drum Mountain, prompting them to pause and admire the rare beauty. Chopper reverted to his usual form and wept profusely at the sight of the enormous pink blossom, evoking memories of Dr. Hirolik and his reluctance to part with Kurisumi. Yet, he knew he must bid them farewell as he ventured forth to pursue his long-held dream of the sea. The group remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, Nami, positioned at the back, noticed that no one seemed to pay her mind and stealthily leaned her head against Zero's shoulder. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, Zero wrapped his arm around her waist, cherishing the moment of warmth. Chapter 51. The Food Crisis. As Chopper became a member of Luffy's crew and set sail aboard the Mary, Dalton was engaged in conversation with Dr. Kurisumi atop Drum Mountain, discussing his intentions to remain and assist the villagers. Suddenly, a soldier arrived with a report about a mysterious man who had previously appeared on the island, brandishing Luffy's bounty notice and inquiring if they had seen Luffy. Before departing, the man mentioned his intention to go to Alabasta and would stay no longer than 10 days, requesting that they relay this information to Luffy. However, due to the hasty departure of Luffy and his companions, the soldier could only report this development to Dalton. Kurisumi gazed at Luffy's bounty poster and suddenly spoke of Luffy and Roger's full names, suggesting that the letter D held significant meaning, prompting her to recall much. Observing Kurisumi lost in thought, Dalton refrained from interrupting and instead shared her gaze toward the distant sky. On the Mary, following Chopper's appointment as the ship's doctor, the crew held a welcome party for him. Chopper was moved, only to be disheartened when Nami remarked that they merely sought an excuse to drink. Later, Chopper showcased his ability to communicate with animals, understanding the swift and the little red bird, which astonished the crew. Only Zoro appeared somewhat slow to grasp the situation. It was only when Chopper formally introduced himself that he realized, having thought Chopper was merely a source of food supplies. This led Chopper to weep uncontrollably. But soon he integrated seamlessly into the Straw Hat crew, engaging in playful antics with Luffy and Usopp. Days passed, and the Mary neared Alabasta. In an effort to inform her companions about their foes, Vivi began to explain the structure of the Baroque Works organization, detailing that Mr. Zero, Crocodile, had agents with code names ranging from Mr. 1 to Mr. 13, with those nearer the front possessing greater strength. Mr. 1 to Mr. 5 were senior agents, all possessing devil fruit abilities, while Mr. 6 to Mr. 13 were junior agents, each paired with a female counterpart except Mr. 2. Sanji inquired about the animal duo they had encountered in the Little Garden, to which Vivi replied that their code name was Mr. 13, part of Crocodile's punishment squad. tasked with penalizing those who failed their missions. It is noteworthy that among the senior agents, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 4 had not encountered the crew, while Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 had already been defeated by them, leaving them with countermeasures should they meet again. Furthermore, Vivi elaborated on the agent's subordinates, explaining that each senior agent commanded 200 subordinates, while the junior agents had 800, amassing a total of 2,000 personnel forming the current Baroque Works. Though Usopp trembled with fear, he stammered, "There are 2,000 of them." To which Zero remarked, "For me, it would merely take one use of Conqueror's Haki to resolve it effortlessly." Noticing Chopper's bewildered expression, Usopp took it upon himself to explain the composition of the 3 types of Haki, igniting Chopper's desire to learn it as well. Zero shook his head, "Not necessarily. My dominance has its limits, and the effectiveness in combat might be somewhat diminished. Moreover, even if we manage to resolve the situation with these 2,000 individuals, those agents are no pushovers. A confrontation is inevitable." Usopp exclaimed, "Is that so? Can we still make it back in time?" Luffy replied, "As long as we defeat Crocodile, it shouldn't be a problem." Little Red Bird chirped, "Eep." Chopper clarified, "What it means is that it will take on Crocodile." Luffy insisted, "Don't try to take him from me. Crocodile is my opponent." Little Red Bird retorted, "Eep." Luffy exclaimed, "You." Breathing fire again. "Zero, save me." In the blink of an eye, Luffy found himself fleeing from the Little Red Bird, only to be swiftly subdued by an irate Nami, who landed 2 solid punches, knocking him to the ground. Both Luffy and the bird sported swollen bumps on their heads. Noticing Nami winking at him, Zero stepped forward to capture the Little Red Bird and stowed it away in his pocket, allowing it the opportunity for self-reflection. Little Red Bird chirped, "Eep." That night, as everyone slept soundly, Zero stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea, his eyes lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind, calling out, "Zero." As Zero turned around, he saw Nami clad in her sleepwear, holding a cup of hot beverage and offering it to herself. "It's a bit chilly tonight. I should have a cup of tea to warm up," she said. "What brings you up here? You should be getting a good night's rest, after all. You need to keep an eye on the Mary tomorrow. I'm resilient and not afraid of the cold." Despite her words, Zero dutifully accepted the warm drink. Noticing Nami's somewhat flimsy sleepwear, he set the beverage aside, removed his outer garment, and draped it over her shoulders before finally sipping from his cup. Nami moved closer, leaning against Zero's side, and together they gazed quietly into the distance, enveloped in a serene harmony. "Zero, what were you just thinking about?" she inquired. "I was reflecting on our past experiences and the possibilities that lie ahead. The future? Like how many children we might have." Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, and her fist instinctively aimed for Zero's chest, only to be caught by him, pulling her closer in the process. As Zero gazed at Nami's radiant face, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her, but just then, a voice interrupted. "Where's the bathroom?" Luffy, still half asleep, meandered past them, seemingly caught between dreams and reality. He wandered around the deck before returning to the cabin, shattering the intimate atmosphere that had enveloped the two. Zero, observing his speechless expression, could not help but stifle a laugh before returning the clothing to him, urging him to guard the night properly, and then turning away to resume her slumber, leaving Zero alone amidst the chaos of the wind. "Why did you consume all the food meant for 10 people, Luffy? That was intended for our impending arrival in Alabasta." At that moment, Sanji was vociferously chastising Luffy. Initially, Luffy denied it, but eventually, Sanji employed a clever ruse that led to Luffy's own confession. Upon hearing the sound of Luffy being kicked away, Usopp, who had been fishing, hurriedly scurried off, while Chopper, in a state of panic, inadvertently revealed himself when questioned by Sanji, resulting in a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Zero, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the deck, instinctively opened them at the commotion and caught sight of the remnants near the beak of the Little Red Bird. Realizing that it too had likely partaken in the pilfered provisions, Zero, feeling a sense of urgency, shook his head and resolved to take action. He quickly stripped off his clothing and plunged into the sea with a splash, hoping to catch some seafood to stave off impending hunger. Meanwhile, Usopp and Luffy, using the struggling creature as bait, were startled when a gigantic fish, measuring several meters in length, leapt from the water and landed on the deck, prompting them to rush over in excitement, exclaiming, "Food! Food!" The creature, still on the fishing line, lamented, "Have you forgotten about me? Let me go." Chapter 52. A single slash to vanquish the enemy ship. Upon Zero's return to the ship, Sanji had already begun to dissect the fish. alleviating the food crisis brought on by Luffy and his crew's voracious appetites. However, before he could regain his balance, a strange green gas began to rise from the sea ahead, forming a unique gas waterfall. Thankfully, Nami explained that this was sulfur gas emitted by an underwater volcano, and that the Going Merry would pass through without issue, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. As the crew traversed the gas waterfall, they were surprised to see a man dressed in a swan costume suddenly appear on the bait creature. He slipped off and cried out that he was a land duck, urging them to rescue him, prompting them to haul him out of the water. The creature called out, "What about me? What about me?" ignoring the struggling bait. Zero recognized the man as Mr. Bon Clay from the Baroque Works, the only high-ranking agent without a partner. His ability allowed him to mimic anyone he touched. Although lacking in combat prowess, he was a top-notch spy. From his demeanor, it seemed he was unaware that they were the Straw Hat Pirates being pursued by Baroque Works. Had he known, he would likely have attacked them already. Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat Baroque Works Mr. 2. Completion rewards. 400 experience points. 40,000 berries. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zero's expression transformed into a knowing smile. At that moment, Mr. 2, oblivious to the threat looming over him, excitedly proclaimed himself a devil fruit user and began to demonstrate his mimicry skills by transforming into Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Zoro. As he prepared to touch Zero, he noticed a peculiar glint in Zero's eyes, causing him to hesitate and abandon the transformation. Instead, he showcased his memory abilities, impressively mimicking past acquaintances, which garnered applause from Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. Meanwhile, Zero observed that Vivi's expression shifted as she recalled Mr. 2's identity through his demonstration. Shortly thereafter, a small boat approached the Going Merry. Mr. 2 recognized his rescuers and bid a sorrowful farewell to Luffy and the others, promising to meet again someday. However, as he leapt onto the small boat, his subordinates inadvertently revealed his identity, leading Luffy and the crew to realize he was their enemy. With little time to spare, Zero swiftly leaped onto the ship's railing, drawing his sword, the Azure Dragon, and unleashed a brilliant arc of blue light toward Mr. 2's vessel. Buzz! The blade sliced through the water, creating two waves and, in an instant, caught up to the small boat, erupting into a dazzling blue explosion upon impact. In the blink of an eye, the small boat vanished from sight, and Mr. 2's subordinates called out his name amidst the debris, suggesting he had fallen back into the sea. Only when the prompt indicating the quest's completion echoed in Zero's mind did he sheath the Azure Dragon and inform his companions. All right, it seems we've resolved the issue. Initially, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp felt downcast at the sight of Mr. 2's defeat. However, upon hearing Vivi remark that Mr. 2 was indeed an enemy of Baroque Works, they realized that his abilities could pose a significant threat to Alabasta in the future, which lifted their spirits. After all, an enemy capable of impersonating their own could sow distrust among them, a dangerous scenario in their battle against Baroque Works. Moreover, he had already touched most of the crew, making deception exceedingly simple. Had Zero not defeated him, the ensuing battles would have been fraught with uncertainty. Later, Vivi inquired how Zero had deduced Mr. 2's identity so quickly. He explained that he had seen a picture of Vivi's father in the newspaper, and Mr. 2's recent impersonations had raised his suspicions. It was only after Mr. 2's departure and his subsequent reveal that Zero took action, which Vivi finally understood. Following the encounter with Mr. 2, Zero's experience points surged to 31,503,200, leaving him just 50 points shy of his next level up. He couldn't help but wonder what formidable enhancements awaited him after his next attribute increase. The Going Merry continued its voyage. Suddenly, a massive cat-like creature appeared on the horizon. Luffy instinctively lunged to capture it, only to be reprimanded by Vivi, who explained that the creature, known as a sea cat, was considered sacred in Alabasta. She advised him to be patient, as delectable food awaited them soon. The crew quickly realized they were nearing Alabasta's shores, and just then, Usopp alerted everyone that several ships were approaching, displaying the Baroque Works insignia on their sails. Vivi recognized them as the subordinates of high-ranking agents, far more formidable than the bounty hunters they had encountered at Whiskey Peak. Although they were unsure of the reasons for their convergence on Alabasta, it subtly hinted that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Vivi instructed her companions to prepare for battle, and they all responded affirmatively. Despite Zero having dispatched Mr. 2, Vivi devised a plan to prevent his return. She suggested tying a ribbon on her left hand, so if they encountered a lookalike lacking that distinguishing feature, they could confirm he was an enemy. Once prepared, they disembarked at the town of La Roja to resupply. The moment they docked, Luffy leaped off the ship, Driven by the anticipation of the delicious food Vivi had mentioned, his appetite insatiable. Before the others could react, Zero remarked, "I'll take care of this fool," and followed suit, taking Little Sparrow with him. The rest of the crew could only watch in bemusement. Suddenly, Usopp spotted Mr. 3's ship in the distance. After Vivi confirmed that it was powered by Mr. 3's abilities, they realized he had a high probability of still being alive. Recognizing the potential for discovery, the crew convened to discuss a discreet approach. Chapter 53. Smoker is frightened away. Ah, isn't that Zero? Who was effortlessly employing the Moonwalk technique to pursue Luffy, suddenly halting midair with a look of surprise. To his observation Haki, he sensed a strange yet fervent presence emanating from a nearby town, one that felt somewhat out of place amidst its surroundings. Upon further investigation, he discerned a familiar yet indistinct silhouette. It dawned on him that these two individuals were likely simultaneously searching for Luffy, Portiasti, Ace, and the Marine officer Smoker. At that moment, both were aimlessly wandering through the town, suggesting they had yet to uncover Luffy's whereabouts. He decided to bypass them and continued along his previous trajectory. Eventually, not long after, he caught sight of Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was standing before a stone house in the desert, opening a bag to sample the green powder within. Just as Zero descended from the sky, he witnessed Luffy tossing all the bags of powder into the furnace to burn. "Luffy, what are you doing?" "Ah, Zero. Little Red Bird. What brings you two here?" "It's quite strange, you know. Vivi mentioned we would find delicious food upon landing, yet I haven't seen any. Earlier, I came across something rather unpalatable, but thankfully, I burned it all, ha ha ha. What about the bento Sanji prepared for you?" "I've eaten it all." Realizing the fortunate foresight of having Sanji prepare an extra bento, Zero decided to retrieve it. Just then, he noticed the sky had unexpectedly begun to rain. This immediately led him to recall the powder that Luffy had just burned, which was likely the substance referred to in the narrative as dancing powder. Due to the sudden downpour, the two resolved to wait until the rain ceased before embarking on their journey. As Luffy savored the bento that Zero had brought, he pondered the peculiar nature of the desert climate. After a while, the rain subsided, and Luffy and Zero prepared to depart. At that moment, a man burst out from the stone dwelling, brandishing a knife and shouting, "You two dare to destroy my dancing powder." In truth, Zero had long sensed the man hiding within the stone house through his observation Haki, yet he chose to ignore him, not expecting him to emerge. Naturally, the man could not escape a thorough beating. He ultimately knelt submissively before them, confessing that what they had burned was indeed the infamous dancing powder, which was currently prohibited by the world government. Its purpose was to artificially induce rainfall, and he had intended to exploit the drought in Alabasta to profit by using the powder to generate water. However, due to Luffy's inadvertent actions, his plan had been completely thwarted. Given the utility of this substance for Alabasta, one might wonder why it had been banned by the world government. Zero inquired of the man, who was equally perplexed and could only acquiesce. "Luffy, dancing powder? Artificial rain? Little Red Bird, eek. Luffy, you were the fool. Little Red Bird, eek, eek." Zero. Subsequently, the man persistently implored the two not to disclose the matter. Upon Zero's remark that they were pirates, the man fell silent, quietly gathering his belongings before returning to the stone house. After exchanging a perplexed glance, the two decided to depart from the scene. Within the stone house, the man lamented, "What a waste of time. Pirates, of all things, are the most detestable." Zero and Luffy traversed the vast expanse of the desert. A little red sparrow circled overhead, guiding the two towards the nearest town. "I'm so hungry. When will we arrive?" "I need to eat," exclaimed Zero. "We're almost there." "Just a little longer," Luffy reassured him. "I'm so hungry." Zero underestimated Luffy's appetite. After he had shared a portion with Little Red Sparrow, it wasn't long before Luffy clamored for more food, leaving Zero with no choice but to urge him to be patient. At long last, the two arrived at a quaint little town. "How delightful the aroma is!" Luffy exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement as he dashed towards a certain direction in the town. Zero called Little Red Sparrow back to his shoulder and then hurried to catch up with Luffy. Upon reaching the entrance of a restaurant, Zero's brow furrowed in surprise. It's those two rascals." As he approached the restaurant, he noticed a rather conspicuous hole in the wall, presumably created by Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy had already begun to indulge in the food, while the chef, donning a tall hat, pleaded with him to leave, but Luffy remained unyielding. Zero sat down beside Luffy and ordered 2 more portions, one for himself and one for Little Red Sparrow. While waiting for the dishes, Little Red Sparrow, unable to contain herself, began to sneakily nibble on the food in front of Luffy. "You've taken too much." Eep. Well, since you've brought me a bento, I suppose I can share a little. Eep. Luffy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, and both of them looked up to see Smoker standing at the entrance, glaring at them with evident anger. Smoke Man, what brings you here? Luffy recognized Smoker, but continued to eat without a hint of fear in his gaze. After all, the reason he had previously struggled against Smoker was largely due to his inability to counter the powers of a Logia user, which left him in a precarious situation. However, Luffy had now mastered Haki, and although he was uncertain of the current power disparity, he felt significantly more confident than before. I've been chasing you for so long, and at last, I found you here in Alabasta. Surrender quietly. With that, smoke billowed around Smoker as he prepared to strike. Both Zero and Luffy braced themselves for battle, but before Smoker could act, a bare-chested man appeared, seizing Smoker's arm. You think you can lay a hand on my brother without consulting me? Ace. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, and Smoker's face displayed a look of shock. Had he heard correctly? The commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division was indeed Luffy's brother? Observing the camaraderie between Luffy and Ace, along with Zero eagerly anticipating a confrontation, Smoker realized he was in trouble. Indeed, the two brothers began chatting amiably, with Luffy introducing Ace to Zero, who responded with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Smoker's presence. Smoker silently calculated, the bounty hunter with a 50 million berry bounty, the Straw Hat Kid with a 30 million berry bounty. If it were just these two, he could manage to hold his ground. However, with the addition of the Whitebeard Pirates captain, his chances of victory diminished considerably. As a naval officer, Smoker was exceptionally capable, and after gauging the disparity in strength between the two sides, he quietly withdrew, seeking an opportunity for a more strategic approach. Luffy, Ace, and Zero appeared unaware of Smoker's departure, engrossed in their spirited conversation while enjoying their meal. Chapter 54, The Naval Encirclement. Smoker returned to the naval encampment, entering a tent where a frail figure came into view. Upon seeing Smoker, the figure remarked, Smoker, why did you come in without a word? Smoker replied nonchalantly, Apache. They've arrived in this country. You mean the pirates you're after? I believe they're called the Straw Hats or something similar. Your opponent is the bounty hunter. So don't get it twisted. Yes, I'll do as you say, the man said as he walked past Smoker, stepping outside the tent and stretching his arms to embrace the sea breeze. Once Smoker joined him, he slowly declared, just a band of pirates, daring to trample on the dignity of the Navy. Watch how I bring them back. Smoker remained silent, fully trusting the man's words. As he was once the most favored student of his former mentor, his strength certainly surpassing Smoker's, which was why he had become a major at such a young age. He nodded and began mobilizing the naval troops, who soon gathered and headed back in the direction they had come from. Unbeknownst to Luffy and his companions, the naval forces had just entered the small town. After finishing their meals, they exited the restaurant, chatting and searching for their comrades. Ace, how did you end up here? In response to Luffy's inquiry, Ace countered. Did you not receive my message from Drum Island? Seeing the puzzled expressions on Luffy and Zero's faces, Ace realized his message had likely not reached them. So he explained that he was here on official business. What business? Luffy asked. Zero, is it because of Blackbeard? Ace looked at Zero with some surprise, not expecting that Luffy's companion would know that name, and curiously asked, How do you know? Zero, while we were at Drum Island, we heard the news regarding Blackbeard's destruction of the Drum Kingdom. Coupled with your earlier mention of his presence on Drum Island, it seems that aside from Blackbeard, there is no other individual who could warrant such concern from the 2nd commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Ace, ha, truly, you are a clever companion of Luffy. Luffy, right? Ha. Ace continued, however, you are correct. My presence here is indeed due to Blackbeard. I have heard that he once lingered in this place. Zero. In that case, Ace, you must exercise caution. That Blackbeard possesses the capability to annihilate a nation with just a few individuals, indicating his formidable strength. Ace, rest assured. As the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, I have unwavering confidence in my own abilities. Ha. Zero's confidence in Ace left little room for dissent. After all, he could not disclose that he would be defeated by Blackbeard and subsequently captured. Even if such an event were imminent, who would believe it now? Suddenly, Ace turned to Luffy and inquired, by the way, Luffy, would you consider joining the Whitebeard Pirates? Of course, your companions are welcome as well. Luffy responded, that Yonko? I believe Zero mentioned that. Ace affirmed, indeed. Are you interested? Just the two of us brothers. Luffy retorted, no way. Ace chuckled, Luffy, you truly remain unchanged. Just as ever, ha. Luffy grinned, Hee. Ace declared, I aspire for Whitebeard to become the Pirate King and claim the One Piece, not you, Luffy. 0. Rest assured, even if we do not join you, we shall undoubtedly assist Luffy in achieving his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Ace, is that so? It seems we are destined for a confrontation sooner or later. However, I must assert that the Whitebeard pirates are not to be underestimated. 0 ceased his speech, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Currently, the Straw Hat Pirates had only recently embarked on the Grand Line, and their overall strength was not particularly formidable. The crew was still incomplete and required time to grow. However, their current inadequacy compared to the Whitebeard pirates did not signify a future inferiority. Luffy declared, Let us have a fight then. After all, we're pirates. Only through battle can we discern victory from defeat. His expression remained unchanged, a cheerful grin adorning his face. Neither in agreement nor dissent. Yet, 0 understood that for Luffy, his faith in his comrades surpassed that of anyone else. Suddenly, the trio halted in their tracks. Around them, layers upon layers of Navy soldiers had encircled them without their notice. At the forefront stood 3 admirals clad in military attire, their gazes fixed upon the trio, as though they were but fish ready for the butcher's knife. Smoker pointed his tin hands at them, bellowing, Executioners! Straw Hat Brat! Fire Fist Ace! You 3 have come here today, and there shall be no escape. With that, he issued a command, transforming into a swirling cloud of smoke and charging forward. Ace! You all go ahead. I'll hold them off here. Ace urged. No, I want to stay. Luffy protested, immediately taking a fighting stance. His arms swiftly enveloped in a pitch-black substance. Armament Haki, hardening. Gum pistol. While Ace was still taken aback by Luffy's use of armament Haki, Luffy had already elongated his arm, launching an attack at Smoker before he could react, sending him reeling back. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? Colonel. Smoker coughed blood, a look of disbelief on his face. His initial target had been 0 beside Luffy, yet he had been unexpectedly struck back by Luffy. Has that brat become so strong? You've actually learned armament Haki, Smoke Man. Let us have a proper fight this time. Luffy shouted, his body stretching as he charged at Smoker with remarkable speed, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Ace glanced at 0, noticing that he had already confronted the Navy forces, just as he intended to assist. An overwhelming and familiar pressure suddenly permeated the air, emanating from 0, Luffy's comrade. How could this be? Father as Conqueror as Haki is manifesting in this individual? What is happening? Ace realized that he did not know Luffy as well as he thought. Not only did Luffy wield armament Haki, but he also had a comrade capable of using Conqueror S Haki. How many secrets did he harbor that Ace remained oblivious to? While he was still in shock, 0's vicinity had transformed into a no-man's land. Any Navy soldier approaching within a certain range would instantaneously collapse, their eyes glazing over, unresponsive to calls. A truly bizarre phenomenon. A monster. This pirate. We are no match for him. As he walked forward with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. His expression remained unchanged despite the fallen Navy personnel surrounding him. It was only when he stood before a frail man that a grave look crossed his face. Is this sufficient, Executioner? The man remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with a piercing menace that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 55, The True Form of the Little Red Sparrow Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat Navy Major Apache to earn 1,800 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Upon hearing the prompt echoing in his mind, 0 instinctively heightened his vigilance. The substantial experience rewards, coupled with the skill lottery tickets, indicated that the danger posed by this man could surpass even that of Dongli and Brokey, potentially marking him as the most formidable adversary he had encountered to date. Aside from the legendary Mihawk, although he remained perplexed as to why a character not originally present in the storyline had appeared, particularly one as rare as a rear admiral from the Navy, it was evident that he had only one path left to pursue, that of combat. Rear Admiral Apache. The surrounding individuals also recognized that they were no match for this pirate before them, and thus yielded the arena, launching an assault towards Ace behind them. On the opposite side of 0, the frail man introduced himself. Remember this, the one who defeated you is called Apache, a Navy officer who has consumed the gorilla fruit. As soon as the words left his lips, Apache's slender form suddenly swelled, bursting his clothes in a matter of moments, transforming him into a towering beast nearly 4 meters tall. With a thunderous roar, the beast swung its right fist, coating it with Haki, and struck 0 with tremendous force, sending him flying and crashing through several stone houses before finally coming to a halt. 0. Luffy, noticing Zero being launched away, shouted his name, only to be lifted high by Smoker's smoke fruit ability, poised to be slammed down to the ground. Fortunately, Ace managed to fend off the group of Navy soldiers entangling him, morphing into a fireball and clashing with Smoker's smoke, granting Luffy a brief respite. Is this really it? A pirate with a bounty of 50 million is hardly impressive. The beast seemed somewhat disappointed, speaking with a tone of melancholy. However, the next moment, a dazzling flash of light from a blade surged toward him. With a furious roar, he brought his hands down to intercept the fierce attack, astonishingly managing to block it. After a moment, as the blade's glow dissipated, Apache noticed charred marks on his hands, piquing his curiosity. When Zero and Scathe approached him, he exclaimed, "You possess Conqueror's Haki. And you're a swordsman? Boy, your strength surpasses my expectations. But if that's all you have." Suddenly, Apache leaped into the air, exhibiting an agility that belied his massive frame. His muscles rippled oddly, concentrating in his arms, which expanded to several times their original size. But that's not enough, he bellowed, as his fist descended vertically, carrying an indescribable, overwhelming force that pressed down on Zero. Instantly, Zero enveloped his sword, the Jinglong, with Haki, and unleashed a fierce slash. A roaring fire dragon erupted from the blade's tip, its scorching aura making the surrounding Navy soldiers feel the unbearable heat of the desert. Boom. The fire dragon collided with Apache's fist, unleashing an explosion of energy so potent that it created ripples in the air, as if the very atmosphere was on the brink of collapse. Yet, the fire dragon did not last long. Mere seconds later, it was shattered by Apache's punch, which continued with relentless momentum, crashing down onto the ground where Zero stood. Bang! A deafening roar echoed throughout the area, creating a massive crater in an instant and causing the nearby stone houses to collapse into it, stirring up billowing clouds of smoke. Fortunately, the Navy forces had swiftly evacuated the surrounding villagers. Otherwise, this blow could have resulted in dozens, if not hundreds, of casualties. As for Smoker, Luffy, and Ace, they had already moved to another battlefield and were unaware of this astonishing spectacle. Thud, thud. Apache, the architect of this devastating strike, now stood at the edge of the crater, arms crossed as he gazed into its depths. Nearby Navy soldiers gathered, eager to see if the executioner had fallen, only to be met with Apache's sharp reprimand. "Stay back. He is still alive." Indeed, the next moment, sounds of movement emanated from the depths of the crater. Cough, 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 cough. As Zero emerged from the pit, clutching his chest, he appeared somewhat disheveled, yet not bearing the marks of severe injury, which elicited a raised eyebrow from Apache. In truth, Zero felt a surge of peril. Apache's recent assault had been truly formidable. Had he not swiftly unleashed a blade of light to counter the attack, it would have surely been game over for him. It must be said that Apache's rise to the rank of Major General is not without merit. His prowess is indeed rare, even among the Navy, and one can even perceive faint echoes of the legendary Iron Fist Carp in his abilities. Suddenly, the little red sparrow returned to perch upon Zero's shoulder, bringing him a sense of comfort. It seemed that without resorting to that particular move, their escape from this predicament would have been exceedingly difficult. Wouldn't you agree? Since you share this sentiment, let us unveil your true form to them, little red sparrow. With a resounding cry, the sparrow unfurled its wings, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel, it transformed into a blazing inferno of crimson flames, soaring directly towards Zero's outstretched hand. In the next instant, as the flames dissipated, a brand new weapon materialized before the onlookers. Upon seeing this weapon, Apache was instantly reminded of the research project that Vegapunk had tirelessly pursued, in endeavor to merge weapons with devil fruits. Zero raised his weapon, and for the first time, the petite red sparrow revealed its true form before him. The slender blade, with a jet-black spine, bore a fiery crimson pattern that extended from the hilt to the tip, shimmering with an orange-red brilliance even in broad daylight, captivating the eye. The bird fruit, mythical Zoan type, phoenix form, that was the devil fruit fused within the petite red sparrow. As the wind swept across the blade, Zero seemed to hear its cry resonating within the sword. "Are you calling for me to strike him down?" Ah. Thus, Zero swung his sword at Apache. A fire dragon manifested once more before Zero, yet this time, it was even larger than before, its intricate patterns more defined, with a pair of fiery wings sprouting from its back, exuding an overwhelming presence. Faced with such a formidable attack, Apache let out a hearty laugh, channeling his strength into his arms, activating his armament Haki. His ebony fist struck towards the phoenix-formed fire dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the small town, Chapter 56. The Growth of Luffy Rubber Rocket Pistol. As the Straw Hat Kid's palms approached with remarkable speed, Smoker soared into the sky, evading the assault. In the next moment, an orange fireball shot upwards, colliding with his smoke, intertwining orange and gray in midair, leaving Luffy at a loss for action. After finally shaking off Ace, Smoker glanced towards Zero and Apache, puzzled as to why their battle had yet to conclude. After all, Apache's strength was well known. He had ascended through the ranks solely on brute force, capturing countless pirates, many worth over 100 million. Even he, Smoker, felt he had little chance against him, and it was certain that executioner was no match either. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Had he not encountered Apache nearby on official duty and mentioned his pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates, he would not have been able to invite him to assist in defeating that troublesome man, despite Apache reprimanding him for leaving his post. Smoke man, what are you staring at? Rubber headbutt. Seeing Luffy's attack coming once more, Smoker drew his weapon to block, re-engaging in combat with the two. Returning to the battlefield of Zero and Apache, after enduring the enhanced attack from the petite Red Sparrow, Apache too found himself in discomfort. His arms were stiff from overexertion. Though he sustained no serious internal damage, his exterior was marred with intersecting wounds. Clearly, enduring Zero's strikes was no easy feat for Apache. Haha, kid. Your attack has finally shown some promise, but it is still far from sufficient. Apache laughed heartily. He then leaned forward, sprinting rapidly across the ground, closing the distance to Zero in an instant, launching yet another assault against him. Zero did not yield, positioning the little Red Sparrow and the startled dragon before him, deftly parrying each of Apache's assaults. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity presented by Apache's attacks to strike with his weapon, though the majority of his blows were deftly deflected by Apache's Haki, resulting in a remarkably meager number of successful hits. As Zero marveled in silent astonishment at Apache's formidable prowess, the surrounding Navy personnel were equally taken aback. They had anticipated that with a Vice Admiral engaged, capturing the Straw Hat Pirates' executioner would be a foregone conclusion. Yet, as the battle raged on without a decisive outcome, it became evident that the executioner's bounty was indeed grossly misrepresented compared to the legends. Time could no longer be squandered in this confrontation. As time passes, Zero feels his strength waning, including the diminishing potency of his Haki. In stark contrast, Apache appears to possess boundless energy, effortlessly absorbing his sword techniques while unleashing such a formidable offensive. If this relentless battle continues, defeat seems inevitable. What should he do? Just as Zero contemplates abandoning the mission and fleeing, a familiar voice suddenly resonates beside him, accompanied by a surge of intense warmth. Zero, I am here to assist you. Rubber round shot. Move aside, fire fist. In an instant, Zero leaped aside, as Luffy and Ace's attack swiftly followed, delivering a fierce blow to Apache's body, sending him hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, Zero did not hesitate. As Apache lingered momentarily in midair due to the dual onslaught, Zero's form darted forward, soon appearing above Apache. With a flourish, he unleashed his sword technique, Vermilion Bird, Watermelon. Sensing the impending doom, Apache could not help but open his eyes, confronted by a colossal fireball that seemed to rival the sun in size. Boom, boom. Two resounding detonations echoed. One was the sound of the fireball colliding with Apache, while the other was the thunderous impact of the orb crashing to the ground. Major Apache. The surrounding Navy gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the battle to take such a dramatic turn. They hastily rushed toward Apache, splitting into two teams. One continued to encircle Zero, Luffy, and Ace, while the other made its way toward Smoker's position. Ace, Luffy, let's go. Zero returned to the side of his companions, urging them to leave this place swiftly. They nodded in agreement and followed him as they sprinted away. Meanwhile, the little Red Sparrow transformed back into its original form, soaring behind them. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zero's mind, congratulating him on completing the side quest of defeating the Navy Major Aokiji, awarding him 1,800 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Hearing this, Zero exhaled deeply while running, reflecting on the arduous nature of the mission. Had it not been for Luffy and Ace's timely rescue, he might have met his demise here. After this battle, Zero realized he still lacked sufficient strength. After all, if facing a major was already so challenging, how could he hope to protect his comrades against a lieutenant commander or even an admiral? Clearly, it was time to develop a new ultimate technique. As Zero pondered over his new technique, he inquired of Luffy and Ace, by the way, your battle concluded quite swiftly. Did you manage to defeat Smoker? Ace replied. Of course. That fellow, for reasons unknown, was engaged in combat with us yet remained half-hearted. How could he possibly be my adversary? Luffy interjected. Ace. What are you talking about? I was the one who vanquished the Smoke Man. Your flames had no effect on him. Ace retorted. What damage could your half-baked Haki inflict upon him? In the end, it was I who had to take charge. Luffy challenged. You scoundrel, let's have a fight. We'll see who is truly stronger now. Ace scoffed. Humph, are you a fool? We are currently being pursued by the Marines. Once we have escaped, I shall gladly engage you in battle. Luffy declared. Then it's settled. Zero observed the two individuals momentarily cease their bickering, only to resume their verbal sparring shortly thereafter. He suddenly realized that for all these years, the bandit King Daden had been caring for his brothers, which must have been quite challenging, regardless of who ultimately vanquished Smoker. It was truly unexpected for Zero that they managed to reach him amidst Smoker's onslaught. After all, in the original narrative, Ace could only contend with Smoker on equal footing. And the only one capable of altering the course of the battle so significantly was Luffy, who had acquired the ability to use Haki. This indicated that during this time, Luffy's Haki had also matured. As they ran, the trio suddenly spotted a ship on the nearby sea, with their companions calling out towards them. Luffy and Zero promptly changed direction. One stretched his arm forward, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber body to propel himself, while the other adeptly moved through the air with swift moonwalk steps. Meanwhile, Ace, left behind, exclaimed, What is happening? Chapter 57, full of sarcasm. Aboard the Mary. Nami, Luffy, was what just occurred instigated by you all? Luffy, taken aback. Nami, how did you know? Bang. Luffy, that hurt. Nami had punched Luffy, and Zero sensed the situation becoming precarious and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Nami merely gave his forehead a gentle push, reproaching him in a slightly scolding tone. Zero, why didn't you keep an eye on Luffy? If we hadn't noticed the dire situation and set sail in time, we would have been cornered by the Navy at the harbor. Zero, I happened to encounter Smoker, along with a Navy Rear Admiral. Fortunately, I managed to repel him. He touched his forehead, sensing a lingering warmth. Little Red Bird, eek. Chopper, it says it participated in the battle too. Nami, oh my, Little Red Bird is quite impressive. Little Red Bird, eek. Usopp, Smoker, the Navy Colonel from Logtown. Could it be that he has pursued us to the Grand Line? How unfortunate. Zoro, and a Rear Admiral as well. Zero, Luffy, I envy you. I wish to face a Rear Admiral too. Nami, please don't cause me any trouble. Bang. Zoro received a punch from Nami, and seeing Zoro still intent on resisting, Nami delivered a thorough beating until he settled down. Zoro, oh Luffy. Ha ha ha. Zoro is in such dire straits. Nami, it's so noisy. Bang. Luffy, oh my brother, is this your companion? A voice emerged, capturing the attention of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was Portgas D, Ace, who had come along with them. Behind him, Luffy began to introduce Ace, and upon hearing that their captain had such a dependable older brother, everyone was astonished, realizing how starkly different the two siblings' personalities were. Zero, if you were aware that Ace is the son of the former Pirate King, you would surely be more astonished. Ace, I truly appreciate your care for my brother. You have worked hard. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been quite arduous. Luffy, Little Red Bird, eek. Shortly after Ace boarded the ship, they discovered 5 vessels from the Baroque Works suddenly appearing ahead, clearly heading towards them. Luffy and his companions readied themselves for battle, yet Ace had already leaped off the ship, landing on a small boat, propelling himself towards the 5 enemy ships with the power of his fruit, Fire Fist. As the two sides were about to collide, Ace soared into the air, unleashing a powerful Fire Fist that pierced through the enemy ship before him, continuing until the last one, utterly incinerating them into mere wreckage upon the sea. Nami and the others realized that Ace's strength was indeed formidable. Later, Ace shared with Luffy's companions that his purpose for coming here was to capture the notorious Blackbeard, who was rumored to be lurking in Yuba. Coincidentally, their destination was also Yuba, where they intended to persuade the armed leader of the uprising to abandon the war. Thus, they reached a consensus and prepared to set sail for Yuba together. After a while, several naval ships arrived at the scene, and atop the foremost deck stood Smoker and Tashigi, who had just battled with Luffy and his crew. Upon closer inspection, both of them were wrapped in bandages, though Tashigi bore noticeably more. Report, we have discovered signs of a battle in this location. Based on the situation at hand, it is estimated that a conflict occurred between the Baroque Works vessels and the Straw Hat Pirates, with Baroque Works failing to intercept them. The Straw Hat Pirates have since vacated the area, and their current objective remains unclear. Once the subordinate naval officer completed his report, Smoker waved him away. Smoker, Tashigi, do you still intend to follow us? Tashigi, of course, there is no reason to let a pirate the Navy seeks to capture escape. In truth, had it not been for the sudden appearance of Luffy and Ace, Tashigi would likely have captured Zero to claim credit, but now having been defeated, she felt a sense of embarrassment. With this thought, her earlier composure faded, replaced by an expression filled with anger directed at the trio. Smoker, the destination we are heading to may involve contact with Crocodile. Moreover, it is rumored that the unrest in Alabasta is linked to him. Will you intervene to offer a warning, considering he is under the Navy's jurisdiction? Tashigi waved her hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, forget it, he is just a pirate. He likely won't stir up much trouble. Let us capture that Straw Hat crew and then withdraw. With that, she returned to the cabin. Leaving Smoker gazing contemplatively at the wreckage on the sea, his eyes deep in thought, pondering what was to come. The group continued their voyage towards Yuba. Ling stood upon the deck, appearing to be in a state of tranquil repose, yet in reality, he was poised to activate the skill lottery coupon acquired after vanquishing the Apache. Ding! Utilizing your skill lottery coupon, 3, 2, 1 congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Taunt LV1, which allows you to draw enemies towards you for a limited range of attack. The efficacy of the taunt and the effective range are contingent upon both the skill and your own level. Zero blinked in surprise, never expecting to acquire such a skill. What does this mean? Is he meant to cultivate himself in the direction of a tank? Aside from his attributes being somewhat aligned, he hardly resembles a tank in other aspects. In the next moment, he realized that this skill is likely complementary to his Conqueror's Haki. While his level remains low, he can attract enemies and eliminate them in one fell swoop, akin to a Conqueror's Haki level 3+1. However, it seems that its effectiveness diminishes with higher levels, as his Conqueror's Haki is already sufficient to support widespread attacks. This meager taunting effect appears rather lacking. Could it be that this skill possesses other utilities? Zero was contemplating the newly acquired skills while simultaneously checking his attributes. Character, 0 title, the undefeated level, LV, 717, 506. 400, strength, 640 stamina, 640 agility, 640 skills. Conqueror's Haki LV. 3, perfect, armament Haki LV. 2, observation Haki LV. 2, martial arts LV. 4, swordsmanship LV. 5, taunt LV. 1 upon reaching level 7, his corresponding attribute points had doubled, and the experience cap had soared to a staggering 6 for 100. Although there was a surplus of experience from the previous side quest, a gap of 650 still remained. Given the system's inherent nature, he would need to defeat enemies with an attribute dimension of around 643 times to level up, significantly increasing the challenge. However, after this enhancement, facing off against Apache again would not be as arduous. He estimated Apache's attribute dimension to be roughly around 200, relying on the strength of the gorilla fruit and the boost from armament Haki to keep him at bay. In truth, Zero's armament Haki was not inferior to Apache's, and managing to defeat him despite the disparity in attributes could be considered a stroke of luck. Chapter 58, the translator remains online. As the Mary approached its destination, Vivi suddenly instructed everyone to temporarily dock and hurriedly made her way to the vessel's underside, retrieving a letter. Vivi, run fast. Could you please deliver this envelope to my father? It contains details about Baroque Works and Crocodile's schemes, as well as my experiences along the way. Run fast nodded in agreement. Vivi, I am just a bit concerned about whether you can traverse the desert alone. Run fast patted his chest, assuring her of his capability. Little Redbird, eek. The group instinctively looked towards Chopper. Chopper rubbed his nose. He believes Run Fast can accomplish it. Run Fast let out a cry, filled with the group's hopes, and dashed swiftly towards the desert, disappearing in an instant. Vivi watched his departing figure, her anxiety lingering. Yet she buried her worries deep within and called upon her companions to continue their voyage. At last, not long after, the Mary finally arrived at the designated port. As they prepared to disembark onto the desert, they were suddenly confronted by a group of sea cows adorned with green shells blocking their path. Vivi explained that these were Kung Fu sea cows, but before she could finish, Usopp charged ahead, engaging in battle with the Kung Fu sea cows, resulting in an inevitable thrashing. Zero felt somewhat speechless, realizing that Usopp had allocated all his skill points to sniping, rendering him nearly ineffective in close combat. Although Usopp possessed commendable physical attributes, Zero believed he would benefit more from honing his observation Haki. As for the armament Haki, perhaps it was best left aside. However, it must be said that the Kung Fu Dugongs truly lived up to their name. Zero vaguely recalled that they ventured into the New World later on, acquiring armament Haki and showcasing combat talents that utterly eclipsed Usopp's. While Vivi was elucidating the characteristics of the Kung Fu Dugongs, Luffy had already knocked one out. Due to their customary practice of seeking mentorship from the victor, Luffy soon found himself with a host of Kung Fu Dugongs as disciples, even expressing a desire to traverse the desert alongside him. Fortunately, Chopper had a moment of inspiration and produced some food, allowing the Kung Fu Dugongs to remain there. Otherwise, Zero would have had to employ his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate them all. The group continued their journey and arrived at a quaint town called El Mall. Vivi explained that this place was once known as the City of Green, yet the desolate surroundings belied its former glory. Observing the confusion among the group, she spoke of a substance known as dancing powder, the very thing that Luffy and Zero had encountered in the desert, capable of inducing artificial rainfall. At that moment, Zero pondered why such a convenient resource for Alabasta had been prohibited. Vivi offered an explanation, stating that the dancing powder absorbed rain clouds from the surrounding land, leading to drought in neighboring territories, and Zero suddenly understood. Later, Vivi recounted that the capital, Arabasta, had experienced an unusually high amount of rainfall for a time, only to be discovered harboring dancing powder. They realized that this was likely a ploy by Crocodile to frame Vivi's father, inciting distrust among the citizens towards their king and ultimately resulting in the nation's internal strife. The current state of the once thriving City of Green was a consequence of the war. People had abandoned their homes in search of water, and over time, the area became desolate and devoid of life. What transgressions had they committed? Crocodile, meanwhile, masqueraded as a hero to the people, with no one uncovering the truth. Vivi wept over a skeleton that had long since perished, lamenting the series of brutal actions that Crocodile had inflicted upon her nation. Zero Hang gently patted her shoulder, prompting Vivi to rise in turn, plunging into his embrace. Her shoulders trembled with silent sobs, exuding a profound sense of helplessness. Instinctively, he glanced up at Nami, who was observing the two of them. Although her expression bore a hint of reluctance, she nodded slightly, seemingly granting him permission to comfort Vivi. With a sense of relief, he placed his hand on her back and gently patted her. Sanji remarked, "Vivi-chan, come into my arms. They are warmer than Zirashank's." Nami retorted, "You're so noisy." Sanji, with 3 bumps on his head, lamented, Oh. At that moment, Luffy, Usopp, and the others were somewhat irate, venting their frustrations upon the surrounding houses. After a considerable time, they returned to bury the remains of the villager. Subsequently, Vivi stood before the makeshift grave and declared, "Once we reach Yuba, I shall persuade the leader of the rebels to comprehend the truth and prevent needless sacrifices." Observing Vivi's resolute demeanor, Zero Hang felt a twinge of solace in his heart. Yet, the next moment, Vivi's gaze shifted towards him, revealing a peculiar glint in her eyes, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Zero, what is happening? If you come again, I fear I may not see the sun rise tomorrow." The group traversed the vast desert. On the first day, they endured the sweltering heat of the day, the biting cold of the night, and the sudden storms of the early morning. This capricious climate was as unforgiving as the sea. By the second day, Luffy whimsically proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the winner carrying the luggage. Unsurprisingly, he claimed victory, and the prize was the group's belongings. Although Zero participated in the game, he refrained from handing over his luggage to Luffy, knowing that, true to Luffy's nature, it would eventually be lost. Indeed, when Luffy dashed towards a rock, upon his return, he shouted in alarm at the sight of a flock of nearly lifeless birds. The group rushed over only to discover that their belongings had been stolen by these deceitful avian thieves. Luffy attempted to reclaim the luggage but soon returned, not with their possessions, but with a giant desert lizard and a remarkably astute camel. Naturally, the desert lizard was swiftly dealt with, its meat grilled over the scorching rocks. As for the camel, initially, Luffy and the others sought to ride it, but after Chopper translated its preference for female riders, Vivi and Nami claimed the mount. With most of their luggage lost, only Zero's belongings remained, sufficient for the group to have a modest meal. Thus, they continued their search for water while advancing further into the desert. As they journeyed, Zero suddenly realized that Luffy and the others had vanished, leaving only himself, Nami, and Vivi, who also noted the absence of their companions. Confused, they exchanged glances. At that moment, They simultaneously turned towards a certain direction, where, not far ahead, a pirate ship unexpectedly emerged from the desert, barreling straight towards them. Nami exclaimed, "How can there be a pirate ship in the desert?" Vivi added, "That is." Chapter 59, A Single Hand to Halt the Sand Ship. Before the trio appeared a vessel sailing through the sands. Although Zero remembered this scene, he still stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a colossal craft navigated this arid environment. "Zero, what should we do?" "Run." Nami and Vivi, recognizing the ship's intent, wore expressions of panic. Yet, in the next instant, they saw Zero calmly step in front of them, seemingly ready to use his own body to block the ship, which made them anxious. In an instant, the sand ship approached Zero at breakneck speed. Nami and Vivi's eyes remained fixed on Zero's back, resolute in their decision to stand by him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the two women and the sand bandits, Zero extended both hands and pressed against the ship as it neared. Boom! A deep thud resonated from beneath the vessel, and to their astonishment, Zero, propelled by the ship's momentum, slid backward for a distance yet managed to halt the ship in its tracks. The numerous sand bandits peered over the edge of the deck, their leader leaping down, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes as he beheld Zero holding back the ship with his outstretched hands. "Who are you?" Later, Nami, Vivi, Zero, and the camel boarded the sand ship. The bandit leader explained that they had charged towards them upon sighting the camel, mistaking it for food, which led to the initial confrontation. Nami and the others remained skeptical. Had it not been for Zero's formidable display of strength, their predicament could have turned perilous indeed. Zero was initially incredulous, yet his attention was predominantly focused on his own burgeoning strength. He had not realized that, unbeknownst to him, his prowess had escalated to such a remarkable level. However, he comprehended that as one's rank ascended, the enhancement of strength became increasingly gradual, rendering it improbable to attain the previous rate of advancement. Thus, if he wished to continue growing stronger, he needed to concentrate on side quests, enhancing his abilities through a myriad of factors such as skills and items, thereby arming himself as much as possible before formidable foes arrived. At that moment, he heard a familiar sound and looked up to find Luffy approaching. True to his unique style, Luffy's arrival was marked by the mast of the sand ship snapping under pressure and crashing to the side, startling a number of sand bandits. "Zero, Nami, Vivi. So you're all here? Ha ha, I've been searching for you." Luffy greeted the trio with a cheerful grin, seemingly oblivious to the damage he had just caused, which left the bandit leader visibly displeased. However, upon realizing that Luffy and Zero were acquainted, the leader could only suppress his irritation. In this world, strength was paramount. Out of a sense of guilt, Vivi inquired about how to repair the mast. They were informed that materials could be procured from a nearby village. And after a moment's consideration, Zero resolved to fetch them, recognizing that Luffy's actions could not simply go unaddressed. Naturally, Luffy was not spared from Nami's reprimands. "Thump!" Luffy exclaimed. Oh, after Zero asked the bandit leader for directions to the village, they provided him with a tool called a sand sled, enabling rapid traversal across the desert. Intrigued yet unaware of its operation, Zero was fortunate that Vivi possessed the necessary driving skills, prompting her to guide him to their destination. Accompanying them were two bandits, one male and one female. It was the female bandit's gaze directed at Vivi that caught Zero's attention. Indeed, after they had glided a distance, the female bandit suddenly maneuvered the sled closer to them. Zero, who had been observant of her, subconsciously released a hint of Conqueror's Haki, momentarily distracting her. Had it not been for her companion's timely warning, she might have veered off into the treacherous quicksand. Following this unsettling encounter, the female bandit reigned in her frustration, casting wary glances at Vivi and Zero, apprehensive of a repeat of the peculiar attack. Once the two bandits settled down, Zero turned his focus back to Vivi, placing his hand around her waist, relishing the exhilarating speed of the sled racing through the desert. Unbeknownst to him, Vivi's ears flushed a deep crimson as his touch lingered, starkly contrasting her porcelain complexion. Upon their arrival at the destination, the female bandit shared her story with Vivi, revealing that she had once been part of that village and had been fortunate enough to meet Vivi and her father. When Vivi learned that the bandit had awaited the king's promise in solitude for so long, tears welled in her eyes as she felt deep remorse for her people's plight. At a loss for words to comfort the bandit, she could only silently gaze at the setting sun, which momentarily mirrored the bandit's solitary vigil. After a while Zero meticulously searched the house for useful supplies, Vivi's voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Zero, am I inadequate? Huh? When my people face such circumstances, and I am powerless to assist, I feel like such a failure. You have done your utmost. As a princess, I believe you have accomplished enough. There is just one aspect where you falter. What aspect? You are too compassionate, always believing you can safeguard everyone. Yet, such situations are often unavoidable in times of war. Bloodshed is inevitable. Vivi paused, sensing that Zero had seen through her thoughts. Zero continued, you even infiltrated the Baroque workshop, hoping to sacrifice yourself for the peace of this nation. Is it truly that simple? Vivi exclaimed, I am powerless. At this moment, I have nothing left to lose. But you still have us, don't you? Yet, there was no room for debate. We are all here and will be your strongest support. All you need to do is trust us completely and take action. That will be sufficient. Vivi then sank to the ground, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Zero gently touched his nose, stepped forward, and crouched down to embrace Wei Wei, allowing her to release her emotions freely in his arms. After a considerable time, her sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head, gazing at Zero with a look of poignant vulnerability. At that moment, the sun was just kissing the horizon, casting a warm glow on Wei Wei's face, momentarily mesmerizing Zero. Zero, she murmured, your embrace is so warm. Indeed, he replied, clearing his throat. With no hint of embarrassment, I gently brushed my hair, but in the next moment, the action abruptly halted as Vivi unexpectedly leaned in to kiss my lips. Chapter 60. This is trouble. The intimate exchange between Zero and Wei Wei was profoundly prolonged. The little red sparrow, sensing the moment, flew up to the eaves, its wings gracefully covering its eyes, leaving only a narrow slit through which it could secretly observe. At last, the two parted. She gazed intently at Zero, her eyes suddenly brimming with affection, and her rosy lips glistened slightly, seemingly conveying the lingering emotions of her master. Why did you suddenly? Zero felt a sense of bewilderment. Unlike the natural progression of his relationship with Nami, he had not experienced any emotional connection with Vivi. So how could she suddenly kiss him? Could it be that he possessed an irresistible charm? Vivi offered no response, instead burying her head deeper into Zero's embrace. After a moment, she replied, I don't know either. It just feels so warm in your arms. I truly cherish this sensation of being held by you. It's an experience I've never encountered before. She seemed at a loss for words, growing shy as she spoke, and once again nestled into Zero's embrace, leaving him somewhat flustered. He decided to hold her silently. However, the thought of Nami discovering this closeness with Vivi lingered in his mind. As dusk approached, Zero was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. They had finally returned to the pirate ship, where all the companions, except for Luffy, had gathered, weary from their day's journey. Recognizing their fatigue, they decided to take a temporary respite aboard the pirate vessel. The following day, the group inquired with the pirate crew about potential supply points. The leader of the pirates indicated a path leading to Waterwell Village, prompting the group to set forth. Along the way, Zero continued to hold the camel's reins, wary of meeting Nami's gaze, fearing that she might see through his heart, which he believed would lead to his doom. Despite his efforts to enhance his strength, he remained a man at heart, yearning for closer interactions with the female characters he had admired during his anime watching days. However, the prospect of such intimacy only heightened his anxiety. Vivi, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to any unusual tension. Her eyes flitted between Nami and Zero, lost in her own thoughts. As they neared Waterwell Village, Ace suddenly appeared, riding a lizard the height of a single person, accompanied by several large bundles of food and water supplies. When Sanji remarked that such provisions could sustain them for a considerable time, Vivi abruptly inquired about the origin of the food. Ace explained that they had acquired it from imposters posing as rebels, adding a quip that even if these individuals had their goods taken, they would continue to deceive the villagers for sustenance, urging everyone not to feel guilty. Vivi hesitated, seeking the group's opinion, wanting to gauge whether these imposters had any intention of protecting the villagers. Luffy and the others did not object, readily agreeing to her proposition. Observing her strategizing, Zero sensed a subtle change in Vivi, though he could not articulate precisely what was different. After a while, the group formed a circle, surrounding the village entrance, with Luffy and Zero facing the gate while the others lined up on either side to announce their arrival to Waterwell Village. The villagers, upon spotting the Straw Hat pirates, rushed to report. When the village chief learned that among the pirates were wanted criminals with bounties of 30 million and 50 million, panic ensued, prompting him to seek the protection of the imposter rebels. The leader, Camu, approached with the intention of fleeing in the opposite direction once the gate was opened, only to find their plan thwarted as they faced pirates ahead and villagers behind, forcing them into confrontation. To their astonishment, a pirate wearing a straw hat turned out to be a devil fruit user, whose elongated arm struck Kamyu back into the entrance, rendering him unable to rise. As the pirate advanced, threatening the safety of his companions and the villagers, Kamyu finally stood his ground. Seizing the pirate's outstretched arm and delivering a powerful punch that left the pirate's face swollen. Zero pondered, truly, this is the world of One Piece. Even a mere ruffian can easily subdue the future emperors of the sea. His physical prowess surpasses that of Tyson from his hometown by an immeasurable degree. Though he understood that Luffy might not be exerting his full strength, the sight of that chubby face was simply unbearable. Even as a small-time thug, he resolved to perish heroically before the children. Vivi, hearing Kaimu's resolute words, witnessed his companions rise to defend their village and their leader, confronting Luffy and his crew. She promptly decided with Nami to halt the assessment. Thus, Vivi used a reflective mirror to cast light upon Usopp's face, urging everyone to depart from the area. Just before leaving, Kaimu suddenly heard Luffy remark that upon seeing their current state, he could confidently proceed to defeat Crocodile. Although Kaimu found Luffy's words somewhat perplexing, in that fleeting moment, he sensed the persistent gloom in his heart gradually dissipating. The group continued their journey across the desert. Having just experienced an incident involving someone impersonating the rebel army, although it concluded satisfactorily, Nami remained curious about the origins of the rebellion. Seizing the opportunity while Luffy and the others were bickering over a water bottle, she inquired with Vivi about the matter. Vivi explained that it all began with a boy named Kusha, who, at that time, would even fight against those attempting to abduct Vivi in order to protect her. Fortunately, everyone emerged unharmed. From her words, it was evident that Kusha was fundamentally honorable. Later on, Kusha, under the guidance of his father, along with Cobra, the king of Alabasta, departed for Yuba to construct a new city, bidding farewell to Vivi and the others before leaving the capital. By the time Vivi heard news of Kusha again, he had already become the leader of the rebel army. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind this transformation, she felt compelled to uncover the truth herself. Unlike before, ever since that day when she heard Zero's words, she began to doubt whether successfully persuading the rebel army to cease hostilities would hold any significance against Alabasta's adversary, Crocodile. Zero was unaware that his words had left a profound impression on Vivi, who was now contemplating alternative strategies for the nation's salvation, such as directly overthrowing Crocodile. She glanced at a peculiar creature drooling over an unfamiliar plant nearby and shook her head, turning her attention to the figure ahead, who was silently but resolutely leading the way with a rope in hand. She began to feel that the prospect of defeating Crocodile was not as distant as it once seemed. Chapter 61. The second main line that belongs to me. It is rightfully mine. Luffy, you are consuming too much. Is there any left for me? The group was seated in the shade, where Luffy and Usopp had resumed their quarrel over the ownership of the food. Nami observed Ace, who was quietly enjoying his meal, and noted the stark contrast between the two brothers. She turned to look at Zero, who was busy polishing the dragon of surprise. Zero, do you know Ace's bounty? She inquired. I believe it is 500 million berries. While Nami was somewhat taken aback by this figure, she quickly recalled that Ace was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, making such a bounty unsurprising. Vivi, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. However, learning about Ace's bounty deepened their understanding of his formidable strength. Later, the group encountered two young boys who, upon discovering Ace's identity, implored him to help locate a hat-wearing bounty hunter. Ace examined the photograph they provided and couldn't help but feel a sense of coincidence, as he had come to this place after hearing that this man had defeated Blackbeard. Soon after, a large bird appeared from the desert, bringing the man to duel Ace. However, the man's strength proved to be woefully inadequate, failing to live up to his reputation of having once vanquished Blackbeard. He was easily defeated by Ace in just a few exchanges. It was only when the boys ran out, calling the man Daddy, that Ace realized the news had been deliberately spread by the man to draw him here, aiming to showcase his identity as the world's foremost bounty hunter in front of his children. Nevertheless, Ace chose not to make things difficult for him, merely advising them to live well before letting them go. This incident prompted Ace to decide to part ways with the Straw Pirates, following the leads he had previously gathered to investigate Blackbeard's whereabouts. As the sun set, Ace bid farewell to the group, handing Luffy a piece of paper to keep safe before his departure. Zero, life card? Luffy, what is that? Zero, in simple terms. The document above records the status of the life card's owner and also indicates the location of Ace, akin to a directional pointer. Ace, precisely. Haha. I never expected you to be aware of this, Zero. That's splendid. Upon hearing the significant purpose of the paper in his hand, Luffy nodded solemnly and tucked it away. Later, With Nami's assistance, he sewed it into his hat to prevent losing it easily. Everyone, farewell. Hearing the bounty hunter family bidding goodbye to him and the others, Luffy turned back to reciprocate their farewell. However, when he turned his head again, Ace had already vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Ace had silently departed while he was distracted, gazing at the figure receding into the desert. Zero opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from warning Ace to be cautious of Blackbeard. After all, the world at that moment remained oblivious to the fact that Blackbeard, after years of patience, had acquired unimaginable power. In the future, he would even rise to the status of one of the 4 emperors, alongside figures like red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom Charlotte Lin, all vying for the title of Pirate King. After enduring another night in the desert, the group resumed their journey towards Yuba. Luffy, as expected, fell back into a dazed state, running aimlessly across the desert while shouting slogans about defeating Crocodile. Zoro turned to suggest that Chopper administer a sedative to Luffy, but he found Chopper had already fainted under the scorching sun. Zero stepped forward, offering to restrain Luffy, and instructed the others to proceed ahead, assuring them he would catch up with Luffy shortly. They complied without dissent, following Zero's plan to move forward. However, before Zero could reach Luffy, he heard Luffy yelling something about Crocodile, declaring he had found him. Then, Luffy enveloped his arm in Haki and launched an attack towards Zero. As they evaded the impending strike, the next moment saw Luffy unleashing an elongated rubber attack directed at himself, forcing him to retreat while dodging, straying further from their original path. It was only upon Luffy regaining consciousness that they realized they had arrived in an entirely unfamiliar location. Zero wished to utilize his observation Haki to sense the current locations of his companions, when suddenly Luffy shouted about a shaded area and dashed towards it. To his surprise, as soon as Luffy reached that spot, he stepped into thin air and fell into a pit. Observing this, Zero hastened his steps. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, he employed his observation Haki and sensed that aside from Luffy, there were no other presences within. Only then did he leap down as well. Upon landing, he discovered that he was amidst what resembled the ruins of an ancient site, with a massive white square object at its center, inscribed with strange characters, the meaning of which remained unknown to him. Historical text? He was taken aback, astonished to have stumbled upon such a discovery by mere happenstance. As he uncovered the historical text, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest activated. Collect historical texts. For each piece of historical text collected, gain 500 experience points. For each milestone historical text, gain 2,000 experience points. Upon completion of all historical texts, receive 3,000 experience points and 3 skill lottery tickets. Oh, what splendid rewards! Zero felt a twinge of surprise, yet he perceived that the task at hand was not as effortless as he had initially imagined. After all, the locations of the historical texts were largely devoid of explicit indications. Merely discovering one would be considered a stroke of remarkable fortune, let alone uncovering them all. At this moment, Luffy pointed at the historical text and exclaimed to Zero, "Zero, behold the stone. It is truly magnificent. This is what we call the historical text, which chronicles a lost history spanning a century." Zero stepped forward, speaking as he placed his hand upon it. Indeed, the system prompted that recording was possible. History? This may not pique your interest, yet did you know? The legendary Pirate King, Roger, once gathered such artifacts, for they chronicled the culmination of the Grand Line. How remarkable! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended his arm to grasp the historical text tightly, preparing to lift it away. However, Zero uttered a remark that diminished his enthusiasm. Alas, this is merely a historical text of information, not a guiding marker towards the endpoint. Oh, I see. Then, never mind. With that, Luffy retracted his arm and nonchalantly walked towards the pit he had previously fallen into, seemingly contemplating a way to return to the surface. Zero remained in place, gazing at the historical text before him, remarking, "Nevertheless, there are still 500 experience points to be gained, which is better than nothing." Seizing the moment while Luffy was distracted, Zero utilized the system to record the information. Subsequently, he focused his mind on the historical text, which he could retrieve at any moment. With nothing else of significance around, he activated Moonwalk and departed with Luffy. Chapter 62, altering the plan at the very moment when Zero and Luffy were discovering the historical text. A conversation was unfolding at a certain location in Alabasta. Is everything prepared for the Utopian project, which is set to commence in 2 days? It is all set. The 150 billionaires have already arrived. I also informed Mr. 2, but I have yet to receive a response. What is the matter? He is crucial to our plan. Allocate some personnel to locate Mr. 2. He must be found. Understood. Is there anything else? Yes, we have received news from the Navy. Smoker from Logtown has recently arrived here and had a confrontation with the Straw Hat Pirates. I've heard that a rear admiral accompanied him. Smoker? A rear admiral? And the Straw Hat Pirates are still alive? His tone suddenly grew intense, seemingly taken aback by the presence of 2 naval commanders in this locale. And even more astonished that the Straw Hat Pirates had not been defeated as Mr. 3 had claimed. Previously, Sanji had impersonated Mr. 3, reporting a supposed victory over the Straw Hat crew. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Focus on retrieving Mr. 2 first, and proceed as planned." Yes, Luffy and Zero reunited with their companions, and after another day of travel, they finally arrived at Yuba, the stronghold of the rebel army, as previously mentioned by Vivi. However, upon witnessing the state of Yuba, uncertainty washed over them. The area was besieged by sandstorms, and its dilapidated appearance hardly suggested a place inhabited by a large population. Upon entering Yuba, they encountered an elderly man who was tirelessly digging a pit. Vivi soon recognized him as Dodo, the father of the rebel leader, Koza. From Dodo, they learned disheartening news. Due to the relentless sandstorms, the region could not sustain necessary living conditions, prompting Koza to lead the rebels away to Caturla. Caturla was conveniently located near the first village where they had landed in Alabasta. The group was deeply disheartened and decided to rest for the night. Zero silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from utterance. After all, he had always believed that the likelihood of persuading the rebel leader to negotiate was quite slim. Otherwise, he would have conveyed this information to everyone long ago. His singular aim had always been to vanquish Crocodile. As the following day dawned, the group prepared to depart from this place. Before leaving, Dodo handed Luffy a cup, stating that the water inside was painstakingly distilled by him. Luffy accepted it with a serious demeanor. However, it was not long before he sat down, resting his head in his hands against a small tree, prompting Zero to join him. In the midst of the onlookers' puzzled gazes, he settled beside Luffy. Usopp exclaimed, "What are you two doing? We still need to head to Katlia." Luffy replied, "I'm done." Zero, the same. Nami, why? Luffy, I no longer wish to go to that place. I only want to defeat Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Zoro chuckled softly and then seated himself beside the two. Usopp, Zoro, are you also in agreement? Zoro remained silent, yet his stance clearly aligned with theirs. Zero, what is your choice, Vivi? All eyes turned towards Vivi. Is it to defeat Crocodile or to head to Alabasta? Her decision would, to some extent, determine the group's forthcoming objective. She spoke up, though her response was somewhat unexpected. Vivi, very well. Let us proceed to vanquish Crocodile. Zero, Upon hearing Vivi's response, he was somewhat taken aback. He had initially intended to act as a mediator when a conflict arose between Luffy and Vivi, yet her answer was entirely unexpected. Suddenly, Zero recalled the words he had previously shared with Vivi, and he feared that she had already mentally prepared herself for what was to come. Indeed, Vivi continued, I have always sought to avoid the outbreak of war, but it appears that Crocodile is the true catalyst of all our troubles. Only by defeating him can we truly bring an end to this conflict. Luffy, Zero, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, join me in vanquishing Crocodile. The group did not hesitate. They nodded in agreement, smiling as they accepted Vivi's plea and solidified their plan to head north towards the Baroque Works stronghold, Greenland. A day later, they finally arrived at Greenland. This place was in stark contrast to the dilapidated villages they had previously encountered. It was not only resplendent but also lush and vibrant, evoking in Zero a sense of having stumbled upon a utopian paradise. As they walked along the streets of Greenland, Zero noticed the curious gazes of numerous onlookers directed towards them. He thus cautioned his companions, suggesting that their appearances may have been compromised, and urged them to remain vigilant. Vivi, however, expressed her confusion, reasoning that since they had already defeated Mr. 2, news of their identity should not have spread so swiftly. Zero shook his head, indicating that Baroque Works could have other means to ascertain their likenesses. The group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they arrived at a restaurant, where Luffy and Usopp went to procure water while the others took a moment to rest. Suddenly, Zero approached Vivi and inquired, when did you change your mind? Vivi was gazing around, and upon hearing Zero's voice, she pondered for a moment before responding, it was after you shared those words with me last time. Without waiting for Zero's reply, she continued, honestly, if it weren't for you, I might still harbor Na'vi notions. If that were the case, The people of Alabasta would endure another day of suffering, so I truly thank you. Gazing at Vivi's sincere expression, Zero momentarily lost his train of thought. But he smiled in response. Just then, he seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze skyward. Though puzzled, Vivi followed Zero's line of sight and soon beheld a dark figure in the sky, gradually enlarging until it completely filled her vision. Be careful, Zero shouted as he drew the Jinglong, charging towards the figure descending from the sky. Bang! The sudden impact sent everyone tumbling in disarray. Zero! Vivi cried out his name, while others hastily brandished their weapons, anxiously observing the two figures in the arena. As the smoke began to dissipate, they discerned a robust silhouette resembling a gorilla standing opposite Zero, clad in a naval uniform. How could it be the Navy? Nami exclaimed in disbelief, perplexed as to how they encountered the Navy in this place. Recalling their earlier experiences upon arriving in Alabasta, they realized that this naval officer was likely the rear admiral who had previously pursued them alongside Smoker. Chapter 63, The Twirling Flower. Witnessing Zero engage in battle with the naval officer, the group, aware of the vice admiral's formidable strength, prepared to assist. However, in the next moment, Luffy and Usopp surged forward, followed closely by Smoker and a throng of naval troops. Zero, leave this to me. You all should proceed to find Crocodile. Little Redbird, eek. Upon hearing Zero's words, they had no choice but to follow the original plan and head to Crocodile's location ahead of schedule. Smoker cast a glance at the two in confrontation, but without pausing, continued to pursue Luffy and the others. Aokiji laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Oh, Executioner, do you truly believe you can thwart me alone?" As he spoke, his muscles tensed, and his black fist surged forward once more towards Zero. Had it been the previous Zero, he would have indeed harbored some trepidation. However, after yet another enhancement, Zero merely extended his remaining idle arm to meet the oncoming attack. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted once again between the two. Aokiji, what is happening? To his astonishment, his attack was effortlessly received by Zero, who appeared entirely at ease. A stark contrast to the individual he had encountered previously. Zero, to stop you, I need no assistance, my strength suffices. As the words echoed, a brilliant flash of blade erupted within the space, revealing a shadowy figure retreating swiftly from the blinding light, crashing into an entire row of buildings behind. Even the resplendent architecture could not withstand the force of the impact, crumbling under the pressure and splitting apart. Before the radiance of the blade could fully dissipate, another figure leaped forth, propelled by a fierce momentum towards the location of Aokiji. Sword technique, dragon fruit. An identical skill, though lacking the dazzling brilliance of its vermilion bird counterpart, exuded an overwhelming presence. The fiery dragon's form had doubled in size, descending with relentless fury before Aokiji could escape. Boom. You cannot evade this. Yes, surrender obediently. Ha ha ha. Amidst the taunts of her adversaries, Vivi inhaled deeply, brandished her weapon, and prepared for a life-and-death struggle. Only moments ago, she had traversed alongside her comrades, yet somehow found herself isolated, ensnared in a circle of enemies. After a grueling battle, Vivi's weapon was ultimately disarmed. Just as one foe, grinning wickedly, raised his fist to strike her down, he suddenly collapsed, eyes rolling back in his head. 1, 2, 3. One after another, figures inexplicably fell before her. And upon realizing the source of this phenomenon, a look of relief washed over Vivi. Thank goodness, he has arrived. Vivi, are you unharmed? As she beheld Zero emerging from the fallen, a wave of tranquility enveloped her. It seemed that with his presence, even the formidable crocodile lost its menacing edge. She shook her head, indicating her safety, and had just begun to relay the news of the others to Zero when a familiar voice echoed from above. Princess Vivi, I have come to rescue you. Zero also raised his head. A large white bird appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching him. Huh? Subconsciously intending to launch an attack with her surprised dragon, Zero was restrained by Vivi, who held her arm firmly. Wait a moment, Zero, I recognize him, she exclaimed. It dawned upon her that the individual was none other than Bell, a guardian of the kingdom and a devil fruit user capable of transforming into a great bird. As Bell seemed poised to strike Zero, Vivi immediately shouted to him, averting what could have been a fierce confrontation. As Bell descended to the ground in his human form, Vivi was undeniably elated. The news of her father's impending military action against the Greenlands bolstered her confidence significantly. Just as they prepared to venture towards Crocodile's location, a tall woman wearing a hat obstructed their path. Vivi, miss. All Sunday. Her expression was one of sheer terror, as memories of the small boat explosion caused by Ikilum flashed before her eyes. The woman's abilities were undeniably unsettling. Belle, who are you? Step aside immediately. In response to the group's wariness, Robin smiled and said, There is no need to be afraid. I am merely here to escort Miss Wednesday back to Crocodile. Upon spotting Zero, she appeared somewhat surprised. Executioner, I observed your recent battle. I must say, I did not expect a rear admiral to be no match for you. Have you ever considered joining the Baroque Works? Zero, no need for that. Since you are aware of my prowess, what gives you the audacity to confront me here? Before Robin could utter a word, Belle activated the power of the bird fruit once more, transforming into a magnificent white bird and charging towards Robin. Yet, Robin exhibited no sign of fear in the face of Belle's assault. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest, fingers forming peculiar gestures. Blooming spiral. In a moment of terror, Belle watched as dozens of snowy white arms sprouted from his joints, ensnaring him firmly in place. Subsequently, as Robin passed by him, Belle collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Belle. Vivi shrieked in shock, never anticipating that the formidable Belle would fall without landing a single blow against Robin. In the instant of Belle's defeat, Zero received a new mission, to vanquish the demon child, Nico Robin, and earn 700 experience points along with 70,000 berries. Robin, Executioner. As you can see, I have consumed the flower fruit, rendering me impervious to strength and speed. Even if you manage to defeat that rear admiral, you would still be no match for me. As she spoke, Robin elegantly approached, exuding an undeniable confidence that compelled Zero to muse. Truly, she is the demon child. Upon hearing this title, Robin's expression momentarily shifted, but she quickly returned her arms to her chest. Though I am uncertain how you learned of my identity, I regret to inform you that anyone who jeopardizes our plans must meet their end. Run, Zero. Vivi's frantic cries echoed through the air. Heaving a sigh, Zero rubbed his temples and remarked, much to Robin's confusion, Alas, I had hoped to avoid engaging you. Spiral. Before Robin could finish her sentence, she suddenly sensed a suffocating aura emanating from the man before her, evoking memories of the past 20 years spent struggling for survival against various foes. She momentarily lost her focus. Seizing the chance, Zero darted behind her, striking her neck with the back of his hand. With a resounding slap, Robin's dazed eyes widened. Yet she appeared unaware of her defeat as she toppled forward. Fortunately, Zero caught her just in time, preventing her face from meeting the ground with undue intimacy. Chapter 64. The blade's luminous strike against the sand crocodile. The rain banquet, the most opulent structure amidst the verdant landscape. Luffy and his companions found themselves pursued by Smoker, eventually falling into a cage crafted from sea prism stone by Crocodile after navigating a series of passages. At that moment, Luffy was feigning Sanji's appearance while pretending to smoke, eliciting hearty laughter from Usopp. Nami, unable to tolerate the ruckus, landed 2 playful punches on their heads, inadvertently waking Zoro, who had been peacefully slumbering nearby, to receive Nami's affectionate blows. The spirited young lady, Crocodile, elegantly savoring his meal in front of the cage, praised Nami, drawing the ire of the others. Luffy once again grasped the bars, declaring his intent to strike Crocodile, only to be rendered limp once more by the properties of the sea prism stone. Usopp, I told you not to touch it. Crocodile erupted in laughter, seemingly mocking their foolishness. Meanwhile, Smoker, the naval colonel, sat quietly, smoking and observing Crocodile and the group's antics, lost in thought. At that moment, Vivi's voice rang out, Crocodile, I shall defeat you, drawing the attention of all present. They looked up to see Vivi alongside Zero, with a small red sparrow perched on Zero's shoulder. Beside them stood a striking woman in a hat. Her eyes closed as she leaned against a pillar. Vivi, Zero, and the little sparrow. You have finally arrived. How splendid. Wait. Nico Robin, how could this be? Unlike the others' excitement, Crocodile's expression darkened upon seeing Robin. He then turned his gaze to Vivi and Zero. I kindly dispatched my men to escort you. Yet you have left them in such a state. Can I interpret this as a provocation on your part? Zero, Crocodile, are you a fool? We have long been adversaries. Casualties are quite normal, aren't they? Crocodile, what did you say, brat? His forehead bulged with veins, his arm transformed into sand, the tip of his hook gleaming with a chilling light as it hurtled towards the two. Nami, be careful. Clang. The sudden intervention of the Dragon of Surprise thwarted his attack. Vivi promptly lowered her head and dashed down the steps, soon appearing before Crocodile, where she hurled her weapon at him. To her astonishment, the spot where Crocodile was struck transformed into sand, enveloping Vivi's weapon and coalescing along her arm, ultimately reverting to its original form. You cannot harm me. The chilling voice echoed in her ears, and in the next instant, Crocodile's arm, fashioned from sand, seized her by the throat and lifted her high. Vivi. Luffy yearned to rush forth to rescue her. Yet the moment his body made contact with the confines of the cage, he once again felt his strength wane. Beside him, Usopp and Nami fervently called out Vivi's name. Zero. Crocodile, do you truly perceive me as non-existent? Buzz. A flash of a blade sliced through the air, striking Crocodile squarely in the back, sending him crashing against the white wall of the adjacent cell. As Vivi descended, Zero caught her effortlessly. Boom. The wall was reduced to rubble, creating a substantial breach. Fortunately, the structure behind it was solid. Otherwise, Crocodile would have been plunged directly into the water, as this place was originally constructed beneath the surface. Even so, after enduring Zero's assault, he found himself in a precarious state, spitting blood. And the previously haughty expression on his face was now replaced by astonishment. With that armament Haki-infused strike, who on earth are you? Zero gently set Vivi down and aimed the tip of his blade at Crocodile. I am the one you have relentlessly pursued, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zero. Remember this name. Crocodile recalled him as well. He was the executioner that Robin had previously mentioned, with a bounty of 50 million berries, who was also being hunted by a Navy major. Could it be that the major had been defeated by him? Emerging from the scattered rubble, blood dripping from his back, Crocodile's expression suddenly turned menacing. Just as he was about to transform into sand once more, a voice halted his movement. It is already midnight, Crocodile. Our plan is about to commence. It was Robin, who had awakened from her previous unconsciousness. Though her attire was slightly disheveled, her inherent grace exuded a unique beauty. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Vivi stood behind Zero, her expression wary as she observed Robin, while Zero merely cast a glance at Robin before fixing his gaze firmly on Crocodile. Crocodile, adjusting his attire and reigniting his cigar, casually remarked to Robin, "Humph, Nico Robin. You need not remind me, I am well aware." Vivi interjected, "Crocodile, what exactly are you planning?" "The Utopia Project," he replied, seemingly unfazed by the Straw Hat Pirates, as he took a seat upon a nearby stool and continued to elaborate on his scheme. The Utopia Project involved MR2 using his abilities to disguise himself as Vivi's father, Cobra, inciting a war between the rebel forces and the Royal Army. At this very moment, their men had just departed from Caterley and the rebels were advancing towards the Royal Army, preparing for an assault on Alabasta. Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that their journey here would still fail to prevent the outbreak of war. Zero was perplexed by the astonishing resilience of Mr. Two, who had not perished despite plummeting into the sea. "What a robust constitution!" Luffy exclaimed. "Crocodile, I lack the strength to defeat you." Bang! Usopp interjected. "Didn't I tell you not to touch that?" After outlining their plan, Crocodile nonchalantly reached into his pocket and retrieved a set of keys, which he tossed into a small hole in the floor, just in time for a massive banana crocodile beneath to devour them. With a casual tone, he remarked, "These are the keys belonging to the Straw Hat crew. What a pity, I do not have the time to indulge in your games. Otherwise, you would have certainly provided me with considerable amusement." From within the cage, Luffy shouted, "Nanny! Zero! This damned old fellow!" He unleashed his blade once more, directing a brilliant arc towards Crocodile, who, anticipating the attack, transformed into sand and evaded the strike, taking Robin with him as he departed. "Executioner! Watch as your comrades drown here." Ha ha! Accompanied by Crocodile's laughter, the walls of the room opened, revealing numerous openings through which banana crocodiles emerged, glaring hungrily at the group. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Chapter 65, Zero the Toad. What a nuisance, had I known. I would have simply slain Crocodile and avoided this elaborate mess. Observing the banana crocodiles encircling him from all directions, Zero grumbled to himself before fixing his gaze and unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, startling the creatures into submission, leaving them sprawled on the ground with their eyes rolled back. After dispatching them, he approached the cage where Luffy and the others were confined, only to find Vivi struggling to unlock the door. "No good, it won't budge." Listening to Vivi's words, Zero reached out to the cage made of sea stone, attempting to unlock it by alternative means. Luffy exclaimed, "Zero, do not defeat Crocodile. That fellow is my adversary." The little red bird chirped. "Eep." Luffy retorted, "Little red bird, repeat that. Are you trying to contest with me?" The little red bird chirped again. "Eep." Nami interjected, "Luffy, be quiet." Bang. Luffy responded with a sorrowful expression. "Zero, rest assured, Luffy, I shall leave Crocodile to you. I merely need to make a brief appearance." "Luffy, hee hee, then I shall place my trust in you." Little Red Bird, eek. Usopp, do not say such things. Zero and Little Red Bird, first, let's escape. Nami, Fear not, Zero will undoubtedly find a solution. Smoker suddenly interjected. Have you defeated Apache? He glanced at Smoker, nodded slightly. Smoker gazed intently at him, then closed his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Zero, please step aside. I shall attempt to sever this object with the little red sparrow. No sooner had the words left his lips than the little red sparrow shifted form, soon materializing in Zero's grasp, transforming once more into a resplendent longsword. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed in unison, Incredible! Wait, is the little red sparrow actually a sword? Zoro observed Zero's movements in silence, pondering what swordsmanship this man was about to unveil. Suddenly, a sharp, clear cry emanated from the blade, as a deep, inky blackness spread from the hilt, swiftly enveloping the sword in a coat of armament Haki. Sword technique, Vermilion Bird Dragon Fruit. As Zero's voice resonated, a magnificent fire dragon erupted from the long sword and lunged fiercely toward the cage. Boom. Flames erupted like a splendid fireworks display. Luffy gasped, How beautiful! Ouch, that's hot. Usopp scolded, You fool, why are you standing so close? As the flames dissipated, the onlookers fixed their gaze on the point of impact between the longsword and the cage, only to discover that the cage remained utterly unscathed. Nami questioned, Is it still ineffective? Luffy and the others sighed in disappointment, while Smoker's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the sea stone powder scattered on the ground. Indeed, had this man's power reached a level capable of destroying sea stone? He felt a surge of alarm within. The longsword in Zero's hand transformed once more into the form of a small red sparrow, fluttering its wings as it returned to perch upon his shoulder. No. It seems I must retrieve the key after all, Zheng spoke, turning his gaze towards the group of banana crocodiles poised to depart quietly from this place. He declared, Hey, you banana crocodiles, do not dare to move. Hand over the one that consumed the key, or you shall all perish here. The banana crocodiles trembled in fear, longing to return home. Shortly thereafter, one of the banana crocodiles was pushed forward, quaking as it approached Zheng. Its stomach churned, and it regurgitated the sought-after key, along with a peculiar white orb. Gradually, the orb dissolved, and a gaunt Mr. 3 emerged with great difficulty from within. Zero was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Mr. 3, having been left in the small garden, would make his way here. However, the manner of his entrance was indeed rather peculiar. As Mr. 3 emerged, he glanced at Luffy and the others trapped within their cage, then cast his eyes upon the key not far away. An ill-conceived idea struck him, and he lunged forward in an attempt to seize the key. Unfortunately, he failed to acquire it, and was instead met with a thorough beating from Zero. Now that he has obtained the key, surely they can unlock it? Zero held the key in his hand, and suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. When he turned the key in the lock, it would not open, and it was only then that he remembered it was, in fact, a counterfeit key. That wretched crocodile. Frustrated by the trickery, Zero felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for Usopp's timely reminder that Mr. 3 possessed the ability to forge a key, he would have already dashed out to scour the area for Crocodile. At long last, the cage was opened. As everyone emerged, Sanji arrived as well, and aside from Chopper, who was still unaware of the happenings outside, the group was finally reunited. Ironically, the opening of the cage seemed to trigger certain mechanisms, causing the walls to explode in large sections, and torrents of water began to surge in, swiftly engulfing everyone. Zoro barely managed to embrace Nami, while the others were swept away by the raging waters. Coughing and sputtering, they finally emerged. The group had struggled to reach the doorway, only to turn and find the structure fully submerged, a wave of relief washing over them for surviving. At that moment, Smoker, having been rescued, immediately launched an attack on Zoro, thrusting his jutty towards him. Fortunately, Zoro intercepted the blow with his sword. Why did you save me? Smoker questioned, a hint of anger in his voice. Clearly, the person before him was a pirate, an enemy. Why would he come to his aid? Yet, in response to Smoker's inquiry, Zoro merely turned his gaze towards the drowning Luffy and replied nonchalantly, Do not misunderstand. It was our captain's order to save you. Smoker then looked at Luffy and continued, What if I were to apprehend you all right now? Zero. Then let us engage in a duel. As he spoke, his blade shimmered ominously, suggesting that he would unleash a tempest of fury upon Smoker at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Luffy emerged from his daze, witnessing the tense standoff, and promptly aimed his fist at Smoker. Smoker, do you wish to fight? However, Smoker retracted his hands and addressed the group, stating, This time, I shall spare you. Should we cross paths again, I will show no mercy. With that, he turned to leave. Luffy chimed in, Smoker, truth be told, I don't really dislike you, haha. Smoker retorted, You little rascal. Suddenly, his hands lunged towards Luffy, but Luffy instinctively dodged, causing a deep crater to form in the ground. Luffy shouted, "Run for it." As their captain led the charge, the others quickly followed suit. Time was of the essence. Their destination was Alabasta, the capital of Alabasta, and they needed to reach it swiftly to thwart the impending conflict before the rebel forces clashed with the royal army. Chapter 66, Is This Not Quite Effective? As Luffy and the others departed, a contingent of Navy soldiers emerged from behind Smoker, pursuing their retreating figures. Suddenly, Smoker called out to an officer, informed them that if they cannot catch up with the Straw Hat crew, they should not pursue further. Instead, summon all nearby naval forces to this location. The officer hesitated, "But Colonel, is it truly worth mobilizing so many troops for these pirates?" Smoker snapped, "I do not require your questions, just follow my orders." "Yes, sir. By the way, what of Major Apache? Have you located him?" "Report, Colonel. Although the Major is injured, he is stable, though he will be unable to fight for a while." "Understood." Once the officer hastily departed, Smoker exchanged a few words with his aide, Tashiji, before mounting his motorcycle and leaving, presumably to enact some strategy. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew sprinted across the verdant landscape, with war looming. Such a run would take considerable time, prompting Nami to suggest they find a means of transportation to the capital. Just then, Chopper arrived, bringing with him a gigantic moving crab, inviting everyone to ride upon its back. Vivi expressed her astonishment. Such creatures typically concealed themselves in the sand and seldom interacted with humans. Chopper explained that the moving crab was a companion of camels, dispelling her doubts, though she found the creature's gaze reminiscent of Sanji, which felt rather peculiar. Soon, the group boarded the moving crab and departed the greenery, swiftly traversing the desert. Suddenly, a golden hook surged towards them, prompting Zero to instinctively wield his blade, repelling the attack. "Crocodile!" Luffy shouted, leaping off the moving crab, determined to confront him alone in order to distract Crocodile. Zoro cast a serious glance at Luffy's retreating figure, addressing the others, "Let us move on. Trust in Luffy. He is incredibly strong." Although hesitant, the crew soon resolved to proceed. At that moment, Sanji reassured the worried Vivi, "Since you have chosen to ignite this war, you must shoulder the responsibility. However, do not undertake this alone. Sometimes, you must trust us, your comrades." Vivi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zero received a new mission, to prevent the sandstorm triggered by Crocodile's impending battle with Luffy, completing it before the storm reached Yuba. In exchange for 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Without hesitation, he leapt off the moving crab, declaring, "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. I shall catch up once I am finished, Little Red Bird." Before the others could react, Zero and Little Red Bird vanished into the swirling dust, leaving them no choice but to continue onward. Shortly after Zero's departure, Luffy faced Crocodile. "Crocodile, today I shall defeat you." Crocodile scoffed, dismissing Luffy's declaration, given their previous encounters. Luffy had not exuded the demeanor of a formidable opponent. Among the group, Crocodile held a modicum of apprehension towards Zero, as he was the only one who had genuinely inflicted harm upon him. The battle commenced. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy stretched his arm and struck Crocodile, only to see his attack dissipate into sand. Undeterred, he closed the gap, launching a flurry of rubber attacks. Goma Goma no stamp. Goma Goma no cannon. Goma Goma no headbutt. Unsurprisingly, none of his strikes inflicted any real damage, as Crocodile effortlessly transformed into sand to evade capture. "Futile. Your attacks are meaningless against one who can turn to sand." Crocodile's patience waned, prompting him to consider ending the fight prematurely. However, as he observed Luffy, he noticed the latter's arm enveloped in a glossy black sheen. "Armament Haki, hardening. You can also use armament Haki?" Crocodile was taken aback. If Zero were present, he would surely chastise Luffy for wasting energy on fruitless attacks instead of employing Haki earlier. As Crocodile remained astonished, Luffy surged forward, his elongated arms following suit. Boom. This time, Luffy's strike connected solidly, sending Crocodile reeling like a sandbag, propelled several meters before crashing into the dunes. Coughing, Crocodile struggled to rise, clutching his abdomen and spitting blood, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish boy could inflict such harm upon him. Luffy, exhilarated, clenched his fist and exclaimed, "See? That was quite effective, wasn't it?" With that, he charged at Crocodile once more, eager to maintain his momentum. Crocodile, refusing to remain passive, pressed his hand against the sand, unleashing his ability. Desert Sunflower. At his command, quicksand formed beneath Luffy's feet, rapidly expanding into a gaping maw nearly 10 meters wide. This is bad. I must escape. Luffy scrambled frantically through the quicksand, finally reaching the edge, only to be forced back by Crocodile's sand, returning him to square one. Fortunately, an idea struck him. He extended both hands to strike the sand surface, using the generated force to leap into the air, then unleashed a barrage of Haki-imbued punches, driving Crocodile back and enabling his escape from the quicksand. Damn it, I almost got buried, Crocodile shouted in frustration. Without pausing, Luffy launched a new wave of attacks against Crocodile. His long spear strikes and whip-like kicks caused significant disturbance to Crocodile, occasionally landing blows that disrupted his rhythm. Rubber. Stamp. As Luffy's assault continued, Crocodile skillfully evaded him, yet suddenly recalled his own scheme, growing increasingly impatient. Consequently, he transformed into sand and moved to a position farther away from Luffy, raising his palm upwards. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he declared, I no longer have time to play with you. This is a sandstorm, and once it fully takes shape, even I will be unable to control it. If you do not stop it, you shall watch as Yuba is consumed by it. Ha! Luffy, recalling Dodo, the one who had brought him water, shouted anxiously, Stop it. Crocodile. Chapter 67, A Fruit Feast. The sandstorm rapidly began to take form in Luffy's sight. Damn it, stop it. Realizing he could not halt the impending disaster, Luffy unleashed his Haki once more, charging towards Crocodile in an attempt to eradicate the threat at its source. However, Crocodile transformed into sand and swiftly evaded, forcing Luffy to pursue in the direction Crocodile had taken. Unbeknownst to him, the sandstorm, aided by the desert winds, grew increasingly colossal, devouring everything in its path, resembling a natural calamity, until a male figure emerged ahead. A little red bird circled gracefully above him, unwavering even as fierce winds whipped around. Hey. This sandstorm seems a bit too large, doesn't it? Zero gazed at the colossal entity before him, his expression one of astonishment. In comparison, he felt as diminutive as an ant, truly a formidable presence that instilled fear in the hearts of those who traversed the desert. However, this perception was relative. For one who had attained the 7th level, with an average attribute score of 640, Zero found it somewhat lacking. He did not draw his sword, nor did he transform the little red sparrow into a broadsword. He merely fixed his gaze upon the approaching sandstorm. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. It drew closer, ever nearer. The garments of Zero fluttered wildly, as if they were poised to soar into the heavens at any moment under the force of the tempestuous winds. In the very next instant, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his being, propelling him towards the sandstorm with an astonishing and irrational swiftness. It was as though a pair of colossal hands materialized from thin air, not only halting the advance of the tempest, but even subtly urging it to retreat. Yet, this was still insufficient. With a resounding shout, Zero elevated the might of his Conqueror's Haki once more, amplifying the strange force that obliterated the sandstorm entirely. Congratulations on completing the side quest, successfully halting the sandstorm's assault on Yuba, earning 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Upon hearing the system notification echoing in his mind, Zero exhaled deeply, while the little red sparrow perched on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek after the destruction of the storm. Zero smiled as he gently stroked the little red bird, intending to speak further, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of a system-issued side quest, causing him to furrow his well-defined brows. Time was of the essence. He hoped he would be able to make it in time. After saying this, he activated the Moonwalk technique, lifting himself into the air, swiftly moving through the space around him until he eventually vanished from sight. Only the scattered debris remained, hinting at the ravages of a past sandstorm. Meanwhile, Vivi and her companions boarded a moving crab and arrived at the longest canal in Alabasta. As the moving crab could not traverse the water, they decided to cross the river on foot. They had not ventured far when a massive catfish appeared before them. It was the infamous man-eating giant catfish unique to this region. Just as the creature lunged at them, a group of kung fu manatees appeared just in time, not only incapacitating the beast, but also using its body as a makeshift ferry to carry them across the canal. Upon finally reaching the opposite bank, they found themselves in another predicament, lacking any means of transportation. Just as they were deliberating their next course of action, the fast-running duck squadron arrived, swiftly transporting them towards the capital. With the assistance of the duck squadron, they ultimately reached the capital, where the two armies had yet to engage in battle. Vivi assessed the position of the rebel forces, considering the possibility that high-ranking agents from Baroque Works might be lying in wait nearby, anticipating their arrival to thwart their plans. Consequently, they resolved to adopt a multi-pronged strategy, splitting into two teams. Zoro, Nami, and Sanji would head towards the capital, while Usopp and Chopper would approach the outskirts. Once they were all set off, Vivi would proceed alone to the southern gate of the capital, a crucial passage for the rebels. The results were evident. Mr. and his partner entered the capital alongside Zoro and Nami, while Mr. targeted Sanji and followed suit. As for Usopp and Chopper, they drew the attention of Mr. and his partner. Just as the high-ranking agents realized they had misidentified their targets, Vivi successfully arrived at her intended location. She was determined to convey the truth to Crocodile and halt this war. This was the very purpose of her presence here. While Vivi spoke, her gaze fixated on the horizon, where the Revolutionary Army was advancing towards her. The resolute expression on her face prompted Fast Running to adopt a serious demeanor and follow her gaze. However, just as the Revolutionary Army was about to make contact with Vivi, a cannonball suddenly shot from above the city walls, raising a cloud of dust that obscured both the rebels and Vivi from one another. On the city walls, the guard Gaka reprimanded the cannon-firing soldier, who merely scratched his head in apology, inadvertently revealing the Baroque Works insignia on his uniform. Regrettably, Gaka dismissed him with a wave of his hand, unaware that the kingdom's princess would soon find herself in peril due to the soldier's actions. As the sound of galloping hooves grew closer, Vivi's eyes widened in fear, leaving her helpless in the face of uncertainty. Why was it that despite her best efforts, she could not prevent this war? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately settling on a dark silhouette. How wonderful it would be if he were here. Suddenly, Fast Running's shout broke Vivi's reverie. She looked up to see countless swift horses charging past her, carrying the Revolutionary Army at full speed. She hurriedly raised her hands, signaling the approaching rebels to halt, but blinded by rage, they paid no heed, only spurring their steeds onward towards the capital. Vivi turned to intercept the rushing rebels but failed to notice a galloping stallion barreling towards her from behind. In a moment of crisis, Fast Running leaped behind Vivi, prepared to shield her with his own body when a familiar voice echoed from above. It was the little red bird. Realizing this, Fast Running found himself lifted into the air by the bird's beak, while Vivi was cradled in Zero's arms, escaping danger. Just as Vivi opened her mouth to speak, Zero interjected, "No need to say a word. I already know. It is precisely for this reason that I have come." With that, he drew his sword, the armament Haki enveloping it in an instant, and unleashed a stunning slash towards the front lines of the Revolutionary Army. Let me test this newly conceived sword technique. In the eyes of the rebels, the sky appeared to be cleaved by an ethereal blade of light, eclipsing even the blazing sun, casting everything beneath it into a dreamlike azure hue. The blade descended with a thunderous roar, stirring up a cloud of dust that soared several meters high. This sudden eruption not only obstructed the path of the foremost rebels, but also caused the soldiers of the capital, who had intended to attack, to lose their target. As the dust settled, all eyes turned towards the source of the phenomenon, each one reflecting a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Before them lay a gash approximately half a person wide and over 100 meters long, its depth unknown but shrouded in darkness, seemingly immeasurable even by the strongest of men. What is happening? Why has such a thing appeared before us? Is it a natural disaster? The rebels were thrown into disarray, their steeds rearing in fear, unable to advance. Crocodile, too, was taken aback, momentarily unsure if they should continue forward. That is Princess Vivi. Gaka, stationed on the walls, immediately noticed Vivi's figure in the sky and intended to rush to the city gate to greet her. However, he turned just in time to see the same soldier who had fired the cannon sneakily loading another shell into the cannon. Gaka dashed over, knocking the soldier unconscious and ordering his capture. That is Princess Vivi out there. If you trigger a conflict between the two armies, she will be in grave danger. You fool. As Gaka scolded the soldier, he began assembling a team to welcome Vivi. When the soldiers of the capital reached the edge of the gash, they too were engulfed in astonishment, hesitating to proceed and finding themselves in a standoff with the rebels. At that moment, Zero descended from the sky with Vivi, while the little red bird carried Fast Running, positioning themselves between the two armies. Princess Vivi, Gaka and the others called out, while the rebel leader, Crocodile, recognized Vivi and approached her, weaving through his comrades. Crocodile, Vivi, what brings you here? Vivi nodded in acknowledgement to Gaka before stepping towards Crocodile, locking eyes with him as she spoke. Crocodile, cease this war. Your true enemy is not the kingdom's army, but Crocodile himself. Do not think that just because you are a princess, you can command us here. Our leader will not heed your words. within the ranks of the rebel forces. Some recognized Vivi's true identity, and his words ignited a wave of agitation among them, stirring a collective fury. In an instant, Zero unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rendering the most unruly individuals unconscious. Silence. His cold command silenced them instantly. The fear of provoking this formidable man loomed over them. For the next unfortunate soul could easily be one of their own. Kosha cast a wary glance at Zero, feeling the depth of the man's inscrutability. He then turned his attention back to Vivi, eager to hear her explanation. Vivi recounted how Crocodile had exploited the Baroque Works to instigate droughts with jumping powder and had sent his subordinates disguised as kings to sow discord between the two armies. Upon hearing this revelation, both the rebels and the royal army were taken aback, especially as Kosha learned that the sandstorms ravaging their hard-earned Yuba bore Crocodile's fingerprints, causing him to clench his fists in outrage. Is this true? Princess Vivi, are you deceiving us? Is Crocodile truly our enemy? The rebels erupted in chaos once more. But Zero allowed the tumult to continue, knowing this information required time for digestion. Kosha, now somewhat inclined to believe Vivi, pressed her. Vivi, how can I trust you? Gaka pointed an accusing finger at Kosha, his face contorted with anger. Kosha, you unreasonable fool. This is the truth. In this battle, the ultimate victor will only be Crocodile. Are you still unaware? Ignoring Gaka, Kosha remained fixated on Vivi, awaiting her elucidation. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Vivi inhaled deeply and declared solemnly, what I have just stated is the truth. If there is even a shred of falsehood in my words, let my life serve as collateral. Upon hearing her assertion, Kosha's resolve solidified. He turned, raising his fist, ready to speak, when suddenly a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind him. Bang, bang, buzz. The members of Baroque Works widened their eyes in shock, for the bullets they had fired did not strike Kosha. Instead, they eerily hung suspended in the air. How could this be? As the realization of their plan's failure dawned upon them, Zero had already identified their marks through his observation Haki and swiftly incapacitated each one with his Conqueror's Haki. Bang, bang, bang. Individuals from the royal army began to collapse. But fortunately, Zero clarified that those who had fallen were Baroque Works operatives. Otherwise, panic would have ensued, having been maliciously interrupted. Kosha recognized that there were indeed forces seeking to incite this war. Without hesitation, he addressed the rebels. The war is over. Our true enemy is not the Alabaster royal family, but Crocodile. The rebels exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to lower their weapons. Vivi, overwhelmed with emotion, looked at Zero with profound gratitude. With a smile, Zero simultaneously received a system notification confirming the completion of a task. Congratulations on successfully completing the side quest to prevent the rebel army from clashing with the royal army, earning 1,200 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Observing the generous rewards, Zero couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He had ultimately managed to avert disaster, though the difficulties encountered were likely comprehended only by him. After all, he had rushed here at breakneck speed, exhausting much of his stamina, and employing new sword techniques had also drained considerable energy. Overall, the experience felt akin to his battle against Major Apache prior to his breakthrough. Yet, despite the fatigue, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. Not only had he surpassed the halfway mark in experience points, but he had also acquired another skill lottery ticket. Although the time until his next level up remained uncertain, Zero was confident it would not be long. Meanwhile, in other parts of the capital, battles involving the Straw Hat crew were unfolding. Chapter 69, The Battles of Companions, Part 1. What monstrous strength is that? That behemoth. Usopp gazed in despair as the baseball bomb loomed closer, feeling their chances of victory dwindling to almost nothing. Just moments ago, he and Chopper had engaged in a skirmish with MR4 and Miss Christmas from the Baroque Works. Miss Christmas, a mole fruit user, could burrow underground and launch surprise attacks. MR4, on the other hand, possessed immense strength. His baseball bat weighed a staggering 4 tons, easily crushing bricks with a mere touch, yet he wielded it effortlessly. Additionally, they were accompanied by a creature that had consumed the dog fruit, resembling a weapon with animalistic form and intellect, capable of firing projectiles, which MR4 used to assault his opponents. Initially, Usopp and Chopper found themselves retreating under relentless pursuit, suffering multiple hits from the baseball bomb. Had it not been for their unique resilience, a regular person would have perished several times over, yet the situation remained dire. It wasn't until Usopp was grabbed by Miss Christmas from below and slammed through a wall, while she taunted him and Chopper with the claim that Luffy had been defeated by Crocodile, that Usopp vehemently retorted. Luffy aspired to become the Pirate King. Even if it were Crocodile, a member of the Shichibukai, he would surely triumph. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous thought. You, Usopp, think you can defeat us? Don't make me laugh. After Miss Christmas's taunt, she dove underground again, intending to launch a final assault on Usopp. Chopper, desperate to assist, was held at bay by MR4's baseball bomb, left helplessly watching the unfolding scene. Observation Haki typically requires extensive time and battle experience to master. However, there are alternative paths. Possessing a heart that protects your companions and undergoing trials of life and death can also lead to developing your own unique observation Haki. Recalling Zero's earlier teachings about observation Haki, Usopp forced himself to close his eyes, relax his mind, and strive to sense the enemy's presence in all its facets. At last, as Miss Christmas was about to emerge from the ground, he opened his eyes and leapt high into the air. I see you, filthy mole. Take a taste of my special sticky bomb. Whoosh. Usopp launched a green projectile, striking Miss Christmas just as she was unable to evade. Instantly, the explosive detonated, transforming into a highly adhesive white substance that thoroughly ensnared her to the ground. Miss Christmas, what is this? I can't break free. You despicable long-nosed fool. Usopp, ha ha ha, it's futile. That's my sticky bomb enhanced with armament Haki, specifically designed to counter devil fruit users. You can't escape. Chopper, you fool, Usopp. Why didn't you use that weapon sooner? You had me worried for so long. Usopp, sorry, I just couldn't find an opportunity to attack. Ha ha ha, ignoring their banter. MR4, upon witnessing Miss Christmas's defeat, redirected the baseball bomb towards Usopp, only to be met with a smoke bomb from Usopp, obscuring his vision. Subsequently, Usopp mimicked Miss Christmas's voice, pretending to be captured, then hurled her towards MR4, who struck her away with his bat, sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. With only MR4 left standing, he was no match for the combined might of Usopp and Chopper, who swiftly overcame him, along with the dog fruit creature, securing their victory in the battle against MR4 and Miss Christmas. Within the city, Sanji clashed with MR2. As a key member of the Straw Hat Pirates and having received training in Haki from Zero, Sanji had also mastered armament Haki. Thus, from the outset, the battle tilted heavily in his favor. MR2's attempts to employ his martial arts proved ineffective against Sanji's defenses. In contrast, each of Sanji's attacks imbued with armament Haki inflicted excruciating pain upon MR2, making him feel as though his bones might shatter. Pork. Shoot. Another devastating strike left MR2 reeling, his legs nearly giving way, yet he persisted, determined to keep the Straw Hats at bay, believing that doing so would facilitate the success of their plan and honor his status as a senior agent. He had previously thought only the executioner aboard the Straw Hat ship warranted caution, given Zero's past injury to Crocodile. Yet he was astonished to discover the chef possessed such formidable strength. What kind of monsters are aboard that pirate ship? Realizing his chances of victory were dwindling, MR2 contemplated giving up. Instead, he decided to demonstrate his clone fruit abilities, transforming into Nami, which unexpectedly had an effect. His opponent hesitated to attack the Nami-shaped figure. What a simple-minded man. MR2 assumed a fighting stance, and as Sanji lunged, he caressed his face, assuming Nami's form, then seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick. Bang! Sanji crashed into the adjacent building, the wall fracturing under the force, collapsing moments later. MR2 pressed forward, employing the same tactic, quickly inflicting serious injuries upon Sanji. Just as he reveled in his apparent advantage, Sanji discerned a crucial detail. MR2 could not maintain his Nami guise while executing his martial arts. Thus, Sanji rallied himself, evading MR2's kick aimed at him, and then coated his leg with armament Haki before delivering a powerful strike to MR2's abdomen. Bang! MR2 collapsed instantly, succumbing to the pain in an instant. Phew, finally it's over. Truly, do not assume Nami's form again, or else it will be a fight every time we meet. Sanji continued to deliver a few more kicks before departing, leaving MR2 hunched over on the ground, clutching his stomach, with several disordered footprints on his body. A sight both peculiar and amusing. The battle concluded. In the confrontation between Sanji and MR2, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious. Chapter 70, The Battles of the Companions Part 2. Following the conclusion of Sanji's battle with MR2, Nami and the city engaged in a duel against MR1's partner, Miss Doublefinger. Miss Doublefinger, a user of the thorn fruit, could extend sharp spikes from her body for combat, possessing formidable penetrating power that even ordinary bricks could not withstand. Consequently, Nami found herself in a disadvantageous position against such a formidable adversary, struggling to inflict any damage while narrowly dodging her attacks several times. In an effort to prove herself, Nami produced 3 blue iron rods known as the Weather Staff, a weapon crafted by Usopp at her request, perfectly suited to her role as a navigator. Each of the 3 rods served a distinct purpose. One generated hot air, another cold air, and the last emitted a weak electrical charge. When combined, they produced astonishing effects. For instance, they could create a mirage through the refraction of air, causing Miss Doublefinger to strike at an illusion, while Nami positioned herself behind. Additionally, the combination of hot and cold air alongside electricity could generate localized thunderstorms, summoning lightning to strike her foes and achieve victory. Of course, these effects were the result of Nami's painstaking research. Initially, when she first wielded the Weather Staff, it could only produce effects suitable for entertainment, such as launching flowers or sprays of water. Were it not for Nami's quick reflexes, she would have surely found herself in peril before the Weather Staff could exhibit its true potential. Nonetheless, Nami still struggled to inflict significant damage on Miss Doublefinger. Even after enduring a barrage of lightning strikes, Miss Doublefinger withstood the assault, her formidable physical prowess enabling her to launch another attack against Nami. At this juncture, Nami had no choice but to unleash her final trump card. According to Usopp, this technique could only be used once, and failure to defeat her opponent would place her in grave danger. Had she not anticipated this outcome? She had long since steeled herself for this moment. If she could not defeat this foe, how could she assist Luffy in becoming the Pirate King? And how could she help him during his time of peril? With resolute determination etched on her face, Nami stood firm, facing Miss Doublefinger. As the latter launched her attack, Nami extended a leg, attempting to block the spikes with her own body. Clang! Miss Doublefinger was taken aback as a layer of black sheen suddenly enveloped Nami's foot, successfully deflecting the spiked assault. Surprised, she exclaimed, "You didn't expect that, did you? I have also mastered armament Haki. While I may not be as formidable as Luffy, I can certainly stall you for a moment." Nami, filled with pride, revealed that she had indeed learned armament Haki, although Zero primarily trained Luffy and the others. He often provided Nami with additional guidance. Her slightly weaker constitution limited her endurance, but in this moment, she was more than capable. Now, let me demonstrate the ultimate attack of this weapon. Tornado. As Nami's words echoed, the Weather Staff unleashed a flurry of toys, the ends tethered with strings, which swiftly entwined Miss Doublefinger's arms. Subsequently, the front end of the Weather Staff erupted with immense force, sending Miss Doublefinger hurtling away, her body spinning like a tornado, leaving a trail of human-shaped impressions in the surrounding structures. Nami approached, finding Miss Doublefinger unconscious, and finally sank to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Zero. I believe I can assist you now." She gazed up at the sky, her smile radiating sweetness. Thus, the duel concluded with Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, reaping the fruits of victory. The final outcome of the battles was to be determined between Zoro and Mr. 1. Mr. 1, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, could transform his entire body into steel and wield it to deliver slashing attacks, capable of unleashing invisible blade-like strikes that could sever buildings. He could also manipulate his limbs to spin at high speeds, obliterating anything in sight. In the original narrative, Zoro had to engage in a life-and-death struggle to ultimately defeat him. However, since Zero's arrival in this world, the battle with Mr. 1 unfolded without incident. Particularly, Zoro had mastered the breathing technique, granting him the ability to slice through steel. Thus, in a mere encounter, he dispatched Mr. 1 with a single sword strike. Even as Mr. 1 fell, confusion lingered on his face, bewildered that despite possessing such formidable fruit powers, he could not withstand a single slash from his opponent. "You are truly not strong enough, Mr. 1. To fall without me, even having to use my armament Haki, is rather dull," Zoro remarked, sheathing his cursed sword, Yubashiri, before departing the scene. In truth, with Zoro's current prowess, bolstered by the breathing technique and armament Haki, even Crocodile would pose a threat to him, let alone the inferior Mr. 1, rendering this battle devoid of suspense. Compared to the others, Zoro concluded his fight the quickest. At this point, aside from Luffy, each of them had defeated their respective opponents and was making their way to the previously agreed rendezvous point. Meanwhile, outside the royal capital, as the rebel forces prepared to converge with the royal army to advance towards the Baroque Works lair in the Green Zone, a shadow suddenly appeared above the two armies. What is happening? The rebel forces should be engaged in battle with the royal army within the city, so why? It was Crocodile. Upon noticing the nearly 100-meter-long gash between the two armies, along with Zero and Vivi at its edge, he immediately grasped the situation and directed his ire towards Zero, Executioner. How dare you disrupt my plans? This is the ideal paradise I have painstakingly devised for so long. You have truly provoked me. Zero met his gaze with a cold indifference, responding softly, I've long held disdain for you. You have reduced this nation to such a state and now attempt to harm my companions. This day was destined for you. Regardless of whether or not we are your adversaries, your schemes are doomed to failure. Vivi interjected, Crocodile, where is my father? Where have you taken him? Hand him over at once. Gaka added, Indeed, return our king without delay, or we shall raze this land to the ground. Crocodile erupted into laughter. My men have already taken him to seek the historical texts. Even if you manage to thwart the war, once I acquire the Pluton, I shall revive the dream of a utopia. Haha. Pluton? Chapter 71. Urgent rescue. Crocodile suddenly descended to the ground. Humph. Once I obtain Pluton, you shall grasp the true nature of what it is. For now, experience the fury of my wrath. Erosion cycle. As he spoke, he forcefully pressed his hand against the desert, and an eerie force surged beneath the feet of both armies, siphoning their strength and transforming them into withered husks. Save me. What is happening? Why does my arm feel this way? The cries for help echoed around them, rising and falling in a haunting chorus. In an instant, Zero unleashed the blade of his sword, the surging dragon, aiming a luminous slash at Crocodile, who deftly evaded the strike by transforming into sand, having anticipated the attack. Such agility and evasion? Behold my technique, Zero declared, intending to envelop the surging dragon with Haki. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed above him. Crocodile, I found you. It was Luffy, who had been transported here by the transformed bird, Bell. As Bell descended to the ground, Luffy landed beside Zero and Vivi. Luffy, Vivi, and the little red sparrow, you are all here. Luffy exclaimed. Princess Vivi, Bell called out. Ah, the little red sparrow chirped. Are you all right, Luffy and Bell? Vivi inquired with concern. Zero, Luffy, why did you arrive so late? If you had come a moment later, I would have defeated that guy. Luffy, that simply cannot be. Crocodile is someone only I can vanquish. With that, Luffy rolled up his sleeves, extending his arm as he proclaimed loudly, Crocodile, I shall not allow your escape any longer. Prepare for battle. Crocodile, Straw Hat Kid. The two immediately engaged in combat once more. Meanwhile, due to Crocodile's previous attack being interrupted, the royal army and the rebel forces hurriedly tended to the wounded. As for Zero and Vivi, they departed from the scene to rescue the nation's king, Cobra. The royal guard, Gaka, initially intended to accompany them, but Vivi insisted he stay behind to assist the injured. Gaka hesitated. But recalling the astonishing display of swordsmanship he had just witnessed from Zero, he ultimately decided to remain, entrusting the protection of Princess Vivi to him. Upon Zero and Vivi's entry into the city, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves ambushed by the Elder Billion, and thus, they too resumed their battle. Fortunately, their adversaries were not of the caliber of high-ranking agents with devil fruit powers, making the confrontation less daunting. However, the relentless influx of foes still posed a significant challenge to the group. Zoro, why does it feel like they just keep coming? Sanji, get out of my way. Nami-chan. Vivi-chan, where are you? Usopp, we need to dispatch them quickly to regroup with the others. Stay back. Ah. Chopper, help. Chopper, Usopp, stop clinging to me. Nami, did I just hear someone calling me? Never mind, I'll head to the designated meeting point first. In the courtyard before the palace. Vivi noticed Zero suddenly halt and inquired, puzzled, what's wrong? That place something feels off. In the center of 0 Point Square stands the tallest clock. And Vivi followed his gaze. At that moment, Zero recalled that, according to the storyline, Crocodile had set a bomb here in advance, intending to detonate it when both the rebel army and the royal forces converged on this location, thereby annihilating them all at once. However, due to Zero's intervention, the two armies had not arrived as anticipated, leaving the status of the bomb uncertain. To eliminate any potential future threats, Zero promptly lifted Vivi into his arms and utilized Moonwalk to transport them here. Initially, Vivi was unaware of Zero's intentions, but upon seeing the gun barrel suddenly protruding from behind the clock, she instantly grasped the situation. Zero, I understand. As Zero finished speaking, the dragon unleashed a strike, shattering the clock before them and revealing two figures concealed within. Vivi recognized them instantly. They were none other than Mr. 7 from the Baroque Works and his partner. How did you find this place? Their expressions betrayed a hint of fear. The location they had chosen to hide was ostensibly difficult to discover, yet here stood these two, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Particularly unsettling was the man's earlier attack. Both felt acutely aware of their own inadequacy against such formidable opponents. Vivi inquired, Mr. 7. What brings you here? Mr. 7 replied, Ahem, we were merely taking a stroll and somehow found ourselves here. Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? 0. Is the shell before us also coincidentally here? Mr. 7, if I were to say yes, would you believe me? Without further ado, 0 swiftly positioned himself behind the two individuals, grasping the collars of their garments. In an instant, he reappeared at the edge of the clock. With a vigorous motion, he propelled the two of them into the sky like meteors. Vivi, 0, what is this? 0, I fear it may be a bomb. It appears to possess considerable power, likely capable of obliterating the entire capital without issue. Vivi's expression instantly turned to one of alarm. 0, fear not, for we are here, Little Red Sparrow. Little Red Sparrow, eek. 0, deliver this bomb as far as you can and dispose of it outside the city. The Little Red Sparrow nodded, fluttering its wings as it grasped the bomb nestled within the cannon. Despite its diminutive size, it lifted off and soared towards the city's outskirts. Observing Vivi's worried expression, seemingly uncertain if the Little Sparrow could accomplish the task, 0 approached and gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, rest assured, entrusting the bomb to it is the wisest choice. Our priority remains to rescue your father. Vivi replied, you're right, 0. Let us hurry and descend. 0, indeed. Upon their return to the ground, they unexpectedly encountered a contingent of naval officers. At the forefront was a short-haired woman wearing glasses. 0 recalled that her name was Dashki, and it seemed she had some inexplicable connection with Zoro in the original narrative. Dashki regarded them, recognizing the infamous pirates before her. Just as she was about to apprehend the two, she remembered Smoker's parting words, urging her to uphold her sense of justice. The lingering feeling of impotence she had experienced in her previous encounter with Robin resurfaced, prompting her to guide them instead, indicating that Robin and Cobra had headed in that direction. Vivi, that leads to the funeral hall. 0, why do you wish to assist us? Dashki, no more questions. Let us hasten away. I fear I may have a change of heart. Vivi, nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to you all. 0, thank you. Thus, under the guidance of Dashki, the two continued their journey towards the funeral hall. After assisting them, Dashki encountered the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates, who were engaged in battle with the Elder of Billions, and thus joined forces with them to confront the Baroque Works. Chapter 72, The Conclusion. Nico Robin. Is there nothing you seek above? As Robin deciphered the historical texts, 0 entered through the rear passage and addressed her. At that moment, Cobra, who originally intended to activate a trap, was astonished to see Vivi emerge behind 0, and he immediately embraced his daughter, both in tears. Robin, the executioner? You are aware of me? It seems you even know what I seek. I find myself quite curious about your background. 0 shrugged, acutely aware that he did not possess the formidable background of figures like Luffy or Sanji. His sole reliance lay in the system he had at his disposal, alongside his role as a harbinger of the narrative. He continued, you need not concern yourself with my origins. I too am in pursuit of historical texts, and am well aware of the archaeologists from O'Hara. He added, I had assumed, after all these years and experiences, that you would be able to confront this with composure, yet it seems you were taken aback. Suddenly, Robin exclaimed, flowers blossoming at my feet. As numerous arms emerged from the ground before 0, she was astonished to discover that he had appeared right behind her, a sharp weapon glimmering subtly at his neck. 0, useless, you cannot defeat me. Robin chuckled and remarked, as expected of an executioner. The world government has set your bounty even higher than that of the Straw Hat Brat, and it seems there is a reason for that. However, I did not anticipate that not only are you immensely powerful, but your knowledge surpasses my expectations. Cobra, Vivi, is that young man your companion who escorted you back? He was able to subdue Nico Robin. Vivi, yes, father, without him, I fear that Kusha and the others would have already encountered the kingdom's army. Upon hearing this, Cobra swiftly inquired, Vivi, what exactly do you mean? Thus, Vivi recounted the events that transpired outside the city to Cobra, particularly the moment when 0 single-handedly held off the two armies, leaving Cobra utterly astounded. Yet, in the next instant, he noticed the way his daughter gazed at 0. A look so familiar, reminiscent of how Vivi's mother once gazed at him. The conversation between 0 and Robin continued, and he had already retrieved the dragon. You must have some arrangements with Crocodile, perhaps concerning the underworld? While I am uncertain whether you will divulge the location of the underworld to him, you are well aware of his character after all this time. Regardless, once the matter is accomplished, Crocodile will undoubtedly eliminate you. Therefore, would you consider joining me in the pursuit of historical texts? Zero pondered for a moment and added, rest assured, I harbor no interest in the underworld. I place greater trust in my own strength than in external possessions. Zero's assertion was not intended to deceive Robin. On one hand, the authenticity of the Underworld King remains questionable. Prior to his journey, he had seen the latest episode, yet no specific details about the Underworld King were disclosed. And after such an extended period, one cannot dismiss the possibility that its power may have been exaggerated. On the other hand, Zero indeed prefers to rely on his own strength. The mightier the weapon, the greater the prowess required to wield it. Moreover, possessing such a weapon would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of many. Without sufficient power, what use is there in its possession? Vivi, Zero, are you serious? Are you really inviting this woman? She is none other than that Crocodile's. Zero, Vivi, rest assured, with me around, she cannot stir up any trouble. So, would you consider my proposal? Nico Robin. After initially being taken aback, Robin composed herself and turned to Zero, asking, why are you intent on gathering the historical texts? Zero, how shall I put it? It's merely out of curiosity, haha. Listening to Zero's playful words, Robin stared at him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zero did not impose any demands. He approached the historical monument, placing his hand upon it, and inquired of Cobra, Your Majesty Sanjio, may I take this? Without hesitation, Cobra glanced at Vivi and replied, if you deem it necessary, you may take it. After all, you have saved my daughter's life. Even if it is a precious artifact, I can still discern what holds greater significance. Zero, satisfied, nodded slightly and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, promptly stored the stone tablet within the system, instantly receiving 500 experience points. In truth, his inquiry for Kabura's opinion was merely a formality. The historical tablet was destined to be taken regardless, as he still had a task to complete. Fortunately, Kabura acquiesced to his request. Unbeknownst to him, given the intricate relationship and feelings shared between Zero and Vivi. In a moment of necessity, Vivi would undoubtedly pilfer the historical monument, even against Crocodile's objections, to present it to him. Having secured the monument, Zero turned to approach Crocodile and Vivi, intending to escort them away from this place. As he passed by Robin, she unexpectedly tossed him a vial of potion, remarking, that Straw Hat Kid is currently engaged in battle with Crocodile, isn't he? Take this. It will prove useful. At midnight, Zero nodded and replied, thank you. If you have any regrets, do come find me. Our captain would be more than willing to accept you, and the Straw Hat Pirates would welcome your addition. He remained uncertain whether his intervention would lead Robin to join their ranks as per the original narrative. All he could do was extend the invitation to the best of his ability. Should she choose not to join them, Zero would have to devise another plan. Subsequently, the trio departed, leaving Robin behind to silently observe their retreating figures. Her once confident demeanor now bore a hint of hesitation. Who exactly was that executioner? Across Alabasta. As Zero and Vivi located Cobra, the sky suddenly opened up, showering rain that dispelled a prolonged drought, ushering in moist air and revitalizing life. In the capital, with the assistance of the Navy, the Straw Hat Pirates concluded their battle against the Elder of Billions. After subduing them all, they rushed outside the city just in time to witness Luffy's victory over Crocodile. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, I knew that guy could win. Sanji, Nami, it's wonderful to see you again. Chopper, initially eager to cheer, noticed Luffy's peculiar state and rushed forward, transforming just in time to catch him as he collapsed. Usopp, hey. Luffy, are you all right? Chopper, what's going on with Luffy? Chopper, it appears he has been poisoned. Nami, Chopper, can you concoct an antidote? Chopper shook his head. No. I can't. I lack the necessary ingredients, and I don't even know what toxin it is. Usopp, what should we do? Is Luffy going to die? Panic ensued among the group. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Everyone, I'm here. They quickly turned to face the source of the sound. Zheng Jun stood not far away, greeting his companions with a gentle smile, a purple bottle in hand. In Chapter 73, I Want It All. In the nearby waters, aboard a colossal vessel, Smoker gazed at the life-giving rain nourishing Alabasta before him. Beside him stood a strikingly attractive woman in a red cloak. Smoker, my apologies, Tina, for having you come all this way for this artificial rainfall. Tina chuckled. I can't believe you actually said that. Is this really the stoic Smoker? Smoker, no jesting now. After all, we are contemporaries. Tina covered her mouth with a light laugh and continued, but tell me, why go to such lengths for this country? Smoker, you need not delve too deeply. I have my own methods. Tina, well then, what a dull man you are. She shook her head and swayed away with her alluring form. Soon after, another approached, Major Apache. Smoker turned to him. You're awake? Apache. So, what became of that pirate? Understanding whom Apache referred to, Smoker replied nonchalantly. He escaped. We failed to capture him. Apache, once I return, I must report this information to my superiors. That fellow's bounty must exceed 50 million. Initially, he thought he was merely assisting in apprehending petty pirates, yet this particular one repeatedly defied his expectations. Not only did he evade capture on the first attempt, but he also vanquished Smoker in the second with astonishing ferocity, truly infuriating. Smoker remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, aboard the Straw Hat pirate ship, Luffy, having consumed the potion brought by Zheng, miraculously neutralized the poison within him, restoring his vitality. Perhaps due to the exhausting battle with Crocodile. He remained unconscious, and with other crew members sustaining various injuries, Vivi led them back to the palace for treatment. As for the rebel forces, despite some lingering doubts regarding the truth, many began to waver in their convictions after witnessing Crocodile, the so-called national hero, slay their comrades. The appearance of Ikelim, accompanied by the injured child who had been deceived by the false king, further confirmed Vivi's assertions. When Cobra arrived outside the city, rebel leader Kusha prepared to face the king's judgment, only for Cobra to grant amnesty for their uprising. He declared that the enemy of Alabasta, Crocodile, had been vanquished, and those willing to rejoin the effort to rebuild the kingdom would still be regarded as citizens of Alabasta, prompting tears of gratitude from the crowd. Consequently, the rebels joined in the reconstruction of the royal capital, especially since the Baroque Works had caused quite a commotion. As night fell, everyone had settled down to rest. Feeling restless, Zero decided to venture into the adjacent bathroom for a refreshing shower. However, shortly after entering, a graceful figure unexpectedly stepped into the room, silently approaching him from behind. Just as she was about to draw near, Zero swiftly turned, seizing her hands and pinning her against the wall. Upon recognizing her, he was taken aback. Vivi? What brings you here? Vivi's complexion was slightly flushed, and through the ethereal mist, Zero could discern her fair, rosy skin. You didn't lock the door, so why shouldn't I come in? This. In a moment of silence, Zero found himself at a loss for words. He assumed that at such a late hour, no one would enter, thus he had neglected to lock the door. To his surprise, Vivi used this to her advantage. Is there anything that cannot be discussed outside? Why come in? As he spoke, Zero reached for Vivi's hand, intending to lead her outside. However, Vivi swiftly shrugged off his hand and embraced him from behind. I don't want that. In truth, I am aware that once this nation is saved, you will depart. I merely wish for a bit more time with you, that is all. So, you have already made up your mind? I am uncertain. I too wish to accompany you on this adventure. Perhaps this is the only opportunity one shall ever have in my lifetime. Yet, after the events with Crocodile, Alabasta needs me. Zero turned around and grasped Vivi's shoulders with both hands. There is still time. Take a moment to ponder this matter thoroughly. After all, once you have spent even a single day with the Straw Hat Pirates, you shall forever be a part of them. Vivi nodded, but in the next moment, she averted her gaze and murmured, And what about you? Zero? How do you perceive me? Silence spoke for him, as he replaced words with actions. Indeed. He had been wavering, caught in indecision between Nami and Vivi. Yet now, he realized that to live in this world with the same timidity as before, fearing this and that, would yield no different a life. He had come to understand that he must live freely, pursuing his desires and passions, embracing what he loves, ensuring at the very least that he lives comfortably and transparently. The two of them shared a tender night, devoid of conversation. The following day, as everyone regained their senses, even Luffy had long since awakened, clamoring for meat, this moment arriving a full 3 days earlier than in the original narrative. Thus, Cobra invited everyone to a banquet in the palace hall, expressing gratitude to the Straw Hat Pirates for their efforts in saving Alabasta. Once their meal concluded, Cobra suggested they indulge in a bath. Last night, Zero had taken a bath and had spent the entire night in playful banter with Vivi, initially reluctant to proceed. However, he suddenly recalled a particular segment from the original narrative that piqued his interest, compelling him to join in. As anticipated, Sanji inquired about the location of the women's bath, to which Kabura pointed towards the screen, indicating that it was next door. He then led the group to climb over the screen, eager to glimpse the allure of the women's bathing area. Have we truly reached this juncture? With a sigh, Zero stood by the pool and assumed the stance of the fisherman karate. In an instant, a water dragon, sculpted from the pool's water, took shape under his movements. The water dragon rose majestically, drawing those above back into the depths of the pool. Naturally, as he was not a true member of the fisherman clan. This technique lacked authenticity, relying instead on a fourth-level mastery of physical techniques for imitation, while its power paled in comparison to the natural prowess exhibited by the fisherman tribe. Achieving the intended effect was still well within his capabilities. Zero reprimanded several individuals, particularly Luffy and Usopp, cautioning them against following Sanji's poor example. Sanji was treated as a cautionary tale, unable to retaliate. He could only weep in silence. Chapter 74. A new beginning that evening, after a day and night of recuperation. The Straw Hat Pirates had largely regained their strength and were deliberating their departure from Alabasta. However, Zero found it peculiar that despite their storyline progressing 3 days ahead of schedule, Mr. 2 still managed to contact them, informing them that the Mary was in his possession and instructing them to proceed to a designated location the following day, with no room for speculation. It seems that there are spies from Mr. 2 within the palace, which explains how swiftly they learned of the group's whereabouts. Subsequently, although they harbored mistrust towards Mr. 2, they had no choice but to acquiesce. That evening, Vivi joined them, and Luffy and the others noticed her hesitation. They made an agreement with her to meet at the eastern port the following noon. Should Vivi arrive at that time, she would still have the opportunity to board the ship and continue as their companion. Vivi nodded earnestly, indicating her intention to contemplate the matter carefully. Thus, before dawn broke the next day, they departed from their location. Upon reaching the designated spot mentioned by Mr. 2, he was already on the deck of the Mary, awaiting their arrival, fulfilling his promise. Nami astutely pointed out that perhaps their desire to join forces stemmed from a need to evade the pursuit of the Navy, to which Mr. 2 could only concede when his intentions were uncovered. Initially, Luffy held a disinclination towards Mr. 2, having previously been betrayed by him. However, upon hearing Mr. 2's explanation that without bringing the Mary here, it would likely have been discovered by the Navy, they reconciled. In fact, the two even danced side by side on the Mary, and had it not been for Nami's urging punches to hasten their preparations for departure, it was uncertain how long their revelry would have continued. After a laborious effort to pack their belongings, the Straw Hat Pirates, alongside Mr. 2, finally set sail. However, it wasn't long before the Navy, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly pursued them from behind, prompting Zero to marvel at the Navy's remarkable efficiency. I shall confront them. Zero, with a swift moon step, ascended boldly, and as he approached the naval vessels, he unsheathed the Qinglong, unleashing a series of azure blade flashes that accurately struck the decks of his adversaries. In a matter of moments, he had vanquished 7 or 8 warships. Mr. 2, was that the fellow who defeated me? I never imagined he could dismantle so many naval ships. He truly is a man whom Crocodile fears. Usopp, every time I witness Zero effortlessly sinking ships, I am left in awe. That guy is incredibly powerful. Luffy, damn it, I must join him. I can't let Zero steal the spotlight. Bang. Nami delivered a punch to his head. Behave yourself and stop causing us trouble. Luffy. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji silently observed Zero's movements on the deck. One was striving toward a higher realm of swordsmanship, while the other gained a profound understanding of aerial stepping. Unbeknownst to them, under Zero's subtle guidance, each of them began to intuitively grasp the strength of the future, their overall capabilities further elevated. Before long, Zero returned to the ship, though his expression was grave, causing concern among the crew. Nami, Zero, what is troubling you? Zero, I sense a considerable number of formidable presences converging here. It seems our victory over Crocodile has drawn significant attention from the higher echelons of the Navy. To be frank, this predicament feels quite troublesome. Usopp, no way. We should make a swift exit. I have no desire to be captured by the Navy and thrown into prison. Chopper, prison again. No, please. Little Sparrow, eek. Chopper, what did you say, you cowardly bunch? Little Sparrow. As a deer and a sparrow clashed, Nami, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, hastily directed the crew to adjust their course, urging them to sail towards the eastern port at the utmost speed. Finally, by midday the next day, they approached the eastern port. However, they were met with a sudden surge of Navy warships surrounding them. From above, the 2 pirate ships resembled prey ensnared in a web, precariously teetering on the brink of disaster. To the perplexity of Mr. 2 and his companions, they realized that by moving forward, they had a substantial chance of evading the Navy's pursuit. Yet, the Straw Hat crew remained resolute in their intention to reach the eastern port. When he inquired of Luffy, he was met with the response that they aimed to rendezvous with their comrade on the east coast, leaving him momentarily speechless. As Zero contemplated sinking some Navy ships once more, Mr. Two's vessel abruptly altered its course, sailing in another direction while calling out that they too were allies of the Straw Hat pirates. This caused tears to well up in the eyes of Luffy and the others as they watched their doppelgangers divert the Navy's attention away from them. Luffy, Feng-chan, boo-hoo in that fleeting moment. Zero, fully aware that according to the original narrative, they would likely encounter each other again in the depths of the undersea prison, felt a profound sense of gratitude for the selfless sacrifice made by others for their sake. Upon arriving at the eastern port, they spotted Vivi and Kazu running along the shore, exchanging distant glances with them. Luffy immediately prepared to dock the Mary, eager to bring Vivi aboard. However, just then, Vivi called out loudly to the Mary, apologizing for her inability to continue the adventure with them. She expressed her regret, stating that her country needed her and hoped they would meet again someday. Although Zero had anticipated this outcome, hearing Vivi's words stirred a deep sadness within him. The other companions also felt a sense of loss at Vivi's departure, gazing at her on the shore, wishing to etch her image in their memories. Luffy attempted to respond, but Nami interjected, cautioning that speaking with Vivi might attract the Navy's attention. After a moment's thought, Luffy raised his left hand, displaying the emblem of their camaraderie, prompting the others to follow suit. When Vivi and Kazu witnessed this scene, tears welled up in their eyes, and they too raised their left hands in unison, echoing the gesture from the Mary. As the ship gradually sailed away from their view, Vivi could no longer contain herself and broke down in tears. Though Kazu wished to cry as well, he gently patted her shoulder, silently offering his support. Unbeknownst to Vivi, not far behind her, Cobra and Igaram looked on, wishing to comfort her, but holding back their steps, their eyes glistening with tears as they stood by her side. With the departure of the Mary, the Straw Hat Pirates concluded their adventure in Alabasta, setting sail towards their next destination. Chapter 75, Sword Techniques. Banana. Not long after leaving Alabasta, they finally evaded the Navy's pursuit. Truly, there was no respite. Nami, having just lamented the farewell with Vivi, began to stir up mischief again, attempting to enter the cabin when a mature woman emerged from within, offering her a cup of coffee. The crew immediately braced themselves, while Zero observed quietly, his expression unchanged by Robin's presence, as if he had anticipated her arrival all along. Usopp. Oh no, I forgot to use my observation Haki. How careless of me. Sanji. A beauty, I'm coming. Nami, aren't you that associate of Crocodile's? Robin moved forward, approaching Zero and casually draping her arm over his shoulder, her graceful figure instantly captivating. Then, in the midst of Nami's astonished gaze, Robin spoke up. Indeed, Crocodile has been defeated. May I join your ranks? Zoro, impossible. You were our enemy. Nami, yes. In the face of their rejection, Robin merely smiled, her gaze fixed intently on Zero, her eyes betraying an enigmatic allure that instinctively put Nami on guard. That woman. Zero assured everyone, rest assured, she is my invitation, she is not malevolent. He turned to Luffy and inquired, do you recall the historical texts I previously mentioned? He continued, Robin is an expert in the study of historical texts, and her collaboration with Crocodile was aimed at uncovering the truths within them. Pausing for a moment, he added, by the way, Luffy, weren't you poisoned back then? That antidote was provided by Robin. Luffy tilted his head, seemingly contemplating, before breaking into a grin. Oh, I see. Then let her aboard. I trust Zero. Nami interjected, Luffy. How can you? Robin chimed in. By the way, I brought the reward I received from Baroque Works on board. It should amount to several million berries. Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention of several million. Welcome aboard, Robin. Sanji exclaimed, I'll prepare some tea for Robin. Usopp expressed some reservations. Yet upon witnessing Luffy and Chopper joyfully engaging with Robin and her flower fruit powers, he quickly joined their ranks. As for Zoro, upon hearing Zero invite Robin aboard, he silently sheathed his sword, placing his trust in Zero's judgment, much like Luffy. Thus, Robin soon became an integral part of the crew, officially joining the Straw Hat Pirates. A few days later, the Mary sailed across the ocean, and the crew gathered on the deck to recount their adventures in the ship graveyard. At that moment, Usopp and Sanji noticed a flurry of wood shavings cascading from above. What is falling from the sky? They wondered. Upon looking up, they were astonished to see a colossal, dilapidated ship plummeting from the heavens, and the wood shavings were debris from this very vessel. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper shouted in alarm, darting around the deck, while Sanji and Zoro wore expressions of grave concern. Only Luffy gazed at the descending ship with unbridled enthusiasm, as if he were ready to leap aboard at any moment. "Do not panic." Zero's voice resonated, and as the shattered ship descended, the azure blade of his sword cleaved through it, causing it to fracture into several pieces. "Luffy," Zoro and Sanji sprang into action, demonstrating their abilities to shatter the debris that threatened to fall upon the Mary, thereby navigating through the peril unscathed. As the sea calmed, tranquility returned. Zero approached Nami and pointed at her wrist. "Nami, how's the recording needle functioning now? Is it still normal?" Nami checked and her expression turned somewhat peculiar. It seems off. This needle is continuously pointing upwards. Could it be malfunctioning?" Zero, Could it be the Sky Island?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became animated, eagerly inquiring about the Sky Island's circumstances. Robin continued from Zero's remark, "Indeed, this situation could only arise if the records were taken by the Sky Island." "Luffy, there are islands that can float? The Grand Line is truly remarkable, haha." Robin, "Not quite. It's not the islands that float, but rather the ocean itself." Luffy, upon hearing this, became even more exhilarated, suddenly leaping onto the wreckage of the previous ship, rummaging about as if in search of something. "Nami, does the Sky Island truly exist?" Robin, "I have heard of it before. However, as a navigator, your focus should not be on whether the Sky Island exists, but rather on finding a route to it." Nami habitually glanced at Zero, seeking his opinion. "Zero, what do you think?" At midnight, Zero nodded, expressing his belief in Robin and the possibility of exploration. Though still harboring doubts, he observed that the entire crew was captivated by the allure of the Sky Island. Nami, too, felt compelled to devise a way to reach this ethereal destination. Zero initially contemplated mentioning the upward ocean currents, yet lacking precise directions, he suppressed the thought. Subsequently, Robin reconstructed the fragments of a fallen skeleton and, through the wounds, deduced its former identity and the origins of the shipwreck, daringly hypothesizing that it may have been adrift in the heavens for 2 centuries. The crew was taken aback by her insights, particularly Nami, who was astonished that Robin could derive so much from such remnants. Observing the glances Robin cast towards Zero ignited a flicker of unease within her. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to Zero, who was just then rescuing Luffy from an unintentional plunge into the sea. They all watched as Luffy produced a treasure map like parchment. "Look everyone, this is a map to the Sky Island," he exclaimed, laughter echoing around them. Nami snatched the map, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet found the clues insufficient, prompting her to send Luffy and the others to salvage the sunken ship in hopes of uncovering more artifacts. After a while, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro donned Usopp's specially crafted diving suits and descended into the depths, while the remaining crew stayed aboard the Mary, monitoring their breathing apparatus and prepared for any potential dangers. Not long after, the trio spotted a colossal ship approaching the Mary, the prow adorned with a gigantic monkey, reminiscent of a pirate vessel. Soon after, a leader-like figure on the deck introduced their crew as the 8 pirates, who had come to salvage the wreck, and they promptly commenced their operations. Zero, initially contemplating intervention, observed that they posed no threat to the Mary, allowing them to proceed, believing Luffy and the others could manage the situation. However, it wasn't long before the leader received alarming news that their men had been attacked. Chapter 76. The mysterious and treacherous sea. Just as the ape descended into the water, the sea began to tremble violently. The crew aboard the Mary struggled to maintain their footing, only to look up and behold a titanic sea turtle emerging before them. Zero estimated the creature's size. Even if combined, the 2 giants they had encountered on Little Garden would scarcely measure up to half of it. Usopp exclaimed, "How can a sea turtle grow to such a size? Is it going to eat us?" Nami clung tightly to Zero's arm, her voice trembling. "Zero, you're our only hope now. You must protect us." Zero gently patted her arm, reassuring her not to be too frightened. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper attempted to embrace Zero, only to be kicked away. Usopp exclaimed, "How unfair, Zero. You treat us differently." Chopper added, "Indeed, we are so pitiful." Little Red Sparrow chirped, feigning jealousy. Seeing the little creature on her shoulder, Zero could only extend a finger to caress its head, causing the sparrow to blissfully squint its eyes. Indeed, once the colossal sea turtle appeared, it merely focused on its own chewing, showing no concern for the Mary or the neighboring pirate ship, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Usopp exclaimed, "Could it be that the debris in that sea turtle's mouth belongs to that ship? Have Luffy and the others been consumed?" "Zero, what are you saying? Use your observation, Haki, and take a good look." Usopp, let me see. Oh. They're not inside. Phew, that scared me. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, he saw Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leaping out of the sea, each carrying a bag filled with unknown treasures. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it was clear that these items were of great value. However, their arrival brought immediate relief to the crew aboard the Mary. After all, these three were known for their unruly nature, and returning without causing significant trouble was already a commendable feat. Just as they stepped onto the Mary, the captain of the opposing pirate ship leaped from the water, landing on the railing and bellowing at the crew, "You lot, hand over what you've got." Zhang pointed a finger behind him and said, "Take a look back there." Following his cue, the ape-man turned to gaze in that direction, and it was then that Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji also followed the ape-man's line of sight, discovering a massive sea turtle gliding across the surface of the ocean. Luffy exclaimed, "What a gigantic sea turtle." Sanji remarked, "From my years of culinary experience, turtle meat is quite challenging to prepare." Zoro questioned, "What on earth is this?" The ape-man wore a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this creature?" It turned out that none of them had encountered the sea turtle while submerged in the water. At that moment, Robin noted, "The sky has darkened." They all turned their heads to survey their surroundings. Despite it being daytime, the area had suddenly become shrouded in darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. Nami inquired, "What is causing this strange weather?" Usopp lamented, "The Grand Line is far too peculiar. I want to return to the East Blue. Woe is me. Little Red Bird." Zero suddenly sensed something, his expression turning grave. As he drew the dragon of surprise, the little red sparrow transformed into the shape of a long sword at his command. Nami, still puzzled by Zero's actions, was taken aback when she saw two towering peaks suddenly emerge behind the sea turtle. No, how could there be mountains in the sea? She continued to look up and was astounded to find an unimaginably colossal humanoid creature, with the two peaks merely being its legs. Behind it, she could vaguely see several similarly towering companions, brandishing their weapons towards her group. Nami exclaimed, "A monster." Usopp shouted, "Run away." They quickly positioned themselves, hastily maneuvering the ship's oars to escape, while Zero remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the gigantic humanoid, ready to counterattack should it assault the Mary. Regrettably, due to its exaggerated size and his insufficient observation skills, he could not discern its full form from such a distance. If only he could glimpse some of its features, he might deduce its true identity based on his prophetic insights, potentially discovering a way to confront it. Finally, the Mary sailed away from that dangerous sea, daylight enveloping them, and the colossal humanoid and sea turtle vanished from sight. Exhausted, the crew collapsed on the deck, inhaling the fresh air of their narrow escape. Usopp remarked, "This ocean is too strange. How could there be such terrifying creatures?" Luffy added, "That size is dozens of times larger than a giant. What on earth is that?" Beside them, Robin shook her head, indicating her own bewilderment, her typically calm demeanor now tinged with disbelief. The Grand Line was indeed vast. Despite having traversed numerous factions over the years, this was her first encounter with such a creature. The little red sparrow chirped, transforming back into its avian form and perched on Zero's shoulder, unfazed by the earlier monstrous encounter, nuzzling Zero's face, its adorable antics eliciting a smile from him. However, following this encounter with the enigmatic life form, Zero felt his strength still inadequate. Moreover, their fortunate escape this time might not be replicated in the future. Thus, he resolved to strive for greater power. As he contemplated this, a familiar voice suddenly echoed nearby. Indeed, that creature was truly terrifying. Huh. The crew turned their gazes to discover the ape-like captain from the earlier pirate ship had followed them to the Mary. Without hesitation, Zero delivered a swift kick, sending him flying, feeling a measure of the darkness in his heart dissipate. Meanwhile, Nami gathered the items salvaged from the seabed by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, only to find them to be mere rusted scraps, possibly eroded by time. She once again emphasized to the trio that they needed to be cautious, as the events that befell that ship might also befall them on their journey to Sky Island. Afterward, Nami noticed Luffy joyfully playing with his armor, igniting her previously suppressed anger, leading her to deliver a thorough beating, shattering the armor in the process, an act that made Zoro raise an eyebrow, instantly silencing him. Once Nami finished her scolding, she received the eternal pointer tossed by Robin, believed to have been dropped by the ape, indicating the direction to Gaia Island. While she hesitated, an invigorated Luffy decisively suggested they head to Gaia Island to seek a way to Sky Island. Thus, the crew adjusted the Mary's course toward Gaia Island. Chapter 77, Zero vs. Bosches. After sailing for a while, the Mary entered a region of exceptionally pleasant climate. The little red sparrow flitted about the ship, frolicking with the seagulls, thoroughly at ease. Nami observed, "This climate is characteristic of an island-type warm climate. We should be nearing Gaia Island." Hearing this, the crew gathered at the bow, scanning the horizon for any sign of land. Zero intended to step forward when he suddenly sensed something, raising his head just in time to see the little red sparrow plummet onto the deck with a thud, falling silent. "Little sparrow." Chopper rushed over to examine the little creature, and the others gathered around. Luffy asked, "What happened? Is the little sparrow okay? Who did this?" Usopp, spotting the scene, anxiously scanned the area with binoculars from the ship's highest point, but found no trace of any enemies. Usopp exclaimed, "No sign of enemies. What about the little sparrow?" Chopper observed, "It appears to have been shot by a bullet, and it came from the front of the Mary." Usopp retorted, "How could that be possible? If it was a bullet, that person must have extraordinary eyesight." "Are you sure, Chopper?" Just as Chopper was about to explain, Zero pushed past them, crouching down to the little sparrow, saying, "All right, little sparrow, wake up, don't sleep now." Chopper gasped, "Ah." The little sparrow chirped, "Eep." They watched as the little sparrow softly called out, shook its body a few times, then stood up, flapping its wings and flying onto Zero's shoulder, nuzzling his face as if it had not been injured at all. Upon closer inspection, Chopper realized the little sparrow was already healed, and a shriveled bullet shell lay where it had fallen on the deck, causing him to exclaim in disbelief, "The little sparrow is amazing." Nami quickly scooped up the little sparrow in her arms, worry evident in her voice. "I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, I would have been so worried." Usopp added, "It's a relief that the little sparrow is safe." Luffy growled, "Damn it, who did that just now?" Seeing the anger on everyone's faces, Zero maintained a stoic expression, yet flames of fury flickered in his eyes. He then stepped onto the deck, gazing at the island gradually coming into view, and murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Blackbeard pirates, is it? Very well, I'll remember this." The little sparrow, now revived, was about to undergo another thorough examination by Chopper, but it soared back into the sky, showing no intention of landing. Zero was indeed aware that, given the little one's vengeful nature, it was surely in pursuit of the adversary that had just attacked it. Thus, he merely informed Chopper and allowed it to proceed on its way. As for why the little red sparrow remained unscathed after the bullet assault, the explanation is rather straightforward. Its true form is a sturdy longsword, simultaneously embodying the characteristics of a mythical beast possessing the powers of a devil fruit. Therefore, a mere bullet could not inflict any harm upon it. Before long, they finally arrived at Gaia Island. As they approached the harbor, they noticed numerous vessels docked nearby, each adorned with various skull motifs, unmistakably pirate ships akin to their own. This hinted that the island might not be as serene and harmonious as it appeared on the surface. The Mary anchored, and Luffy and Zoro were the first to leap ashore. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami leaned against the railing, expressing their concerns about the potential trouble the two might stir up. Consequently, Nami decided to join them on the island. Sanji, upon seeing Nami disembark, wished to follow suit, but in an instant, Usopp and Chopper clung to his legs, imploring him to remain and help safeguard the ship, as they were the last few aboard. He intended to argue that Zero and Robin were still present, but he soon realized that they had already ventured toward the town on the island, leaving him no choice but to stay behind and tend to the Mary. Zero and Robin strolled through the town, occasionally witnessing the islanders engaged in fierce brawls with pirates. The surrounding populace appeared to be quite accustomed to this chaos. Some even applauded when an individual emerged victorious, affirming the description of the town as a place of disorder. Robin remarked, "Zero, I intend to seek clues regarding the Sky Island on this isle. Why have you chosen to accompany me?" Ling casually remarked, "Well, I just want to take a look around. It gets rather dull staying on the ship for too long." Robin chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, "It seems that young Navigator has taken a liking to you. Aren't you concerned she might feel jealous seeing us out and about together?" Zero waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, it's merely a casual stroll, not a date." Hee. Suddenly, a man's silhouette emerged in front of him, momentarily halting Zero's words. The sound of laughter reached his ears, and the image of a certain individual crystallized in his mind. Bashes, the renowned fighting champion and a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Bashes was on the hunt for a confrontation again. The two individuals before him appeared rather feeble. What unfortunate souls. Moreover, one of them was a woman. It remained uncertain whether Bashes would show any mercy. As Zero listened to the discussions around him, he recalled Bash's exploits. In the original narrative, Bosch's was one of the few in the Blackbeard pirates who showcased a significant portion of his strength, and he had the highest frequency of appearances compared to his peers. Even in the New World, his vibrant presence was consistently noted. Correspondingly, he ascended to the captaincy of the first ship 2 years later. Without formidable prowess, Blackbeard would not hold him in such high regard, especially since he could contend with Sabo, Luffy's brother. Ultimately, despite his defeat, he successfully orchestrated an ambush on the Revolutionary Army's base, rendering him a rather formidable adversary. It is noteworthy that, unlike Luffy and his companions, Bosch's had already solidified his strength due to his age and experience. His ability to engage Sabo in battle 2 years later implied that he possessed considerable power even now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to contribute to the downfall of the Drum Kingdom alongside Blackbeard and his crew. While it cannot be ruled out that the Drum Kingdom lacked formidable warriors, this nonetheless signifies that Bosch's should not be underestimated. At that moment, Bosch's fixed his gaze upon Zero, emitting his characteristic laughter. I am Bosch's, a champion of combat. Come, let us engage in battle. Although uncertain why Bosch's had targeted him, Zero felt no trepidation. He promptly turned to Robin and said, "Robin, please wait for me over there. I will join you once I handle this matter." Robin nodded, displaying no concern for Zero's potential defeat, and decisively moved to a nearby high stool. Settling down to observe the unfolding confrontation, Zero stared intently at Bosch's. "Well, now it is just the two of us. Allow me to settle the score for the harm you have caused to the little Red Sparrow." Bosch's, huh? Chapter 78, have you heard of the flowing cherry blossoms? Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat the Blackbeard pirates Zish's Bosch's. Completing this task will grant you 1950 experience points and 195,000 berries. Bosch's, haha. Although I have no idea what you are talking about, as long as I'm having fun, that's all that matters. Saying this, he grinned wickedly and leapt high into the air, raising his fist to strike down at Zero below. Clang. Boom. The agile Zero deftly thwarted the assault. As the ground beneath him suddenly fractured, the fissure extended to the wall of a nearby building, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending pedestrians fleeing in terror to avoid the chaos of the battle. Observing the ineffectiveness of the initial attack, Bosch's launched another strike with his muscular legs. The sheer force reminiscent of thunder on a calm day, causing the air to compress and emit a faint creaking sound. In the face of this astonishing onslaught, Zero's expression remained unchanged. He retaliated with a kick as swift as the wind, their legs colliding with an explosive impact. A dull thud reverberated between them. Bosch's attempted to attack with another part of his body, only to be met with a sudden, overwhelming force from his leg, which propelled him backward. In the next instant, he found himself kicked away by Zero, his body skidding along the pavement, leaving a dark streak until he collided violently with a building, crashing through it entirely. Undeterred, Zero continued his assault, raising his weapon and swiftly slicing through the air towards Bosch's position, unleashing a flurry of azure blades that enveloped him in a cloud of dust and debris. Around them, pirates, having received word of the battle, gathered to witness the clash, including formidable figures renowned across the seas. However, as they beheld the scene, they could not help but ponder whether they could withstand Zero's strikes. The answer, undoubtedly, was no. Unexpectedly, laughter erupted from the ruins. Haha. Bosch's leapt from the debris, confronting Zero once more, seemingly unscathed save for minor abrasions to his clothing. This sight reinforced the notion that the man before them was indeed a monster. Bosch's declared, truly a punisher, your prowess must extend beyond this. Let me see if you possess other abilities. Zero was not surprised by this outcome. He regarded it as entirely natural that Bosch's was aware of his code name. Or rather, he had long known that their targets were selected based on the bounty orders. Then do take a good look. As Bosch's charged forward once more, Zero also surged ahead, enveloping the dragon's claw with his armament color, aiming to inflict greater damage upon Bosch's. In the instant they collided, Zero raised the dragon's claw first and swung it down towards Bosch's. In response, Bosch's lifted his right hand, astonishingly managing to deflect the blade of the dragon's claw with his steel-like arm. Clang! Zero executed a swift transformation attack, the blade of his weapon gliding along his arm, its tip aimed at Bosch's head. To his astonishment, Bosch's ducked just in time to evade the strike, leaving Zero somewhat surprised at the speed of his reaction. Is he utilizing Haki? To think this rumor might hold true. However, he is not the only one endowed with such power. Just as Bosch's finished speaking, a layer of Haki enveloped his left hand, and he launched a powerful punch directed at Zero's abdomen. In an instant, Zero reacted, retracting his blade, the dragon of surprise, and leaping high into the air to evade Bosch's attack, which landed harmlessly. However, to Zero's astonishment, Bosch's lower body struck out like a venomous serpent after his punch, forcing Zero to hastily defend with the dragon of surprise. Bang! A tremendous force transmitted through the blade, causing Zero to retreat rapidly. Instinctively, he plunged the dragon of surprise into the ground to halt his momentum, though he sensed a troubling shift in his favor. As Zero lifted his gaze, he beheld Bosch's striking a pose, his steel arm's elbow aimed directly at him, grinning menacingly as he proclaimed, "Can you withstand this assault?" Wave elbow strike. A sudden wave of invisible energy erupted from Bosch's elbow, uprooting bricks from the ground in its wake, advancing toward Zero with formidable might. Boom. The unseen wave collided with Zero, propelling forward and breaching the walls of several buildings before finally dissipating. Surrounding pirates could not contain their murmurs. How powerful! Who exactly is this Bosch's? Is that man dead? What a pity. He seemed formidable. Even if he is dead, it's hardly surprising. The grand line is merciless. Bosch's, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily. How was that, executioner? Did you savor this move? Wahaha. Meanwhile, Robin could no longer remain seated. She took a few steps forward, a rare expression of concern gracing her usually composed face. It was only upon seeing that familiar figure re-emerge that her furrowed brow finally relaxed. This succession of emotional shifts seemed to elude even her own awareness. As the snow gently descended from the sky, I turned to behold the ghastly scene before me. A frown instinctively emerging as I addressed Bosch's. Hey, even though this is a pirate town, your actions could easily harm someone, don't you think? Bosch's paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Wah! Truly, as a bounty hunter, you deserve the 50 million bounty. Your strength is commendable for being able to withstand my wave elbow strike. I wonder how much my bounty will rise once I defeat you. I eagerly anticipate it. Zero narrowed his eyes and once again aimed the tip of the dragon blade at Bosch's. Is this all there is? How dull. Let's bring this to a swift conclusion. With that, he unleashed the blade, and a vividly animated fire dragon surged forth from its edge, roaring with ferocity as it lunged directly at Bosch's. The surrounding pirates sensed a palpable rise in the air temperature at that very moment. Bosch's, his expression grave, aligned the elbow of his steel arm against the fire dragon. Watch as I shatter your attack. Wave elbow strike. Boom. An unseen wave collided with the fire dragon, but to Bosch's astonishment, his attack barely held against the onslaught before the fire dragon devoured it whole, continuing its relentless charge towards him. In the face of this imminent peril, he had no choice but to raise his steel arm and confront the fire dragon head-on. Boom, boom, boom. As the scorching heat seared him, Bosch's let out a howl of agony. Ah, it hurt so much. When the flames finally receded, most of his clothing lay in tatters, and his body bore visible burns. Nevertheless, Bosch's continued to shout defiantly at Zero, "Your attacks have no effect on me." Wahaha. Zero, is that true? Just as Bosch's was about to respond, Zero suddenly vanished from his spot, only to reappear right in front of him moments later. With a calm demeanor, Zero inquired, "Have you heard of the flowing cherry blossoms?" Chapter 79. Fated adversaries flowing cherry blossoms? A fleeting sense of confusion crossed Bosch's mind at the mention of this term. In that instant, the aura surrounding Zero shifted dramatically. His palm had unknowingly pressed against Bosch's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though cherry blossoms were blooming before his very eyes. Boom. After Zero struck Bosch's, his colossal form was sent soaring into the sky, landing on a distant hilltop. But the spectacle did not end there. The hilltop suddenly fissured, violently splitting apart. Phew. This fellow's physique is incredibly resilient. Zhang, with a sigh, remarked on the formidable prowess of the members of the Blackbeard pirates, noting that their strength was scarcely inferior to that of an average rear admiral. Even Apache, whom he had encountered previously, would likely find himself outmatched by basis. However, in comparison to himself, he felt somewhat lacking in power, particularly after his recent upgrade, which had significantly amplified his capabilities. Apache was no longer a worthy adversary, let alone basis. Furthermore, after completing his last mission, Zhang had utilized a skill lottery ticket, which granted him the opportunity to enhance his abilities. He invested this upgrade in his armament Haki, elevating it to the same pinnacle as his Conqueror's Haki, thus enabling Luiying to be wielded. In truth, upon reaching level 7, Zhang had also gained preliminary access to the advanced technique of Conqueror's binding, as his Conqueror's Haki was already at maximum level. Nevertheless, He deemed basis unworthy of such a formidable technique, opting instead to employ the comparatively weaker Luing to resolve the confrontation. Only when the sound of mission completion resonated in his mind did Zheng sheathe the qinglong at his waist and stride towards Robin. The pirates before him instinctively parted to clear a path, their gazes imbued with a mixture of fear and a modicum of respect. Robin inquired, "Is it over?" "At midnight." He nodded. Only after the two departed did the surrounding crowd begin to murmur. That fellow managed to defeat Bosch's. How terrifying. I recall having seen his bounty notice. Was it 55 million berries? 55 million berries. How formidable. Zero and Robin were strolling through the streets, inquiring about information regarding the Sky Islands. Robin seized the opportunity to purchase some new garments, for her current attire was borrowed from Nami, while the outerwear was manageable. The inner garments were rather snug, a detail that Zero had gleaned from Robin herself. Subsequently, the pair acquired a map, which indicated the location of an individual fond of grandiose discussions about dreams, who might possess insights into the secrets of the Sky Islands. As they continued their walk, Robin suddenly inquired, "Can we discuss that person now, Zero?" "Zero, have you heard of Blackbeard?" "Robin? Blackbeard? I believe I have encountered that name before. Perhaps in connection with the Whitebeard pirates?" It is not surprising that she is aware of Blackbeard, as Ace had previously sought information about him in Alabasta. Moreover, the Baroque Works organization possesses formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. Thus, those with the intent to inquire would naturally uncover the background of Blackbeard. Zero, indeed. That Bosch's was one of Blackbeard's subordinates. "Robin, how did he come to seek you out?" Zero shrugged and shook his head. "Well, that's unclear. It could also be jealousy over my company of beautiful women." Robin chuckled softly. "I never imagined you could be humorous at times." Zero, do I appear so cold and detached?" Robin, who knows after she spoke, she took a few steps forward, and Zero closely followed her. Suddenly, they both halted in their tracks upon noticing something. "Robin, is that Luffy and the others?" Strangely, Nami was dragging Luffy and Zoro out of a bar, and their condition seemed rather off, as if they had endured significant torment. Just as Robin was about to approach, Zero gestured for her to stop and mentioned a name that took her by surprise. "Blackbeard is over there." From that moment on, Zero fell silent, quietly observing the initial encounter between Blackbeard and Luffy. Noticing this, Robin slightly turned her head and joined Zero in watching them. "That man speaks utter nonsense. Dreams do exist in reality. A person's dreams never cease to exist, do they?" Blackbeard smashed a beer bottle onto the ground and, with a sinister grin, questioned Luffy, who remained silent, gazing back. Eventually, Blackbeard, feeling somewhat bored, remarked that he hoped they would find Sky Island before shaking his head and departing, while Luffy turned to leave as well. In that fleeting moment, Zero seemed to witness a pivotal shift in their destinies and the clash of their ideals, subtly hinting at their fate as arch-rivals. Though it pertained to Luffy's fate, he refrained from directly confronting Blackbeard at that moment. One reason was his uncertainty regarding Blackbeard's true strength. Who could say if he had any other tricks up his sleeve besides the dark fruit? The other reason was his awareness that the opponent had comrades nearby. If he acted recklessly, it could endanger his own companions. After all, they were fundamentally different from Luffy and the others. They were truly ruthless pirates, capable of extraordinary acts without hesitation. In this situation, only he could stand against them. And he clearly lacked the necessary firepower. After careful consideration, he allowed Blackbeard to leave, but should they cross paths again, it would undoubtedly be a different story. At that time, he would surely take action. For now, he decided to confront those who had bullied Luffy and Zoro. He couldn't let them swallow their pride while he remained unyielding. With this thought, Zero stepped outside. Robin had assumed he would follow Luffy, but to her surprise, he turned and entered the bar from which Luffy and the others had just emerged. After some time, Zero exited the bar, his expression noticeably more relaxed. He nodded at Robin before stepping ahead, and she promptly followed. "Robin, Zero, where did you go just now?" "Zero, it's nothing much. Just imparted a good lesson to a few pirates, encouraging them to become better individuals." "Robin, I see." The patrons surrounding the bar sensed an unsettling silence and gathered around, only to be met with the sight of numerous pirates sprawled haphazardly, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with fear. What transpired here? How did they come to be in such a state? "That pirate is Bellamy. Along with his crew, they are notorious pirates of this sea. Even Bellamy has been reduced to this. Who is that man?" Moreover, they noticed the bar owner sitting on the floor in a daze, seemingly muttering some infernal words. A chilling dread crept over them, prompting them to hastily turn away and leave, plunging the bar once again into an eerie stillness. Chapter 80. The spirit of the ship Zero and Robin returned to the Mary and shared intelligence about the Sky Island with their companions. Subsequently, they unanimously decided to set sail towards the location marked on the map, where Mont Blanc Kirtake resided. Just after departing the port, a massive salvage ship loomed ahead. Reminiscent of the one they had encountered earlier, and even the captain bore an uncanny resemblance to a gorilla. "Leave the treasures to us, pirate ship ahead." Upon hearing this cordial greeting, Zero did not engage in trivial banter. In the astonished gaze of his comrades, he unleashed a blade of light, cleaving the opposing vessel in two. He then calmly remarked, "Let us depart swiftly. We shan't waste time on such insignificant prey." Shortly after the Mary had set sail, Blackbeard convened with his subordinates in the town. Upon noticing Bosches, who was bandaged and appeared quite feeble, he expressed surprise. "Who injured you, Bosches? We shall avenge you." Bosches spat out a mouthful of blood and replied, "The executioner from the East Sea." Beside him, Poison Q weakly interjected, "Executioner? Wasn't that fellow's bounty still under 100 million? Bosches scoffed, "Humph, his strength far exceeds his bounty. Yet, I must admit, I was careless this time. Should we cross paths again, I will not let him escape so easily." Blackbeard responded, "Since his bounty is not over 100 million, it hardly merits our full attention. There are plenty of minor pirates in the Grand Line. Bosches, you may seek your own retribution." Bosches laughed heartily, "We ha ha ha. As you command, Captain." Little did he know, he had quietly caught the attention of the Blackbeard pirates. When the day comes that his bounty exceeds 100 million, he will undoubtedly face their formidable pursuit. As for who will ultimately prevail, that remains to be seen when their paths cross. Thud, thud, thud. This was Usopp diligently repairing the Going Mary. After enduring numerous battles, the vessel had sustained significant damage. Despite the crew's best efforts to safeguard her, regular maintenance was still necessary. Zoro remarked, "I didn't realize the Going Mary was in such disrepair. Usopp, why not replace her with a new ship?" Usopp, in response, hurled his hammer at Zoro, who deftly dodged it, and retorted, "Don't you dare forget how we acquired this ship." Zero approached the two, saying, "I have heard that some ships give birth to spirits. I wonder if the Mary would possess such a thing." Luffy, seemingly intrigued by this notion, scampered over, grinning widely as he listened, occasionally touching the hull of the Mary and inquiring about the whereabouts of the ship spirit. Zoro interjected, "A ship spirit? Don't be ridiculous. How could such a thing exist?" Usopp, meanwhile, murmured the word ship spirit repeatedly, taking a while before he picked up a new hammer to continue repairing the Mary, his movements unconsciously becoming more gentle than before. Unbeknownst to them, Zero suddenly nodded and smiled towards a certain direction, while the little red sparrow tilted its head. Perplexed by Zero's unexpected grin, the little red sparrow chirped, "Eek." With a gentle pat on its head, the little red sparrow squinted its eyes, seemingly relishing the moment. Upon reaching the location marked on the map, they were greeted by the sight of a resplendent palace, prompting exclamations of astonishment from the group. Usopp even remarked, "That Mont Blanc Correja must be incredibly wealthy." However, when he employed his observation Haki to scan the palace, he discovered merely a single wall facing them, with a small room behind it. He couldn't help but critique the owner for their stinginess in constructing only one side of the house. Subsequently, the group disembarked, moored their vessel nearby, and commenced their search for Correja, the eccentric old man whom Zero and Robin had inquired about in the town. During their search, Nami stumbled upon a storybook resting on a nearby post, featuring a protagonist named Mont Blanc Nolan, sharing the same surname as the individual they were seeking. Nami exclaimed, "What a fraud, Nolan." Zero was engrossed in the storybook when he suddenly glanced at Usopp, who immediately shouted, "That fellow is not me." "Zero, is that so? I thought it was you." "Usopp, I have already stated it was not me." He noticed that everyone's gaze was directed behind him and promptly turned around, only to witness Luffy being pulled into the water by a pair of hands. Being the closest, he hurriedly leapt into the water. Sanji also intended to jump in for a rescue, but in the next moment, a bare-chested man emerged from the water, launching an attack against him. Unexpectedly, despite firing several shots from his gun, he failed to hit Sanji. He then decided to engage directly, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly collapsed. Chopper rushed forward to examine him, while Luffy was saved by Usopp after the man's fall. On another note, Nami, Zero, was he stunned by your Conqueror's Haki just now? Zero shook his head. No, he fell down on his own. Nami, then how? Zero shrugged, indicating his own ignorance of the matter. Subsequently, they carried the unconscious man into the house, where Chopper conducted an examination and diagnosed him with decompression sickness, deducing that he must frequently dive into the sea, which had led to this affliction. Upon reflection, it became evident that the individual in question was indeed Kurikai, the very person they had been seeking. His incursion into the sea was likely motivated by a quest for evidence regarding the fabled land of gold once discovered by his ancestor, Norland. As the group deliberated over the man's circumstances, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance, none other than the leader of the salvage crew, the ape brother, whom they had previously encountered at sea. Due to the narrowness of the doorway and their imposing stature, the duo clamored to enter and inquire about Kurikai's condition. However, after Luffy admonished them to refrain from disturbing his rest, they fell silent, suddenly subdued. Once Luffy elucidated the situation, the two expressed immense gratitude for the aid provided to Kurikai and engaged in lively conversation with Luffy. After a brief interval, Kurikai finally regained consciousness. When Luffy inquired about the route to the Sky Island, Kurikai shook his head, indicating he was unaware. He then began to recount his tale concerning Norland and how he had arrived on this island. My interest in these narratives was minimal. My sole desire was to ascertain how to ascend to the Sky Island. Listening to Luffy's persistent questioning, Kurikai pondered for a moment before retrieving a slightly yellowed notebook from the bedside cabinet, stating, "This is Norland's diary from 400 years ago. You may find what you seek within its pages." Nami took possession of the diary, and as she encountered references to the likes of Wibba and Sky Fish, entities previously unknown to them, the members of the Straw Hat crew stared wide-eyed, filled with curiosity about such phenomena. If their initial skepticism regarding the existence of the Sky Island had lingered, it was now steadily giving way to belief. For the accounts presented were strikingly vivid and authentic. Chapter 81. Preparations before departure. Subsequently, Kurikai led the group outside, where he elaborated on the unique climatic conditions of this maritime region. Kurikai explained, at times, the sea can abruptly transition from day to night, a phenomenon caused by what is known as cumulonimbus clouds. If there truly exists a Sky Island, it is most likely situated above these clouds. Upon hearing this, Luffy and his companions were instantly exhilarated, finally receiving tidbits of information regarding the elusive Sky Island. Zero suddenly inquired of Kurikai previously. "We encountered a colossal silhouette upon the ocean, far larger than that of the Sea Kings. What do you believe it to be?" Kurikai replied, "I have indeed heard of such occurrences, but I suspect it may be a mirage caused by the peculiar climate of the Grand Line, which is known to trigger some extraordinary phenomena." Nami responded, "A mirage, perhaps? It is indeed a possibility." Zero expressed support for this assertion, as the vision at that time was exceedingly hazy, leaving the question of its veracity open to speculation. Ultimately, it remained a matter of conjecture, and further inquiries were not pursued. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were exuberantly urging everyone to hoist the sails and embark towards Sky Island, only to be reprimanded and subsequently beaten by Nami, which finally subdued their excitement. After addressing Zero's question, Kurokai continued, stating that to reach the clouds of Jiti, one could only navigate a specific upward ocean current. Nami interjected, astonished, "Is there truly an ocean current that ascends to the heavens?" Kurokai nodded and began to elucidate the principles of this maritime phenomenon, ultimately underscoring the peril inherent in such currents. Should they plummet from the sky, their vessel would be utterly obliterated. In an instant, Usopp, gripped by fear, clutched Zero's shoulder and implored, "Zero, please tell Luffy that we ought to abandon the journey to Sky Island. We might meet our demise." Zero pointed at Luffy, and Usopp glanced over, only to find Luffy's eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly oblivious to the words of others. In that moment, Usopp felt a wave of despair wash over him. Luffy exclaimed, "I want to go. I want to go." The little red bird chirped in response, and Chopper promptly translated, "It says not to worry, even if it falls. It has wings and can save Usopp." Usopp pondered, that seems possible? Yet, as he recalled the likelihood of the going merry escaping, he could not help but revert to a tearful state. The little red bird, confused, gently touched its head with its wings, unable to comprehend why its comforting words did not alleviate Usopp's distress. Subsequently, Kurikai mentioned the anticipated timing of the ocean current, expected to occur by tomorrow noon. Usopp, unable to contain himself, questioned, "Isn't this too coincidental? We just inquired about the information regarding Sky Island, and now you claim the current will appear tomorrow. Are you trying to deceive us?" "Zero, Usopp. Usopp, do not hinder me, Zero. I must unveil the true nature of this fellow." At that moment, Sanji emerged with the Monkey Brothers, carrying food and announcing that it was time to feast. Meanwhile, Kurisumi approached Usopp, engaging him in a discussion about the reasons behind the ocean currents and their anticipated appearance at noon the next day. Coincidentally, the hometown of the Monkey Brothers was currently experiencing a phenomenon known as the accumulation cloud, which, when calculated based on the frequency of 5 occurrences a month, suggested that the next event was likely to occur at noon tomorrow. It was indeed fortunate to encounter such a group of young individuals daring enough to pursue their dreams in one's lifetime. His tone was calm, his gaze indifferent, and his expression remained unchanged despite Usopp's skepticism. After listening, Usopp felt a pang of guilt for his earlier words, realizing they had been rather excessive. Ultimately, it was Nami who reminded him to apologize to Kurisumi, allowing them to move past the incident. As they joyfully made their way to the house, eager for a hearty meal, Zero suddenly called out to the group. "By the way, Uncle Kurisumi, you haven't mentioned where that upward current is located, have you?" Kurisumi replied, "It's just to the south of this island." He paused for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought, and urgently shouted to everyone, "Quickly, go find the southward seabird, or we shall be too late." Luffy and the others expressed their confusion, prompting Kurisumi to explain that the log pose only points to the next island, but the sea of the Grand Line often changes, making it difficult to maintain a fixed course. At such times, special measures are required to ensure that the ship does not veer off course. The southward seabird is one such creature that can assist ships in navigating southward. Kurisumi called for the Monkey Brothers to retrieve the bird-catching nets and instructed Luffy and the others, "Hurry and catch the southward seabird. I will work with the Monkey Brothers to modify your ship as quickly as possible so it can better adapt to the upward current. We only have one night, so move swiftly." Reluctantly, the group had to cancel the feast and ventured into the forest with their nets. Before they left, Kurisumi provided them with a golden model of the southward seabird to help them remember its appearance, briefly mentioning the golden bell, though time was too short for a thorough explanation. After Luffy and his companions disappeared from view, Kurisumi felt that a few more hands were necessary, so he summoned their subordinates to expedite the modifications on the Mary. As soon as they entered the forest, the sudden appearance of insects startled the Straw Hat crew, who quickly realized this was a manifestation of the southward seabird's unique abilities. Usopp and Zero split up to lead, utilizing observation Haki to swiftly pinpoint the exact location of the southward seabird. Subsequently, Robin employed her flower fruit powers to capture the southward seabird from the trees and brought it back. This convenient ability sparked great admiration among the group, and Usopp proudly raised his head, feeling immense honor in having mastered observation Haki. The next moment, Zero couldn't help but tease him. "You haven't even learned armament Haki yet, but you're boasting about observation Haki. What is there to be proud of? If an enemy attacks you in close quarters, won't you still be at a disadvantage?" Usopp. Zero did not mention to him that Usopp's awakening of observation Haki is indeed quite rare. Unlike the typical foresight of attacks, his observation Haki allows him to perceive objects at a remarkably long distance. This ability is shared with Van Oka, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, whose skills as a sniper align perfectly with such long-range vision. However, Zero believes Usopp still has room for improvement, particularly in terms of his character. Otherwise, excessive praise may lead to inevitable setbacks. Upon the return of Luffy and his crew, Kureha was astonished. After all, the Southbird possesses the ability to command numerous insects, and even those who were well acquainted with the Southbird found it exceedingly difficult to capture it within such a short time frame. Subsequently, Luffy and his companions had no chance to rest or partake in a meal, instead assisting Kureha and the Monkey Pirates in modifying the Mary. Ultimately, they completed the task before dawn the following day. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, they consumed a quick meal before succumbing to a deep slumber, ensuring a smooth departure the next day. Chapter 82. Bounty exceeds 100 million. After the Straw Hat crew and Kureha successfully remodeled the ship, the Blackbeard Pirates received news of new bounties. Bosch's Straw Hat Kid, 100 million berries. Roronoa Zaro, 60 million berries. That executioner has a bounty of 180 million? Blackbeard chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Their combined bounties amount to 300 million berries. They are already great pirates of the Grand Line. Let us go claim their heads. Bosch's exclaimed. We ha ha ha. Toxic Q chimed in. All right, Van Oka added. Luffy and his crew remain unaware that Blackbeard is hastening towards them, intent on exchanging their heads for the title of Warlord of the Sea. At this moment, they are preparing to board the Mary and head towards the location where the tidal current is set to erupt. After a night of relentless modifications, The Mary has been transformed into a completely new vessel. It is not only reinforced, but also equipped with wings on either side to assist in gliding. Regardless of their efficacy, Kureha and her crew genuinely harbored aspirations of sending the Mary soaring into the skies. As they prepared to set sail, Kureha arranged for the Monkey Brothers to dispatch 2 ships along with their crew, tasked with safely escorting the Mary to its designated location, which instilled a sense of security among Nami and the others. The tidal current is expected to emerge at noon. Please be prepared. The subordinates of the Monkey Brothers relayed the latest information to those aboard the Mary. Upon witnessing Luffy and his companions joyfully teasing the South Bird, they felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the Monkey Brothers offering some consolation, they might have leaped aboard the Mary to confront Luffy and the others. Luffy laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Look, its head can only face south. It can't look anywhere else. How amusing. Zero approached, captivated by the unique avian species of this pirate world. The South Bird exclaimed, "Oh." Chopper translated, "It has now turned its head, no longer providing you with guidance." As he spoke, the South Bird genuinely turned its head northward, only to inadvertently swivel back, eliciting peals of laughter from the group. At that moment, the South Bird suddenly let out a shriek directed at the little red sparrow perched on Zero's shoulder. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from the sparrow, it immediately ceased its antics and stood obediently on the railing, gazing ahead. The little red sparrow chirped, "Eek." The South Bird responded, "Oh." Once again, the crowd erupted in laughter. Unexpectedly, as they neared their destination, a dense bank of clouds materialized in the distant sky, and a massive vortex began to form on the ocean's surface. Instantly, the crew of the Monkey D. Luffy pirates communicated the news that the ominous cloud of the Emperor had appeared, urging the Straw Hat pirates to swiftly maneuver the Mary to alter its course towards the vortex. Nami remarked, "The log pointer is consistently directing us towards the cloud. The Sky Island must be situated above it." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits soared as they shouted to adjust the sails, propelling the ship towards the vortex with utmost speed. Before long, the vortex had fully formed, its diameter rivaling that of the enormous sea turtle they had previously encountered, and its depth was unfathomable. The center appeared as a gaping maw of darkness, resembling a monstrous beast poised to ensnare anyone who dared approach. In Zero's eyes, astonishment was palpable. After all, in the world he previously inhabited, one could at most behold waves towering several meters high. Such an extraordinary natural phenomenon was indeed a rarity. Were it not for his ability to briefly linger in the sky with a simulated moonwalk and his sufficient prowess for self-preservation, he might have, like Usopp and Chopper beside him, succumbed to terror. Subsequently, the crew of the Monkey Pirates extended a rope, compelling the Mary to align with the whirlpool's current, reiterating that as long as they did not alter course, they should be able to ride the tide. As the Mary finally entered the vortex, they halted their advance, offering the most heartfelt wishes to Luffy and his companions. The brothers of the Monkey Pirates declared, "You must reach Sky Island." Luffy responded with a resounding, "Thank you." Just as his words faded, a colossal sea creature emerged before the Mary, its length rivaling that of the ship several times over. Yet, even such a massive beast could not withstand the force of the whirlpool, being inexorably drawn into its depths, causing a fresh wave of fear to wash over those aboard the Mary. Usopp exclaimed, "Is there any way we can turn back now? This is terrifying." "Zero, what are you saying? Aren't you a valiant warrior of the sea? Are you truly frightened?" Usopp, to everyone's astonishment, as the Mary crossed the whirlpool, it suddenly emerged upon a remarkably tranquil surface, starkly contrasting with the surrounding tumultuous waves. Nami surveyed the area. It appears to be a precursor to the imminent eruption of the current, which is why the eye of the whirlpool has vanished. Zero reminded the others to brace themselves, lest they be unexpectedly thrown overboard by the surging tide. Little Red Sparrow exclaimed in surprise as they all grasped the nearby railing. Luffy stood dazed on the deck until Zero playfully tapped him on the head, prompting him to find a secure spot to hold onto as they awaited the impending current. At that moment, a voice called out, "Hold on, Executioner and Straw Hat Kid, I have come to claim your heads." Upon hearing this, they turned to identify the source of the proclamation. A man was aboard a rudimentary wooden boat, bobbing along the waves, accompanied by several companions. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami recognized him from their previous encounter in a nearby town. Robin remarked, "That person is Blackbeard." At that moment, realization dawned upon Luffy and his companions. He was indeed the target Ace had been relentlessly pursuing, and he too was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard proclaimed, "Do not flee, Straw Hat Kid. Executioner. Pirate Hunter, your bounty of 300 million is as good as mine." Haha. Bosch added, "We ha 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 ha. I have come to settle the score with you, Executioner." Nami inquired. "Zero, do you know them?" Zero shrugged nonchalantly, his tone tinged with indifference. Robin chuckled lightly, prompting Nami to cast a curious glance at the pair. Her mind racing with speculation about whether Zero and Robin were concealing something from her. Luffy, equally bewildered, failed to grasp why they had sought him out until Blackbeard revealed the bounty, which finally elicited a reaction from the crew aboard the Mary. Usopp exclaimed, "Luffy, your bounty is 100 million berries, and Zero's bounty is astonishingly high." Sanji interjected, "Let me see that. How infuriating that my bounty is nowhere to be found." Zoro remarked, "Only 60 million? It seems I still have a long way to go." Luffy declared, "Zero's bounty stands at 180 million, surpassing mine by 80 million. I refuse to accept this." Nami admonished them, "Do you not realize that a higher bounty equates to greater danger for us?" Zero, all right, it is what it is. Let it be, Nami. Chapter 83, The Abyssal Sea. As Zero spoke, a peculiar commotion stirred beneath the ocean's surface. Suddenly, the sea trembled, and the Mary, propelled by a powerful current, began to ascend. In an instant, the current erupted, forming a colossal column of water that shot skyward, piercing the clouds above and creating a gaping void. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, and the onlookers felt the world around them shift. Then, the Mary, riding this magnificent surge, soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's small wooden vessel was swiftly obliterated by the rising waters, leaving its crew to cling to a solitary piece of driftwood, adrift in the tumultuous sea. Luffy exclaimed, "Incredible! Truly astonishing!" Usopp cried out in fear, "Are we going to fall? Somebody save us!" The reactions of the crowd varied widely. Zero grasped Nami's hand firmly, preventing her from plummeting. Initially, he intended to pull Robin as well, but she had already anchored herself to the deck using her Hana Nomi powers, leaving him solely focused on the enchanting figure before him. Usopp exclaimed, "Something feels amiss. The ship seems to be veering away from this current. We might fall." Zoro added, "It truly appears we are on the brink of falling." Nami, upon hearing her companion's urgent calls, quickly pondered a solution. In the next moment, she surprisingly instructed them to raise the sails, harnessing the winds brought by the current to propel them toward Sky Island. "Zero, do not hesitate. Follow Nami's words." Having said that, Zero carefully placed Nami beside Robin. Once Nami was safely down, he leapt first to the base of the sail, and the others quickly joined forces to draw it down. Indeed, as the Mary left the current, the entire ship was propelled by the fierce winds, plunging into the clouds. "Zoro, hold on tight, everyone. Luffy, this is amazing. We're coming to Sky Island." Usopp, listening to the chorus of his companions' enthusiastic shouts. Zero felt a surge of excitement. His long-held yearning for Sky Island was now fully manifested as he joined in their jubilant cries. Finally, after breaking through a dense layer of mist, the Mary, carrying them all, ascended above the clouds and into the realm of the White Sea. Before them lay an expanse of whiteness, with only the sky above. The Mary floated mysteriously amidst a sea of clouds, continuously reshaping their perceptions of the world. "Sanji, is this the world above the clouds?" Luffy, "Ha ha ha, the Mary is actually floating on the clouds. How incredible!" Chopper, "Those clouds look like cotton candy." Zero, Sanji, "It seems that Chopper is feeling hungry." Chopper, "I'm not." Zero, Sanji, "Were you calling for me just now?" Zero, "Ha ha ha. Little red sparrow." Eek. It departed from Zero's shoulder, fluttering its tiny wings in circles, clearly displaying its delight. Nami gazed at the world around her, her eyes filled with astonishment. This must be the Sky Sea mentioned in the Nolan's notes. I never expected it to truly exist. Robin, indeed. This is my first encounter with such a place. Nami, however, she glanced at the compass needle and addressed the group, upon examining the direction indicated by the needle. "It appears that the Sky Island is not here. We are merely in the midst of the White Sea. Thus we must continue to ascend." Luffy, "I see. Let us proceed. We will find a way." At that moment, Usopp had already stripped off his shirt, preparing to leap into the sea of clouds for a spirited swim. Zero interjected, "Before you jump, are you certain you do not wish to check if there is an ocean beneath?" Usopp hesitated, then peered down at the sea of clouds. His observation Haki activated, revealing only thick layers of clouds. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and terrified, he jumped back onto the deck, hastily donning his clothes, and stammered, "What Sky Sea? That nearly cost me my life. It scared me to death." The little red sparrow returned, alighting once more on Zero's shoulder, and, witnessing Usopp's antics, it flapped its wings and chuckled, prompting Zero to uncontrollably join in the laughter. Usopp, you truly are boom. Suddenly, a colossal octopus surged forth from the sky sea, its tentacles poised to descend upon the Mary's deck when Zoro swiftly countered with his sword. The massive tentacle erupted like a balloon, and they immediately realized that the creatures inhabiting this sky sea had evolved to be remarkably lightweight, enabling them to hunt and survive in this environment. As for those that had failed to evolve, they had long since plummeted below. When the gigantic octopus emerged, it also brought with it several tiny fish that fell onto the deck, which they eagerly collected. Robin picked up a flat fish and examined it closely, remarking, "This must be what they refer to as sky fish, right?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Sanji had prepared a fish fillet, while Luffy was savoring this rare delicacy. "Luffy, this is delicious. This sky fish." "Sanji, indeed, it is exceptional. The texture differs from that of the fish below. We should take some with us." Zero approached, delicately picking up a piece of meat. As he savored it, he did not forget to offer a bite to the little red sparrow. "Let me taste. Oh, it's quite delightful. Sanji, prepare more." The little red sparrow chirped in agreement. "Eep." Sanji smiled. "You find it delicious too, right?" "Eep." The sparrow replied. "Very well, I'll fetch some more." Nami interjected. "How can you indulge in something not yet thoroughly examined?" "Indeed, it is rather good, quite delectable," Sanji exclaimed. "Since Nami-chan enjoys it, I shall prepare even more." Luffy chimed in. "Save some for me." As they relished this unique delicacy, the gentle breeze whispered around them, and the endless sea of clouds stretched before their eyes. Zero couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful!" It seemed that ever since arriving in this pirate world, he had been consumed by an insatiable desire to grow stronger, failing to truly pause and appreciate the wonders surrounding him. Even the islands they had previously visited were merely fleeting glimpses due to the constraints of time. Unlike this moment of complete relaxation and tranquility, Zero deeply engraves this feeling in his heart, as his body and mind seem to merge with the surrounding world, becoming increasingly ethereal. The little redbird tilts its head, seemingly sensing the changes in Zero, its eyes narrowing slightly, emitting a series of cheerful chirps, as if rejoicing in Zero's transformation. Suddenly, Chopper exclaims, "I see a ship. That ship has been destroyed and then vanished." The crowd looks over, and upon witnessing Chopper's panicked demeanor, they approach to inquire. To their astonishment, they spot a figure wearing a horned mask in the distant sea of clouds, rapidly approaching the Mary. Chapter 84. Unforeseen Calamity Whoosh. As the mysterious figure nears the Mary, he suddenly leaps, soaring from the clouds to the deck, charging toward Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, effortlessly repelling them with just a single punch and kick. Zero had yet to ponder how the three had become so feeble when the enigmatic figure shifted his assault, charging towards him. Instinctively, Zero unsheathed his sword, the Dragon of Terror, only to realize he struggled to summon strength, resorting to the use of his Conqueror's Haki. Boom. In an instant, an intangible pressure descended upon the mysterious adversary, forcing him from midair to the deck below. In that moment of descent, he lost all mobility, rendered completely immobile. As Chopper approached to assess the injuries of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, a figure suddenly materialized upon the railing of the Mary, clad in armor marked by numerous scars, with a peculiar large bird at his side, sporting a snowy beard. "I am the Sky Knight. To think you all managed to defeat it. You are no ordinary individuals," he proclaimed, followed by a flurry of praise that left everyone feeling somewhat bewildered. Usopp inquired, "What is this guy doing on the Mary?" Luffy remarked, "How strange." Nami questioned, "What happened to the three of you? Together, you couldn't overpower that individual, were it not for Zero." Robin pondered. Could it be due to the thinness of the air? The sensation of one's physical state is indeed, as Robin suggests, possibly affected by the novelty of this environment. The body has yet to fully acclimate. Following some recent exertion, vitality is gradually being restored. The Sky Knight spoke once more. "You must be Blue Sea dwellers. We are 7,000 meters above ground here, and it is typically quite challenging for Blue Sea inhabitants to adjust, not to mention the additional altitude of 10,000 meters above." Luffy exclaimed, "I seem to be recovering." "What did you say, old man?" The Sky Knight responded, "No way." Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji were also stretching their limbs, their expressions transforming into one of ease, evidently having regained their vigor, much like Luffy. The Sky Knight was somewhat astonished, for he had not anticipated such resilience in these individuals, capable of recuperating in such a short span, a rarity indeed. After a brief pause, he added, "I am a professional mercenary. You can hire my services for 500,000 IQ. What do you say? Are you interested?" Luffy inquired, 500,000 IQ? What is that? The Sky Knight was taken aback for a moment. Could it be you have come from that monstrous current? Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, he explained that the monstrous current was the towering column of water that had brought them here. He further mentioned that there were indeed alternative routes to reach this place, which would be comparatively safer. As for Iku, Zero speculated that it must be the circulating currency of the Sky Island, serving a purpose akin to that of berries, though he was uncertain of the value disparity between the two currencies. After all, 500,000 Iku for a single job seemed rather outrageous. Reflecting on berries, he recalled that although he had received rewards in berries for completing tasks on multiple occasions, he had not meticulously counted how much he possessed. It seemed the time had come to conduct a thorough reckoning. Perhaps then, he might even procure a devil fruit for his collection. Regarding the consumption of such items, Zero expressed that had he wished to indulge, he would have already begun gathering them. Yet, the thought of transforming into a landlubber or the inherent weakness against sea prism stone diminished his enthusiasm considerably. Luffy, it's all your fault, Nami exclaimed in exasperation, seizing Luffy by the collar and vigorously shaking him. She lamented that had it not been for Luffy, she would have had ample time to gather more intelligence and would not have needed to traverse such perilous routes to arrive here. Zero was indeed aware that there were alternative means to reach the Sky Island, yet he was oblivious to the specific routes, as the original narrative provided no such details. Ultimately, the only occurrence mentioned was Kaido leaping from the Sky Island, leaving no further information. Thus, he chose not to bring it up, unaware that this would lead to Luffy facing an undeserved calamity. Fortunately, Zero gazed upward, feigning ignorance, while the little red bird tilted its head in his direction, its sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity. The Sky Knight continued, I commend your bravery. I never anticipated you would arrive here by such means. In recent years, those who have ventured through the monstrous sea currents have largely met with misfortune. I must say, your fortune is quite remarkable. Luffy exclaimed, Nami, did you hear that? He is praising us. Haha. In response to Luffy, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Bang. Luffy lamented. Zero, where did that person go just now? Prompted by Zero, they hurriedly looked towards the spot where the enigmatic figure had fallen, only to find it empty. Upon a moment of reflection, it became apparent that he had silently departed from the merry ship. The Sky Knight remarked that Fellow's departure is of little consequence. He was never of great importance. Subsequently, he tossed forth a whistle and addressed the assembly. Originally, this would cost you 500,000 IK per use, but today, I offer it to you free of charge. Simply blow the whistle once, and I shall come to your aid. Zhang held the whistle in his hand. Sky Knight, my name is Confronting, and this is my companion, Pierre, who has consumed the mama fruit. Indeed, Pierre can transform into a Pegasus. Upon hearing this, the large bird beside him let out a resounding cry towards the sky, and before the eyes of the onlookers, it metamorphosed into the form of a Pegasus. However, when they beheld this creature, it appeared to deviate from the traditional depiction. Subsequently, Confronting mounted Pierre's back and soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight before the astonished crowd. Zero reflected momentarily, realizing that Confronting appears to be a significant character in the unfolding narrative, and his prowess is far more formidable than it initially seems, deserving of caution. At this juncture, Zoro suddenly inquired, did that fellow not mention that the Sky Island is above us? How shall we ascend now? They instinctively turned their gaze towards Nami. Nami shook her head. I am at a loss as well. Luffy interjected, we could simply summon that individual again for further inquiry, couldn't we? Nami replied, that is not feasible, Luffy. The whistle can only be utilized once, and it must be reserved for a moment of utmost importance. Zoro promptly stowed the whistle away in his pocket, declaring, I'll keep this safe for now. Luffy replied, all right then. Zero gazed at Luffy's expression, rendered speechless. Even as one of Luffy's earliest companions, there were times when I found it difficult to comprehend his thought process. He consistently managed to execute actions that others could scarcely fathom, with a sense of awe. It is undeniable that he is the most whimsical man in the world of One Piece. Subsequently, Chopper, peering through his telescope, discovered a distant location resembling a waterfall. Their initial reaction was skepticism, believing it was likely just a cloud formation mimicking a waterfall. Lacking a better destination, the group decided to investigate the area first, planning their next steps upon arrival. Chapter 85. All members wanted before long, they reached the waterfall location Chopper had mentioned, only to find that it was not merely an illusion as they had presumed. Rather, it was a genuine waterfall cascading from above. At that moment, Luffy suddenly spotted peculiar clouds and, driven by curiosity, extended his arm to touch them. To his surprise, his arm rebounded instantly upon contact, showcasing remarkable elasticity. His playful spirit awakened. He leaped onto the clouds, bouncing joyfully. Usopp and Chopper, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with envy and eagerly joined Luffy. Engaging in a delightful frolic together, Zero felt a slight inclination to join in the commotion, but in the next moment, Luffy suddenly shouted that there was a structure resembling a grand gate ahead. He then led Usopp and Chopper back to the ship, extinguishing any thoughts Zero had of ascending into the clouds. Robin seemed to perceive Zero's whimsical thoughts. She was taken aback that this man displayed such a childlike side, and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Zero shot her a glance, accompanied by the little red bird, which chirped in protest as if to echo his sentiments. Under Luffy's unreliable guidance, they twisted and turned until they finally reached the location of the gate, upon which the words Heaven's Gate were inscribed, prompting the crew aboard the Mary to indulge in fanciful musings. Usopp even speculated whether they had perished and arrived at this place. Zoro remarked, "It's possible. I wonder what lies within such a heavenly realm." Sanji mused, "I wonder if the food is any good." Usopp interjected, "Stop talking, you fools." Zero, "However, I must say, this place indeed resembles a paradise in the traditional sense. One might even encounter deities or angels." Sanji, "An angelic sister, perhaps? She must be exceedingly beautiful." Usopp, "Zero. Do refrain from embellishing the tale. I harbor a dislike for you all." Little Red Sparrow, "Eek." Zero chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed. Not only were there winged angels above, but also authoritative figures wielding godlike powers, reminiscent of the so-called paradise. The Mary entered through the gate, just as Zero had described. A winged old woman emerged from the adjacent pillar. However, her wings were so diminutive that they cast doubt on their authenticity, even if they were real. It seemed improbable that she could lift anyone off the ground. Luffy exclaimed, "There really is a winged old lady." Sanji questioned, "Is this how angels truly appear?" Usopp remarked, "Zero, your ominous predictions have come to fruition. The angelic old woman has indeed appeared." Zero shrugged, expressing his own innocence. Subsequently, the elderly woman introduced herself as a celestial overseer and inquired about the purpose of their presence. Upon hearing her mention that entry would require 1 billion ikes, they collectively questioned whether they had misheard. Nami asked, "If we lack that amount of ikes, can we still enter?" The elderly woman replied, "It is indeed possible to enter without money." Instantly, they felt a wave of relief. However, observing the peculiar expression on the elderly woman's face, Zero wished to remark on the old adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet, seeing the joy radiating from the others, he refrained from dampening their spirits, as he had no alternative to offer. Suddenly, Zero pondered the conversion rate between Bailey and Ik. If it wasn't too substantial, he might still have a bit of savings. Just as he contemplated inquiring, a pair of massive shrimp claws emerged from beneath the cloud sea, seizing the sides of the Mary and swiftly propelling it toward the entrance. The speed was akin to a wild stallion breaking free, as they rapidly ascended to the top of the waterfall. In fact, Zero's conjecture was quite accurate. The moment they departed, the little winged old woman turned, dialed a number, and informed someone of the Mary's arrival in the celestial realm, seemingly intent on putting a bounty on the Straw Hat crew. It could be inferred that their journey to the Sky Island was fraught with challenges. As the Mary breached the waterfall, the scene transformed into a smooth slide-like pathway, continuing to elevate the crew. At last, amidst a burst of white light, they broke through the barrier ahead and entered a new realm known as the Land of the Gods. Simultaneously, not far ahead, an island enveloped in green and white appeared. Presumably their intended destination, the Sky Island. On the deck, Zero suddenly sensed a gaze sweeping back and forth over him. No, it wasn't just him. It seemed the entire Mary, along with its crew, was exposed to this scrutiny upon their arrival in this place. Something about this atmosphere felt peculiar. Usopp suddenly spoke up, seemingly having sensed something as well, though he couldn't articulate the specifics. Zero immediately realized that this must be the ability of Enel, the ruler of the Sky Island, who had consumed the rumble fruit, endowed with an extraordinarily vast scope of observation haki. This type of observation haki, also referred to as the Heart Network, could envelop the entire domain of the Sky Island, starkly contrasting with Usopp's awakened form of observation haki. Enel, relying on the Heart Network and his identity as an ability user, had proclaimed himself a god. It is likely that he had already detected their presence upon their arrival in this place. Chopper asked, "Usopp, what's wrong with you?" Usopp replied, "Perhaps it's just nervous exhaustion. I constantly feel as though someone is watching me. Is there a ghost on the ship?" Chopper exclaimed, "A ghost. Little red bird. Eek." Chopper added, Little red bird, don't scare me too. Usopp laughed heartily. While they were still exchanging light-hearted banter, Zero had gently placed his hand on the hilt of the dragon's blade, remaining vigilant for any possible developments. After all, with his presence in this expedition to the Sky Island, it was uncertain whether Enel would strike at the Straw Hat crew in advance. To be frank, in the original storyline, Luffy's victory over Enel was significantly attributed to luck, as the powers of the Gum Gum fruit were exceedingly overpowered. In the world below, Enel's strength could rival that of Crocodile, and due to the capabilities provided by the Heart Network, his power might even surpass it. Thus, even if Zero were to confront Enel at this moment, it would be difficult to assert a definitive victory. Zoro had also noticed Zero's movements. However, instead of inquiring, he mirrored Zero's actions, placing his hand on the Wado Ikamanji, alert to their surroundings. Nami asked, Zoro, what's going on? She had noticed the expressions on their faces, but after her inquiry, the two exchanged a glance and shook their heads without uttering a word, leaving Nami somewhat perplexed. What was the situation with these two? Subsequently, the Mary docked near the Sky Island. Luffy took the lead and jumped down, while Usopp, forgetting his discomfort, leaped down alongside Chopper, playfully frolicking in the shallows. Sanji, while commenting on their immaturity, quickly changed his clothes and jumped in, leaving Zoro to look on in exasperation. Chapter 86. What feeling are you embracing? Zero leaped down with the little red sparrow. Upon standing atop the cloud-formed shallows, his expression displayed a hint of surprise. This soft sensation was indeed a rare experience. Oh! Nan witnessed the bird fluttering out from the cabin, soaring into the sky, followed by Nami, clad in a revealing swimsuit, whose alluring curves shone brilliantly under the sun. She leaped off the ship, landing perfectly in Zero's embrace. Upon seeing Nami's exquisite figure cradled in his arms, Zero's eyes widened in astonishment. Zero, what are you staring at? Nami inquired, her expression tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Though reluctant to let go, Zero gently set Nami down. You are quite the rogue. Nami playfully punched her chest before wandering off to frolic in the shallows. Zero gently touched his nose and, as he lifted his head, he happened to catch Robin gazing at him with a profound look. Why is he looking at me? When his gaze collided with Robin's, she averted her eyes to the book in her hands, as if the previous moment had never transpired. Zero, hey, Robin, are you coming down? Robin did not respond. Instead, she vanished from Zero's sight, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. Just as Zero was about to turn and follow Nami, Robin emerged, clad in an equally alluring swimsuit, and seemed poised to leap down towards him. Zero, wait. As he finished speaking, his hands instinctively caught Robin's delicate form. In that fleeting moment of contact, a sensation entirely distinct from that of Nami surged to the forefront of his mind. How soft. Robin, what does it feel like to hold me? Detecting the teasing undertone in Robin's words, Zero quickly realized the implication and hastily set Robin down. He instinctively glanced towards Nami's direction, but it appeared she was oblivious to the scene unfolding here. Zero, I said, Robin, your swimsuit. Robin, I forgot to buy one last time. This belongs to Nami, and it seems a bit small. Suddenly, Robin adjusted the straps of her swimsuit, fully revealing the inner curves before Zero. In an instant, he turned his head away, waving his hands as he said, let us go, and explore the island. His tone betrayed a hint of nervousness, which did not escape Robin's notice, prompting her to chuckle softly. That fleeting smile was nothing short of breathtaking. Luffy, hey, I found something that looks edible, but it's too hard to bite into. As Zero arrived beneath the tree, he was about to experiment with the dragon's might to see if he could pry open the mysterious object when, suddenly, a melodious sound of a piano filled the air. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the enchanting music and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. Her golden hair cascaded down like willow leaves, her skin radiant and fair. And behind her, akin to the elderly woman they had encountered earlier, sprouted a delicate pair of wings. Sanji's eyes transformed into red hearts. This must surely be an angel. She approached, taking the coconut from Luffy's hands, expertly carving a hole in the center with a small knife. Skillfully, she extracted a straw and handed it back to Luffy, all the while introducing herself as Cornus. Beside her was a petite white fox, whom she also introduced as Cece. Luffy exclaimed, this is delicious. Usopp chimed in. Let me try as well. It truly is delightful. Chopper eagerly added, I want some too. The little red bird chirped. Eep. Seeing this, Zero decisively swung his knife at the tree, and before long, several large coconuts tumbled down, providing them with a delightful feast. This spectacle intrigued Cornus, who cast curious glances at Zero, as if trying to discern something about him. At that moment, a voice called out, Hey, Cornus, belly button. Startled, Cornus turned to the source of the voice, a figure approaching from a distance, and replied, Father, belly button. Luffy responded, belly button? Zero. This should be their way of greeting, right? Nami, intrigued by the vehicle beneath Konis's father, inquired about it, and learned it was called the Wibera. Nami recalled that this Wibera was mentioned in the notes of Nolan, as the Sky Ocean, Sky Fish, Wibera, and others appeared before them. It seemed that the so-called lies of Nolan were gradually taking shape in reality. Soon, Konis's father approached the group. He introduced himself as Pagaya and welcomed the Straw Hat crew, inviting them to visit his home. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy was atop the Wibera, eager to test his ability to control it. However, he mismanaged it and plummeted into the sea of clouds below. With an expressionless face, Zoro remarked, I wonder if this sea of clouds affects those with abilities? Sanji replied, Who knows? It seems different, doesn't it? Luffy, Chopper shouted, leaping down without remembering he was also a devil fruit user. The sea posed a threat to those with abilities, and after a while, there was no sign of him. They hastily set out to rescue both him and the reindeer, finally managing to drag them to shore. Sanji exclaimed, You fool, Luffy. Zoro added, Chopper. Could you refrain from causing us trouble? Luffy, gulp, gulp. Chopper, gulp, gulp. Zoro ascended to observe the situation of the two individuals, confirming that all was well, and then shook his head, remarking, You should indeed exercise more caution. The ocean exerts its restraining influence on those possessing abilities due to the presence of sea prism stone. These clouds, clearly formed from evaporated seawater, naturally contain a portion of it, thereby affecting those with powers as well. Usopp exclaimed, So that's how it is. Zero. You are incredibly knowledgeable. Sanji added, No wonder they transformed so dramatically upon jumping into the sea. It's for this reason. Robin cast a surprised glance at Zero, not expecting him to possess such understanding, which piqued her interest in him even further, as Pagaya reiterated the difficulty of maneuvering the winged beast. He turned to find Nami already riding it, soaring joyfully across the sea of clouds. Her dexterous piloting skills were far from those of a novice, leaving everyone in awe. Konis remarked to Luffy, Operating the winged beast requires a solid understanding of wind direction and weather conditions. Even I took a considerable amount of time to master it. Your companion is truly impressive. Luffy, feeling a mix of envy and admiration for Nami's swift adeptness, could not help but exclaim, What's so great about it? Humph. Hey. Old man, can I have another turn on the winged beast? Hearing Nami's voice echoing from the sea of clouds, Pagaya nodded with delight and called out loudly for her to ensure her safety. Zero, I shall accompany you to ensure no unforeseen incidents occur. Having spoken, he swiftly ascended into the sky using the moonwalk technique. In mere moments, the onlookers could scarcely perceive a diminutive black dot. Chapter 87. Capturing the High Priest Cornus guided Pagaya to lead Luffy and his companions to their dwelling, sharing insights about the various shells and their functions. For instance, the sound shell could record and replay sounds, while the wind shell stored wind, enabling numerous feats through its propulsion. The primary power of the Wabeo was derived from the wind shell. The heat shell could emit flames, as evidenced by their kitchen, which utilized it for cooking. Additionally, there were luminous lamp shells, leaving everyone in awe, as they remained enthralled by the wondrous experiences afforded by the shells. Sanji entered with food and inquired about Nami and Zero's whereabouts. Usopp replied, Nami rode out on the Wabeo, and Zero followed suit. Fear not, with Zero present, all shall be well. Sanji lamented, He-s alone with Nami? Had I known, I would have joined them. How envious. At that moment, Pagaya suddenly confided in Cornus. I have a foreboding sense. Cornus echoed his sentiment. I too, father. The others inquired about the matter, prompting Cornus, with Pagaya's consent, to explain. There exists a taboo region near this island, known as the Island of Gods, Appiato. Approaching that island incurs divine punishment. The mention of God led them to exchange knowing glances. Cornus continued, The Sky Island is governed by deities. In their realm, we are ever under their watchful gaze, with no hope of escape. Instantly, Sanji and the others grasped that upon their arrival, they had likely caught the attention of that deity, particularly Usopp, who suddenly understood the source of his discomfort, presumably linked to his observation Haki. Then, as if struck by a realization, Cornus' countenance grew grave. If one inadvertently trespasses into Appiato, there is no return. For the High Priest will mete out punishment to intruders. I hope your companions refrain from such actions. Sanji, filled with concern, exclaimed, Curse it. I wonder how Nami is faring now, and there is no word from Zero. I must retrieve Nami. Zoro reassured him, Worry not, She is not a reckless woman. And Zero is with her. Luffy, seemingly fixated since earlier, repeatedly declared, "The Island of Gods sounds fascinating. I wish to explore it. Adventure awaits." Usopp shook Luffy's shoulder. "Hey, Luffy. Do not entertain dangerous thoughts." He turned to Zoro and Robin. "You both come and talk some sense into Luffy." Robin replied, "I too feel a desire to see it." Ultimately, disregarding Usopp's protests, they resolved to venture to Appiato in search of Nami and Zero. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Nami had already arrived at the Island of Gods, Appiato. This isle appeared ancient, with towering trees that must have taken centuries to reach such heights, leaving even Nami astonished. At this juncture, Nami perceived a sound, redirecting the Wabeo toward the interior canal. Unbeknownst to her, the island represented a perilous fate. Had she known of the potential divine retribution that awaited her, she would have turned back without hesitation. Before long, Nami approached a small boat, slowing the Wabeo as she leaped aboard. What a dramatic breach. What could have attacked this vessel, and where is everyone? She picked up a shell, hearing a voice emanate from within. Curiosity piqued, she pressed the protruding tip. And a haunting recording played. "Flee with the treasure. The god shall not spare us. The god is coming." From the audio, it was inferred that they had come seeking riches, only to face dire consequences from the entity referred to as God. After absorbing the chilling message, Nami froze, an eerie sensation coursing through her. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. "Nami, ah!" She instinctively cloaked her fist in Haki and spun to strike, only to have her wrist grasped in an instant. Zero? Upon recognizing the figure behind her, she embraced Zero tightly, burying her face in his chest. Her arms wrapped around his waist in a fierce hug. "What troubles you, Nami?" Zero's mind wandered somewhat, yet the occasion was evidently ill-suited for romantic discourse. He gently pried Nami's hand away and inquired with genuine concern. "Nami, this island seems somewhat amiss." Upon hearing the hint of fear in her voice, Zero reached out to pat her back. The contact felt slightly slick, yet he maintained his previous expression, comforting Nami while surveying their surroundings. "This must be the island of God ruled by Enel," he mused. "Little Red Bird, go take a look." Not long after Little Red Bird ascended, a sudden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking a spot not far from the two. They exchanged glances. Despite her fear, Nami nodded resolutely. Thus, they prepared to approach the site and discern what had transpired. Upon their arrival, they overheard 7 inhabitants of the Blue Sea. Just then, another voice emerged, indicating that a discussion was underway. Nami gestured for Zero to remain silent and attentively listened to their conversation. Zero, within his own recollections, believed these individuals to be the subordinates of Enel, known as the priests. After all, aside from them, there were few others who would appear so brazenly on this island of the gods. Moreover, Zero recalled that they seemed to possess the ability known as Kenbunchika Haki, or the observation Haki, which enabled them to sense their surroundings. Being so close, they must have noticed something, rendering eavesdropping futile. Although he was unaware of why these priests acted as if the two of them were non-existent, Zero adhered to Nami's instructions and obediently stood behind Wibia. Yet, he found it difficult to remain still, occasionally grasping Nami's small hand to tease it or scratching his palm. Were it not for the knowledge that he was under the watchful gaze of Enel's observation Haki, he might have sought more than mere amusement. After a while, as the priests departed, Nami turned her head, casting a reproachful glance at Zero, her ears tinged with a noticeable flush, though she refrained from any overt actions toward him. "Zero, we must leave at once. We may already be wanted by them. We need to inform Luffy." "Understood." With that, Nami mounted Wibia and departed ahead, while Zero followed suit after Little Red Sparrow returned to his shoulder. It soon dawned on him that had he captured the priests, their troubles would have been significantly diminished. However, seeing Nami grow increasingly distant, he had no choice but to set that thought aside. As they approached Angel Beach, the location of the Going Merry, they beheld Luffy and the others encircled by a group of individuals donning white berets. Like conies, these natives sported a pair of white wings on their backs, clearly identifying them as inhabitants of this realm. Usopp, noticing the arrival of the two, suddenly called out, "Nami, you have finally returned. We can resolve this predicament with 700,000 berries. You must have that amount, right?" Zero sensed an impending crisis and instinctively glanced at Nami, only to discover her expression had darkened. Without hesitation, she accelerated, and before Zero could react, Nami collided with the leader of the opposing group. Bang! The man collapsed, unable to rise. Some of his subordinates rushed over to provide assistance, while others confronted Nami. Despite her repeated apologies, they remained relentless in their accusations. Ultimately, It was Gaia who stepped forward to calm the situation, suggesting they first assess the captain's injuries. This prompted a temporary cessation of hostilities, and they proceeded to carry their captain away on a stretcher, moving cautiously from the scene. Zero inquired of Robin, "What is the situation with this group?" Robin replied, "I am uncertain. They appear to be the enforcement troops from the Sky Island." Usopp exclaimed, "Nami, how did you suddenly collide with us? Our transgressions have now intensified. We are in deep trouble." Nami said, "I apologize. Upon hearing so much Berry, I instinctively felt it was unfair, and then As Zero overheard their conversation and was about to mention his own modest savings, Cornus suddenly interjected, suggesting that they might face the dire punishment of exile. Upon hearing this, Usopp fainted immediately. The group adorned in berets reappeared. Their leader threateningly declared, "It is too late for you to escape. It would be wise to surrender, criminals." Noticing the connection between Cornus and the two individuals, Gaia and the Straw Hat crew, he added that should they choose to shield them, they too would face the harsh penalty of exile. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with tension. "Listen, apprehend them all," commanded the leader. Yes, the beret-wearing squad drew their bows, poised to attack Luffy and his companions. Without hesitation, Zero stepped forward, his eyes wide, and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Buzz! Crack! 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 One by one, they collapsed, their eyes rolling back. The leader, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, was knocked unconscious by an unforeseen fist. Luffy had finally taken action. Cornus exclaimed, "How could this be?" Gaia responded, "They dare to confront the enforcement team." The father and daughter exchanged glances and instinctively retreated, distancing themselves from Luffy's group to avoid being implicated. After a moment, the captain groggily regained consciousness and, before departing, uttered a foreboding remark. "The beret squad has been the most lenient. Brace yourselves for the divine punishment from the priest of Appiato." "How bothersome," Luffy muttered. Rubber, no." With a resounding thud, the captain was sent flying, prompting Cornus and Gaia to retreat even further. Subsequently, the group engaged in fervent discussions about their journey to the divine island of Appiato, with only Luffy and Nami expressing their opinions. Then, unable to contain himself, Zero remarked, "By the way, the divine island has existed for so long. It must have accumulated a wealth of treasures, right?" Nami's ears perked up, and she dashed towards the Mary, shouting at an incredible speed, "Everyone, hurry. We're heading to that divine island to seize the treasures and then leave this place, quickly, quickly." The others responded, with a playful smirk. Zero couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between Nami's usual composed demeanor and her current, money-hungry enthusiasm. Seizing the moment, he swiftly scooped her up in his arms and, employing the moonwalk technique, they leapt into the air, landing gracefully on the deck of the Going Merry. As Luffy contemplated returning to the ship, he abruptly turned back, recalling, "Hey, old man, could I pack some of that food to take with me?" "Of course," replied Pagaya cheerfully. Sanji chimed in, "In that case, I'll join you. I'm quite adept at presentation." Usopp added, "Hey, old man, do you have any ship repair parts? I'd like to take some off your hands." Pagaya readily agreed, and the three of them followed him to his abode, while the others boarded the ship. As they awaited their return, Coney suddenly appeared at the ship's base. Zero noticed her arrival and welcomed her aboard. Coney's then informed them, "If you're heading to God Island, I know a shortcut. Allow me to share the route." Nami reflected for a moment, recalling that she had previously traversed that path, and politely declined Coney's offer. "No need, Coney's. I know the way. Thank you." Surprised by Nami's refusal, Coney's expression shifted, which did not go unnoticed by Robin and Zero, who exchanged glances. Coney's continued, "In that case, remember to stow the anchor. It's best to do it early. After all, this area lacks a seabed." Nami nodded and instructed Chopper to transform and retrieve the anchor, which seemed to lighten Coney's mood. Once she departed the Going Merry, Robin remarked to Nami, her words were rather odd. Initially, she avoided discussing God Island, even expressing fear. Now, she offers us a shortcut? Nami shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Our goal is to go there regardless. Whatever she says won't alter our plans." "That's true," Robin conceded. Chopper asked, "Nami, are we really going to take the treasure and leave? I've heard that deity is quite fearsome." "Don't worry. We have several strong fighters on board, and we've already defeated one of the 7 warlords. Stealthily taking the treasure under the deity's nose will be a piece of cake." "That's reassuring," Chopper responded. Zoro interjected, "I'm not going to fetch treasure just for you." "Oh, are you sure? Don't forget, you still owe me money," Nami retorted. "Since when?" Zoro replied, perplexed. Meanwhile, Zero listened to their banter, his observation Haki discreetly extending. He recalled that after Koni's departure, a super-fast shrimp would transport them to the sacrificial altar of God Island. Indeed, he sensed a massive creature swiftly approaching the Going Merry, followed by a pair of sturdy shrimp claws emerging from the clouds, clasping the sides of the ship and hoisting it onto its back as it departed rapidly. Chapter 89, Armed Assault. Nami exclaimed, "What's happening? Why is our ship?" At that moment, she became aware of a colossal shrimp-like creature beneath the Going Merry, propelling the vessel and its occupants swiftly in a particular direction. Chopper dashed frantically across the deck, while Zoro suggested they jump into the clouds, asserting he could manage alone on the ship. Just as he prepared to leap onto the back of the super-fast shrimp, Zero intervened to stop him. "Zero, wait a moment, Nami, take a look at this moving direction. It appears to resemble the route we previously took to Appiato." Nami glanced thoughtfully. It indeed seems to be the case. "Robin, so, is this entity below currently assisting us?" Zero shook his head, and his words stirred Chopper's previously calmed emotions once more. "Not necessarily. It is also possible that we may be delivered directly before some deity. As for the exact location, that remains unknown." Zoro drew his sword. "Why not simply eliminate them?" Zero gestured for him to look back. Behind the ultra-fast shrimp, a swarm of serpentine creatures pursued them relentlessly, refusing to let go. Robin completed Zero's unspoken words. "I fear that even if we defeat them, we will still face other traps ahead." Nami replied, "In that case, what shall we do?" "Zero, first, let us observe where they intend to lead us. We shall devise our plans upon arrival." "Zoro, it matters not. I shall simply cleave that deity in twain." Chopper, Usopp, Luffy, Sanji hastened to our rescue. In Angel Beach, within the cottage of Pagaya, Luffy and his companions noticed that the Merry had departed, its bow directed toward them, rapidly traversing the cloud sea, propelled by a creature known as the super-fast shrimp. Initially, Luffy presumed that Nami intended to abandon them in search of treasure. However, Pagaya informed them that this was a trial bestowed by the divine. To rescue their companions, they must journey to Appiato and face the deity's challenge. Coincidentally, Luffy and his friends were already en route to Appiato, so they welcomed the trial with enthusiasm. Luffy, in particular, was exhilarated until Sanji delivered a stern reprimand to calm him down. At that moment, Cornus stepped forward, offering the trio a shortcut to Appiato and revealing that they could find a vessel there. The three of them set off with delight. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a locale known as Lovely Avenue. As they walked down the street, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted ways, allowing the four to pass unhindered. Luffy perceived the people as quite polite, yet Sanji sensed an unease, noting the strange glances directed at them. When he voiced his concern, Luffy remained oblivious, and they continued onward. Eventually, they reached a dock filled with vessels, many equipped with wind sails, which reignited Luffy's excitement. He even set his sights on one particular ship. Regrettably, the vessel Cornus had provided was the Chromaru, which, despite being fitted with wind sails, paled in comparison to the one Luffy had chosen, leading him to sulk. Once again, Sanji's nurturing instincts kicked in, prompting Luffy to apologize to Cornus and accept the reality that they would have to search for Nami aboard the Chromaru. As the trio prepared to embark, Luffy suddenly inquired of Cornus, "What's wrong? Why are you trembling?" Cornus's expression froze, her eyes widening in shock as she realized she had inadvertently revealed a flaw. Sanji and Usopp also detected the tension in the air and regarded Cornus with concern. They did not question Luffy's words. Despite his frequent unreliability, his instincts were often spot on. After a moment of hesitation, Cornus divulged the truth. Her fervent efforts to escort them stemmed from a fear of their potential escape. Upon confessing, she collapsed onto the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping. The onlookers, upon hearing Cornus's words, turned pale and began to retreat, as if anticipating a great terror about to unfold. Luffy shouted at Cornus, "If you're so scared, why reveal this?" Even Luffy, usually oblivious, grasped that in this realm under divine surveillance, any act of betrayal could lead to dire consequences. But it was too late. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the sky, akin to a monstrous beast growl, followed by a colossal beam of light descending toward Cornus. In a split second, Luffy dashed in front of her, his fist enveloped in armament Haki, aiming to strike at the ominous light as if to shatter the divine judgment. Did he intend to defy the will of the gods? The thought flickered through Cornus's mind just as Luffy yelled, "Sanji." Without hesitation, Sanji too cloaked his legs in armament Haki, bracing himself against the ground, and unleashed a flurry of kicks. creating an array of afterimages as he charged fearlessly toward the divine lightning. As the thunderbolt neared, Luffy declared, "Gum gum," while Sanji shouted, "Neckmeat! Armament overdrive!" A tremendous explosion resonated, filling the air with blinding light, obscuring the outcome of their clash. Meanwhile, Usopp had swiftly moved Cornus to safety, both watching intently as the brilliance faded to reveal two figures emerging from the shadows. Usopp exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful! I knew they could do it." Cornus murmured in awe, "Incredible! They resisted the divine." The crowd gasped, astonished that even the omnipotent deity could not harm them. Some began to flee, murmuring about the impending wrath of the gods and the need to escape swiftly. Yet, Luffy remained unaware of their actions, standing resolutely with his hands clasped around his wrists, his eyes burning with determination as he proclaimed, "It seems that this so-called god is not invincible." As Luffy and Sanji combined their strength to repel the divine lightning, an elder riding a celestial horse descended from the heavens, landing before them. It was Gofur, whom they had encountered upon their arrival. He gazed at the duo with surprise, exclaiming, "You two possess remarkable strength. You managed to withstand Eneru's attack." Luffy responded, "It's you, that peculiar old man." Gofur, momentarily speechless, addressed them, "Leave the girl to me. She has now caught Eneru's attention and is in danger. I will protect her." Usopp expressed his gratitude. "Thank you immensely." Sanji added, "Your timing is impeccable. You've resolved a significant dilemma for us." Gofur remarked, "However, judging by your earlier struggle, withstanding that attack was no easy feat. Eneru's capabilities extend far beyond that. Are you certain you wish to proceed to Appiato?" Without hesitation, Luffy affirmed, "Of course. We must rescue our comrades. We fear no god." Observing the determination on Luffy's face, Gofur found himself believing in the young man's words and began to anticipate what further feats he might accomplish. In the original narrative, Luffy and his companions had not withstood the divine lightning. Had it not been for Gofur's timely intervention, Cornus's life would have been in peril. However, due to Zero's interference, Luffy and Sanji's combined efforts triumphed over the divine bolt, altering Gofur's perception of the Straw Hat crew. Subsequently, Gofur escorted Cornus away, while Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp set sail aboard the Chromaru, heading toward the divine island of Appiato. Upon their arrival, the Merry, carrying Zoro and the others, also entered the divine island. Arriving at a location reminiscent of an altar, Zero leapt directly from the vessel, surveying the vicinity of the altar, failing to uncover any clues. He returned to the ship just in time to overhear Chopper inquiring about the altar to Nami and Robin. "Chopper, what is the purpose of the altar?" "Nami, it was once used for the worship of the celestial deities, where offerings and similar items would be placed." "Chopper, offerings?" "Robin, we are considered living offerings." "You know Chopper." "No way." "Zero, I must say, Chopper, your courage appears to be rather lacking." "Chopper, in no way. I aspire to be a brave warrior of the sea, just like Usopp." Suddenly, a little red bird chirped beside Chopper. Eek! Startled, Chopper tumbled down the staircase, teetering on the brink of plummeting into the Cloud River when a pair of arms miraculously appeared, catching him just in time. That was perilously close. He finally relaxed. But upon turning his head, he was confronted by a gigantic sky shark leaping from the Cloud River, its jaws aimed directly at him. "Aya!" Clang! A flash of blade light erupted from the Merry, slicing the sky shark cleanly in two. Nami and Robin instinctively glanced towards Zero, but he merely pointed at Zoro, who was calmly sheathing his cursed sword, his expression serene. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Zoro, congratulations. You have taken another step towards becoming a great swordsman." Zoro replied, "Oh, come on. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. I must continue to strive harder." "Zero, in that case, shall we engage in a contest to see who can vanquish my hawk first?" Zoro, ha. I couldn't ask for more. Observing Zoro's fierce determination, Zero felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In truth, Zoro had always been the individual he admired most in the previous world. After all, during numerous crises, it was Zoro who rose valiantly to turn the tide. Moreover, within the female circles, Zoro boasted the largest fan base, a testament to the strength he had forged through sheer capability, underscoring the immense allure of his character. At that moment, Chopper, still trembling with trepidation, climbed aboard the Going Merry and collapsed onto the deck. A little red bird flitted above Chopper's head in circles, prompting him to glare at it in annoyance. "Little red bird, you are so mean." "No, I'm not scared at all. No." Amidst the commotion between the deer and the bird, the other four noticed, to their dismay, that a multitude of empty sharks had gathered around the altar, circling it as if intentionally confining them there. Nami, what should we do? There are more and more sharks. Zoro, this is a bit troublesome. Dealing with them one by one will consume too much time. We must at least hold out until sunset. Zero, this is perfect. As soon as he finished speaking, the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, enveloping the altar and the surrounding cloud river. The schools of below remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, rolling over to expose their bellies, and instinctively floated above the clouds, seemingly losing consciousness. The further away, upon noticing the calamity around the altar, reacted like startled birds, swiftly retracing their steps with far greater speed than before. Chopper exclaimed, "Zero, you are amazing." His eyes sparkled with wonder, astonished that something he feared so much could be effortlessly subdued by Zero. Zoro couldn't help but add, "This Conqueror's Haki is truly remarkable. It's a pity I cannot master it." Zero, that may not necessarily be the case. There are individuals who awaken their Conqueror's Haki later on. In my view, apart from Luffy, you are the one most likely to possess it. Zoro, could I as well? Luffy possesses it too? Chopper, Luffy can awaken Conqueror's Haki? Nami, that fool can too? At midnight, Zero nodded and continued, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki shows signs of awakening. Yet it merely awaits the right opportunity. Zoro, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of his own awakening of Conqueror's Haki, prompted Zero to cease his elaboration. After all, even within the original narrative, it would take Zoro at least 2 years to initially reveal his Conqueror's Haki in the battle against Kaido's pirate crew. Despite Zero's intervention, awakening still required considerable time. After dealing with the group of air sharks, they found the Mary stranded on the altar, unable to navigate the river. Zoro proposed to explore the surroundings, unwilling to remain idle. If fortune favors me, I shall confront that deity and eliminate him. Nami questioned, "Aren't you afraid?" Zoro replied, "What is there to fear? I neither pray nor believe in gods. If my life is threatened, I shall simply cut them down." Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zoro is truly impressive. Laughter erupted from Zero. Truly, Zoro possesses remarkable courage. Count me in. Nami inquired, "Zero, do you intend to join as well?" Zero, I feel as though my time is squandered here. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore the surroundings, lest our visit be in vain. Who knows? We might even uncover treasures. Haha. Nami. Chapter 91. The secret to success lies in observation naturally. Upon hearing Zero utter the word treasure, it became an obsession for him, clamoring to accompany Zero. With no choice but to concede, Zero agreed. Robin remarked that this altar had been in existence for over a millennium, meriting a thorough exploration of its historical significance. Clearly, her inner archaeologist was piqued with curiosity. Thus, the crew aboard the Mary split into 2 teams, one comprised of Zoro, Zero, Nami, and Robin, who ventured into the heart of God Island to gather intel, while Chopper remained on the ship to repair the Mary. As for the little red bird, Zero decided to leave it on board to keep Chopper company, for without it, Chopper might become too frightened to act. To ensure safety, Zero entrusted Chopper with the whistle previously acquired from Gonfor, instructing him to use it only in critical situations, to which Chopper solemnly nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Robin utilized her powers to lower the vines from the tree, allowing Zoro to grasp one and leap from the deck to the opposite bank of the river. After receiving the returning vine, Robin followed suit. Upon their arrival on the far side, seeing Nami hesitating, Zero swiftly lifted her and, with a series of graceful leaps, joined the others, gently setting her down. Robin quietly remarked, "Had I known, I would not have followed Zoro over." "Zoro, what are you saying, Robin?" Robin smiled, yet her expression left Zoro somewhat perplexed. As the 4 vanished into the lush jungle, Chopper suddenly realized that aboard the Mary, it seemed he was the sole occupant. No, just a solitary deer. Chopper's expression transformed dramatically as he screamed, "Ah, it turns out I am the most vulnerable one." At that moment, the little red bird flapped its wings and perched atop his head. "Oh, little red bird, are you saying I can relax with you around?" "Chirp. Okay. I suppose that will have to suffice. I thank you for your company." "Chirp. Hee hee hee." Revitalized, Chopper gathered his tools, preparing to mend the damaged areas of the Mary. Meanwhile, as they began their exploration around the altar, Luffy was navigating the Cloud River, encountering a series of traps that led them to a segment called the entrance to the trial gate. Initially, Usopp and Sanji hesitated in choosing which trial to undertake, but under Luffy's insistence, they entered the ball trial. To their astonishment, after traversing a dark tunnel, they faced a sudden drop in the Cloud River. causing the crow's nest to plummet from midair. Fortunately, the river below cushioned their fall, sparing them from disaster. As they continued onward, the trio discovered countless white orbs floating in the air, seemingly crafted from clouds. Gurgle, the sound of Luffy's hunger echoed. Luffy, Sanji, bring out the bento. I'm starving. Sanji, no, we must wait until we find Nami and the others. Luffy, I don't care. I'll get it myself. Realizing he couldn't argue with Luffy, Sanji allowed him to indulge. Usopp, seeing this, joined in, and they began to feast. As they ate, a cloud orb floated into their vicinity. Usopp instinctively used his observation ability and was taken aback by what he saw inside. Usopp, a snake. It's a snake. While Luffy remained puzzled, the orb suddenly burst open, revealing a thick cloud serpent that lunged at him. Fortunately, Luffy managed to kick it away. Usopp promptly stood up and began scanning the surrounding cloud orbs with his observation power, discovering a plethora of bizarre items within, including what appeared to be miniature bombs. He shouted, Sanji, Luffy, be careful not to touch those cloud orbs. They're all traps. Luffy, what? Traps? Sanji, there are cloud orbs blocking our path ahead. Usopp, they're bombs. Dodge them. Hastily, Sanji steered the ship to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster and exhaling a sigh of relief. Usopp, Sanji, don't let your guard down. The cloud orbs are closing in. Sanji, damn it, I'm just a cook, not a helmsman. Luffy, I'll just knock them all away. Usopp, no? I can't be sure how many bombs there are. If you hit one, it could flip the crow's nest. As Usopp warned, if Luffy struck a bomb and exceeded a certain number, the resulting explosion would spell doom for the three aboard the ship. Sanji, is this what the ball trial entails? What a hassle. Suddenly, Usopp exclaimed, who asked that? Sanji and Luffy turned to follow Usopp's gaze and spotted a rotund figure in white standing atop one of the cloud orbs. The figure appeared surprised, as if it hadn't anticipated their quick discovery of the true purpose of the orbs. He clapped his hands in appreciation, declaring, I am Shadley, one of the 4 divine officials and the overseer of the ball trial. Your skills are impressive. It has been ages since I encountered anyone capable of seeing through these orbs. However, Shadley's tone shifted. The ball trial is renowned for its mere 10 survival rate, and it shall not be so simple for you to pass. As he spoke, the cloud orbs, unbeknownst to them, began to close in on the crow's nest. Suddenly leaping towards Luffy, Luffy extended his arm, only to find that Shadley had seemingly predicted his attack. Dodging effortlessly before lunging at Luffy, palm aimed directly at his face. Boom. A sudden shockwave erupted from Shadley's hand, sending Luffy crashing into a nearby tree, where he fell limply. Sanji, Luffy. He charged at Shadley. Yet, like Luffy, his assault failed to connect, and Shadley exploited the opening, directing his palm at Sanji's face. Boom. Sanji landed beside Luffy, the force of the impact rendering them both momentarily dazed. Usopp, Sanji, Luffy. He was astonished that they had been bested so quickly, unbeknownst to him. While he was momentarily distracted, Shadley's voice echoed behind him. Well, it seems you are the last one left. You shall join them. Chapter 92. The Powder Star's Cataclysm. With that, Shadley unleashed a shockwave towards Usopp's nape, but to his surprise, Usopp suddenly ducked and rolled forward, facing Shadley once more. How did he predict my attack? As Shadley pondered this perplexity, Usopp had already aimed his slingshot at him, launching the Powder Star. To the right, the Heartnet anticipated the trajectory of the Powder Star, allowing Shadley to evade the attack once more, his expression remaining remarkably relaxed. Shadley, it's futile. Your attacks cannot reach me. My Heartnet enables me to evade any assault. He smiled at Usopp and charged towards him again, only to find Usopp retrieving more ammunition from his bag, preparing to shoot. Whoosh. Shadley, I told you. You cannot hit me. That side is the right. Usopp's mischievous grin widened. This move is not as simple as it appears. Shadley? He seemed to sense something amiss, his face reflecting terror as he gazed at the ammunition Usopp had launched. In the next instant, the ammunition exploded, transforming into numerous tiny spheres. Usopp, take that. Powder Star Chain Explosion. As his voice faded, the spheres erupted before Shadley, their overwhelming numbers amplifying the destructive force, engulfing him in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The crow's claw trembled in the midst of the explosions, and Usopp struggled to maintain control, glancing back at Shadley as he descended amidst the smoke from the detonations, plunging into the river of clouds. How about that? My attack. Usopp laughed heartily. In fact, prior to this, Zero had explained the types of observation Haki when teaching them, mentioning the heart net used by the 4 divine officials as a typical example, though without identifying the user. Since that moment, Usopp had been devising countermeasures against this peculiar foe, and today, he finally put his preparations to use. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air of Appiato. It was Chopper, who, while repairing the Mary, encountered another divine official descending from the sky, named Shura. Seated upon a massive bird known as the Three-Jung Bird, with a wingspan exceeding several meters, Shura explained to Chopper the reason for his presence. According to regulations, the divine officials were not permitted to come here while Luffy and the others underwent their trials. However, due to someone leaving the altar, the remaining officials were now allowed to hunt in this area. Realizing he had been tricked by Zoro and the others, Chopper was left in a state of panic. Swish. After explaining, Shura brandished his spear and lunged straight at Chopper. Instinctively, Chopper dodged, but the spear struck the deck of the Mary, igniting a fierce blaze in the area it pierced. The reason for this effect was that Shura's spear had been modified with heat bay, capable of igniting flames at its tip. If an enemy was caught off guard and struck, they would not only suffer from the piercing pain but also face secondary damage from the flames. Chopper noticed the flames on the deck, though frightened. He attempted to leap over to extinguish them. However, the next moment, Shura's attack came again, and he narrowly avoided it, causing the ropes on the ship to catch fire. Please, do not attack the ship, I beg you. He pleaded desperately to Shura, who, instead of paying attention to him, wore a look of shock, as if witnessing something unexpected. Following Shura's gaze, Chopper discovered the little red sparrow was devouring the roaring flames on the deck. It then flapped its tiny wings, landing on the burning net of the ship, swallowing the flames once more. Finally, it burped contentedly, a few sparks escaping its mouth before being drawn back in. And it looked at Shura with a challenging expression, as if to say, "Aren't you quite the burner? Keep going. I'm still hungry." Chopper TT, Little Red Sparrow. Little Red Sparrow. Deep veins bulged on Shura's forehead, astonished that such a creature capable of consuming flames existed. If he had known that the Little Red Sparrow was a weapon-type devil fruit user, he would have been even more astounded. After all, being isolated for so long, encountering a unique existence like the Little Red Sparrow was quite rare. Resolute, he turned to the Three-Jung Bird beside him. Three-Jung Bird, go and eliminate this troublesome little creature. Three-Jung Bird, With a cry, it spread its wings and lunged directly at the Little Red Sparrow. The Little Red Sparrow soared into the sky, and the Three-Jung Bird made a sharp turn to pursue it, the two of them quickly vanishing from Chopper's view. Shura, now, it's just us. Let's continue the hunt. That was interrupted. Chopper. Shura raised his spear, preparing to strike at Chopper once more, but another voice interrupted his action. Wait, Shura? He looked up to find their former enemy, the old god of the sky, now known as the Sky Knight, Conqueror. Chopper realized that it was his whistle that had summoned Conqueror, and he gazed at him with excitement. When old foes meet, the atmosphere is charged with animosity. The moment Shura and Conqueror recognized each other, they plunged into fierce combat, their differing styles of spears colliding and sparking wildly. Though Shura had no mount, he held his ground, and Chopper could barely perceive the afterimages of their exchanges, marveling at their might. In the rear, Conqueror seized an opportunity, using the hidden impact bay in his palm to unleash an invisible force that struck Shura's face, knocking him off the Mary. Chopper, wonderful. His joy was short-lived, for Shura, who should have fallen into the river of clouds, was caught by the suddenly reappearing Three-Jung Bird, which carried him back into the sky. Not seeing the Little Red Sparrow appear alongside, Chopper voiced his concern. That big bird. I hope the Little Red Sparrow is all right. Meanwhile, with the Three-Jung Bird's involvement, Shura re-engaged Conqueror, and they resumed their fierce battle. Before long, after Conqueror's attack was dodged by Shura, he attempted to turn and continue his assault. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Both he and the transformed Pegasus, Pierre, seemingly trapped in midair by an invisible force. Conqueror, what is this? Chopper, Sky Knight. Shura, haha. You have ultimately fallen into my trap. Prepare to die, Conqueror. Chapter 93, Second Form. Eep. A resounding voice suddenly echoed through the sky above the altar, prompting everyone to look up. A bird, larger than the Three-Jung mount of Shura, appeared before them. Its sharp claws glimmered with a soft red light, its feathers a blazing crimson, and the tips of its wings were engulfed in a roaring golden red flame. Flames also surged from its back and vibrant tail, creating clusters of fiery brilliance around it, further enhancing its otherworldly presence. Chopper's eyes widened as he gazed at the sudden appearance of the firebird, its golden fur on the chest capturing his attention. This call, along with the golden fur, could it be the Little Red Sparrow? Indeed, Hearing the giant firebird call his name, although the voice had changed, Chopper recognized it as his companion, despite not understanding why the little red sparrow had transformed. Chopper felt a wave of relief, having worried for some time about its absence. Conqueror, what is this creature? I recall that Appiato did not possess such a being. Where did it come from? Shura, this creature. Before the two could gather their thoughts, the little red sparrow suddenly emitted another cry and swiftly darted towards Conqueror. Unable to move, he could only watch as the giant firebird approached at an alarming speed. He did not anticipate that the firebird would merely brush past him. Its intense heat palpable, yet in the next moment, Conqueror felt his body relax and regain its mobility. Shura, my rope cloud. It was severed? He was astonished. Although his rope cloud was slender, it was remarkably resilient, capable of restraining opponents without them realizing it. It was his most vital tool as a priest. Yet, right before him, their first encounter had resulted in the mysterious firebird incinerating the rope cloud. What on earth was this creature? Suddenly, Shura heard the firebird's cry again and noticed it charging towards him. He shouted for the three-jung bird to fly towards the firebird while raising his spear, aiming at the body of the flame creature. Regardless of what it was, anything that dared to obstruct the priest's punishment of the wicked could not be forgiven. He yelled defiantly at the firebird, oblivious to the disdainful glint in its eyes as they crossed paths in midair. Conqueror and Chopper keenly observed the unfolding battle. They then witnessed the three-jung bird and Shura inexplicably halt in midair. The next moment, flames ignited on their bodies, and with anguished cries, they plummeted into the cloud river. Lifeless. Conqueror, this giant bird is astonishingly powerful. Pierre, you must put in more effort. Pierre? The little red sparrow, engulfed in flames, returned to the Mary, transforming back into its original form just as it was about to touch the deck, then fluttered down onto Chopper's hat. Its harmless appearance was a stark contrast to the fact that it had just defeated one of the four priests. Shura, Chopper, little red sparrow, you were incredible just now. I didn't expect you to possess such a form. Little red sparrow, Chopper, from now on, I'll protect you. I'm counting on you. Chopper said earnestly, little red sparrow, Conqueror watched the two, exchanging silent glances with Pierre before they too landed on the deck of the Mary. The Trial of the Orb. After Shadley was struck down into the Cloud River by Usopp's attack, Luffy and Sanji returned to the Crow's Nest. Luffy, Usopp, you're amazing. You've developed such interesting ammunition. Usopp, just the usual traditional craftsmanship. My skills have always been this remarkable. Sanji, while I want to say you've become significantly stronger, I must admit it truly is impressive. Luffy, ha ha ha. Usopp, Luffy, what are you laughing at? Sanji, do you believe I could let you try my... At that moment, sensing something, the three of them ceased their banter, turning simultaneously to gaze behind them, where Shadley, previously struck by Usopp's explosives, reappeared before them. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his white attire stained with black ash, and his glasses shattered, revealing his frantic eyes. Sanji, look, Usopp, your enemy doesn't seem defeated yet. Usopp, stop making sarcastic remarks and hurry up and leave. Hearing the two openly discuss him, Shadley's simmering anger erupted once more as he shouted at the trio. I am one of the four priests, a messenger of the gods. And you dare treat me this way? With that, he abruptly raised both arms, a series of white cloud orbs forming behind him, with a dragon-headed mask materializing at the forefront, signaling the activation of his most powerful technique. These cloud orbs contain bombs. Upon contact with one, a chain reaction would ensue. You may flee, but you cannot escape. You're so noisy. Luffy's voice suddenly interrupted him. Shadley attempted to retort, but Luffy vanished from the ship and reappeared right before him. This speed, Sanji and Usopp immediately recognized it as the movement technique Soru that Zoro had demonstrated. They were astonished that Luffy had managed to learn it. In the original story, Luffy only learned Sara after witnessing it once from a member of CP0, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Since Zoro had performed it multiple times in his presence since boarding, it was only natural for Luffy to learn it beforehand, yet the speed exceeded Sanji and Usopp's expectations. When had their foolish captain learned Sara? Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so get out of my way. Rubber rocket. Luffy's arm extended backward. Then both hands struck Shadley's stomach with force. Bang! Shadley's glasses flew off, his eyes bulging, and in the next moment, he was sent soaring into the sky. As for the technique he had unleashed, it reverted to a solitary cloud orb after his defeat, barely capable of affecting the three of them. Chapter 94. Robin's Curiosity. Swish. 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 This was the moment the Sandians seized the opportunity to ambush Appaiato while Gonfouer and Shuro were engaged in battle. They prepared for a surprise attack. Due to Shadley being vanquished by Luffy and his companions, and Shura also having fallen into the Cloud River, only 2 priests, Gadatz and Ohm, stood as representatives to confront the fierce onslaught of the Scipients. One was responsible for the trials of the swamp, while the other oversaw the trials of iron. Despite their limited number, their formidable strength allowed them to successfully withstand the aggressive advances of the Scipients. Furthermore, during their fierce engagement, Gadatz and Ohm systematically dismantled the Scipian forces, significantly diminishing their numbers in a remarkably short span of time, showcasing their exceptional prowess. This clearly illustrates why they emerged as distinguished priests among the inhabitants of Sky Island. Their strength is indisputable. Later, when the Scipian leader, the warrior Wiper, engaged in battle with a few of his companions, he fortuitously encountered Luffy and his crew aboard the Going Merry. The 2 parties exchanged friendly greetings, finding themselves unable to impose upon one another, and thus allowed each other to depart unimpeded. It was precisely the involvement of the Scipians in the chaotic conflict at Appaiato that enabled Luffy and his companions to pass through the trials of the swamp and the trials of iron without hindrance, bringing them closer to the altar where the Going Merry awaited. When Little Red Bird defeated Shura, Zero felt a sense of awareness. Reflecting inwardly on the fortunate decision to have kept Little Red Bird aboard the Going Merry, otherwise, relying solely on Chopper would have posed significant risks to their safety. Even with the subsequent addition of Gonfall, it was doubtful they could stand against one of the priests. After his moment of reflection, Zero turned his gaze forward. The group was traversing a forest, surrounded by towering trees, where the dense foliage above allowed only scant rays of sunlight to filter through, lending an air of tranquility to the space. Suddenly, Nami appeared to spot something through her binoculars, her face alight with surprise. Upon perceiving the unusual presence, Zero instinctively employed his observation Haki, only to find that the expression upon his face mirrored that of Nami's. Robin and Zoro, intrigued by this peculiar reaction, inquired, "What's the matter? Have you discovered something?" Nami and Zero exchanged a brief glance before shaking their heads. Subsequently, Zero gestured towards the horizon and remarked, "Let us investigate that direction. We are nearing the coast, and perhaps fortune awaits us." Thus, the quartet recalibrated their course, continuing towards the shoreline. As they traversed midway, a series of intense explosions echoed from afar. Zoro glanced towards the source, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "This incessant noise is reminiscent of Alabasta." Robin responded, "It seems this place is also fraught with unrest." Zero suddenly remarked, "Do you recall the fellow we encountered on the Sky Island during our first visit?" Zoro replied, "I remember. What about it?" Zero observed the attire of the individual before him, noting its distinct difference from that of the Sky Island inhabitants and the guards. It suggested the possible existence of other races in this realm, likely the source of the commotion. He paused momentarily, instinctively glancing towards Nami ahead. Regardless of whether they were the cause of the disturbance, it could be advantageous for them. Was there not a divine presence in this place? The more chaos in Appaiato, the greater their chances of acquiring treasures. Nami, walking ahead, seamlessly interjected with Zero's thoughts, declaring, "Then I shall be immensely grateful to this group." After a brief period of walking, they finally reached the coastline. Upon witnessing the sight of a half-constructed house, memories of the incomplete buildings on Kalikai Island flooded their minds. Zoro had once remarked on Kalikai's apparent stinginess. However, it now seemed that the other half of that original structure indeed existed and lay before them. Nami reflected, "At that time, I found it peculiar that there was a staircase leading to a second floor, yet no second floor was present. It appears the answer lies here." At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, this Appaiato is indeed a fragment of Gaia Island. Otherwise, the origin of this isle remains inexplicable. Soil, in its essence, ought to be a rarity in the originally barren skies. Robin remarked, "Thus, it appears that this Appaiato has been washed ashore by the currents, transforming a segment of Gaia Island into a sanctum revered by the denizens of the sky." Zoro stepped forward, his fingers brushing against the half-ruined edifice. That peculiar old man from Gaia Island must have been aware of the existence of the Sky Island long ago. Had he clarified matters from the outset, countless misunderstandings could have been averted. Zero, however, expressed his disagreement with Zoro's words. "I comprehend the rationale behind his actions. To be frank, even if he were to divulge such matters to us, it is likely that only Luffy would take him at his word. After all, Who could vouch for its authenticity without having witnessed Skypiea with their own eyes? Zoro conceded, you have a point. Well, considering the assistance he provided us at that time, we ought to be grateful. Nami seemed to have an epiphany, addressing the group with utmost seriousness. If that is the case, then the land of gold must indeed exist. It hasn't sunk beneath the waves but has instead remained adrift in the heavens. Zero. Ha ha. If Luffy were here, he would surely have lost interest in that deity. Treasures are the true driving force of a pirate. Nami. All right, we must not squander our time here. Let us return to the Going Merry. Even if Luffy and the others have not arrived, we can still take Chopper along to search for treasure. Heh, boundless gold awaits, here I come. With a smile, she turned and departed, leading the others back into the forest. Zoro followed suit, casually remarking, I too harbor concerns for Chopper's safety, as well as for the Going Merry. I fear unforeseen mishaps may occur. Zero and Robin exchanged glances before following the two. As they walked, Zero suddenly remarked, So, what do you think, Robin? Joining our pirate crew hasn't disappointed you, has it? Robin pondered for a moment and replied, It's quite fascinating. Far more interesting than my previous experience with Baroque Works. Especially arriving at Sky Island. These ancient relics from centuries ago hold a significant allure for us archaeologists. Zero. Indeed, that suffices. Robin, merely. Zero. What is it? Robin suddenly leaned closer to Zero, whispering softly in a voice meant only for the two of them. I don't know why, but my interest in you seems to have intensified. When will you share your secrets with me? Zero. Robin, I eagerly anticipate you sharing your secrets with me. Observing Zero's astonished expression, Robin appeared to revel in her triumph, stifling a giggle behind her hand before swiftly approaching. Zero scratched his head, finding Robin's question somewhat perplexing. As he observed them gradually drifting away, he decided not to dwell on it and resumed his forward journey. Chapter 95, The Golden Birdcage. The four returned to the Merry. Upon their arrival, the little red sparrow flapped its tiny wings and landed on Zero's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek in a familiar display of affection, seeking his attention. With a gentle smile, she praised, Little Redbird, you have performed admirably. I have witnessed your efforts. Upon hearing this, Little Redbird became even more spirited. Chopper emerged from the cabin, followed closely by Conqueror and the ever-faithful Pierre. According to Chopper, Conqueror had sustained minor injuries during his battle with the Shura, but fortunately, after receiving Chopper's medical attention, he was now mostly unscathed. Currently, he was temporarily guarding the Merry, preventing any other priests from launching an attack. The others expressed their wholehearted gratitude toward Conqueror, acknowledging that such a potentially life-threatening act was undertaken solely due to a promise, without a doubt. Conqueror was a person of remarkable nobility. Before long, Luffy and his companions traversed a river of clouds and arrived at the altar's location, where they reconvened. As night began to fall and at Luffy's earnest insistence, they made a spontaneous decision to set up camp along the shore for the night. As darkness enveloped them, they shared stories of the day's encounters. Luffy was munching on the leftover fish meat, chewing thoughtfully as he inquired of Sanji, Sanji, how long has this fish been sitting out? Sanji replied, It should be about a day old, I suppose. Luffy remarked, It feels a bit off. Sanji responded, There's not much we can do. We used to see plenty of empty sharks, but since we arrived here, they've been scarce. Otherwise, you could have enjoyed the freshest catch. Zero. Allow me to interject. It seems they were frightened away by me, haha. Luffy murmured, Why didn't we keep one for dinner? Bang. Nami clenched her fist. Just focus on your fish and don't distract us. Luffy, having resolved this minor interlude, they resumed their previous discussion. Sanji, we have undergone the trials of the sphere and even vanquished a priest. I recall there were 4 entrances to the trials. There should be 3 more priests on this island. Nami, we have uncovered the truth about this island. In fact, Appiato is a part of Kaya Island, which is the very prototype of the legendary land of gold. Luffy, is there really gold? Zero. There is indeed a high possibility. Luffy gold. Adventure. Gold. Adventure. Chopper suddenly exclaimed. Sanji, you just mentioned encountering a priest. I too encountered a priest today. His name seems to be Ganfuer, Shura. Sadali, Gadats, and Ohm are all subordinates of Enel, collectively referred to as the 4 priests. Chopper. Yes, yes, yes. Zoro. This gentleman appears to possess extensive knowledge. Ganfuer. Since the 4 priests have accompanied Enel to this place, they wield an unparalleled deterrent power. Ordinary pirates are no match for them. I am astonished that you have managed to defeat 2 of them in succession. I truly regard you with newfound respect. Luffy. Indeed, our companions are quite formidable. Chopper, no? No, Luffy, it was the little red bird that truly defeated Shura. I could not discern Shura's attacks at all. I feel so weak. Zero comforted Chopper gently, saying, do not be disheartened, Chopper. Strength will come in due time. And remember, your prowess as a doctor is unparalleled. No one can rival your medical skills on this vessel. Chopper nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with tears, and threw himself at Zero's feet, exclaiming, Zero, I will surely strive to improve. Thank you so much. Zero, all right, all right. Luffy also joined the front of the little red bird, giving it a thumbs up. Little red bird, you've worked hard to protect this ship and our friends. Hee hee. The little red bird responded with a cheerful chirp. It stood tall, basking in the attention of the crowd, leading one to speculate that if it were a dog, its tail would surely be wagging high in delight. Subsequently, after a spirited discussion, they resolved to remain here in search of clues to the fabled land of gold, pursuing the treasure chronicled by the legendary Norland. At that moment, their objectives harmoniously aligned. Later, the group dispersed. Some ventured into the forest to gather provisions, while others stayed behind to assist Sanji with various tasks. Ling stood at the shore, perceiving the empty fish beneath the cloud river through his keen senses. Despite the overwhelming presence of the midday sun, which had frightened away most of the empty fish, a few remained. After an exhaustive search, Ling finally succeeded in capturing a colossal empty fish measuring several meters in length. Robin returned with an enormous blue crystal, which Nami initially mistook for a precious gem, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, upon hearing Sanji mention that it was crystallized salt, capable of lasting a long time, her gaze shifted with a hint of disappointment. Before long, they had gathered all the necessary ingredients. While savoring the delectable dishes prepared by Sanji, they began to strategize for the following day's endeavors, with Nami taking the lead. Nami remarked, do you all recall the contents recorded in Norland's diary? There was a sentence on the last page that particularly caught my attention. Zero. Is it the location of the treasure? Nami nodded. Approximately, yes. The original phrase was that the treasure lies within the eye socket to the right of the skeleton. Usopp, what does that mean? Nami, look here. With that, she combined the maps of Jaya Island and Skypiea, which remarkably formed the shape of a skeleton, and they instantly understood. Nami pointed to a specific location on the map. If you observe this map, it seems that the skeleton refers to the former Jaya Island. Thus the treasure should be located here. Luffy, Nami is so amazing. Sanji, as expected of our navigator, truly enchanting. Zero clapped his hands, thoroughly agreeing with Nami's analysis. The little red bird chirped. Eep. Chopper exclaimed. It says it wants to treasure hunt as well. Usopp responded, sure. When we find gold, I'll make you a gilded birdcage. Wouldn't that be quite comfortable for your slumber? The little red bird chirped again. Eep. Usopp panicked. Don't burn me. Please, it hurts. I was wrong. Zero. Save me. Luffy laughed heartily. Haha. Even Usopp is being bullied by the little red bird. Usopp retorted. You come here too, Luffy. Luffy protested. No. Little red bird. It's burning me. Ouch. How painful. You wretched Usopp. The little red bird continued to chirp. Eep. Watching Usopp and Luffy being chased by the flaming little red bird, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and turned to Gonfor beside him, pondering, by the way, regarding the treasure you all are discussing. Shouldn't its ownership rightfully belong to him? Shouldn't we inquire about that? After a moment's thought, he noticed Gonfor's silence, clearly indicating his reluctance to reveal his former divine identity. Zero decided not to disturb the fervor of his companion's treasure hunt. Chapter 96. Whispers of the New World. After the group enjoyed a sumptuous feast, Robin noticed Luffy and Usopp gathered around the campfire. She reminded them, make sure to extinguish the fire, otherwise, it will reveal our location. They immediately surrounded her and began performing a peculiar dance, saying, Robin, don't you know we have to have a bonfire party after setting up camp? Nami turned her head, only to see Sanji and Zoro already stacking the framework for the bonfire party, leaving her utterly speechless. Zero smiled as he observed them preparing for the bonfire party, making no attempt to intervene. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something amiss and looked up, whereupon a pair of glimmering green eyes emerged from the surrounding darkness. Nami exclaimed, how terrifying. What are they? Usopp responded, are they man-eating beasts? Chopper, we must flee. Chopper interjected, man-eating. Wait, I'm not a human. Usopp suggested, perhaps they would feast on deer as well. Chopper exclaimed, Gonfor remarked. Those appear to be cloud wolves. No sooner had he spoken than a pack of wolves with white fur emerged from the shadows, led by one that began howling at the group. Chopper, acting as translator, relayed, "It says that your bonfire festivities are disturbing them." Luffy, gazing at Chopper and the Cloud Wolf leader, uttered words that sent a shiver down Chopper's spine. "If you dare to interrupt our bonfire party, we shall strike you down." Chopper protested, "Not me, Luffy." Upon hearing this, Luffy turned and aimed his fist at the Cloud Wolf, threatening once more. Yet, the wolf remained undeterred, baring its teeth and poised to pounce at the leader's command. "You're exceedingly bothersome," Nami exclaimed, delivering a decisive punch that sent the Cloud Wolf leader tumbling to the ground. Zero prepared to unleash his Conqueror's Haki as the wolves charged forward. To his surprise, this only piqued the Cloud Wolf leader's interest. Not only did it wag its tail in a display of affection towards Nami, but it also led the entire pack to join the bonfire celebration, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ganfuer observed the spirited interaction between Luffy's group and the Cloud Wolves, marveling. To be able to frolic with such ferocious creatures, you truly are remarkable. Zero approached Zoro and sat beside him, the flickering flames illuminating their faces, strikingly evident in the enveloping darkness of the forest. Zero chuckled and remarked, "Isn't it so? Our pirate crew always tends to engage in the most unexpected antics. Despite my time aboard, there are moments I feel somewhat out of sync with them. Ahaha." Ganfuer interjected, "However, from you all, I have gleaned insights about the origins of this place, the island of Sky Sea, Gaia. I wonder if you are curious as to why Apaya is also referred to as the Holy Land?" Robin approached, leaning against a tree. "Do share. I find myself quite intrigued." Her head slightly tilted towards the three, and even amidst the darkness, her vague silhouette captured attention, undeniably alluring. Ganfuer nodded. "Scooping up a handful of soil, what I hold in my hand is the precious BAS, coveted by all denizens of the Sky Island. It is the source of life and growth. Just as you observe the towering trees surrounding us and the majestic beasts dwelling here, all are gifts from the BAS." Zoro countered, "If that is the case, why do the inhabitants of the Sky Island not choose to live below, where such resources are abundant? Moreover, I recall you mentioning that there are alternative methods to descend from here. Thus, it should not be overly difficult to travel downwards." Zero shook his head. "This is different and unrealistic." Observing Zoro's puzzled expression, he continued, "The inhabitants of Sky Island lead a life that is entirely distinct from ours. They depend on clouds and shells for their survival, having established a fixed way of life. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to adapt to an entirely unfamiliar environment below." Moreover, Zero hesitated momentarily. Casting a thoughtful glance at Gonfer as he spoke, the inhabitants of the Sky Island typically possess wings, a rarity below. Descending might render them mere trophies for certain prominent individuals. I have heard similar tales. It is said that there exists a mermaid island along the Grand Line, where peculiar predilections of some have forced mermaids into hiding. The true world is indeed darker than we can fathom." Zoro inquired, "Is that so?" Robin appeared to recall some painful memories, her expression growing somber as she remarked, "While it may sound exaggerated, it is undeniably true." Gonfer remained silent, his demeanor seemingly unchanged by their discussion, perhaps indicating his persistent disapproval of the idea of Sky Islanders migrating to the depths below. Suddenly, Sanji approached, exclaiming, "I just overheard you mention the existence of mermaids. Is it true? The legendary merfolk?" At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded. "Indeed, it is true. The fearsome dragon we encountered before was a fishman, sharing the same habitat as the merfolk." Sanji seemed to recall the visage of the fishman, his expression darkening. Zero, sensing his unease, quickly interjected, "The true merfolk do not resemble that dreadful dragon. On the contrary, many are quite beautiful, albeit with lower halves that differ from humans." Upon hearing Zero's clarification, Sanji's demeanor shifted, and suddenly struck by a thought, his eyes transformed into hearts as he repeatedly murmured, "Mermaid princess, hee." Robin then turned to Zero, inquiring, "Zero, you actually know of the merfolk's existence? Have you truly encountered them?" Zero, "Who knows?" He smiled silently, causing Robin to furrow her beautifully shaped brows. Zoro, mermaids. At some point, he had leaned back, his eyes gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper appeared quite intrigued by the topic as well, rushing over to listen to Zero recount the tales of mermaids, neglecting even the bonfire gathering. Chopper, Zero, do mermaids ever come ashore? Zero, it is said that upon reaching a certain age, their lower bodies can transform into legs, enabling them to come ashore. Usopp, to be honest, mermaid princess, I find myself somewhat intrigued as well. Zero, if you ever have the chance to see her, you'll know what the mermaid princess looks like. Haha. Usopp, what? It's so mysterious. Luffy, a mermaid is still a fish, right? Can we eat it? Zero, Luffy, your idea seems rather perilous. Luffy, feeling a tinge of regret, remarked, it's such a pity that I cannot indulge. Zero, when discussing the rise of his experiences, recounted the peculiar races he had encountered in the original narrative, such as the long-armed tribe with their two-jointed limbs and the enigmatic talking skeletons from the mysterious seas. This revelation left Luffy and his companions astounded, as if their worldview had been entirely transformed. Eventually, the Cloud Wolves joined the conversation, with Chopper translating Zero's words for them, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Chapter 97. In a sense of crisis in the dead of night, the crew drifted into slumber. Usopp suddenly rose, appearing quite flustered, likely in search of a restroom. After he had relieved himself by the shore, he was startled by a peculiar sound emanating from the direction of the Mary. Thud, thud, thud. Rubbing his eyes, he found himself shrouded in fog, unable to discern clearly. Habitually, he activated his observation Haki, revealing a vague figure hammering away at the ship's hull. Sensing his gaze, the figure turned and flashed a grin, sending a wave of terror through Usopp, who was drenched in sweat. Before he could fully articulate his alarm, a hand suddenly emerged from behind, silencing him. Instinctively, Usopp attempted to struggle, but the voice that followed immediately calmed him. Do not be afraid, it is I. Zero released Usopp's mouth, wiping his slightly sticky palms on his body before addressing him. Would you like to go and take a look? Usopp replied, go over there? But that place. Zero, rest assured, with me around, you are completely safe. Observing Zero's earnest expression, Usopp swallowed hard, feeling an undeniable sense of security. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed to accompany Zero. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves surrounding the Mary. Usopp rubbed his neck, recalling how Zero had gripped him by the throat to bring him here. Thankfully, it hadn't lasted long, or he might have met his demise mid-air. Upon their arrival, Usopp let out a soft gasp. The sounds that had been audible from across the river were now absent, and the peculiar figure he had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Zero, do you still remember the spirit of the ship I mentioned to you? Usopp displayed an expression of disbelief. Is it possible? At midnight, Zero nodded. If my assumption is correct, the Mary should be repairing herself, striving to allow us to set sail once more. Usopp hurriedly began to circle the ship, and indeed, he discovered scattered iron nails and several wooden planks near a gaping hole. He stared blankly at these remnants on the ground, a surge of complex emotions welling up from within, and could not help but call out to his surroundings. Mary, is that you? Zero, enough of calling for it. If it wishes to emerge, it shall do so. You have more pressing matters at hand. With that, he handed a hammer to Usopp and turned towards the toolbox at the back, retrieving another hammer to mend the gaping hole in the ship. More pressing matters, Usopp murmured, his gaze suddenly sharpening with clarity. Indeed, the Mary was repairing herself. I cannot afford to squander time. I must lend a hand. With that declaration, he raised the hammer and picked up a nail, joining Zero in the restoration of the Mary. After a while, Zero, why are you staring at me? If you have something to say, just say it. Usopp, Zero, why don't you step aside and let me handle this? Zero, why? Usopp pointed at the spot he had just struck. The hole seemed to have widened slightly. Zero could only offer an awkward smile and decided to assist him. Thus, the rhythmic sound of hammering once again echoed around the Mary. At that moment, as Zero observed Usopp diligently repairing the ship, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, catching a glimpse of a vague figure retracting its head, causing him to involuntarily smile. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Appiato, the Sandians, having failed to breach the defenses of the two priests and steadily losing strength and comrades over time, opted for retreat. As Gadatz and Ohm prepared to pursue the Sandians, they suddenly received a message from Enel, halting their advance and prompting them to turn towards the Shrine of the Gods. Before long, they arrived at a grand entrance inscribed with the character for God. Before they could enter, a dispute erupted between them, stemming from their failure to annihilate the Sandians, which they attributed to one another's shortcomings. When the door swung open, their altercation escalated from the outside to the inside, where the divine attendants seemed accustomed to such scenes and refrained from intervening, allowing them to clash freely. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded from above, striking between them with a speed that left them reeling and retreating in opposite directions, both turning to regard the source of the thunder. Lord Enel, a figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing atop a long bench, addressed them. You have grown complacent. Do you not fear falling into the same predicament as Shandian and Azura? The two exchanged glances, and it was Ohm who spoke first. Lord Enel, what is the situation with those two? Enel tossed an apple into the air and bit into it. Replying as he chewed, they were defeated by that group of blue sea folk. Judging by your astonished expressions, I assumed you believed it to be Confronting. Ha ha ha. Gadat struck a fist against the cloud. Those blue sea people actually. Enel interjected, but it is of no consequence now, and Confronting has already mingled with them. I had previously delineated your operational scope, but that is no longer necessary. I hereby declare that the entirety of Appiato shall serve as your trial ground. You need not adhere to the rules any longer. Feel free to obstruct those blue sea people at will. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh, and the Sandians are also in Appiato. I shall dispatch all the divine warriors. Do not let me down. Queried, Lord Enel, is it necessary to mobilize so many? Enel took another bite of the apple. Do not underestimate that group of blue sea folk. Among them is one individual I find somewhat inscrutable. If you cannot contain him, I may ultimately have to intervene. Not only did and Gadats appear astonished, but the nearby divine attendants also bore expressions of disbelief. Could someone truly pose a threat to Lord Enel? Enel clarified, it is not so much a threat as it is a matter of concern. Gadats inquired, who is that individual? Enel replied, you will know when you encounter him. Declared, whoever he may be, he shall face my iron trial. I assure you he will not return. For I am no weakling like Shandian or Azura. Gadats retorted, that individual's life is mine to claim. Scoffed, let us see who encounters him first. I shall not be bested by you. Gadats shot back, we shall see. Enel intervened to quell their dispute. Do as you wish, time is of the essence. Hurry and conclude all matters on this island. Understood. Chapter 98, Ineffective Assault. The following morning, everyone was astonished to discover that the Mary had been completely restored. Although it bore numerous signs of repairs, it was once again seaworthy. Usopp was boasting to everyone about how he had completed the repairs overnight. To which Sanji commented on his hard work, and Zero added, Usopp, don't forget that the Mary worked hard as well. Usopp responded with laughter. Indeed, ha ha ha. Sanji asked, what are you talking about? Usopp dismissed it with a wave of his hand, preparing to lower the ship from the altar, leaving Sanji perplexed. However, despite the repairs, the damage the Mary had sustained was not as severe as in the original narrative, thanks to Zero's unintentional protection. Therefore, he and Usopp had not spent much time on the repairs. He merely hoped that the Mary could carry everyone further on their journey, and nothing more. As Usopp was about to lead Chopper down the stairs to pull the Mary from the altar with the Kurasamaru, Zero suddenly called out to stop them. Usopp asked, "What's wrong, Zero?" Chopper inquired. Zero gently touched the little red bird perched on his shoulder and nodded, signaling, "It's time, little bird." The small creature chirped in response and took flight, its form expanding as it ascended, transforming back into the shape that Chopper had encountered previously. Luffy exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. Is that the little red bird? It can grow this large, how incredible, ha ha ha." Nami remarked, "If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that such a small creature could become so enormous." Upon hearing Nami's words, Zero's mind wandered. He took a step forward but stumbled, quickly regaining his composure. With a determined stride, he leaped into the air and landed upon the back of the little red bird. Strangely, even though the bird's back was ablaze with golden red flames, Zero felt no burn. Instead, he experienced a comforting warmth beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he called out to Usopp, "Hand me the rope." Usopp quickly came to his senses, rapidly securing the bow of the Going Merry while tossing the other end of the rope towards Zero. Zero grasped the rope. The little red bird immediately understood and flew ahead as Zero began to guide the Merry down from the altar. With a resounding boom, the Merry returned to the Cloud River amidst a magnificent display of clouds. Once Zero and the little red bird landed on the deck of the Merry, they commenced their plan, splitting into two teams. One team, consisting of Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, and Robin, would head to the destination in search of gold, while the other team, comprising Nami, Zero, and Usopp, would provide support. As they watched the Merry depart, Luffy and his companions set forth on their quest for gold. Zoro declared, "We should take this path. The right eye of the skeleton indicates we should go right." In the next moment, however, Zoro turned and headed towards the left path. Luffy retorted, "Seriously, Zoro, when will you overcome your sense of direction? It's clearly this way." With that, he proceeded to the right. Sanji interjected, "You two fools, if you wander off, don't expect me to come looking for you. Robin, what do you think?" He turned to Robin, only to find her still gazing in the direction where the Merry had sailed away. After a gentle reminder, she finally examined the map that Chopper had handed her and pointed towards a route different from those of Luffy and Zoro, saying, according to this map, we should be heading south. Zoro responded, is that so? Luffy laughed, you've got it wrong. Sanji exclaimed, you two dimwits. Zoro retorted, what did you say, curly brow? They instinctively began to bicker until Chopper interrupted, mentioning that Robin and Luffy had already moved ahead for a distance, prompting them to exchange a few more harsh words before following suit. As they walked, Chopper suddenly sensed something was amiss. He noticed a tree root in the back that appeared to be a different color from the surrounding vegetation. Moreover, it seemed to have moved slightly. What was going on? Perhaps he was mistaken? Chopper thought to himself, growing increasingly fearful, his gaze fixated on the rear. The others noticed his demeanor and turned to inquire, only to collectively observe the moving, oddly colored root. Luffy exclaimed, what is that? It's moving. Zoro replied, it seems so. What could it be? Chopper trembled as he spoke, right? I noticed it earlier. At that moment, their expression shifted to shock as they discerned that the enormous root was actually a part of a gigantic serpent. With a deafening roar, the serpent lunged towards them, prompting a frantic escape. What do we do? Am I going to be eaten? Chopper cried. What a colossal snake. Luffy shouted. It must be affected by this forest. I must say, its size is truly remarkable. Sanji commanded, everyone, scatter and find an opportunity to strike. Zoro declared, watch me. I'll slice it with my sword. With that, Zoro leaped onto a branch, unleashing a blue blade of energy towards the serpent below. 36 troubling winds. The attack struck the serpent, causing it to roar in pain while simultaneously noticing Zoro above it, coiling and launching itself at him. Fortunately, Zoro managed to leap away just in time, narrowly escaping being swallowed. As he landed, he marveled, such a massive creature can move so swiftly? In the next moment, upon observing that the ground where he had previously stood was corroded by the serpent's venom, he realized that this creature possessed not only terrifying destructive power but also a potent toxicity. He yelled at the others, run. This beast is poisonous. Being bitten is dangerous. Luffy exclaimed, a venomous serpent. He attempted to attack with his rubber arms, but the serpent's hide proved too resilient, rendering his efforts less effective than Zoro's blade. And he nearly fell victim to the serpent's maw. Sanji, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, everyone, we really need to retreat. Luffy suggested, let us split up and regroup once we escape. Okay. Chopper agreed. Robin nodded, extending her arms through the branches to lead the way out. The group dispersed in haste. After a while, once they had evaded the serpent's pursuit, they finally halted, only to discover that their companions were nowhere to be seen. They found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Chapter 99, A First Encounter with the Impact Bell. At this moment, the Mary was gliding slowly along the Cloud River, propelled by the Crow's wing. Gonfall sat on the deck, regaling Zero, Nami, and Usopp with tales about the Sky Island, and the three listened with rapt attention. Gonfall began, before Enel, I was the god of this place. Usopp waved his hand dismissively, don't joke around, old man, that one isn't amusing. The little red bird chirped, eep. Nami added, indeed, that's quite a stretch, Zero. I do find myself somewhat inclined to believe. Noticing the gaze of the three upon him, he rubbed his nose and remarked, if he were not the ancient deity of Skypiea, there would be no need for him to engage in such a fierce battle against Enel's priest for the sake of this nation. Whether to safeguard the people of Skypiea or ourselves, he need not go to such lengths. Gamfuer, I appreciate your trust, young man. Zero smiled gently, offering no further explanation. Gonfu continued, for 100 years ago, when Appiato first appeared here, it was nothing short of a divine blessing for the people of that time. Zero, I never anticipated discovering the indigenous people here, did you? Gonfu nodded. Indeed, when they first landed on Appiato, they encountered the Sandia people, leading to a conflict that ultimately expelled the Sandians from the island. This event has fostered a persistent desire among the Sandians to reclaim Appiato. Usopp, feeling a surge of indignation, remarked, so, you must be the villains in this tale? Pierre promptly advanced and bit Usopp on the head. The little red bird chirped, eek. Its utterance remained a mystery, but Pierre, with a look of grievance, released Usopp's head, leaving him to spin in pain. Gonfu refrained from providing an explanation, tacitly acknowledging the predatory nature of the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Zero sighed inwardly. It was no wonder the Sandians harbored such animosity towards the Sky people. A long-standing enmity indeed. Nami suddenly inquired, could you elaborate on Enel? Gonfu pondered for a moment before responding, 6 years ago. I am uncertain from which Sky Island they emerged, but that Enel, accompanied by 4 warriors, swiftly vanquished my divine squad along with the Sandians, subsequently seizing control of Appiato and ruling over this realm. As he recounted this grim chapter, his expression grew complex, his eyes betraying a tumult of anger and regret. Zero. When we first arrived here, we were indeed attacked by the Sandians, correct? What prompted such an assault? Gonfal replied. Occasionally, the islanders attempt to steal boats to escape. And naturally, the Sandians perceive them as foes and launch an attack. The reason I became a Sky Knight was to save as many as possible. It is likely that the Sandians mistook you for those who escaped from Apaya, hence their actions. The sensation of helplessness overwhelmed Zero, as the inhabitants of Skypiea exhibited extreme behavior. Fortunately, Kaido had yet to arrive. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly deliver a thunderous lesson to the Scypians about the meaning of regret. Ganfuer interjected, by the way. I meant to ask yesterday, what exactly is this gold you speak of? Upon hearing this, Zero realized that the concept of gold was rather foreign to the inhabitants of the Sky Island. After all, their world consisted solely of clouds, and the most precious resource was the base, which fostered life and growth. The notion of gold, being a mere commodity from below, paled in comparison to the aforementioned treasures. It was no surprise that Ganfuer was unaware of its significance. No wonder he had displayed no reaction when he overheard his companions discussing the acquisition of Apayato's gold so casually. This was the reason behind it. Understanding this, Zero decided not to elaborate further. Revealing the value of gold might incite unnecessary conflicts. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic with a laugh, and both Nami and Usopp, noticing Zero's reaction, cooperatively refrained from enlightening Ganfuer about the concept of gold, likely having to do something themselves. Later, when Ganfuer discussed the concept of aerial combat, Usopp inquired with curiosity. In response, Ganfuer produced a red shell adorned with tiny holes, reminiscent of the shell Usopp had seen at Konis's residence. He instructed Zero to place the shell on a wooden barrel and proclaimed, "You may attack it with any weapon of your choice." Zero, do you have any weapons? Fist will do, right? Ganfuer, if you don't fear the pain, then yes. With that, Zero clenched his fist and struck down towards the shell. Bang. Zero suddenly let out a soft gasp, gazing at the intact shell. He recalled that it resembled a thing known as a shock shell, capable of absorbing impact and subsequently releasing it. Ganfuer raised his hand, intending to interject, but Zero remarked, "This is intriguing. Let me test its limits." With that, he lifted his fist once more, a layer of black flowing light enveloping his arm up to the elbow, and then he struck down again with tremendous force. Boom. This attack was entirely different from the previous one. Not only did the Mary shake under the impact, but fierce waves also emanated outward, spreading in all directions. The crowd clung desperately to the railing, narrowly avoiding being swept away. Usopp shouted, "Zero, stop. The Mary cannot withstand the shock." Zero immediately retracted his fist, bringing an abrupt end to the turmoil aboard the Mary. Nami could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and playfully patted Zero on the back, chiding him. "Zero, you really ought to refrain from such actions next time. It's quite frightening." In truth, although her approach was fierce, her touch was remarkably gentle. Had Luffy and the others been present, they surely would have protested loudly, questioning why their treatment varied so drastically. Zero, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his head and expressed his apologies to the others. He then held the impact shell in his hand and remarked with a sense of wonder, "This object seems to be of remarkable quality." Ganfuer wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he had feared that the impact shell might have been damaged, but to his surprise, it appeared to be entirely intact. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zero, saying, "Place it on the wooden barrel and press down on the central protrusion to see what happens." Zero contemplated for a moment, choosing not to heed Ganfuer's advice. Instead, he aimed the impact shell at a towering tree not far away and, under the gaze of the onlookers, pressed the protruding center of the shell. Boom. A colossal, invisible shockwave surged toward the tree, the force generated in that instant cleaving the massive trunk, which measured several meters in diameter, cleanly in two. Crash. The upper half of the tree toppled at an angle, stirring a cacophony of startled beasts and birds. Fortunately, it did not fall toward the direction of the Cloud River. Otherwise, the Mary would have been unable to proceed. After the usage, only fragments of the impact shell remained in Zero's hand. He picked up a piece, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, "My apologies. It seems I have rendered this unusable." Ganfuer, intrigued, remarked, Chapter 100, Side Effects. What exactly is that? Although the impact shell had been rendered inoperative after Zero's first use, Ganfuer was profoundly astonished. After all, the impact shell had been a staple on Skypiea for ages, and he had never heard of anyone being able to completely destroy one upon its usage. Such prowess could rival even Enel, he mused. In the shrine, through the mind network, Enel witnessed Zero's act of rendering the impact shell useless. He could also sever a tree with such force. But the destructive capability achieved through the impact shell suggested that Zero's strength might be more formidable than he had initially presumed. A sudden realization crossed Enel's face, rendering his expression slightly uneasy. One of the divine attendants, noticing his demeanor, asked with curiosity, "Lord Enel, what troubles you?" Enel did not respond to the inquiry, but began to speak to himself. With this individual, Apaya, now present, I wonder how it will affect my plans. I should investigate further. The attendant's face paled at this revelation. Their deity, Enel, was finally preparing to take action. This item, frequently employed during aerial combat, is known as the impact shell. It absorbs shock and can subsequently release it. Wielded adeptly, it poses a significant threat to ordinary lives. Conqueror retrieved another impact shell, explaining its function to the others. After his explanation, he glanced at the remnants at Zero's feet and added, "However, the potency of the impact shell's attack is contingent upon its wielder. An assault executed by a young man such as this would likely be beyond even Enel's capacity to withstand." Usopp, filled with pride, declared, "Of course. Zero is the mightiest among us aboard this vessel. No one, not even Enel, stands a chance against him. Ha ha ha." Nami nodded in agreement. Zero merely touched his nose and offered an awkward smile. Deep down, he understood that relying solely on such a shell as the impact shell, even if his strength were to ascend another tier, would likely fail to inflict harm upon Enel. After all, Enel, being the wielder of the Rumble fruit, had the ability to transform his entire body into lightning. Aside from Haki and Sea Prism Stone, it was exceedingly difficult to find anything that could pose a threat to him. Of course, Luffy's fruit ability stood as an exception. Moreover, even if he were to sustain a fatal injury, Enel could utilize the currents to stimulate his heartbeat and revive himself, much like Doflamingo, who had developed his abilities to the utmost limits and possessed various means of self-preservation. In truth, in his previous world, opinions among fans regarding Enel's prowess were diverse. Some claimed that had it not been for Luffy, he would have been at least at the level of the 7 warlords, while others asserted that he could rival the 4 emperors' strength. Ultimately, the debates yielded no definitive conclusion. Later, Goffer spoke of a rare ancient shell known as the repulsion shell, which possessed power exceeding that of the impact shell by more than tenfold. However, due to its overwhelming force, it could impose significant strain on the user's body and even be life-threatening, which deterred many from its use. In addition to these 2 types, numerous other shells could be employed in aerial combat. For instance, the heat shell could serve both culinary purposes and as weaponry. The spear wielded by one of the 4 priests, Shura, was crafted from a heat shell. Additionally, heat shells could be placed in the mouths of animals to grant them the ability to breathe fire, as demonstrated by Shura's mount, the Sanji bird, which could unleash flames based on this principle. Nami remarked, "So that is how it is." Usopp responded, "Hearing about this makes me quite tempted. If utilized correctly, it should significantly enhance our strength." Upon hearing this, Ling turned to Gonfuer and inquired, "If possible, may I collect some of these shells? I find them quite intriguing." Gonfuer did not decline. Instead, he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Certainly, that is not a problem at all." Zero expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, and Usopp responded with an approving thumbs up. Naturally, Zero favored ancient shells, such as the repel shell, over the impact shell, as the latter's utility diminished significantly in the latter stages of their journey. As for any adverse effects, with diligent physical training, one could mitigate the impact to a minimum. As he spoke, Zero cast a peculiar glance at Usopp, sending a chill through him. Meanwhile, after a night of recovery, the Shandians launched another assault on Appiato. The previous night, Enel had utilized his mantra to overhear their plans, dispatching his divine warriors for ambushes and assigning priests to guard critical locations, preventing any incursions into the shrine. In the original storyline, the Shandians had barely entered the island before clashing fiercely with the Shura, ultimately resulting in the death of Shura at the hands of the battle demon Wiper, who was also wounded in the process. However, due to Little Robin's prior victory over Shura using her second form, they did not encounter him, but they did engage in combat with Enel's divine warriors thereafter. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sound of successive cannon blasts across Appiato, accompanied by the clashing of divine warriors utilizing both impact and repel shells to counterattack, transforming the area into a cacophony of chaos. "Behold as I deliver you a fatal blow with the repel shell," declared one divine warrior, leaping into the air using an impact shell, unleashing invisible blades from the repel shell in a swift strike that felled a Shandian warrior. As he landed and began searching for other foes, he suddenly heard someone singing from the path below. Looking down, he spotted a man wearing a straw hat. Humph. Daring to intrude in this place and show such disrespect to Lord Innel, let me teach you a lesson with the repel shell. With that, the divine warrior leaped from the branch, preparing to attack the man below. However, it seemed as though the man possessed eyes in the back of his head. Before the warrior could close the distance, the man abruptly turned and extended his arm toward him. Bang! In an instant, the divine warrior was knocked to the ground, unable to rise. What is going on? I thought it was a goat. What a letdown. Luffy remarked, furrowing his brows in disappointment. Never mind, let us keep moving. With that, Luffy resumed singing, his unique melody resonating through the jungle, drawing the battle demon Wiper towards him. Wiper confronted Luffy first, demanding, "What are you doing here? Blue Sea Dweller?" Just as Luffy was about to respond, Wiper interrupted, "I want to hold back. Let us deal with you together." Upon hearing this, Luffy clenched his fists, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he replied, "That simplifies things. Let us have a battle." The two then faced off against one another. Chapter 101. Have you ever seen this? Bang! Wiper fired a cannonball. As it struck Luffy, he expanded his body with air, sending the projectile back. Boom! The explosion erupted behind him. Wiper launched several more cannonballs, all of which Luffy countered with the same technique. "This is ineffective against me," Luffy shouted at Wiper, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a shell from his magazine and loaded it into the cannon. Boom! The cannon fired once more. This time, however, it unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Luffy braced himself against the gust as Wiper pulled the trigger. The wind erupted explosively, igniting the gas emitted from the shell. So dangerous. Fortunately, Luffy managed to evade just in time, suffering no significant harm, but the ignited gas bomb created a massive hole in the trees behind him. Witnessing such terrifying destructive power, Luffy had no choice but to dodge Wiper's relentless onslaught. Finally growing impatient, Luffy coated his arm with Haki and unleashed another rubber attack. "You won't outdo me with cannon fire. Rubber rocket." Wiper, unwilling to be outdone, fired another gas bomb. In an instant, their attacks collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Perhaps due to Wiper's dwindling gas supply in the shells, Luffy broke through the barrier created by the gas bomb in one exchange, landing a solid blow to Wiper's abdomen. Bang! Wiper was sent flying. Luffy stood his ground, his Haki dissipating, his clothes slightly disheveled, yet he remained unscathed from the battle. Just as he prepared to pursue Wiper, he failed to notice a massive python lurking behind him, ready to strike. What? Where am I? Luffy's voice abruptly fell silent, leaving only a pair of footprints on the ground. Meanwhile, Wiper struggled to rise from the ground, realizing Luffy had vanished from sight. And he turned his attention to the bulge in his palm, wrapped in bandages. "If I use this again, even my body won't withstand it. This time, I must defeat Innel." Before he could finish, Wiper hoisted the cannon, utilizing the wind shell beneath his feet to propel himself deeper into the jungle. On another front, Chopper found himself besieged by both the Shandians and Divine Warriors, hurriedly fleeing while lamenting his decision to come to this place. Robin, on the other hand, fared much better. Upon arriving at the ruins, she encountered a Divine Warrior's attack, but effortlessly dispatched him using her abilities. In contrast, Sanji, despite being in the jungle, kept narrowly avoiding encounters with both Shandians and Divine Warriors, perplexed by the sounds of battle he heard but unable to find anyone upon arrival. As for Zoro, he was currently facing one of the few formidable Shandians, Bram. The opponent wielded firearms that emitted flashes of light, disrupting his opponent's vision. Furthermore, Bram adeptly employed cloud and wind shells, showcasing incredible agility. Prior to encountering Zoro, the Divine Warriors he faced were no match for him. Initially, Zoro had no intention of engaging, as he was focused on finding the priests, so he merely dodged or deflected Bram's attacks with his sword. However, Bram relentlessly pursued him, leaving Zoro with no choice but to fight back. For most swordsmen, firearms are their natural adversaries, making close-quarters combat exceedingly difficult. However, Zoro was an exception. Under Zero's tutelage, he had begun to develop his observation Haki. Although not to Usopp's level, he could perceive bullet trajectories at short distances. Thus, as Bram fired, Zoro closed his eyes, slicing each bullet in half just before it reached him. Clang, 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 clang. Before Zoro, countless sparks erupted yet could not breach the barrier forged by his blade's light. Realizing he could inflict no harm, Bram circled around Zoro, attacking while searching for an opening. Suddenly, Zoro halted. Bram, though unsure of the reason, seized the opportunity and swiftly approached, intent on delivering a decisive blow. In the next moment, He heard Zoro proclaim, "Have you ever witnessed a flying slash?" Brahm was taken aback by this query, and before he could ponder it, Zoro abruptly raised his sword, positioning it beside him. 36 Troublesome Winds. A spiraling arc of blade light shot forth from Zoro's sword, striking Brahm mid-air. With a resounding thud, Zoro sheathed his sword and gazed at his fallen adversary. A smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "A survival game, is it? Count me in." In a certain ruin of Apaya, a Sandian wielding a cannon fired a shell, shattering the divine weapon before him. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure clad in similar divine armor appeared before him. With long hair and a robust physique, the seemingly unremarkable individual was instantly recognized by the Sandian as the commander of the divine army, the formidable Yamashita. "Your cannonball is not made of Sky Island material, but rather the minerals of the blue sea. Iron, correct?" "So what?" replied Yamashita, undeterred. "Such things pose no threat to me." Yet, despite Yamashita's confidence, the Sandian, Jebo, remained unfazed, aiming his shoulder cannon at him, declaring, "Anyone who impedes our defeat of Enel must be dealt with." With that, he fired the shell. Unexpectedly, as the projectile neared, it veered off course due to a peculiar maneuver, hurtling back towards Jebo. Consequently, he was struck by the heavy iron ball, crashing against a nearby tree and collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. "Cough, cough. Let me end your life with a slashing strike." Yamashita, sensing victory, leaped forward, intending to finish Jebo with a blow from his sword. However, he suddenly felt something amiss and turned around, only to find a black shoe filling his vision. Neckmeat. With a resounding impact, Yamashita's eyes rolled back as he was knocked out in a single strike. Jebo, witnessing Yamashita's fall, beheld a tall man clad in black leather pants standing before him. The man lit a cigarette, advancing nonchalantly, and upon nearing, inquired, "Tell me, have you seen my companions?" Chapter 102, Do You Think I Don't Exist? While the Straw Hat Pirates engaged in multifaceted combat at Apaya, an unexpected guest had boarded the Mary. Bare-chested and adorned with 4 thunder drums on his back, he regarded the crew with an indifferent expression, emanating a potent aura of intimidation. Ganfer's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "What brings you here?" The man waved dismissively, responding with a hint of exasperation. "Must you adopt such an attitude? It has been 6 long years since we last met." Zero stepped forward, gazing directly at him. "Are you the god of this place, Enel?" Enel erupted into a hearty laugh. "Indeed, it is I, the deity of this nation, the sovereign of all." Nami and Usopp's expression shifted dramatically. Ganfer inquired, "What is your true purpose behind all this, Enel?" Enel replied, "Purpose? Whether it be myself, these sea dwellers, or the Scipians. Our aspirations are all aligned. We seek the fabled land of gold that once existed on this island." Ganfer responded, "More gold?" Enel, taken aback, exclaimed, "I had no idea you were aware of that. Are you intrigued by this land of gold as well? I might have to count you among my allies." Ha ha ha. As he continued walking, he brushed past Zero and approached Ganfer, displaying an air of utter nonchalance, sauntering with ease. Yet, none of the onlookers dared to relax their vigilance. Suddenly, Usopp stepped forward. "Enel, you must leave the Going Merry at once. This vessel cannot withstand your tumult. If you do not depart from here, my 8,000 subordinates will not let you go unscathed." He brandished his slingshot, aiming it at Enel, though his arm trembled. His tone was unwavering and resolute. To Zero's surprise, he never anticipated Usopp to display such bravery. Merely concerned about Enel's potential chaos aboard the Mary, he stepped forward, showcasing considerable progress from before. Enel's expression darkened, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing behind Usopp and extending his finger towards him. "Why not just remain quietly where you are?" Nami shouted, "Usopp." As Usopp attempted to turn, the crackling sound of electricity surged behind him, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfing him. It was too swift. There was no escape. Realizing he might not evade the impending strike, he instinctively glanced towards Zero, only to find that Zero had vanished from his original position. Simultaneously, another voice resonated behind him. "Enel, you think I am invisible, do you?" Whoosh. In that instant, Zero managed to grasp Enel's head with his palm and forcefully pushed him aside, intentionally bypassing the railing of the Mary, plunging downward into the colossal tree below. Boom. The massive tree toppled over. Eek. The little red sparrow let out a cry before soaring from the deck of the Mary, transforming into its second form and rapidly flying towards Zero. Side quest initiated. Defeat the god of Skypiea, Enel. Completing this task will yield 2,500 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Nami dashed to the edge of the Mary's deck, calling out loudly in the direction where Zero and the little red sparrow had disappeared. Zero? Usopp, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "That was close. I thought I was done for." Gopher approached the edge of the Mary with a serious tone, stating that young man can actually confront Enel. Before he could finish, he suddenly turned, barking towards the bow of the ship, "Do not hide and skulk." Nami and Usopp quickly glanced over. In the next moment, two divine soldiers leapt from below the ship, standing atop the railing and introducing themselves to the duo. One was named Zhongwu, and the other was Xiaowu, both vice priests of the shrine, here to avenge their elder brother. Usopp noticed their physique bore a striking resemblance to one of the priests they had previously defeated, Sadly, and it dawned on him that they were likely seeking retribution against him. Conqueror inquired, "Is your elder brother Sadly?" One replied while spinning around, "Indeed. If it weren't for you, our elder brother would not have met such a fate. I shall ensure you pay with your lives." With that, he charged towards Conqueror, aiming his palm at him. Instinctively, Conqueror raised his cloak to shield himself, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that made him grimace, realizing he had been tricked. The assailant leapt back to his original position, continuing to spin with his companion. "We brothers possess 4 shells. The fart shell, the heat shell, the wind shell, and the slash shell. Care to guess which attack comes next?" "Hee." Usopp exclaimed, "No way. Using farts as an attack? I protest. This is an unfair battle." Nami added, "How disgusting." The two instinctively distanced themselves, but Usopp suddenly remembered his duty to protect the Mary, halting his retreat and positioning himself between Conqueror and Nami, leaving Nami perplexed as to his reasoning. Just as Zhongwu and Xiaowu prepared to strike again, Conqueror surged forward, aiming his spear at one of them and thrusting fiercely. The man laughed heartily, extending his palm to counter Conqueror's assault. However, Conqueror crouched down, lifting his spear to successfully launch the man into the air. Seizing the moment while the man was still in shock, he aimed his palm at the man's face, unleashing the impact shell. Bang! The man was sent flying. Zhongwu. The remaining soldier shouted the name of his comrade, attempting to rush forward for assistance. But Conqueror's voice rang out from behind, "You shall join him." Bang! Following another impact, he too was propelled away. Both men landed on the clouds below, where they were mercilessly torn apart by the leaping cloud sharks, their demise imminent. As the battle concluded, Usopp and Nami gazed in astonishment at Conqueror, exclaiming their wonder. "Incredible. So powerful. Truly worthy of being the former god of Skypiea. I am finally convinced of it." Pierre let out a shriek and flew over, biting Usopp's head. This time, the little red sparrow did not intervene, leaving Usopp to plead for mercy beneath Pierre's jaws. At that moment, having defeated the two vice priests, Conqueror turned to the duo and apologized. "I must excuse myself. I am concerned about that young man's battle with Enel, so I cannot accompany you." With that, he summoned Pierre, liberating Usopp from the bird's grasp. The two watched as Pierre, transformed into a Pegasus, carried Conqueror away toward the direction where Zero and Enel had departed. Nami remarked, "Usopp, it seems we have been left behind, haven't we? As a mere weak woman, you must protect me well." Usopp retorted, "Who are you calling a weak woman?" Thud. With a bag atop his head, Usopp muttered an apology. Chapter 103, A Pirate's Battle. Just as Nami hesitated about following Conqueror to see what was happening, a small boat descended from the Cloud River in front of the Mary. It was their old acquaintances, Konis and Pagaya, along with a little girl dressed in Scythian attire. They explained their purpose: to escort the Mary and the crew to the exit of White Sea and brought along the repaired Wibba, which Luffy had previously entrusted to Pagaya. Pagaya remarked, repairing this boat was no easy feat, and it certainly wasn't simple. Nami, perceiving the underlying message in Pagaya's words, stared blankly at the restored Wibba, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Appiato, Chopper called out for his companions, "Hey, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, where are you?" Behind him, one of the priests, Gaeta, along with a divine soldier, scrutinized a photograph to confirm if Chopper was indeed the creature they were seeking from the Blue Sea crew. Indeed, that's it. The pet of those Blue Sea people. Gaeta confirmed, leaping behind Chopper and, while drawing its attention, declared war. However, he habitually forgot to open his eyes, leading to Chopper's confusion regarding his actions. Prompted by his assistant, Gaeta leaped into the air using the wind shell and raised his hand, conjuring a cloud of swamp to hurl downwards. While throwing it, Gaeta explained the effects of the swamp. "If struck by my swamp, you will be unable to breathe and slowly perish." Unfortunately, he miscalculated, and the swamp landed squarely on his assistant's head. Chopper watched helplessly as the assistant struggled to push the swamp away. finding it impossible to grasp due to its intangible nature, ultimately succumbing to suffocation. Doctor! Doctor! Someone save him! Wait, I am the doctor. Realizing the situation, Chopper hurriedly ran forward and, by a twist of fate, narrowly evaded the murky cloud projected by Gadatz, who inwardly cursed in frustration. After a flurry of urgent assistance, he managed to revive the fallen aide. The soldier, upon regaining consciousness, expressed gratitude to Chopper and chose to distance himself from Gadatz, declaring his intent to stand alongside Chopper against the foe. However, Gadatz, now truly incensed, unleashed his hidden wind shell from his elbow with a swift punch that knocked the aide to the ground. The speed was so overwhelming that Chopper was caught off guard. Upon witnessing the aide's unfortunate collapse, he contemplated fleeing. I employed an ancient variant of the wind shell, boasting over 10 times the power of a standard one. Yet, its immense force often resulted in torn sleeves. As Chopper retreated further, Gadatz maintained his composure, speaking leisurely until he suddenly accelerated, closing in on Chopper in the blink of an eye. Jet punch. The disparity in their strengths was evident, and with Chopper's instinctive desire to escape, he found himself bombarded by relentless attacks, leaving him battered and bruised, eventually collapsing to the ground. I must end this now. Just before his consciousness faded, Chopper recalled the moments when his companions stood guard to protect him. Memories flickered through his mind, finally settling on the scene where the little red bird transformed into its second form, shielding the Mary from the priest's grasp. It is my cowardice that compels me to flee. My friends have always stood before me to shield me. This cannot continue. I must rise and truly become a pirate. With renewed determination, Chopper slowly advanced toward Gadatz and finally grasped his calf. Let me go. Gadatz kicked fiercely at Chopper, but Chopper, reinforcing his legs, leapt into the air, gazing down upon him. The sky is not your domain. Come down. Gadatz retorted, activating the wind shell to ascend, only to find that Chopper had stealthily snatched one of his wind shell shoes, leaving him to spin helplessly in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Chopper executed a skillful kick, sending Gadatz crashing back into the murky cloud below. Upon landing, Chopper saw Gadatz attempting to struggle free, prompting a fearful shout from him. In response, Gadatz accelerated using the wind shell, his inverted position allowing him to plummet even faster, disappearing from Chopper's sight. It is worth mentioning that in Oda's original manga, Gadatz, due to the effects of the wind shell, fell into the sea and met a companion, together establishing a hot spring inn and leading a remarkably comfortable life. Witnessing this scene, Zero couldn't help but marvel at Oda's imagination, finding the scenario a bit absurd. How could a priest fall from such a height using the wind shell and remain unscathed, his body seemingly resilient as Kaido's? Wonderful. He hasn't resurfaced. Chopper sighed in relief and plopped down. However, a voice behind him suddenly heightened his alertness. Who is it? Chopper? So you are here. Recognizing the newcomer, Chopper rushed forward and clung to Sanji's leg, lamenting the ferocity of the recent battle. Sanji comforted him, assuring Chopper that he was finally capable of standing on his own, which obscured Chopper's inner delight as he began to dance shyly in place. Now that he had found Chopper, where were Zoro, Sanji, and Robin? No. I must quickly find Robin. I cannot let her come to harm. Thus, Sanji and Chopper, each accompanied by a reindeer, set off to seek the whereabouts of their companions. As they walked, Chopper asked, Sanji, what's wrong? Can you use observation Haki? It would make finding them much easier, right? Sorry, I can't. I see. Huh. Your expression seems a bit disdainful. Not at all. Curse it. I'll definitely train hard in Haki when I get back. Then Robin will truly fall for me. There's no hope. Unbeknownst to them, Robin was not far away, though they were above the clouds while she had entered a more magnificent underground ruin through the entrance of an ancient site. With a thud, dust settled to the ground. Before her, the air thickened with dust, seemingly vacated by birds and insects fleeing the commotion, leaving the area eerily silent. Just as Zero grew impatient, a figure slowly emerged from the dust, shaking its head as it approached him. I must say, you hurt me. Humph. If you had not taken such actions, you would have endangered my companions, and I cannot allow that. Ha ha ha, such bravado. Let me test your mettle. Come. Chapter 104. Clash of the Strong. Clang. Join me in battle, surging dragon. Zero spoke as he raised the blade of the dragon before him, its surface cloaked in an aura of formidable power, and flashed a grin at Enel. The edge of the sword seemed to smile in unison, glinting with a piercing brilliance. Whoosh. Zero swiftly utilized the technique of rapid movement, suddenly appearing before Enel. For a brief moment, Enel seemed taken aback, as if he had not comprehended the situation. Instinctively, He attempted to withstand the impending attack with his elemental body. It was only when the chilling aura of death emanated from the blade that he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his location. Boom. The blade's radiance erupted before the astonished dragon, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved the ground beneath, creating an extensive fissure that extended towards a nearby tree, splitting its trunk asunder and causing it to crash to the ground in two halves. What just transpired? As he recalled the earlier scene, Enel's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was not the nature of the strike itself that surprised him. Indeed, he could have effortlessly accomplished such a feat, however. The sensation of impending death that accompanied the blade was something he had not experienced in a considerable time. At that moment, perceiving Enel's confusion, Zero steadied himself and addressed him with measured words. For those endowed with the powers of the natural element, aside from substances like sea prism stone, there exists another ability capable of inflicting harm upon you, armament Haki. Enel elongated his voice in disbelief. Armament Haki? What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. Zero, why not give it a try to find out? As his words fell, he once again charged towards Eneru, swiftly maneuvering behind him to deliver a strike. Clang. Eneru parried Zero's assault with his golden weapon, and fierce sparks erupted between them, cascading down to the ground and etching tiny marks into the clouds. A sudden pain shot through Eneru's shoulder, and in the next moment, a stream of crimson liquid burst forth. Instantly, he unleashed a surge of lightning from within, enveloping his entire being, which finally forced Zero to retreat. It was only at this moment, as the pain radiated through his body, that Eneru came to believe the words of the man before him. He truly possessed the power to harm him. Recognizing this, Eneru began to re-evaluate the man standing before him. As a native of Qinghai, you are indeed worthy to be an opponent of the gods. With a swift motion, he lifted his finger and pointed at Zero. 10 million volts. Blue electrical energy rapidly coalesced at Eneru's fingertips, and in the next instant, it shot forth towards Zero with tremendous force, as if to consume everything in its path. Facing this formidable current capable of incinerating even the largest sea beasts, Zero tightened his grip on the dragon blade, causing the blade to emit a brilliant gleam as it clashed with the electric surge. Boom. A violent shockwave radiated outward upon their collision, rustling the garments of both combatants, and it took a while for the tumult to settle. Zero tilted his head, directing the tip of his blade towards Enel, remarking, "It seems that even gods are not so formidable after all." Enel's forehead bulged with intensity as he struck the thunder drum behind him, instantly conjuring a thunderbird poised to take flight before him. 30 million volts. The thunderbird. With a crackle, the thunderbird flapped its wings, resembling a mere bird yet possessing the swiftness of lightning, reaching Zero in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zero unleashed the blade of the shock dragon, its gleam manifesting upon contact with the thunderbird. The sword technique was like an apple, crisp and vibrant. The sizzling sound echoed as the blade clashed with the thunderbird, a wave of searing heat enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, one decisively withdrew, and the collision between the two before him erupted in a resounding explosion. Boom. The figure of Zero retreated swiftly, his mind racing to comprehend the true extent of Enel's power, which indeed proved to be far more formidable than portrayed in the anime. Unlike the previous encounters with naval commanders, this situation bore a distinct sense of pressure. It became evident that Luffy's victory over Enel in the original narrative was largely attributable to sheer luck, based solely on the abilities displayed moments ago. Along with Enel's expansive range of electromagnetic control, it was clear that even among the Navy, few could stand against him. He undoubtedly possessed the strength of a warlord of the sea. Suddenly, as Zero contemplated his next course of action, a bolt of lightning flickered at his right side, revealing Enel's imposing figure. "This is the price you must pay for offending a god. 30 million volts, Raijin," he proclaimed, striking the thunder drum. Before Zero stood a fearsome lightning beast, resembling a ferocious hybrid of tiger and wolf, which charged towards him once more. The thunderous creature roared, its fangs crackling with electricity, as if poised to sink its teeth into Zero's very flesh in the next instant. Zero seemed to have only just noticed the thunder beast that had suddenly appeared beside him, slowly turning his head to find the creature almost upon him. At that moment, Enel also displayed a ferocious expression, as if he could foresee the scene of the thunder beast striking the individual before him. However, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air. Following that, a fiery red figure descended from the sky, its claws gripping the thunder beast that was about to bite Zero, forcefully pinning it in place. Bang! The thunder beast roared in defiance, attempting to raise its head in resistance, but was met with a torrent of flames from the fiery figure, which utterly incinerated it in an instant, leaving behind only a charred mark upon the ground. The little red sparrow. Eek! The little red sparrow nodded at Zero, then transformed into a streak of crimson light, landing in his palm and morphing into a longsword, which he grasped firmly. Zero sheathed his sword, raising the blade before him. His fingertips glided along the sword's length to its tip, as he felt the excitement radiating from the little red sparrow perched there, stirring his own fervor. Once again, "We are to battle together, little sparrow." Opposite him, Enril wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his attack would be so thoroughly thwarted. Indeed, this man was formidable. In that moment, a thought seemed to strike Enril. He planted his weapon into the ground and extended his right hand towards Zero, uttering words that took Zero by surprise. "After my recent assessment, you are worthy to accompany me. What say you? Would you join me on the boundless land?" Pausing momentarily, Enril continued, "According to the initial plan, this trial was essentially a game designed to select companions, whittling down from 82 to the final 5 who would journey with me to that dream destination. As a strong contender, you are eligible for early selection. Consider becoming one of us." Upon hearing this, Zero regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if he were witnessing sheer folly. This man must be seriously misguided, he thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. "No, thank you. I wish to assist our captain in becoming the Pirate King. As for your proposition of companionship, I'm not interested." Enril had anticipated that Zero would acquiesce, so he was taken aback by the abrupt refusal. Frowning, he grasped his weapon once more, aiming it at Zero while shaking his head. "It is a pity you will not join us. Thus, I must ensure you perish here." With that, the two clashed once more, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 105, Underestimating the Foe. Meanwhile, as Zero and Enril battled, a figure hovered in the air, observing their fierce struggle. Correction, a person accompanied by a flying steed. To be able to contend with Enril to such a degree, that man is indeed powerful. Gamfier mused, his gaze firmly fixed on the ongoing combat. Should he manage to defeat Enril, there may yet be a chance for reconciliation with the Shandians. He must prevail. Beside him, Pierre nodded in agreement. However, his slight retreat revealed a clear trepidation of getting too close, wary of being caught in the aftermath of their battle. The battle between Zero and Enril rages on. Boom. Zero once again thwarted Enril's assault. Observing his expression, he appeared remarkably at ease. Indeed, with the assistance of the little red sparrow, Enril's attacks no longer posed any threat to Zero. The pressure that had earlier weighed upon him had dissipated quietly. In stark contrast, Enril felt an overwhelming surge of intense energy each time Zero's longsword approached, as if he were on the brink of being consumed by flames. The dilemma was that his very essence was lightning. How could lightning be set ablaze? He suddenly recalled the scene of his lightning beast being vanquished by that fiery sparrow, casting doubt upon his earlier assumptions. However, since the 30 million volts had proven ineffective, surely the 60 million volts would yield some results? With this thought, Enril slightly bent his body under Zero's gaze and struck the thunder drum behind him. Not just one, but two. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Roar. A sound even more resounding than before erupted from the forest, followed by the emergence of a colossal thunder dragon, composed entirely of lightning, charging towards Zero with unparalleled might. At last, this was somewhat different from before, yet. Zero charged forward, the fiery energy on his longsword converging, and then clashed head-on with the thunder dragon. To Enril's astonishment, his thunder dragon was unexpectedly torn apart by Zero's longsword from the front, extending all the way to the tail, instantly splitting it in two. Zero then leisurely remarked, "Is this truly your most formidable attack?" "It still falls somewhat short, Qinghai person." An enraged Enril unleashed a fierce surge of electric energy, which intertwined around his body, ultimately coalescing into the magnificent form of a colossal thunder god. "This is my ultimate form, 200 million volts, the thunder god. Even if you wish to flee now, escape is no longer an option." With a crackle as Enril spoke, a spear of lightning rapidly materialized in his grasp. At that moment, his every movement mirrored that of the legendary deity endowed with extraordinary power. Whoosh! The lightning spear was hurled forth by Enril. Zer suddenly burst into laughter. "Now this is truly exhilarating. I shall join you in this delightful endeavor." Swordsmanship, Fire Dragon Fruit, Juke version. A fire dragon surged forth from Zer's long sword, fiercely lunging towards the spear. Upon unleashing their attack, neither party lingered in place. They rushed towards one another once more. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the moment of their collision, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, and the resulting shockwave toppled the surrounding trees. At this moment, across various locales in Apaya, individuals began to take notice of this astonishing commotion their curiosity piqued regarding the source, with some preparing to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been ensconced within the belly of the giant python, had just discovered a piece of gold and intended to keep it safe. However, realizing his inability to escape this predicament, he quickly discarded it and resumed his search for a way out. Thankfully, Nami was not present. Otherwise, Luffy would undoubtedly have been met with her affectionate punches. At that moment, Conqueror finally steadied himself amidst the tremors and, observing that the chaos below was beginning to subside, called to Pierre to descend for a closer look. Pierre squawked in response and promptly flew Conqueror downwards. Upon their arrival, their expressions morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Not only were the nearby trees askew, but a massive semicircular pit had also formed in the center, where a man stood, a long sword in hand, which had transformed into a bird adorned with red feathers, perched upon his shoulder, emitting chirping sounds. This individual was none other than Zur. Conqueror leapt down and inquired about Zur's condition. "How are you, young man?" "I am fine. Merely allowed Enel to escape," Zur replied. He had not received any notification regarding the completion of his mission from the system and, after employing his observation Haki, sensed no trace of Enel, indicating the likelihood of his escape. "Damn it. Had I known, I would have used Haki to ensnare him. Surely I would have defeated him," Zero bitterly remarked, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent and failed to exert his utmost effort from the very beginning. He had not anticipated that Enel would resort to such tactics. Retreating when faced with adversity, how could such behavior possibly befit the title of a deity? Although Ganfuer, who faced Zero, was unaware of what Bachan was, he nonetheless expressed his regret, saying, "To have forced Annihilation to this extent is quite remarkable. I never anticipated that you possess such formidable strength." With a slight smile, Zero reflected internally that the old man had nearly reached his limit. The failure to subdue Enel was already a significant setback, yet there he was, still offering praise. After speaking, Conqueror glanced once more at the ravaged ground, feeling that the power displayed by both combatants was truly astonishing. The devastation they wrought resembled a natural disaster, and it was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Consequently, his understanding of Enel's capabilities deepened into an enigma. What level of strength must he attain to rescue the divine crew that once followed him and save this nation? Subsequently, the two parted ways. Conqueror expressed his intention to visit the shrine while Zero, concerned for the safety of his companions, aimed to return to the Mary. Just as they departed, others began to arrive at the site. What kind of attack could have caused such destruction? Was it truly Lord Enel? No. There were traces of another presence. Someone had engaged in battle alongside Enel. Who could it possibly be? With both figures gone, the outcome of the confrontation remained a mystery. Suddenly, they realized their adversaries were before them, and they resumed their standoff, charging at one another amid a chorus of battle cries. In the ruins of the Sandora, Enel trudged through the dilapidated streets, his gait unsteady, his right hand pressed against his shoulder, his countenance weary. Clearly, despite his escape, he bore significant injuries from the recent skirmish. The final sword technique had nearly depleted his strength, forcing him to retreat to the ruins for respite. "That man, next time we meet, I will not let him escape," Enel muttered through clenched teeth. Just then, he sensed something, lifting his gaze in surprise. Chapter 106, A New Weapon? What could he be experiencing now? On board the Mary, Nami leaned against the railing, gazing vacantly into the forest ahead, deeply concerned for Zero's well-being. While she worried for the other crew members, she reasoned that their quest for treasure posed minimal danger. However, Zero had directly confronted Enel, the so-called god of Skypiea, placing him in far greater peril. Additionally, she couldn't shake the strange sounds that had occasionally echoed from the island, wondering if they were somehow connected to Zero. Usopp, I think Nami turned to speak to Usopp on the deck regarding her desire to investigate the island, only to suddenly find herself enveloped in a warm, familiar embrace. "What are you planning?" Hearing Zero's voice again, Nami quickly looked up, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "Zero. Yes, I'm back." He smiled, holding Nami close once more. She offered no resistance, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, "Zero, you're back?" At the sound of Usopp's voice from behind them, the two released each other, Nami blushing as she turned away, while Zero replied to Usopp with a composed demeanor, "Yes, I'm back, but unfortunately that Enel managed to escape." Usopp exclaimed, "No way, he ran away? Wait, if I heard correctly, you just said Enel escaped, right?" Zero nodded. Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, "He is the god of this sky island. I thought you had merely escaped from Enel's subordinates. But it turns out your strength has grown so formidable." "Zero, enough of that. I can't help but worry whether he might return to assault the Mary." Usopp gasped, That makes sense. I must go make some preparations. Zero, are you ready? As he spoke, Usopp had already turned his back to him. Striding purposefully towards the cabin, seemingly in search of something unknown. Zero glanced at Nami, who shook her head, indicating her lack of insight into Usopp's intentions. And they both chose to let him be. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clinking and clattering emanated from within the cabin. On the opposite side of the ship, Connie's and Pagaya overheard the conversation. Initially, they found it hard to believe, but Pagaya remarked that if Enel had not been defeated and had heard this exchange, he would certainly unleash a storm of lightning as punishment. The absence of any such ominous signs led them to contemplate the possibility that Zero might indeed be speaking the truth. Realizing this, both displayed expressions of disbelief. Struggling to fathom that this seemingly gentle man aboard their vessel could rival their god of the Sky Island. Connie's mused, "Father, that man might." She left her thought unfinished, yet Pagaya understood her implication. He remained silent, for after all, nothing is absolute. They were merely ordinary individuals who had risked their lives to arrive here, and it was already a stretch for them to consider further possibilities. However, Connie's pressed her lips together, a glimmer of determination slowly emerging in her gaze. Zero was acutely aware that they were discussing him. And he also recognized that aboard the vessel, apart from the two of them, there was a little girl from Sandia. Although he had long since forgotten the original reason for their presence here, Zero found himself indifferent to it. Later, when Nami inquired about Gamfer's whereabouts, Zero replied that he had gone to the shrine, prompting Nami to refrain from further questioning and instead engage in a discussion with Zero regarding their forthcoming plans. As their conversation progressed, Nami's expression suddenly shifted. "What are you doing?" In an instant, Zero turned his gaze towards Nami, just in time to witness the young girl from Sandia leap off the railing. Following the girl's descent, Nami, clad only in a bikini on her upper half, prepared to jump into the water to rescue the child. Zero firmly grasped Nami's wrist. "Stay here. I will go." With that, he leaped from the deck. Momentarily suspended in the air with the moonwalk technique, and just before the little girl was completely submerged, he seized her hand and pulled her up. "Let go of me." The girl struggled incessantly, attempting to wriggle free from Zero's grasp, but her efforts were in vain as he held her securely and brought her back onto the ship. Nami swiftly retrieved a towel, wrapping it around the girl's body to shield her from the chill. At that moment, Cornus and Pagaya rushed out from somewhere on the deck, inquiring with concern about the girl's condition. However, when they turned to look at Zero, they were paralyzed in place, terrified by the enormous head looming behind him. "Zero! Behind you!" Nami exclaimed. As Zero slowly turned, a colossal python's head loomed before him. His initial thought upon seeing it was that it resembled the Sky Sovereign of Apaya, who had lived for hundreds of years. In the original narrative, there seemed to be an inexplicable bond between it and Luffy. With this in mind, Zero instinctively utilized his observation Haki to sense the interior of the massive serpent, but he could discern nothing and ultimately had to abandon the effort. Suddenly, the giant python let out a deafening roar. Its peculiar movement confirmed Zero's suspicions. Luffy had likely been swallowed whole by the creature. Noting the python's inclination to approach, Zero unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a terrifying aura emanating from his gaze. This caused the python's eyes to regain a semblance of clarity, revealing a hint of fear. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers, it turned and retreated back into the forest. "Zero, you all may proceed first. I shall follow to observe." "Nami." "Zero, why?" "Zero, Luffy is inside that creature." "Nami, no way." Her eyes suddenly filled with terror, as if she had recalled something horrifying. When her gaze returned to Zero, he had already employed the moonwalk to traverse the expanse between the Mary and the cloud-covered island, delving deeper into the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Nami addressed Konis and Pagaya. "Please maneuver the ship into position. I must follow her onto the island. If danger arises again, simply call Usopp from the cabin." With that, she leaped from the deck of the Mary and onto the vessel Pagaya had brought, ready to venture into the island's depths. Unbeknownst to her, as she jumped, the young Sandian girl followed suit, leaving only Konis and Pagaya on the Mary, exchanging glances. "Father, let us heed her words for now, after all. We are here to assist." "Very well." After their brief discussion, the two prepared to steer the Mary towards the location Nami had indicated. Chapter 107. The turmoil of the clouds in a short span, Zero caught up with the sky deity that had swallowed Luffy. Accelerating with the moonwalk, he positioned himself directly in front of the colossal serpent, effectively intercepting it. Now, what must be done to extricate Luffy from the belly of this beast? With his arms crossed, Zero stood still as the little red bird flitted around him in circles, chirping incessantly. providing him with ideas akin to entering the belly of a giant python, along with methods to facilitate its bowel movements, and so forth. Upon hearing these suggestions, Zero decisively shook his head. Too cumbersome. I might as well make it regurgitate. That would be the swiftest solution. No sooner had he uttered these words than the giant python, in a sudden frenzy, wreaked havoc in its vicinity, snapping massive trees as if they were mere toys. Following this display of destruction, it opened its colossal jaws and unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of liquid toward Zero. The corrosive pits that formed upon contact with the clouds were a clear indication of its toxic nature. Goodness, this creature is gravely ill. Zero hastily dodged, unwilling to risk using his entire body's armed color to resist this venom. Although the chance of failure was minimal, it was simply too revolting. At that moment, as he evaded, a stout tail suddenly descended from above, and instinctively, Zero raised his hands to shield himself, only to be sent flying into the distance by the force. Whoosh! Boom! Under that immense power, Zero was actually knocked down beneath the clouds. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had arrived in the land of Sandora from the original storyline. Hey, Chopper, be careful not to fall. Upon hearing Sanji's shout from below, Chopper quickly turned his head to reply, Don't worry, I'll be cautious. He then hurriedly faced forward, feeling a twinge of fear from the sight below. Not long ago, Chopper and Sanji had not yet discovered the whereabouts of the others, so they planned to head to the shrine in hopes of fortune, climbing up the massive vine step by step. Just as they passed through a layer of clouds, a long white whip suddenly shot down from the clouds, striking above them. What is happening? Chopper was startled and fell, while Sanji, seeing this, leaped up to catch Chopper, curling his body to cushion their fall onto the clouds. When they stood up, that white whip struck again, and Sanji immediately covered his legs with armed color, preparing to confront it. Clash! Sparks flew before Sanji. What kind of weapon is this? Clouds? How can it be so solid? While Sanji complained, he remained vigilant, exerting force in his legs to kick the white whip back. At the same time, a man wielding a long-bladed weapon appeared before them, accompanied by a gigantic dog towering over 3 men. Sanji and Chopper recognized him. After all, Goffer had previously briefed them on the 4 priests, including their characteristics and abilities. They were none other than Ohm, the priest under Enel, along with his pet. The sacred beast. Ohm, a Qinghai man who can withstand my iron clouds. You are indeed a formidable opponent. However, with me and the sacred beast here, you shall not ascend. Sanji lit a cigarette and retorted without hesitation, In that case, I'll have to incapacitate you before moving on. Chopper exclaimed, Sanji is so cool. Just as the two were at an impasse, Weber also descended onto the clouds, carrying a cannon, and without hesitation, fired a shot. Boom, boom. The explosion resonated through the clouds, drawing their attention to the newly arrived Sandorian. Following Weber's appearance, Gonfer also descended from the vine atop his pierre, questioning Ohm, stating he had just visited the shrine, which was now a wasteland. He demanded to know the whereabouts of his divine crew and what Enel intended to do. As if that weren't enough, from the sky, a massive south bird dropped Zoro down onto the cloud, landing right amidst the group. When Zoro landed, he was oblivious to the changing battlefield, greeting Chopper and Sanji before turning to Ohm and threatening, "There's a fierce-looking fellow here. Hey, hand over the gold." Weber interjected. "Where did this guy come from?" Gonfer replied, "Aren't you from that ship?" Chopper exclaimed, "Zoro." Sanji added, "Is he an idiot?" Ohm scoffed, "Well, since you're all here, I can deal with you all at once." The situation once again escalated into a standoff. Suddenly, Gonfer took the initiative, charging at Ohm with a spear, while Weber aimed his cannon at Gonfer, halting his advance. "Weber, don't stop me," Gonfer shouted. Weber retorted dismissively, "It doesn't matter. Anyone who steps on Appiato soil is my enemy. Besides, you were once a former god, so I'm even more compelled to eliminate you." With that, he fired a cannonball at Gonfer, pushing him farther from Ohm. As Gonfer landed amidst the ruins, several priests and Sandorians surged forth, engaging in chaotic combat with cannonballs and shockwaves, while Gonfer and Weber clashed amid the gunfire. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the clouds, and soon, thick smoke billowed upwards, attracting more distant onlookers. At this moment, Sanji discarded his cigarette and addressed Ohm. "All right, let us hurry. I still haven't found Robin, and I'm quite irritable." As he spoke, he once again coated his legs with armed color and swiftly moved across the clouds, quickly closing in on Ohm, then leaping high to deliver a powerful kick. In response to this ferocious assault, Ohm simply uttered 2 words, "Sacred Beast." Instantly, The gigantic dog appeared at an astonishing speed beside Sanji, launching a punch at him mid-air. Bang! Sanji was sent flying, and Chopper cried out, "Doctor! Doctor!" as he rushed towards Sanji's direction. Continued, "Actually, my primary profession is beast tamer. The sacred beast has learned many techniques under my training, such as boxing." As Sanji fell, sharp iron clouds suddenly shot up from beneath him. Whoosh! 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 He narrowly avoided them but noticed similar traps emerging behind Chopper and shouted, "Don't come over." Chapter 108, Task of Defeating the Four Priests accomplished. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the iron cloud traps you just encountered were set by me. A careless step could be fatal," remarked, watching as Sanji was forced further away by the sacred beast and the iron cloud traps, with a little tail following behind. Nearby, Zoro frowned, observing, "What are those two doing?" He pulled out the cursed sword Shusui, pointing its tip at "All right, since my partner has left you to me, I'll take you on next." Upon hearing Zoro's words, suddenly regarded this man with interest, a glint of curiosity flashing beneath his sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Noticed that this man was traversing a path littered with iron cloud traps, yet every step he took avoided them flawlessly, as if he had anticipated their locations. Which surprised him. Zoro caught Om's gaze and smirked. "I'm not that foolish cook from before. These traps are no challenge for me." Asked, "Can you also foresee the future?" Zoro replied, "Who would possess such a thing? I only have observation Haki." Upon finishing his words, Zoro suddenly lunged towards the blade glimmering with a sinister red light, its edge reaching him in an instant. Swish! Ohm's weapon unexpectedly elongated. Clang! The cursed blade collided with the iron cloud. And just as Ohm was about to taunt, a dark aura suddenly spread from the sword in the swordsman's hand, enveloping the entire blade. Rip! The iron cloud was severed. By the time Ohm noticed, numerous fissures had already appeared on the iron cloud. He swiftly transformed the iron cloud into a wall, augmenting its density and thickness, thus averting the calamity of having it obliterated by the cursed blade. Seeing this, Zoro leaped back, and Ohm remarked, "Strange swordsman. Your blade can actually slice through my iron cloud, but that is all. My iron cloud can assume various forms. You cannot breach my defenses." "Not necessarily." "How would you know without trying?" Zoro's lips curled into a smirk, preparing to strike Ohm once more, only to be suddenly distracted by the appearance of a colossal hound. The beast stood upright, racing in circles atop the ruins, sharp spikes of iron cloud erupting from its rear, extending upwards, and soon encircling the area in a semicircular formation. Ohm declared, "It is too late for you to notice. Once the trial of iron begins, there is no escape for you. My trial has a survival rate of 0. Zoro, however, remained unfazed. "Though I know not where our foolish cook has gone, allowing this hound to rampage, it matters not. My fighting spirit is ignited. I hope you can provide me with more amusement." With a swift motion, he charged at Ohm once again. Clang! After initially suffering the consequences of his Haki, Ohm instinctively increased the density of the iron cloud with each attack, attempting to withstand Zoro's lethal strikes. Yet, it merely sufficed for defense. Faced with Zoro's capabilities, which rivaled his own, Ohm found himself evading each of Zoro's counterattacks, gradually falling into a passive stance. Unlike the original narrative, bolstered by his Haki and nascent observation Haki, Zoro pressed the attack from the outset, leaving Ohm without an opportunity to retaliate. Realizing he could not contend with Zoro, Ohm deliberately maneuvered him towards a more concentrated area of the iron cloud traps, seeking to leverage the terrain to vanquish the swordsman before him. Unexpectedly, Zoro unleashed a blade of light that forced Ohm back, and in a moment of surprise, drew 2 additional weapons from his waist. "It appears you lack other means, so I shall end this swiftly." Zoro bit down on one of the blades and continued, undeterred, "First life, 36 troubles of the wind. Second life, 72 troubles of the phoenix. Third life, 108 troubles of the wind." The blade sliced through the air instantaneously. Buzz! 3 azure blades of light shot forth from Zoro, intertwining in a spiral, akin to a ferocious beast lunging at Ohm. Ohm hastily transformed the iron cloud into a wall, attempting to block Zoro's assault once more, but the wall barely withstood for a moment before being pierced by the blade of light, striking him with great force. Splash! Blood erupted from Ohm, and he collapsed onto the ground. Thus, all 4 priests were vanquished one by one by the Straw Hat Pirates. As the battle between Ohm and Zoro reached its conclusion, the clash between Conqueror and Weber raged on, escalating in intensity. Surrounding them lay the Shandians and Divine Soldiers, sprawled out, having met the same fate as Ohm. Meanwhile, Sanji and Chopper, initially ensnared by the iron cloud traps due to the hound's escape, had discovered the beast's weakness. It obeyed any command given to it, seemingly tamed by Ohm in a peculiar manner. Realizing this, Sanji lost interest in battling the hound, allowing it to leap down from the clouds and head towards the site of Ohm and Zoro's confrontation, only to find their battle had concluded. Sanji then complained to Zoro, "Damn you, green algae head, how dare you steal my opponent? I haven't even had a proper fight yet." Zoro sheathed his 3 blades, retorting without hesitation, "Who told you to arrive so late? Had you come sooner, I might have cut you down alongside them." Sanji fumed. "What did you say?" Zoro's temper flared as he lunged forward, seizing Sanji by the collar, ready to reignite their internal dispute. Chopper, standing between them, quickly interjected, "Sanji, Zoro, stop arguing. Shouldn't we be focusing on finding our other comrades?" Hearing Chopper's plea, the two temporarily set aside their grievances, though they still huffed in defiance. "Humph, humph," Chopper remarked. "By the way, we seem to be trapped here by that iron cloud." Zoro replied, "This thing? I can slice through it effortlessly." Sanji added, "Me too." "It's a simple task," Chopper exclaimed. Boom. What was that noise? The 3 turned towards the source of the sound. Above the clouds, a mass of dark clouds was gathering, with streaks of lightning flashing within, as if brewing something ominous. Chapter 109, Dark Thunder. Moments earlier, Zero had arrived in the land of Shandora, where he encountered 2 familiar faces, his companion Robin and the recently met Enel. At this moment, Enel appeared far less disheveled than before, though it was uncertain if his injuries had healed. Though he had sensed Zero's arrival with his observation Haki, upon seeing him, Enel's expression shifted, gritting his teeth as he addressed Zero. "You again?" Robin looked on with a puzzled gaze. "Do you two know each other?" Zero shrugged. "I just had a discussion up there, and I was not expecting him to be here, let alone you as well." "Robin, I am an archaeologist. Wherever there are ruins, I must go. Moreover, I wonder who it was that initially promised to assist me in the search for historical texts, only to appear now." Zero, with an air of indifference, remarked, "So, Miss Historian, it seems you now possess a lead, do you not?" Not wishing to engage in a dispute with Zero, Robin stifled a laugh and said, "If I am not mistaken, there should be a text here that records the true history. However, just as I intended to search above, he arrived." She gestured towards Inalu across the way, and Zero immediately grasped the implication. Turning to Inalu, she inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to prevent our dear archaeologist from doing? Should you fail to provide a rationale, I assure you that I will ensure your demise is most excruciating." Inalu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a direct confrontation. He instinctively sought to retort, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the previous battle, wherein he had been on the receiving end of an unrelenting assault. Thus, he shifted the conversation, stating as a deity, "I have previously foretold that the number of Appiato would ultimately dwindle to 5. Only 5 shall accompany me to the land of that ideal paradise. I am merely fulfilling a prophecy foretold." "Zero, is this all for such a trivial reason?" Enel exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Trivial? Do you not understand that this is a challenge to the divine?" "Zero, what does it matter if I question? Moreover, I shall demonstrate the act of slaying a god before your very eyes." With that, he brandished the dragon of surprise, a confident smile gracing his lips, utterly disregarding Enel. Robin observed Zero at that moment, as if he were radiating a powerful brilliance, unwittingly compelled by the conviction in his words. Yet, at that instant, Enel abruptly raised his hand, his expression grave, halting Zero's impending actions. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "It appears a little insect has escaped. Divine retribution." Immediately, Enel pointed towards the heavens, a flicker of lightning dancing upon his fingertips, as if gathering a fearsome energy. Zero found Robin's actions somewhat perplexing. Unbeknownst to them, upon the rocks adjacent to the Mary, an injured divine soldier was divulging Enel's nefarious plans to Pagaya and Connie's. That fiend intended to obliterate the entire Sky Island, and none would escape unscathed. It was imperative to relay this information to all the inhabitants of Skypiea. Upon hearing this revelation, their expressions shifted dramatically. In the next moment, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, swiftly coalescing into a tempestuous formation, unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning that surged downward. Boom! The thunder struck with astonishing speed. Instinctively, Pagaya shoved Connie's aside, while he and the gravely wounded divine soldier found themselves within the perilous radius of the lightning strike, plunging into a dire predicament. Just as disaster loomed, a figure suddenly materialized beside Pagaya, brandishing a massive umbrella toward the oncoming lightning. Boom! The thunder clashed violently with the umbrella, producing a deafening roar. To everyone's astonishment, the lightning abruptly fell silent, leaving only a few errant arcs of electricity dancing across the surface of the umbrella before it ceased entirely. The figure's true identity was revealed to be Usopp, who had been clamoring to prepare for this very moment. At last, he had managed to fashion this insulating umbrella. Regrettably, due to limited materials, it was only of such modest size. Had it been larger, it might have withstood even greater assaults. Yet, hope glimmered for resisting Annihil's wrath. Usopp exclaimed, his expression gradually turning exuberant. The three bystanders gazed in astonishment at the umbrella in his hands, incredulous that Annihil's assault had been so effortlessly defended. Who was this man? Annihil, witnessing the scene unfold, found it hard to believe. Had his lightning truly been nullified so easily? Was it possible that a mere umbrella could withstand divine retribution? The unexpected events of the day were overwhelming, surpassing even the surprises of the past 6 years. Momentarily stunned, Annihil failed to react as Zero seized the opportunity, unleashing a blade of light aimed at him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Buzz! The blade of light sliced through the ruins ahead, cleaving them in two. Robin, observing the destruction, remarked with concern, Zero, be careful not to damage the relics. This place is invaluable. Zero acknowledged, I shall exercise caution. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from the other side. And Zero once again unleashed a dazzling arc of his blade. Boom! The ancient relic before him was cleaved in twain once more. Zero, my apologies. Robin, you have truly provoked me this time. Upon hearing Annihil's voice, both individuals turned their gaze in unison. At that moment, he stood atop the highest point of the nearby ruins, surveying them from above. Although his demeanor mirrored the same arrogance as before, an unsettling notion lingered. Was it not fear of Zero's blade that compelled him to position himself so high? Without waiting for a response, Annihil continued. While I would like to commend your efforts, it is time for this farce to come to an end. Divine judgment. Crack. As soon as his words fell, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, the broadest yet witnessed, aimed directly at the two below. Zero once again unleashed a blade of light, hurtling towards the thunder with a fierce momentum, and in an instant, the two forces clashed. The air crackled with energy as they collided violently, neither yielding an inch. Just as Zero intended to envelop the dragon with his overwhelming presence to swiftly conclude the battle, the thunder that met the blade suddenly contracted at an astonishing speed. It seemed as though the energy was being intensely concentrated, causing the blade to disintegrate under the might of the thunder, which then descended heavily upon Zero. Annihil erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha! This is my first attempt at this technique, although I have yet to use it against a foe. You shall serve as its inaugural tester." Dark thunder. At that moment, the thunder, having been compressed, transformed into a pitch-black hue, its power magnified manifold beyond the previous strikes. Boom! The ominous dark thunder finally fell, enveloping the area in an eerie darkness. Chapter 110, Zero's Defeat? Zero. Robin called out frantically, her face etched with worry. In the moments before the dark lightning descended, her instinct was not to confront it, but to push herself away, and in the next heartbeat, the dark thunder crashed down, completely shrouding Zero. As the chaos subsided, Robin was horrified to discover a chasm several meters wide before her, where Zero had once stood, now vanished without a trace. Yea, the little red bird's eyes turned blood red as it transformed into its second form, wings unfurling as it lunged at Annihil. However, it too was met with another strike of dark thunder, disappearing from Robin's side in an instant. Annihil laughed maniacally, "Ah ha ha! How does it feel? Even you and your pet cannot escape the divine retribution." Six-petaled flower. Robin summoned multiple arms to grasp Annihil, yet they merely passed through him, failing to make contact. It seems not everyone aboard your ship possesses the ability of Haki. If that is the case, I shall capture you all. With narrowed eyes, Annihil observed Robin's futile attempts and nonchalantly raised his finger to the sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning appeared above the clouds where Zoro and the others had battled crashing down with a thunderous roar that not only obliterated their foothold but also pierced the clouds above them. They plummeted from the sky, landing together in the land of Skypiea. Alongside them fell the immense serpent lurking at the edge and Nami, who had just arrived, along with the little Sandia girl named Aisha. Upon realizing their surroundings, they were engulfed in astonishment. Weibel, is this truly the homeland of the Scypians we have longed to return to? Zoro, the land of Skypiea? Is there gold here? Nami, ouch. How did we suddenly fall? Aisha, are you all right? Aisha, this is our homeland. Sanji, spotting Robin, rushed over with heart-shaped eyes, eager to attend to her needs. However, upon seeing her distressed expression, he inquired with concern, only to be struck dumb when Robin recounted Zero's fate. Zoro, Chopper, and Nami gathered around, their gazes fixed on the unfathomable pit ahead. Nami's expression grew vacant, muttering words of disbelief, struggling to accept the sudden turn of events. Through gritted teeth, Zoro brandished his 3 swords, glaring fiercely at Enel. Robin, was it that guy who took Zero? Sanji, trembling as he lit a cigarette, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his fury. He actually defeated our comrade. Chopper, teetering at the edge of the pit, wore an expression of disbelief, astonished that such a powerful man could be vanquished. Not only did the Straw Hat Pirates react this way, but Godfall and Weibel also leveled their weapons at Enel, ready to engage in battle, unfazed by their hostile glares. Enel clapped his hands, laughing. Although there are still a few stragglers on the island, the strongest must be gathered here. Let us settle this. If only 5 of you remain, I will take them to the 36 pads of woe. Before Enel could finish, Zoro unleashed a slashing strike towards him. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing atop another structure. Initially displaying anger, he suddenly sensed something, exclaiming in surprise, I can feel the same aura from your strike. You possess the Haki that man spoke of? Zoro, humph, you are unworthy to mention that man. With that, he dashed towards Enel, agilely leaping across the buildings. And when he was merely a few meters away, he launched another blade of energy. Enel dodged, extending his finger towards Zoro, electricity dancing at his fingertip. Divine retribution. Boom. The lightning struck down, and Zoro hastily raised his sword to defend, yet still was forcefully slammed to the ground. Fortunately, a figure leaped towards him, rescuing him from the brunt of the thunder's impact. Once they were both safe, Sanji turned to Zoro, saying, Zoro, this enemy is not one you can defeat alone. We must collaborate. Zoro nodded in agreement, ready to confront Enel once more. By the way, where did our foolish captain go? If he were here, perhaps the fight would be easier. Just as Sanji finished speaking, Nami suddenly interjected, Luffy is inside the belly of that serpent. They turned to where Nami pointed. The massive serpent weeping loudly at a stone altar, its demeanor bizarre. Sanji, inside the belly of that serpent? What is going on? Nami, I don't know. I heard it from Zero. Sanji, is that so? They held no doubts, as the words of that man had always proven accurate. If he said Luffy was inside the serpent, it must be true. Now the question arose, how could they extract Luffy from the serpent's belly? Before Sanji could propose a plan to split their forces to distract Enel while others retrieved Luffy, the massive serpent began to convulse strangely. A part of its body bulged bizarrely upwards before crashing into a nearby structure, as if something was writhing within. Unable to withstand it any longer, the serpent opened its mouth wide to the sky, its muscles twitching, expelling a myriad of fragmented objects. Finally, a figure leaped from the serpent's maw, exclaiming, I'm finally out. The Straw Hat Pirates were filled with joy, calling out to Luffy. Enel's expression was one of astonishment. How could there be someone inside him? And yet his observation Haki did not detect the man's presence? How was this possible? On another front, Gonfer remarked, that boy with the straw hat was inside him. Waybar added, that Straw Hat kid. Chapter 111, Straw Hat Pirates vs. Enel. As Luffy emerged, he immediately spotted his comrades and elongated his arm. Appearing beside them in the blink of an eye, Aisha gasped in amazement, his arm can stretch. Upon landing, Luffy turned to see the enormous python and exclaimed, why is that snake chasing us? Sanji interjected, hey, Luffy, you do realize you just came out of its mouth, right? Luffy replied, wait, did it eat me? I thought I was in a cave. Aisha commented, is your captain an idiot? The group fell silent. They then informed Luffy about Enel, particularly mentioning how Zero had been struck by Enel's attack and had fallen into the abyss. Luffy immediately wanted to leap into the chasm to rescue Zero but was stopped by Zoro. Luffy, I believe that guy won't perish so easily. Especially with the little red bird accompanying him. Instead of rushing to save him, why not settle the score with Enel? Zoro expressed his thoughts with a calm demeanor. Though his anger was palpable, Luffy looked at Zoro, a grin spreading across his face as he nodded, you're right, let's give Zero an explanation. He turned his gaze towards Enel, assuming a fighting stance. Seeing their captain ready for battle, the others joined him, preparing for a showdown with Enel. Sanji instructed Robin, Chopper, and Nami to stay back and provide support, noting, after all, Enel is a Logia user. Nami retorted, I can use Haki too. Don't underestimate me, Sanji. Luffy exclaimed. Nami can do that. Impressive. Chopper added, Haki? I'm so envious. I want to learn it too. Robin said, all right then, we'll support from the back. Thus, The battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Enel commenced, with Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami leading the charge while the others provided cover. Enel observed them strategizing, seemingly unperturbed and not rushing to attack, as if he did not regard them as a threat. Goffer and Weibar prepared to assist, knowing one could not harm Enel, while the others sought an opportunity to use Sea Stone to temporarily nullify Enel's powers, aiming for a decisive blow with a reject dial. As their plan solidified, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves on the ground, swirling them into the air, and as they descended, the battle erupted. Armament Haki, activate. Luffy was the first to coat his fist with Haki, followed by Zoro and Sanji. Nami sought an opportunity to attack since she did not possess the same endurance with Haki as the others, contemplating how to utilize her weather staff to assist Luffy and the others. Rubber, stamped. Luffy's leg struck out towards Enel, but Enel anticipated the attack with his Haki, sidestepping effortlessly. He had understood the threat of Haki against him and refrained from recklessly confronting it with his elemental form. Moreover, he had not fully recovered from the injury sustained in his previous battle with Zero, realizing that overconfidence could lead to his downfall. Even though he faced what he considered mere ants, these ants now possessed the means to inflict damage upon him. Luffy shouted, "Is that the best you can do? Let us try this." With a swish, Luffy vanished from his position, reappearing behind Enel and delivering a swift kick. To his surprise, Enel again predicted the attack, transforming into lightning and evading, only to reappear behind Luffy. 10 million volts. A blinding flash of lightning erupted before Enel, striking Luffy directly. Zoro and the others shouted Luffy's name, rushing to assist, only to be astonished to find Luffy unscathed. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy turned to deliver a punch, sending Enel flying as he proclaimed, "I'm made of rubber. Lightning has no effect on me." Boom. Enel crashed into the ruins behind him, sending dust swirling into the air. Robin furrowed her brow, wanting to speak but ultimately holding her tongue, recalling Zero's predicament. Chopper exclaimed, "That's amazing. Luffy is so strong. That god can't harm him." Goffer marveled, "That young man in the straw hat is immune to Enel's lightning? Rubber? What is that?" Weibar echoed his surprise, speechless. On Skypiea, rubber did not exist, leaving them astounded that Luffy was completely impervious to Enel's lightning. Crack. Enel pushed aside the debris beside him, a trickle of blood running from his mouth, his expression still stunned by Luffy's immunity to his lightning. Anger began to swell within him. First, there was the emergence of Haki that could counter his lightning, then the forced retreat in battle against that man, and now a rubber man who could disregard his lightning. One after another, they were challenging the divinity he believed himself to possess. He struck the two thunder drums behind him with his weapon, summoning two Thunderbirds that soared towards Luffy and his crew. 30 million volts, Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds shot towards them at incredible speed, exploding upon impact and carving a semicircular pit in the clouds. However, Luffy and his crew had already evaded the blast radius and launched their assault on Enel once more. Thud, 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 thud. Zoro and Sanji approached Enel from either side. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Enel leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding Zoro's strike. But the buildings behind him were not so fortunate, shattering into pieces. Sanji seized the moment, using the ground to propel himself and kick at Enel midair, only to have his attack parried by Enel's weapon, forcing him to land back down. But it was not over. Luffy extended his arm again, rapidly throwing punches towards Enel above. Rubber, rubber, machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Enel could not evade. Countless punches rained down upon him, sending him flying once more. Boom. As Enel crashed into the ruins, the Straw Hat Pirates halted, fixating on his fallen form, pondering whether their recent attacks had indeed impacted Enel. Chapter 112. The Chase. A sudden flash of lightning erupted behind Weber, heralding the reappearance of Enel. I pondered for a moment. "You are indeed a bit of an eyesore." The words, devoid of any emotion, emanated from Enel's lips as he pointed a finger toward Weber, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. 10 million volts. "I have awaited you for a long time, Enel." To Enel's astonishment, Weber abruptly turned, leaping and entwining his legs around his own waist. In the next instant, his body became inexplicably weak. "Why?" he uttered in disbelief. Weber wore a triumphant expression, surprised. "Aren't you? I went to great lengths to procure a piece of sea stone just for you." At that moment, Luffy and the others noticed the commotion between the two, turning their gaze to witness Enel being restrained by Weber. "That guy actually possesses sea stone. No wonder," Nami exclaimed. "Sea stone." Luffy grimaced, as if recalling a nauseating scene. "Look," Sanji shouted. After successfully restraining Enel, Weber pressed his palm against Enel's body and shouted, "Enel, this is a special barrage shell, just for you. With a thunderous boom, a dull sound erupted from Enel's chest, creating a gaping hole in the ground behind him. The impact sent Enel crashing to the ground, while Weber, panting heavily, fell back. One arm hanging limply, seemingly suffering from the recoil of the barrage shell. Just when they thought it was over, electricity suddenly surged from Enel's body, enveloping him entirely. Could it be that he is stimulating his heart with electricity? Nami speculated. Damn it, this isn't over. Zoro exclaimed. Everyone, while he is incapacitated, attack. Thus, they all leapt into action, unleashing their mightiest strikes. Gum armed rocket. 3-sword style, 108 troubled winds. First meet, shoot. The area where Enel stood was soon engulfed in a fierce assault, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's view. After a moment, the onslaught ceased. When they looked back at the spot, there was no sign of Enel. The ground was merely a bit more concave than before. Where did that big-eared fellow go? Luffy wondered. Damn it, did he escape? Sanji grumbled. I saw him. Aisha's voice rang out. Hearing this, Weber turned to her, while Nami inquired, Aisha, what did you see? I saw Enel head that way, she said, pointing in a direction. This little girl seems to possess abilities akin to Enel and the priests, Robin remarked. At that moment, Conqueror stepped forward, stating, I believe I know where he went. Really? Then please lead us there. Nami urged. Conqueror nodded. Luffy clenched his fists. His expression resolute. That guy won't escape my grasp. With Conqueror leading the way, they rushed toward the direction Aisha indicated. They hadn't run far when Weber said, Aisha, you should stay here. No, I want to go with you. Aisha protested. It's too dangerous. Weber insisted. I don't want to be left alone. And my abilities might help defeat Enel. I want to contribute. Weber met Aisha's gaze, recalling his mission. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately picked her up and continued running. In a cavern somewhere in Appiato, Enel stood on the deck of a massive ship, one hand clutching his chest while the other braced against the wall. I never imagined I would be forced to flee again. Damn those wretched surface dwellers. After enduring the impact of Weber's barrage shell, Enel's previous injuries from his battle with Zero flared up once more, compounded by the recent onslaught from the Straw Hat Pirates. He felt as if his body was being torn apart, threatening to collapse at any moment. If it weren't for his lightning powers stimulating his heart, he feared. He refrained from completing that thought, instead pushing himself against the wall and moving forward. As he walked, his body began to recover somewhat, eventually reaching a control platform on the ship. As long as I have this arc maxim, I can journey to the infinite land. Even if I lose to you, I will destroy this place before I leave. A smirk appeared on his face as he recalled, yes, that golden bell the surface dweller mentioned. I'm rather curious about it. I might as well take it with me. Such treasures are worthy of a god's esteem. Haha. Enel's laughter echoed. But it was abruptly cut off. Damn it. Those incessant nuisances wish to impede my plans. His mantra network differed slightly from that of the priests. Though they shared the same ability, his electric powers allowed him to hear all the movements within Skypiea. It was this ability that enabled him to execute divine retribution, striking precisely at those who offended his divinity. Through his mantra, he sensed Conqueror leading Luffy and the others toward his position. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands on the control levers, propelling the arc maxim upward as the ship began to ascend. Crack, crack. Debris fell from above as the arc maxim, composed of an unknown material, effortlessly broke through the overhead rock, remaining wholly unaffected. At last, the arc maxim burst forth from the earth, emerging into the outside world. Haha. This insignificant Appiato is of no consequence. Once I reach the infinite land, all of it will belong to the realm of the gods. Enel laughed once more. Suddenly, a loud shout resonated from below. Found you. He looked down to see those he encountered in Sandora had followed him. Leading the charge was the rubber man who could ignore his attacks. Rubber. Because the arc maxim had not ascended too high, Luffy extended his arm to grasp the side of the ship and, utilizing his rubbery elasticity, leapt onto the deck. The others attempted to jump from higher ground onto the ship, but were met with Enel's thunderbolts, each one sent plummeting down. Damn it, don't harm my friends. Luffy shouted, extending his arm toward Enel, who grinned wickedly, ready to accept Luffy's challenge. The battle between them was about to ignite. Chapter 113, The Final Thunder. Enel declared, now you stand alone. Do you truly believe you can match me? Luffy clenched his fists, retorting, save those words for after I defeat you. As he spoke, Luffy enveloped his fist with Haki and extended his rubber arm to launch an attack. In the next instant, his opponent dodged with a tilt of the head and taunted. I can foresee your attacks thanks to my mantra. You cannot defeat me. How noisy, Luffy retorted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Having executed the sword technique, Anaru looked up just in time to see Luffy soaring through the air, rapidly throwing punches. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun. Countless fists rained down upon Anaru, yet he remained unperturbed, skillfully evading Luffy's barrage amidst the flurry. Realizing his strikes were ineffective, Luffy withdrew his fists and pondered how to land a hit on Anaru. Previously, the priest satyr could not rely on mantra to evade due to Luffy's overwhelming speed. However, Anaru, possessing exceptional martial arts and the enhancement of a devil fruit, was not so easily subdued. Anaru continued, "It is futile, as long as your fists carry your will. I will sense them." Suddenly, an idea struck Luffy, and he entered a state of observation. Although this diminished the effectiveness of Anaru's mantra temporarily, it also rendered Luffy incapable of launching attacks. He then devised a plan to strike the golden wall behind him with his fists, successfully hitting Anaru. But this prompted Anaru to employ his other ability, electrometallurgy. As the name suggests, this allowed him to heat weapons using electricity, inflicting burn damage upon his adversary. When Luffy attempted to grab Anaru's weapon with his hands, he yelped in pain from the heat, quickly realizing he needed to dodge instead, searching for an opportunity to strike. Goma Goma no stamp. After yet another attack failed, Luffy noticed black smoke billowing from the ship. The smoke coalesced into ominous clouds, gradually enveloping the sky above the entire area. Anaru, stowing his weapon, sneered, "Have you finally noticed? What are you up to?" Luffy demanded. "Humph. It matters not that you notice now. My thundercloud has spread across the skies of Skypiea. Soon, the people of this nation will face divine retribution." "Damn it, stop it." Anaru laughed heartily. "What a joke. The real spectacle is just beginning." 10,000 thunder. As his words echoed, the ominous clouds erupted with flashes of lightning, striking the forest, the sea of clouds, and even the distant Angel Island. The continuous cacophony of thunder reverberated through the surroundings, and with the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him, Luffy, in a fit of rage, charged at Anaru once more. Anaru, with a cold smirk, engaged him in battle again, once more dodging Luffy's attack. Anaru began to feel the strain. Luffy was growing stronger in their confrontation, landing 5 or 6 hits out of 10, a significant improvement from their initial encounters. Although Anaru's waning stamina contributed to this, he realized he could no